A new game that has attracted everyone's attention. Romance of adventure, several locations, hidden dungeons, and dormant secrets. Fighting monsters, players could also destroy mobs of a higher level of difficulty by teaming up with each other. She was full of contact, a breath of fresh air. But it doesn't matter how popular the game may be. She will not live longer than the established period. The game that once dominated the industry failed to keep up with the latest trends, and users turned away from it during a period of decline. All that remained were attraction, obsessions, stubbornness, and the dead. And he was one of them, one of those who died and were thrown aside. But now, the dead man is inflamed. Taking us back to a time when this game was at its peak, a new story begins with someone who looks like a newbie. He's a pro, God Machine, a virtual reality game that came out 15 years ago. The guy instantly fell in love with her and became obsessed with her. Over time, he completely devoted himself to this game. 15 years later, the guy asked Lee Oh-jin if he was going for the enhancement stone. He doesn't have any thoughts, right? He thought, filthy moneylender, will he keep an eye on him even inside the game? Oh-jin asked when he was going to make his fortune and get all the money back. They only live once. The guy asked him not to make hasty decisions and calm down. He asked please just one time to show him hope. Users who have been playing the same game for a long time without changing are called experts. He was also a pro, playing this game for 15 years. All he needed was to become stronger. Initially, he liked everything, and I had no idea that I had spent 15 whole years in the game. He was the captain of the assault force, the master of the guild, and the lord of the castle. What he earned was enough to live on. However, now he had a 7-fold increase in his hands. If he succeeds, then the debts will be over. He will be able to end his life in debt. He had a good feeling from the start. If he had labored, he would not even be able to touch the reinforcement touches. Lee Oh-jin felt like he was lucky today. He managed to strengthen the stone 5 times in one go. Excitement flared inside him. He told himself that from now on, everything was for real. The guy prayed to all the gods and asked them to give him strength. Today, everything should have worked out for him. Throwing a stone, he saw that he managed to achieve a 7-fold increase in one go. Now he is not afraid of any borrowers. Considering how much he will earn, he no longer has to worry about debt. The weapon he received thanks to loans is an executive sword. With it, he can earn a fortune by destroying top-ranking monsters. Lee Oh-jin wondered if he should pay off his debts. After all, if he sells the sword, what will he have left? What can he do with empty hands? He is already 35 years old. He is nothing short of a disaster in the game. Looking at the sword, he thought, should he try again? What if he can achieve 8-fold amplification? Either way, his life is miserable. What if it makes sense for him to start over without having anything? There are no friends, no family, or even a loved one in his life. If he succeeds, then with the money he earns, he will be able to buy an apartment. Trying again, he succeeded. There was no stopping him. The guy tried to do at least something, but everything was in vain. He told him that a man only lives once. He thought about it, because gain plus 9 is an extreme probability. If he succeeds, he will be able to receive money that cannot be compared with an 8-fold increase. Will be able to afford a luxury apartment. Will be able to restore old relationships as well as start new ones. Absolute luxury, worry-free living. He will create it with his own hands and become the most special. Whatever he does, today is his day. An error appeared on the display. He didn't understand why Gain 9 didn't happen? Apparently, today was not the day when everything is possible. The guy told Lee Oh-jin that it was time for him to go. A new life would await him if he could stop at the 7-fold increase. If I had settled on 8 times, I would have been able to buy an apartment in an elite area. He didn't understand what happened to him? If I could stop, I would start life as a person. No, it's not like that. He should have strengthened it from the very beginning. He should not have used private loans. Shouldn't have started this game in the first place. If only he could go back 15 years, he would never have come to this life. But it's too late. His head began to spin. He thought it was stress hypertension. He woke up right next to the hospital. The doctor approached him. He was glad that Lee Oh-jin woke up, as he himself was worried. It was clear from the guy's face that he didn't understand anything. He was told that he was in an experimental virtual reality capsule, and then came to their hospital because he had a seizure during the beta version. The man said that their company would provide him with a new capsule and a small amount of money as an apology. But in any case, the incident must remain secret. Awareness of reality began to gradually come to him. The guy asked, "It turns out that only 15 minutes have passed since you arrived in the capsule?" When he was conscious, He was a being rejected by society, without a family or children. Has he really gone back in time? Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he saw that he had very smooth skin, without a single wrinkle. It didn't look at all like the body of a 35-year-old man with an addiction to alcohol and cigarettes. Did he just imagine everything that happened over the course of 15 years? Was everything he went through just a nightmare? God the machine, his whole life was turned inside out because of that damn game. There was no motive to ruin everything. His younger sister said she would broadcast and borrowed an item from him. But things didn't go according to plan. She went into the hunting zone alone and caught the eye of the enemy guild, was attacked and dropped an object. The killer picked it up and fled. Afterwards, in order to somehow recapture the loss of the item, they tried hard. We caught a high-level monster and sold its item. And later, they even took out a private loan. If you collect items while hunting, you must pay interest. And if you get the jackpot, the principal amount will be returned back. All Lee Oh-jin can do is play games. He was going to break down this wall between the game and reality. It's been over 15 years since the game was released. Therefore, every time her online was lower and lower. It became increasingly difficult to pay interest, not to mention debts. But in the game, he still acquired an executive sword, thinking that it will increase its power and resell it. But in the end, he still wondered, was it really just a dream? He couldn't believe that the most promising game had become unnecessary after 15 years. All that time spent together became his whole life. Be that as it may, he decided to play again. The God Machine greeted him. Opening his eyes, he realized that all this was not a dream. Everything remains the same as it was 15 years ago. However, he does not know at all how far into the future he can see. Suddenly, it will be a completely different game. Opening his inventory, he saw that he only had a sword, and there was absolutely no other choice. As soon as he picked it up, the game began. Just as he thought, the first enemy would be the killer beetle. Destroying these creatures is easy as pie. But this turned out to be completely wrong. The beetle came back and began to attack. After thinking, Lee Oh-jin realized that his weakest part was his neck. After the battle, he realized that his body was too light. It definitely doesn't look like the body of a 35-year-old man. After thinking, he realized that since he was young, then most likely the character in the game was too. The guy decided to see what this insect would give him. It turned out to be the sting of the killer's duke. Oh-jin thought it was pretty good. He decided to do everything from memory. Now he finally realized that he had returned 15 years ago. He was given one last chance. At first, he was going to have fun, but in the end, everything went in the opposite direction. However, he decided to take all the delights of the game, hidden places and objects for himself. And only after that will he truly enjoy the game. The educational tower includes 10 floors. With each rise to a new floor, the level of difficulty and the number of monsters increases. After completing all 10 floors, he will be able to enter the main world as a level 10 player. The monsters in this game were designed to be quite strong. You are given exactly 5 minutes to survive this battle. Usually, it handles much faster. He already has enough information about this game. You need to attack monsters at vital points to minimize the time spent on destroying the monster. There are 3 monsters on the 3rd floor and 6 on the 6th floor. He thought that there was nothing special, even if there were several monsters. The voice informed him that he had set a new world record. I asked if the guy wanted to add his name to the record table. Lee Oh-jin only said one word, expert. As it turns out, he can now choose the difficulty level of the boss on the 10th floor. This was surprising for him, because as far as he remembers, this had never happened before. Then, the rank of the next mission was simply called. There are not many hidden perks with hidden items in the training tower. Think about it. He realized that apparently these privileges are available to those who were able to break the world record. A C-rank boss is 10 times stronger than a D-rank boss, and a C-plus rank boss is 100 times stronger than a D-rank boss. A person of sound mind will never increase the level of difficulty much. He is almost a pro, and people like him can fight A-plus and S-rank monsters in the future. Why should he be surprised by things like C-plus rank monsters? The participants were heatedly discussing that there was a secret boss in the training tower. They didn't see anyone like that inside. If this really happened, they would definitely notice him. They said that it is impossible to select a boss of C-plus rank at level 4. The players did not understand what was happening. One of them had just passed the 10th floor but had not heard such news. He didn't understand how this could happen. All the players from the new village know each other well. Someday his identity will be revealed. As soon as he appears, the scouts will get down to business. Lee Oh-jin knew about the attack pattern. If he gets used to the weapon a little, he might not take any damage at all. With his powers, he could easily defeat the Skeleton King. He thought, a safe force of power. He wondered, do people who have passed high levels feel this? Now he could easily defeat him. For an expert, this is nothing, and he will be able to get excellent items. He thought it was time to leave the training tower. In this game, items are much more important than statistics. Now that he has C+ rank armor, maybe he should try to enjoy the tasty morsel? But he decided that before he left this place, the guy had to check something. And I found the same thing. Lee Oh-jin heard about this information in interviews with top-ranked players. If you successfully clear the 10th floor of the training tower in the shortest possible time, you can open another floor. He had not gone through this himself, but he became interested. This was the highest difficulty level of all the hidden quests. As soon as he entered, he immediately received a blow from the monster. He went back 15 years, so all he can do is attack C+ rank monsters. The guy didn't understand how this monster could just jump out. Is he kidding me? How will he ever be able to defeat him? A rank S monster in training, he wondered if it was created by mistake. Has the world slapped him in the face again? Executioner of the Dragon Prison. Belonging to the dragon family makes this monster one of the few dominant ones on the entire continent. It officially became part of the game only 10 years after its first appearance. Then, the players gathered in an alliance and organized a campaign against dragon-like monsters. In contrast to his corpulent build, he was very fast. He was difficult to defeat, so the players were instantly defeated. Lee Oh-jin thought, how should he defeat him? At some point during the attack, he realized that something was wrong there. After looking a little closer, he realized what was going on. His power was being held back by those things. He had them all over his body, which is most likely why he cannot move quickly. In other words, that creature is not a tormentor at all, but simply a low-ranking monster. The developers made the game truly fun. There definitely must be something in it. The attacks continued again and again. Sword, mail, poison. Even though he combined all 3 attacks, his hit points only decreased by 25 points. He was much stronger than the guy thought. However, he realized that if he focused on his attacks, he could easily dodge them. Besides, his sword cannot break. At least he didn't have to worry about it. Originally, Lee Oh-jin had the ability to regenerate, but now he is in a zone where he cannot use it. The battle will be long. And so began his battle to the death with that creature. The ability to regenerate S-rank monsters is beyond dreams. But since this skill does not work in this zone, everything went differently. He would have to fight him for several days. Now he is also not affected by the regeneration ability. If he even touches him once, the guy is dead. Therefore, the most important thing for him now was speed and concentration. If he stops concentrating, he will be thrown out of the game. And if his physical abilities decline, then the same thing will happen, leaving the game. He doesn't pay attention to anyone and doesn't expect anything. Time is on his side. 3 months later, Lee Oh-jin still managed to defeat the monster. It was difficult for him, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. The maximum level he could currently have was 25. Anyone could not rise above level 26 in that amount of time. Strength, agility, magic, they all grow in proportion to the level. But it is not important. In fact, it's all thanks to the fact that he now has a weapon that solves everything. A razor. The weapon of the god of misfortune himself. This is a weapon that brings fear to everyone who dares to challenge it. The weapon of the god of misfortune, who kept the whole world in fear. This sword is at the top of the God of Trouble's dark ranking. In terms of attack power, it does not fit level S. It is at level B, because to obtain it, it was enough to collect 900 points in attack power. However, fear of the razor is not the only thing that guarantees victory. No one would believe that if you have a C+ weapon, you can get an S-level weapon. A notification came that he was leaving the training tower. He had to choose the camp he wanted to join, but he said that he was not going to go to any camp. Lee Oh-jin remained human. Thus, he freed himself from the control of demons and dragons, although the guy will now not receive any privileges, and besides, then he would not be able to catch monsters from a friendly camp. And because of this, the pleasure from farming would decrease. Newbie Village. There is no need to complete the starting quests. The guy doesn't have time to run from point A to point B. From that moment on, he fought against high-level monsters that no one could defeat if they were at the same level as him. If such creatures touch you even a little, no amount of armor will help. In such situations, he could use gloves, shoes, and various accessories. Then some guys turned to him. One of them said that he saw how he put up a rather valuable item at auction and asked where he got it, because at this level it is unrealistic. Very vaguely, but he still felt some kind of smell that came from him too. A barely perceptible nasty smell of rotten meat. Did he get it somewhere? Reward for some quest? They began to say that if he could do it, then they could too. Let him speak faster. It was the smell of dead water. The place was created specifically for beginners. Once you exceed level 15, you can't go back there. He received level 32 in the training tower, and that's the only reason he's standing there. One of them said that if he did not tell them, they would follow him and prevent him from rising to the next levels. Leo Jin suggests that these overgrown specifically died during leveling, were reborn there and gained experience on newcomers. The guy said that he had just graduated from training and should only have level 10. Smiling, he replied that of course the more good things need to be shared. He will tell them where to go to earn rebel armor. One of them said that he thought the guy was some kind of lecher, standing naked, but he seemed normal. He promised to tell them everything step by step, but first they need to go to a quiet and remote place. One of the guys asked him to quickly tell about the monsters that they would meet on the way. Leo Jin asked if they weren't thinking of just killing him and taking all his items. Isn't he right? He said that he knows people like them well. They deliberately wait for newcomers like rats. They have gained enough experience and have level 15, and then they attack and take everything away from the newcomers. They asked, what did he just say? Does he want them to make him change his mind about playing this game? The guy replied that he liked their audacity. Then let them get ready to give up their things and forget about this game forever. The three of them began to attack him. He dealt with them very skillfully and quickly. The man didn't understand who he was, because he didn't look like a newcomer at all. Leo Jin replied that newcomers are usually taught to treat everyone with love, but not in this case. The guy was indignant because they didn't have any useful items. Although he did find one thing, it was a mucus unit. Slimes are monsters from which you cannot get anything valuable. Looks like these guys only leveled up by killing slimes. He was able to get quintessence of slime so he wouldn't have to farm 1,000 slime. He thought he wasted his time, but everything went well. This thing will come in handy when he attacks the dungeon. Looks like I bought his item at an auction. The auction will be held within 72 hours of registration. However, exceptions apply. In cases where the price increases by at least 10 times the original price. He wondered what kind of major bought this. When he saw the price, he couldn't say a word. This was real business. He was able to sell only C+ rank armor for that kind of money. Iron armor that calls for rebellion is an excellent option. But is it worth agreeing to this amount? He thinks a lot of people will want to take the lead because it's the early days of the game. He is already looking forward to it, dear customers. Previously, he was someone who earned money in real life in order to play. But now it's the other way around. He will be able to earn money in the game and use it in reality. He saw a labyrinth of demons in the distance. Looking at his feet, he thought it was a great thing. There was a nice feeling between my toes. Soft, damp leather. This is a very good upholstery for a beginner. Well, it's time for him to go in search of the item that the earth-shaking archer used. Previously, archers were unclaimed. No matter how strong an archer's attack is, the arrow will not be able to penetrate the armor, so no one becomes them. However, then there was a top archer who appeared out of nowhere, like a comet. Oddly enough, he always fought and hunted with a special item. In one battle, the archer's opponents laughed at the fact that a bow and arrow was not a weapon, but that day, everyone's ankles were broken. That's why the archer was then called the earth-shaking archer. And then the guy heard that he received a special item as a reward for completing a hidden dungeon in the labyrinth of evil spirits. Although he is not an archer, he can move as fast as them. A demon appeared in front of him. The guy said that his finest hour had come. He suggested trying to fight them. Suddenly, there were many more of them than he thought. But without being confused, he began to fight with them. As expected, they are slow. In this case, he will even be able to escape from them. However, the priority was an object that accelerates movement. Seeing the door, he simply flew into it. I thought it was great. He could find any way out of this maze. It's not even more difficult than walking at home. Leo Jin thought that he was doing well, but that was not the case. Not everything is so simple. He appeared in front of him. A warning came about the danger. It was the boss of the dungeon. He was preparing for a devastating attack, just as Lee Oh-jin thought. If he were wearing armor, his speed would be reduced by more than 50%. It would be the same even if he wore iron armor. The guy said that as soon as he arrived, the boss prepared him a warm welcome. He asked if he was bored because no one had come to him yet. Those same persistent guys appeared behind him. He said they weren't putting in enough effort. Time was up. He dealt with them in a matter of minutes. When he looks at it, he thinks that it is a terrible but powerful force. Quick strike is a precision strike technique that deals a certain number of hits that cause bleeding, ignoring the shield. A cheating technique that made the battle number 1 in the ranking. The damage reduction for a second is 1/100% of the enemy's total hit points. This effect lasts until the target is killed. One by one, starting with the one who was hit first. It cannot be dispelled. Now he just has to deal with it. The dungeon boss used a crushing attack. He spewed fire from his mouth just like a dragon. Lee Oh-jin asked how long he thinks he will last, but after 3 hours, there was no trace left of him. The guy cleared the maze for the first time. He wondered if he should continue. In the beginner area, in addition to the attack, there were 2 more C+ rank monsters. Looking into the distance, he said that it was good. He was choosing him. It was a forest of nightmares outside the rookie village. It was a C+ rank water spider. The guy ran away from him with a bag in his hands. Since he caught part of the prey in the net, why is he chasing after him? Is some insect really more important to him than prey? The spider attacked him again and again. Then he saw exactly what he wanted. He descended the mountain at incredible speed. The water spider was still following him. But then a second monster appeared. An attacker entered his territory and he personally came to get even with him? It was a scaly king cobra. This was a great chance to deal with 2 bosses at the same time. This will also increase your agility score. A water spider that never misses its prey, even if others are already looking at it. And a king cobra with scales that will never let intruders pass on its territory. Many players' legs would have given way from what they saw. It was a funny sight for a man like him to see them both die. He just started this thing, but the stakes are already rising. How much more money can he raise? Was he really the same? Tramps who tremble over the crumbs that others throw off. Is this really what they look like when top players like him look at them? Then he received a call from his uncle on his phone. He didn't want to answer the phone, but if he didn't answer, he'd become even more annoying. As soon as he picked up the phone, his uncle immediately began screaming and asking what was wrong with him. When he was demobilized from the army, he should have come straight to him. He told his uncle that he was just busy, here and there. He began to ask why he was so busy. After demobilization, all he probably did was play with his toys. The uncle began to say that the memorial service was coming soon, so let him come the day before it. He's already a man, so it's time for him to grow up. It's time for him to start earning a living. Let him look at his cousins. They all went to prestigious universities. The guy thought about it, as if he had earned his own living. He raised him with his parents' inheritance, but in the end he took everything for himself. A top player, he even laughed himself at what he said. Wow, he raised the bar. He clearly has a long road ahead of him. In a location for beginners, he had nothing else to catch. Now it's definitely time for the real game. Uncle kept shouting into the phone. Was he listening to him at all? This place was called the Merciless Desert. He looked at the abandoned ruins of an ancient civilization. I thought, great. If his calculations were correct, then it should be there somewhere. Since the game cannot enter this dungeon alone in the usual way, he will use a trick that only he knows. Having completed his trick, he stood in his place. From a distance, he saw something approaching and said that he was glad to see it after a long time. It was a sandworm. Lee Oh-jin thought that he was able to successfully catch him. Then he began to run. He won't be able to catch him if he comes back. He has thick skin, so no matter how much the guy hits him, he will not be able to cause damage. The guy won't even be able to defeat him by catching him out of his habitat. Therefore, he didn't even need to think about anything. He just had to run towards the goal. Looking into the hole, he said that it was great. He was able to make it this way. These were the abandoned ruins of an ancient civilization. This is exactly where the sandworm comes from. Thanks to him, the guy was able to get there easily. If he can also meet the boss there, it will be absolutely wonderful. But when he stopped, he saw that the door to the boss's room was open. Maybe there is already someone there? Someone asked, is there really a person who could get to this place? All his comrades died and he came alone? Yu-dahi said it was a coincidence and asked if he wanted to join the raid. They wait there for several days for the last remaining boss. He didn't understand what she was doing there. Could he take her to the boss? She was going to broadcast her walkthrough. Could he lend her his knife? Then, can he lend them money? He remembered that he had gone back 15 years. These people still don't know him. The guy said that he and his sister had died there twice already. It's difficult for two people to do this. He needs a human shield for convenience. He replied that it was good and agreed to carry out the raid together. The guy said he would help them. As soon as they entered the hall, a voice came from the other end that the boss sensed uninvited guests. It was the smell of prey. The guy shouted that he needed to act. Yudahi said that they are all good at melee attacks, so they need to get close. When they turned around, they did not see Leo Jin. The girl's brother began to ask where he had disappeared because he had just been there. She thought that if there had been at least one more of them, they would have caught him, deciding to use that idiot as a shield. Approaching the door, they saw that the handle was broken and immediately guessed who did it. Now there's nothing they can do. There is only one thing left. The guy replied that he understood her. If they catch this monster, they will officially become pioneers. The nameless queen began to advance. The guy went first to attack her. The girl noticed that she had few hit points, so a few hits would be enough. Looking at the teamwork, he thought that communication was truly a worthwhile thing. They are now like level 30 tanks. He thought that if he skillfully used the tank's ability, there would not be a single monster that could not be defeated. But there is something to fear about the nameless queen. Brother and sister noticed that her attacks had changed and her speed had increased sharply. They won't be able to avoid all attacks. The girl said that they were accustomed to her past style of attacks. Now it won't be easy to dodge her attacks. As soon as the girl closed her eyes, preparing for the worst, Leo Jin dealt with her. Checkmate, said the guy. The girl started screaming. Did he appear at the very last moment? The guy called him a coward because he showed up at the very last moment. They couldn't escape from there because he broke the door handle. Leo Jin replied that thanks to him, they defeated the boss. And yet it was he who saved their lives. Then a voice was heard that the nameless queen had been defeated. There is another female player within their group. They were able to discover the hidden quest of forgotten ancient ruins. The brother and sister did not understand which female player they were talking about and which hidden quest they were talking about. At some point they again noticed that the brat had escaped. The guy asked if she didn't find it strange that their level didn't get higher, and why didn't anything fall out? Are they done yet? Then something strange began to happen to the girl. The queen asked her to give her body to her, and yet she succeeded. Turning to her brother, she told this brat to kneel before her. Leo Jin said it takes more than 2 people to enter that dungeon. Moreover, at least one of them must be a girl. This was the reason. In order to attack alone, he thought of cheating with those 2, but everything did not go according to plan. Queen of Rhodesia, an ancient state that was destroyed during a war between dragons and demons. The queen shouted that today she would revive the city. She mentally asked her brother for forgiveness. However, her punishment is much stronger than his. At least she will immediately know what the reward for this raid is. The girl did not immediately understand why she had not updated yet. It almost immediately dawned on her what was happening. The raid was still over. The guy asked, "Will they start then?" She began to attack, but all in vain. Seeing the guy on the floor, she asked what he was doing. He replied that he had hit his head and would lie down to rest for a while. The atmosphere around him became tense. He decided that then he himself should not stand like a pillar. The girl didn't understand what he was doing. It looked as if the TR had been going on such raids for more than a decade. She asked him to stop, said enough. The guy asked, "Are your life points already at 0 since the previous battle?" Then he decided to end it. The girl said that she was freed, just don't kill her. Leo Jin replied that he didn't care if she got free. He was going to kill her anyway. The raid on the queen was successfully completed. He cleared out forgotten ancient ruins. A reward is given. Now he has collected everything. Looking at the floor, he said that those idiots left a lot behind. He decided to collect it anyway. She shouted at him not to even try to pick it up. As a result, he decided to collect everything. Leo Jin then hid in a clay pot. Moreover, he wrote it all down. The recording continued all this time. Yu Da-hee had such a face that he couldn't help but take it off. He didn't think at all that he had filmed the entire raid process. He was bored, so he thought of editing it and adding it to the group. But I didn't think this would happen. The guy shouted that the more he thought about that pervert, the more he pissed him off. The girl asked why, because his rage would not change anything. He asked, "Is she laughing?" He made them look like suckers. Yu Da-hee shouted at her brother to shut up. Whose face does he think is all over the internet now? That pervert uploaded a video of himself swearing at just his own face. She said she would find this bastard. Her plans to become the bravest mystic were broken at the very beginning of her journey. On the video, there were words that his first boss was a pretty beauty. She will take revenge on him for this shame. Although this video brought her considerable popularity. A man came in and asked if the guy remembered the one they call Hong. He said that it turns out he works at a construction site. He replied that yes, because he told him that there was no money or work. He then ordered that he be brought there. The guy will make him pay with his body, just like those guys. The top 20 was just around the corner. It was possible to earn more in the game than now, but they have a long way to go before they reach the top 20 and pay off the rent for this room. Besides, he needs to find that pervert in order to destroy him. Team research room about players. The guys watched the video of the raid on B+ rank. They didn't know who it was, but they called him a monster. They didn't understand what kind of crazed pervert he was. Does he mean that a guy won at B+ rank like that? Another said that it was as if he had seen a dance of death. How can they play now if he exists? Another said that he should invite the guy to his father's noodle shop. Running up to them, the director began shouting for them to send a message to the guy from Deadwater right now. He wanted the guy to join their team. Someone asked if one message would be enough. Jia Yan has probably sent him 1,000 messages by now. If they just send a message, they will definitely be in the air. The man sent him a message saying that he would like to join their team. They will pay for whatever he wants. Almost immediately the answer came that he agreed. One of the guys continued to watch the video. He didn't understand what these monstrous movements were. It was like he had raided the boss 1,000 times. The guy was sure that he was one step, not even one, but several steps ahead of him. Floating island. He killed the sewage snake. The voice said that he had found a secret dungeon, a rotting underground channel. Li O-jin covered his nose because there was a terrible smell. To be honest, the guy was shocked. He got more views than he planned. But if you think about it, you could end with the main page of the site. But fortunately, Tennessee found himself in the top of the best gamers. From a different perspective, just because of the 15 years of preparation, it looks easier than drinking water. Did he think too highly of high-level players? The sewer snake eater appeared in front of him. The one who breaks mountains with one blow and inflicts cuts with surgical precision. He only thought about high ranks for so long that he unconsciously underestimated himself. This couldn't go on forever. Pro player, it's not that bad. No wonder he spent so much time. Surely no one else can defeat him. It was a hidden game character, the crying statue of Pygmalion. He greeted the guy in a rotten underground canal. He asked if he could ask the Wanderer to fulfill one of his requests. If he completes it, he will be able to take all the gold that is hidden behind him. Li O-jin wanted to refuse, but Pygmalion asked not to do this and end his suffering. The guy thought, destroying the statue is a simple quest, but if he accepts it, Pygmalion will simply disappear, and the reward will be small. The statue said that if he does not want to destroy it, then let him take revenge on the one who brought him such suffering. Please let him find that damn statue and take revenge on it. This is the crying Galatea. The voice said that he could take the quest. Pygmalion's request. The guy was surprised. Did he actually receive this quest like that? A player named Battle God mentioned this in an interview quite a long time ago. The thing that allowed a player who had been ranked 10 for a long time to rise to rank 1. He began to talk about how he was originally a man, a famous sculptor. The guy replied that it was good, but he was not interested, so he let him pass. Li O-jin thought, great, now he will start the real game. We'll defeat this guy he had so many problems with. Forward to the jungle of chaos. Before he had time to agree, she suddenly appeared. Yu Da-hee. Dodging the blow, the guy asked, is she really attacking him? The girl began to scream that she had finally found this bastard. She is going to take revenge on him for what he did to her. Then he heard voices from the side saying that this was so. They were there too. They are all madly hungry for revenge, which is why he shouldn't get into trouble. He couldn't remember them all, but he caused damage wherever he appeared. The guy asked how they knew he would be there. Yu Da-hee asked if he thought she was sitting idle all this time. Does he think he can hold his own against such a crowd? He had completely memorized the script of her attacks when she was the boss, but killing players might cause some difficulties. However, he is sure of one thing. They're not there just for revenge. Maybe he can use them. When the guy started attacking, they didn't notice that he had disappeared. Li O-jin asked where they were aiming. Calling him a quick bastard, they realized that it was his cloak, not a silhouette. Having asked them to listen to him, he asked if they would accompany him on a secret raid. The man asked what the hell he was talking about. Is he trying to trick them again? The guy replied that he knows what they guys really want. This is information, right? Bosses, hidden dungeons, information about quests, and first passage. That's why they were after him, isn't it? He thinks his outfit is pretty unique, too. In any case, they assumed he could provide them with all this. Special class information. The girl immediately thought about the first ascent. Lee Oh-jin asked, "What are they going to do now? Do they want to go with him?" This is how their team was formed. Yu-chan and Yu Da-hee, twin loan sharks. Lee Dong-bi, Lee Yun-bi, and Lee Jun-bi, three beautiful musketeers. He sent the rest in case there was trouble, and the professional player of the Soul Branch, Ma Tae-gang. It was true he, the god of battle Ma Tae-gan. #1 in the national ranking and the best in the fighter category. It stood right before his eyes. The girl screamed that it was disgusting because there were so many parasites there. She said that in the jungle of chaos, only seedy D-rank monsters appear and asked, "Is there really a hidden dungeon in a place like this?" Lee Oh-jin replied that, of course, they are almost there. The girl asked him who he really was. How does he know that there is a hidden dungeon there? The guy replied that he just found it while walking. She asked him not to lie to her. Dungeons in the game are created by monsters or non-player characters, so even the game masters do not know their exact location. She asked where he was going. "Are you absolutely sure that this is the right way?" After passing through the thicket, the girl saw a circus. She asked him why there was a circus tent there. It was a hidden dungeon, a secret collection of dolls. Having run up, he said that he would go first. Yu Chang asked, "Does this guy want to take everything for himself again?" He entered the hidden dungeon of a secret collection of dolls. The controllers behind the scenes were on alert. The entities on stage awakened. The jesters began their performance. The guy was attacked by a scarecrow killer. C+ rank monsters have appeared. Lee Oh-jin asked, "For guys like them who live to perform, there is nothing worse than the disappearance of the stage, right? For clowns and doll-like monsters, earthquake damage is doubled. They also have a minion attribute, so the damage is doubled. In other words, they guys take 4 times the damage from one hit. What should he do? He wants to be hit. But his body reacts on its own, so he misses again." Lee Jin-bai said that honestly, she doesn't see any flaws in him. When she came to the dungeon and saw the bronze giant, he was already defeated. Even she, as a player, was surprised by his abilities. The girl wanted to see him in action in person, so she joined the raid, but she didn't expect this. The mobs began screaming for the guy to give them some of the items. They said it wasn't much like a group raid. He just kills all these monsters single-handedly. They also want to receive awards. The guys didn't understand why they were whining. They say that everything in a team should be equal. There was still no reason for Ma Tae-gang to be on his side. One of the men said that he hoped the guy wouldn't want to take all these expensive things for himself. Lee Oh-jin replied that he would give them away. He clearly did not expect to hear such an answer. The guy asked them to please distribute them equally among themselves. They're a team, right? They replied that it was clearly better than expected. But the guy added that since they are one team, they should be honest with each other. Yu Da-hee thought that this was impossible. He can't be that kind. He definitely has a skeleton in his closet. He's definitely trying to use them. The man began to ask him to open the door to the next floor. Opening the door, they heard a voice that said that they had entered a hidden dungeon, a secret collection of dolls too. The guy didn't think it would be so spacious inside. The girl asked, "Isn't that cool?" After all, from a distance it looked like a piece of fabric. They would even say that it is too spacious. It looks like a boss room. But their attention was attracted by a statue that stood in the middle of the room. The voice said that the controllers behind the curtains were expressing their anger. They were wondering, is this really the boss room? The voice again reported that the boss had appeared. At some point, one of the mobs was gone. Yu Da-hee shouted that it was her work and that it was not an ordinary statue. "This is definitely a monster. Let him look at her hands. They are covered in blood." Also, she moved. Now it is in a completely different place. Lee Oh-jin thought that, as expected, Ma Tae-gang quickly understood everything. That's right. This boss hasn't been defeated for 5 years since he was found. Weeping Galatea. Weeping Galatea was inspired by the Weeping Angels from Doctor Who. They have been parodied many times. The girl shouted that the statue was the monster. Especially in the game, after Galatea was upgraded, she began to look damn scary. The girls tried to attack her, but it was all in vain. They realized that it was completely indestructible, but how could they defeat it now? It looks like their attacks won't work until the boss starts moving. Yu Da-hee asked if anyone saw her attack. The girl replied that she didn't know when she would start moving, but they definitely wouldn't be able to block her attack. They need to time their attack. Were the guys discussing how they could make it move? Suddenly, Lee O-jin appeared. Calling him a pervert, they began to ask what he was going to do. After all, he was the one who brought them there. "The door is locked. They can't get out. He came there with a plan, didn't he?" The guy replied that there are only two ways to leave this dungeon. The first is to die, and the second is to defeat the crying Galatea. The girls shouted that if they could, they would have won already. "How are they going to defeat her if they can't see her attacks at all?" He asked again, "Are we? When did he say that they would defeat her? The guy will destroy her himself." The man asked, "Then why did he bring them there?" He said that, of course, because they are useful. Let them give him their money. Yu Da-hee asked what he was talking about. The guy asked if she didn't level up at the expense of other players, so she had to pay. He will defeat the crying Galatea, so let him hand over the payment for his survival. The girl's brother shouted that it was his fault that they were stuck there. Lee O-jin didn't force anyone to go there. Aren't they there because of their greed? Let him pay faster. He is sure that the guy does not want to play a staring contest with a monster that is too tough for him. The girl asked how much money he wanted. He replied that 100 million gold would be enough. The guy started screaming. Does he think he can do whatever he wants? There is nothing left of him. The girl thought that her brother was an idiot because he should have calculated the situation. Suddenly, she heard that she would have to pay double. The girl asked why she still had to pay for her brother. Lee O-jin replied, "Because they are family." Pointing the knife towards his throat, she asked him not to play with her. The girl could just share the punishment with the others and finish him off here. How can she trust that he will keep his promise? Lee O-jin replied that if she doesn't trust him, let her bear the deposit. The deposit system makes it possible to deposit the promised amount into the account of a third party until the transaction is completed satisfactorily. In other words, a security deposit. If the payer is not satisfied with the payee, the money is returned to him. The third-party account to which the deposit will be received does not belong to anyone. It is protected by an absolute rule. Also, the guy said that she could take the reward for defeating the crying Galatea. He doesn't claim it at all. Weeping Galatea is a B+ rank boss. Also, due to the advantage of being the first in the world to defeat her, the reward should be at least B+ rank. Of all the items on the market, the current highest rank is C+. The girl thought it was crazy. If they can get it, they will be one step ahead of the rest. Yu Da-hee thought that she couldn't fall for it. Why would he refuse a B+ item? Does this mean he has something better? The guy thought it was a paradox. When he is on a team, he has the right to distribute the rewards from defeating the boss. Also, if he uploads a video of the raid, he can expect to receive views, sponsors, or even advertising revenue. If you leave the raid halfway, the video will automatically be deleted. He can't refuse this. The guy said it was the right choice. They have 6 people, the payment is 100 million, so how much do they need from each? He asked. He wanted them to pay him a total of 100 million, but it seems these guys really want to finish this since he received 100 million from each. She asked him to keep his word. Make sure that you really defeat the crying Galatea, and all the loot from the boss will go to them. They must really want to be pioneers. This is the reason for their success in the future. If he were in their place, he would have given up and died. The guy told them that when he gives the signal, let everyone turn away from the crying Galatea. 5 years later, from the discovery of the crying Galatea, collective thinking, inductive recording, counting every unexpected change, hidden choices. Only after all this, some guys, having come to terms with the possibility of destruction, decided to defeat this terrible and deadly monster. The guy ordered everyone to close their eyes. He looked at the crying Galatea through the bronze shield. This is the only way she awakens. It wasn't long before when she began to attack him again and again. He managed to dodge in time. Weeping Galatea becomes indestructible when someone is looking at her, but when they stop looking at her, she turns into a monster and attacks the nearest player. The most frightening and important fact about the Weeping Galatea is that it is an attention seeker. The guy managed to shout in time for everyone to open their eyes. Opening their eyes, the guys saw that the statue was still standing in place. The guy has already checked everything. His information is reliable. Her attack pattern resets after each stop. He ordered them to close their eyes again. They're in the middle of a raid and their plan involves keeping their eyes closed. In such a strange situation, all team members were haunted by one thought. Everyone was incredibly interested in what was going on there. With one blow to the shield, the crying Galatea severely damaged it. Looking at him, the guy said that, as expected, it was too much for his shield, but he will try to get everything out of it. In his best years, he could defeat even an A+ rank monster single-handedly. He shouted to himself that it was too early for him to die. They all wanted to look so badly, but if they looked, the crying Galatea would turn into a statue again. Besides, who knows how the dead water will react to this should they stand in his way? The girl wondered what would happen if she looked at the boss and immediately closed her eyes. This will hinder his movements, and she will kill him in one hit. Because he's naked, his defense is probably crap. Maybe she should open her eyes after all? They heard a voice that said that he was the first player who managed to finish the crying Galatea raid. Opening her eyes, the girl could not believe what she heard. Did he really do it? In the distance, she saw a statue trying to cover its face with its hands. The guy thanked them for the 700 million. It looks like his bank account will be full again. She felt terrible, but she couldn't help it. Still, it's better than being killed halfway. Yu Dahi didn't understand what was going on. Why were there no awards? The boss is defeated and they still don't have a single reward. They even received a notification that they were the first. Suddenly they heard a voice that the crying Galatea screamed and awakened the body sealed in the statue. The real boss of the upside-down world opened his eyes. The man thought that this thing could not do anything while they were looking at it. If they immobilize her, they can come up with a plan. Medusa is a monster whose legend was passed down from mouth to mouth, and whose existence was hidden by the Devil's Tower. The mere recognition of its existence erases the ideals of magic passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years. The girls noticed that their bodies were turning into stone. Didn't the guy say they should look at her? Why did the scheme turn around so suddenly? Yu Dahi turned to the guy and saw that he was standing with his eyes closed. Calling him a bastard, the girl asked why he didn't tell them. He knew that this would happen. Li Jianbi said she was shocked. She shouldn't interfere in other people's affairs because of her curiosity. The guy said that they wanted to kill him. On days like these, information and experience are as valuable as money. The information and experience gained during these days is well worth the money. So for them, it was a good deal. They even found out the location of the hidden dungeon. Knowing the location wouldn't help them get through it. But now, should he play with Sister Jellyfish? After waking up, the jellyfish does not move for about 30 seconds. Since her specialty is burning mana, you cannot look her in the eye. However, knowing all the patterns of her attacks, he now has an excellent chance as long as he has a bronze shield. Ma Tai Gang appeared in front of him. The guy thought it was impossible. How did he survive? Did he really understand what was happening and close his eyes too? He invited the dead water to fight. This meant that while everyone was absorbed in greed, surprise, or fear because of the new boss, he was the only one who was constantly watching the guy. They started to fight. During the fight, Liu Jin realized that the guy was really strong. He decided that he just needed to calm down and use the increase in movement speed. Ma Tai Gang dealt blow after blow. After another attack, the guy realized that the shield was about to collapse. He relied on one of the red leather feet options. He didn't understand how, after playing for how short a time, it was possible to become so cool. Already now he can quite easily go into a solo raid on C plus a mob. He really is a real monster. The guy said that as he thought, he is not so strong in a one-on-one fight. He can't withstand his attacks with such poor equipment. He shouted that he would end things with the guy. Looking at him, Liu Jin thought so. He was wearing top-end loot. Wanderer's glove, smooth stone armor, victory helmet, Sharpie's boots. He has really expensive loot, but lacks experience. He was a big fan of the battle god Ma Tai Gang. When he defeated countless of the strongest opponents and rose to number 1 in Korea, the guy was even more excited than the rest. How much he rooted for him and called him his mentor, although he was even older than him. The battle god's attack style was firmly ingrained in his mind. A series of blows that he repeated over and over again. How can he forget this? Ma Tai Gang began to attack without inflicting a single blow on the guy. He thought it was impossible. The guy avoids him as if they had already fought 100 times before. He felt as if he were fighting a huge fly. On top of that, the guy's smile irritated him. He wondered if Liu Jin was enjoying the battle. He asked him who the hell he was. A fragile chin, a fatal flaw that forced Ma Tai Gang, a former boxer, to retire. Because of this, he is very sensitive when a guy attacks him in the chin. His points in life were falling. He asked, "What the hell is the guy doing?" As soon as the guy told him that they would see each other, something happened that he did not expect at all. From one blow, the bronze shield shattered into small pieces. He knew that to fight the weeping Galatea, he needed this bronze shield. Ma Tae-gang replied that he would not die alone. Consider it no more, he lost. The guy will get this bronze shield faster than him, and he will kill the jellyfish himself. He said that no one can defeat the monsters that he has not defeated. This greatness resembled the spirit of the mountain, as expected from a hero from another era. He thought that was enough admiration. Lee Oh-jin asked the guy, does he know that he can defeat her with his eyes closed? He asked, what nonsense? How could he defeat a rank A monster with his eyes closed? He replied that there was no time to explain. He'll just watch the video when it comes out. The guy thought that he must be joking. This is impossible. Is he really going to beat her? He mentally decided to return to the pattern of the jellyfish's attacks. The difficulty of enslaving a jellyfish remains the same. 3 active attacks and 1 passive. She attacks randomly. There is a 33% chance of one of the attacks appearing. On top of that, he must anticipate and avoid an attack with his eyes closed. By concentrating on noises, he can hear more than the sounds of his body. After greeting everyone, the guy introduced himself and said that he was Dead Water and was a streamer. Continuing the quest of the crying Galatea, he will challenge the jellyfish. Under normal circumstances, the guy would have used a bronze shield, but due to his companion's betrayal, the shield was destroyed. Should he fight with his eyes closed? He has good hearing, so it should work. He said that the jellyfish has 3 active skills and 1 passive. The first one is Hell's Frost. Ice spikes grow from the floor. Since he cannot see, he must listen carefully. The second is a wave of hellfire. It is burning and spreads like a big fire. Of course, if you don't see this, you need to listen carefully. After dodging these 2 random attacks, you need to crawl across the floor to land a physical attack. Since his eyes were closed, he had to remember exactly where the jellyfish was. And it's time for the third active skill, calling Jormungandr. If you are afraid of its size and your morale is broken, then there is no need to worry. This is just a call. This guy's attack pattern is very simple. Tail strike from above to the right, and twisting of the body down to the right, headbutt, and again repetition. While it is not possible to see, you need to try to calm down. Since he can resist magic, physical attacks are his weak point. To defeat him, you need to be collected and continuously attack. After avoiding the endless hellfire and frost, the angry jellyfish will approach. She will try to use her mana burn passive skill. This means that her life points are almost depleted. Now the question is, should he fight her? He was originally going to use the bronze shield to finish her off, but it is destroyed. However, there is always an alternative. The bronze blade obtained after defeating the nameless queen harbored the queen's great enmity towards the demons and dragons that destroyed her country. Therefore, the item that dropped from it has a distinctive ability against the dragon race. The damage caused will be increased 100 times. Medusa is classified as dragon-like. Snakes and dragons, although they seem different, the methods of fighting them are similar. He thinks there is some kind of error in the jellyfish's settings. The base attack power of the bronze sword is 80 units. If you add to this the one-time boost applied to the dragon tribe, the damage from one hit will increase to 8,000. On top of that, the jellyfish has both serpentine and dark characteristics. She is a monster for whom bronze is her Achilles heel. Therefore, damage of 8,000 units will be increased 4-fold. The attack power of the bronze sword will increase from 80 units to 32,000. And finally, his last attack. He is the first player to complete the jellyfish hunt. This was the world's first solo hunt for her. He is the first to completely clear out the secret collection of dolls. With persistence, fortitude, and a little cunning, he completed the raid. This is all thanks to the companions who always accompanied him. Let them remember that the body is perishable, but the soul is eternal. Soaring thought that there was no need to show them the awards. There are already quite a few ways to deal with the dungeon. He's not sure what's worth publishing. Crouching in front of the jellyfish's head, he waited patiently for 3 hours. Looking at her, he asked, "Do I think this is the end?" He waits. Let him show what she has. She asked if he was still here. Why didn't he leave? The guy asked if she didn't need to tell him something. He waited 3 hours to hear this. Medusa began to say that she could not die like this after she was deceived. Since he is the one who killed her, she is sure he will agree to her request. She began to tell me that originally she was a human. She fell in love with a black dragon and gave birth to his child. Now on her deathbed, she can't stop thinking about this child. He can't die and leave him alone. Therefore, she asks to kill them and send them to the underworld to her. Lee Oh-jin asked, "Is she asking him to kill the child?" Let him not talk nonsense! A voice said that the hidden quest, a mother's love of a jellyfish, had appeared. Either way, he finally got it. Another secret quest with a continuation. He decided to take part in it after all. A key appeared in his hand. He thought that it seems that after accepting the quest, they give an additional item. He didn't know what it was. It turned out to be a dark key. The description said that nothing good would happen if he touched this thing. The woman said that this house costs much less than the average price on the market. He will not be able to find similar offers. The house is fully furnished, so he won't have to spend extra money. There is also a gym and a swimming pool on the 4th floor, free of charge. You can just come and work out. The guy asked if he hoped there were no insects there. The woman replied that of course not, and asked when he plans to move in. The head of Aprika's support team said that his name is Hong Hyun-gun. It was a great honor for him to talk with the guy personally, because he enjoys watching all his broadcasts. Lee Oh-jin asked him to just send him all the information by mail and let him comply with payment deadlines on time. He just uploaded a couple of streams, even published them under a non-exclusive tag. Are they already acting like this? He's sure they want to take over the rights to his streams or offer him cooperation or something like that. They think the guy doesn't understand that he'll be left with nothing. He's been through this before. He won't do it again. Organizations that unite players, streaming platforms, television, none of them can be trusted. At some point, something fell in front of him. The guy asked, what the hell was that? What if a citizen passed there? He didn't get hurt, so he thinks he can forget about it. He knows how to differentiate between play and reality, so he'd better ignore it. Looking at his sister, the guy asked why she broke an excellent monitor. The girl was angry and screamed that she would kill that bastard. She said it was so unfair. He deceived them, but the views on this kid's video continue to grow. She didn't understand how the paid video ended up at the top in the Trends tab. He gained popularity thanks to the jellyfish that they all hunted. The girl was so angry that she felt like her head was on fire. The guy said she was distracted, so she should just calm down. Maybe he'll drink something. The man came in and told the guy that he had returned from a collection event. He saw that his sister was there too. He said that he saw her in the dungeon in a video from a jellyfish hunt. After that, he watched all the videos in which his sister was killed. Now he's a fan of hers. The girl immediately jumped up. The guy began to calm her down and say that she knew that he meant it in a good way. The man said that he also joined their guild and fan club. Turning to her brother, she asked how many members were already in their Yudi guild. He replied that it was about 300. Has Yu Dahi realized that there is a way out after all? Now there's no way Dead Water can get away with this. She'll take care of it. Looking around, the guy found it strange that the king cobra with sharp scales, the horned lizard, and the camelakil, all strong monsters of C+ rank, were dead. He didn't think anyone would visit the dungeon before him. Who the hell got there first? Suddenly, a blue oni appeared in front of him. Leo Jin said that this is a surprise. He is so huge you can bet no one will come close to him. The guy said that he was very lucky because he had business with him. I decided to see how it would go. After about 3 hours, he sorted it out. The guy thought, has a detachment been there? No, it looked like someone was working alone. In addition, he is an archer. Some archer trying to solo raid in the game? He thought that this couldn't be true. Having walked a little further, the guy saw that fire was rapidly approaching in his direction. All he has is a couple of stone slabs and a potion. He is a voice and completely without protection, despite the fact that he almost died in the most stupid way. He must have never fought one before, but this is Gorgon. This monster has everything balanced: strength, speed, endurance, and he also has special abilities. He can even use mana burn. In general, this is clearly a difficult guy. This is the highest level enemy in the game at the moment. Suddenly, an archer appeared next to the monster. The guy wondered, who else is this? It was Drake Cat, a professional player who is at the top not only of the official rankings, mastered the unconventional archer character type, he became the undisputed #1 in the rankings, and many players recognized him as the #1 in the world. That's how he got the nickname 1 in 7 billion. He became so popular in Korea that he even got the cute nickname Drakey. But one day he suddenly disappeared from the game. Nobody knew why he left. He's a real mystery. This made him famous as a legend. The guy saw that he was driven into a corner. Lee Oh-jin saw the gel of snail skeletons on the floor. In addition, there were also sharp thorns. The guy thought it was impossible. In such a short period of time, he could set up such a trap. Gorgon's hit points have decreased to 5%. The guy thought, great, this is his 20th attempt. It's time to take advantage of the 5% chance. The monster began to use mana burning. The guy said that it was very bad. With one precise blow, he finally defeated this Gorgon. Lee Ojin shouted at him to tell the guy not to move because this is not the end. The Gorgon's tail appeared in front of him. Jormungandr, the same spirit imprisoned in a ring. After asking for forgiveness, the guy said that he didn't mean to interrupt. Originally, Meta Drake Cat was supposed to be an archer who caused an earthquake that was created by a barrage of arrows from a long distance, a superior fighting style. The red leather feet were the item he used. If he had defeated the red Oni first and gained the earthquake meta, he might not have had to fight the Gorgon for so long. The guy said that he owed him. If he died there, he would have nothing to do because the game would close access for a while. They have a saying in their family, repay debt twice as much and revenge 10 times as much. Lee Ojin saved his life, so he will definitely save him, twice no less. The #1 player in the world promised to save his life twice. Compared to this, the reward for killing the Gorgon is nothing. He replied that it's good. Well, he'll use it once, probably already now. The guy said he planned to reach the deepest depths of a den of immorality. Drake Cat asked, "But isn't this the bottom floor?" He thought that if the information he had was reliable, then the way there lay behind this altar. Lee Ojin opened the entrance with the same key. The ground began to collapse under our feet. They entered a hidden location, a den of immorality, the 8th floor. A voice warned that the real boss was coming. The guy said, so there really was a hidden floor. He replied that yes, the final monster that he had been pursuing for so long. The son of Medusa, the basilisk, and he needs to kill him. The black dragon imprisoned his son in an underground prison before he could rebel. His mother Medusa, he sealed into a statue. Therefore, after his birth, Basilisk was separated from his mother. All this time, rage towards the black dragon had been accumulating in him. The guy replied that it was quite cruel. Lee Ojin said that by imprisoning his son in the sewer for fear of being usurped, the black dragon is clearly a coward. Drake Cat replied that he didn't know about this hidden boss. Having shot from a bow, the guy saw that nothing had happened. Ojin replied that it was all because of his ability of immorality. This is a passive skill that returns 90% of the damage to the attacker. His defense is high, so he won't take much damage anyway, but this skill is annoying. The guy shouted that he was about to breathe out, so let him dodge. Drake Cat replied that it was a strong poison. He can take damage from simple exposure. Lee Ojin shouted that he would go first. The entire 8th floor was filled with poison. There was absolutely no place to stand. He was wondering what the guy was up to. The guy said that immunity to Jormungandr's poisons is beyond his wildest dreams. There won't be any problems with the poison as long as it's there. He struck again and again, but in vain. At some point, the basilisk almost grabbed him, but Drake came to the rescue. He shouted that even with immunity to poison, they would not last long. He answered exactly what, so now they need to run away. They need to rise as high as possible. This guy hunts his attackers to the very end. They can't give up. Drake added that he has excellent defense, the ability to reflect damage, and me too. His life points are also incredibly high. Just as he thought, they should return more prepared. The guy asked, "What is he saying?" He did tell him. Drake asked if he was really going to hunt him, but is he sure that he can survive its poison? Lee Ojin replied that he was actually thinking about it. Exiting the dungeon through the basement will take approximately 2.5 hours, plus the time it will take to finally reduce his hit points with targeted damage, together for about 3 hours. This should have seriously weakened him. But is it possible to avoid the basilisk's venom for so long? The guy shouted that there was a way out. He would see for himself if he went with him. Drake replied that he would trust him. 6th floor! The guy shouted that the sound was spraying poison. Let him hurry up and jump to the 5th floor. Drake asked how he could differentiate between spraying poison and exhaling it. Lee Ojin replied that it can be understood by the sounds, obviously. His tongue moves up and down before exhaling and slightly right to left before spraying. 5th floor. The guy said that the sound of the 3rd octave is grenades made of scales. All the scales fly at an angle of 450, so you just need to lie down. 4th floor. Drake said that every monster on this level could destroy enemies simply by breathing out poison. The guy replied that they were all so strong that he could not kill a single one. 3rd floor. He thought about it because the monster still had 80% of its hit points left. In the meantime, there is less than half left to go. The guy shouted to him that if he stood still, he would be caught. He thought that now is the time. They ran between the columns. The guy thought, are the antics on the other side? Why there? Lee Oh-jin said, "Great, just in time. Thanks to him, he can buy some time." A blue Oni appeared in front of him. Seeing each other, the enemies began to attack. Drake asked, "Did the guy really think this through?" He replied that of course, fortunately, they arrived just in time for the blue Oni to regenerate. He simply attacks everyone on his territory, even if this creature is a basilisk, which is 10,000 times stronger. Additionally, his strength is enough to mistakenly classify him as a rank higher than C+. The guy shouted that it was great. He won 10 seconds for them. Vasilix's life points were now 50%. They have dropped significantly. They should give it a try. First floor. Drake said that the monster is still more alive than all the living. It's a shame, of course, but they did everything they could. The guy asked what he was talking about. They've exhausted themselves so much to get there. Can they give up now? His secret item, which he had been patiently preparing all this time. His finest hour has come. His preparations for a full-scale dungeon raid are finally complete. Everything went according to plan, which he was incredibly happy about. Let him taste the most devastating area of effect attacks that only monster capabilities can offer. From one blow, the ground under the monster's feet began to crack. At some point, he completely failed. Drake said it was clearly a terrifying force. A den of immorality is essentially a deep pit. There is a ton of space between each floor. The basilisk fell from the first floor to the second. Wouldn't this cause a huge decrease in hit points? During an attack, his immorality trait will reflect damage to everything around him, but they are already weakened due to the rampage of the basilisk, and its poison is everywhere. Now all this is also affected by the fall, so while the floor beneath him will collapse floor by floor, falling lower and lower with each floor, he will lose a lot of life points. The floor will collapse up to the 8th floor, and as a result, the basilisk will return exactly to where it all started. As a result, it will take the guy a long time to get back up. By then, the chisel's targeted damage should finish him off. From now on, it was a battle against time. The guy suggested, just in case, to throw stones down while I wait. Jormungandr was quite a useful ally. Drake was thinking about grabbing some popcorn. As a result, the voice said that they were the first players to complete the basilisk raid. As a reward, they received the Heart of Immorality. The guy had to go down to the 8th floor again. He never thought he would receive something so unexpected. Drake said that he didn't do anything, so he feels bad about his name being included in the raid cleanup. The guy replied that it was great for an impromptu team, but that comes later. Since he doesn't know the layout of this dungeon, would you mind helping him collect the dropped items? The guy replied that there was no need to ask. If there is something else he wants to do, don't be shy and say it. He asked the guy earlier when he entered his name into the rating. The guy wrote dead water? Lee Oh-jin replied that yes, but what? Drake said that recently many large guilds ordered his assassination. He asked what exactly the guy meant. He didn't do anything. He replied that he also received a request with a reward. He began to say that this was ridiculous because there was not a single accusation with which he agreed. It looks like a lot of people will come for him. How about laying low for a while? Laughing, he asked, "Do they want to catch him?" He was interested in imagining the faces of all those newcomers who would surround him like chickens. "Isn't this exciting?" The guy asked. Getting rid of them early wouldn't be such a bad thing, right? Yudahi shouted, "Have they all forgotten why they came there? Let them not waste their energy. Today they have a common task and only one goal. They must kill Dead Water." The girl suggested that they not lose precious life points fighting against each other. She asked who they should point their blades at. Everyone unanimously answered, Dead Water. She asked again who should feel their revenge. They again answered that it was Dead Water. Yu-chan, ask your sister how she found so many people. He knows that there is a squad that they hired from a secret fan club, but there are no more than 100 people in it, and there are more than 500 there. The girl replied that they were not the only ones there. Many Chinese tops also came. The guy asked why Chinese. She said that recently, a Chinese rich man named Yingxi personally announced a large reward for the head of that idiot. The girl thinks that the Chinese players are unhappy that the Koreans are pulling the blanket over themselves. She said that there are 3 main forces. Their guild is Yudi, the Incheon Alliance Guild, and bounty hunters from Yinsi. All the people gathered there to catch Dead Water. She was even embarrassed by how strong they were, but they will get rid of it with confidence. Looking at the man, she said that thanks to him, they would be able to find him. As the head of the guild, she is grateful to him, Drake Cat. The guy replied that they had to unite for a while, so he knows a little about him. Yu-da-hee said that she understood what he was getting at. By the way, how did he find out his current location? He said that he was pursuing him, because he also received information from the Players' League. The girl asked what he wants in return. Drake Cat replied that it was money. Is he planning to kill him and get a reward from both them and the Chinese? He said that due to some circumstances, he could not receive a reward from the Chinese. He will transfer the entire amount received to their guild. So please let them pay him everything. She thought that he was not in the official rankings, so she did not know his level. But he is already famous in the underground gaming world. As long as he doesn't oppose Yudi's guild, it might work. The girl said that it would be great only if he definitely kills him. Turning around, she promised to see him later. He asked her to stay and asked if she was going to kill him and be done with it. The next day, everyone shouted for him to come out already. They won't incinerate it, and they'll cook themselves a roast. She spent a lot of money to get this lightning strike scroll. Can't let him die until he personally pierces him with his sword. As soon as they saw something appear, they immediately struck. The girl thought it worked, but what they saw shocked them. There turned out to be a bunch of crap. Suddenly, this very heap turned into a camel. The man began to shout what he thought. He saw a huge turd, and now there was a camel. Did they attack a camel? The girl couldn't believe it. But what if they received false information? So she used the expensive scroll just for the sake of the camel. Suddenly, she felt an earthquake under her feet. Leo Jin shouted that they asked for it. It was a gift from him. Let them enjoy the horror of their first meeting with an underground monster. Looking up, the man asked, "Wasn't it daytime?" It got dark too quickly. The girl didn't understand what it was all about. The underground monster began to throw people in different directions, the day before the raid on Dead Water. The guy asked if he received all the rewards. Drake Cat replied that yes, the United Guilds actually wanted to stab each other in the back. They all put a price on the heads of the group leaders. Leo Jin replied that of course he expected this from them. He asked if the guy had spread the word that he would be there at 2 o'clock. He replied that yes, they fell for it even easier than they thought. He's not affiliated with any of the groups, so they must assume the guy has no reason to lie to them. As long as he fights these 3 guilds tomorrow, the guy can remove the targets from the list and receive a reward. Drake Cat asked if this is what he planned. Hundreds of people have already gathered there. Tomorrow there will be even more of them. The guy replied, yes, each of them is an experienced player, and they all gathered to kill him. Insi from the Chinese player base only made matters worse. The girl screamed for them not to panic. The sandworm is an earth or mud type monster. This means that ice damage will be quadrupled. She ordered the magicians to use ice attacks at once. Let them gather all the guild members. This is an A+ rank monster. The brother told the girl that after spreading the news about the monsters, they would receive more benefits. When the people who started the battle soon die, a new wave of teams will end up taking their place. Suddenly, Jang Tae-ik approached the girl. He said that it immediately goes into a defensive position. If they can support the attack, it will definitely not survive. And to be honest, after completing the mission, he has something to tell her. Before he could finish speaking, an arrow suddenly landed on his head. The girl immediately realized that it was Drake Cat. She asked, even if he couldn't finish off the Dead Water, why did he kill Jang Tae-ik now? Now she will have to team up with someone else, even if they are almost all dead weight. Suddenly, the arrow flew towards her brother. She realized that the guy was initially on the side of Dead Water. Even if a newbie like him managed to defeat a sandworm, this targeted approach worked well. No one realized that he had called Jormungandr to hide, thanks to his immunity to magic. For a monster, it has low resistance to physical attacks. Everything would be much easier if they had an archer. In the midst of the confusion, he attacked and awakened the sandworm. As for you, who has a bounty on his head, they should have come for him. But now the crowd of newcomers seems to have lingered. The men rejoiced that they had defeated an A+ rank monster. Leo Jin replied that no, they did not win. It was he who won. They started asking what nonsense that brat was talking about. Does he want to take their loot for himself? The guy thought that he would not have been able to do this if they had not helped complete the task. By the way, he couldn't believe that he actually defeated the sandworm. In his previous life, the sandworm was first defeated only 5 years after the game's release. Now, only 6 months have passed since the game launched, which is 10 times faster. The girl shouted that the Dead Water had weakened its defenses, and she began to attack. She thought that with such crappy protection, he would not survive. Suddenly, the girl noticed that his skin was covered with something black. Leo Jin asked the girl if she doesn't look at someone's body too openly. How shameless! From one blow, she flew to the side. The girl did not understand why the hell she received damage. She couldn't believe it. It was a reflection of a blow. Of course he had to worry, but this relic is amazing. The trait of immorality reflects more than 90% of the damage dealt to the attacker. Running up to him, Drake Cat asked if he was okay. Wasn't he critically damaged? How did he even survive? The guy replied that it was nothing. We can say that he is fully armed. Since all the guys who attacked the sandworm were killed, the pinpoint damage it dealt finished off the monster and made him the only player to defeat it. Thanks to this, he received another wonderful item. It was the skin of a sandworm. A sandworm's passive skill known as Fortitude. It activates if the Shroud's user has full hit points before dealing damage, and always leaves 1 hit point if the wearer receives damage exceeding 10,000 points. In other words, even if a meteorite destroyed the entire planet, he would survive with 1 hit point to spare. With those 3 items, he wouldn't even need any more regeneration potions. He couldn't believe that he had snatched 2 of the top 3 items he was aiming for. He asked the guy to look carefully and asked, "Isn't it cool?" Drake replied that all he sees is a pervert in a black leather suit and cape. It definitely won't be boring with him, so he will continue to follow him. Drake Cat asked. The guy, by the way, noticed that Yu-Da-He is a very skilled question mark. She was able to dodge all of his arrows, escaped, and even tried to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, he heard a cry to stand still. It was their sandworm. First, he dressed up like a pervert, and now he wants to take away their loot? He can't steal their reward right in front of their noses. The guy thought, isn't it too late for this? It turns out that they guys were hiding from this monster but showed up to complain. Turning to the guy, he said that they were leaving. The man saw that they had disappeared. The guys simply hid under the skin of a sandworm. Leo Jin said that he is sure that they are newbies with 6 months of experience, so this disguise will be enough. Now they will go to a safe place to exit the game. And this concludes his review of the Red Oni, one of the 3 main bosses in the beginner zone. Next time, he will talk about the long sword of the Needle King Cobra. The guys admired it and said it was amazing. They didn't understand how he could explain so well while he was fighting the Oni. Approaching the guy, he asked what he was talking about last time. He would like to know if the guy got them? Ma Tae-gong replied that he had them. Let him prepare the money. He walked and talked about how he couldn't continue to earn so little. Groups of professional players prohibit their members from participating in other commercial projects. The regulations monopolize the players. Because he left school, he can't go anywhere. When he tried to stay in the dorms, it was annoying because all the seniors did was gather all the juniors and force them to do everything for them. The house is empty because his parents work day and night to pay for his younger sister's treatment. He wants to make his debut quickly so he can compete in tournaments. But thanks to his history and the school's interference, even that will be difficult. Since he is a rookie who hasn't even made his debut, he can't get anything from sponsorship or advertising. The guy has to earn money somehow. For the first time in a long time, the guy decided to come visit his uncle. I turned to him. My uncle asked, "Doesn't he think he has already crossed the line?" My uncle said that he was already at the age to go to college, find a job, and become completely independent. Does he expect them to still pay bills and fuss over him? Let him look at his cousins. They have not relied on their parents since the time they started attending school. How well did he study? Uncle kept shouting that no, he just sat and played his stupid games. Now he sees the difference between himself and those who have real jobs? Looking at him, the guy thought, who knew that he would make a speech to pretend that he was actually protecting him. The man said that it was better to return to general problems. They need to discuss it all together. The matter concerns his grandfather's inheritance. This should not be a surprise since they all know that he is no longer with them. Looking at them, Leo Jin asked, "How long does he have left?" The man replied that he believed there were 20 and 2 zeros next to them. Since the guy was not good at math, he thought that 200 million. My uncle started screaming. Does he think that so much money is a joke? The guy is too inadequate to understand what it means to have that much money. The guy thought, only 2,000? It looks like I was hoping in vain. He wondered how they would react if they found out that he made 400 million in 3 months. However, the man said that the paperwork seemed quite complicated. In this case, he asked permission to help them. Leo Jin said that he will submit these documents to the district office, ask them to survey the geographical area, and issue documents for land distribution. This shouldn't take long. The uncle began to shout, "Why the hell is he interfering in the conversations of adults?" The guy replied that he just wanted to offer his help, but if they don't want to involve him, then it's okay. He said it appears the probate request has still not been received from the local courts, so the entire process could take at least a week. If he goes to the registration department later and takes the registration number, the inheritance will have a new number. Only after this, the registration process of inheritance will be transferred to them, but they will need to prepare an application for transfer of land and an official stamp in advance. They will also need to select the desired seal and a suitable representative to oversee the process. The cousins said that if they thought like that, they could really use his help. They will leave the worries of inheritance to him, learned in a previous life after his uncle set him up. The cousin said that, by the way, he asked what the guy is doing these days. Shouldn't he go to college? One of the cousins said that, yes, he is 21, so it is a little late. But probably if he starts studying now, he will still be able to take a place at a lower level. The second one didn't mind studying with him if he didn't know how to study. He must go to college at any cost. The uncle started yelling at the girls. Were they on the phone all this time? They seemed to be glued to these screens. Want to end up like their cousin Leo Jin? He has already started taking care of the children. The guy already knows how much pressure they will be under from their parents. He recalled the words that their brothers became doctors and lawyers. Do they think it's enough for them to work all night long? They should be doctors and lawyers like their brothers. It's for their own good. But 15 years later, the older brother, a paid medical practitioner, caused a major medical scandal and became an alcoholic after being fired from the hospital. The younger brother, who became a lawyer, saw his business fail and got divorced thanks to his trademark arrogance. After all, they had used up all of his uncle's severance pay and pension fund. They even tried to encroach on his property as well, but he will not return to his previous life. He will not allow this to happen. Suddenly, my uncle heard the noise of an approaching car and asked if not everyone had arrived. He started shouting, "Why the hell does someone park so loudly near someone else's house? If they want to park, they can do it elsewhere." It turned out to be a truck. After asking his uncle for forgiveness, Leo Jin said that this was for him. The man told the customer that his order had arrived. Everyone stood with their mouths open. The guy signed, thanked the man, and said that the service was unique. Looking at his uncle, the guy said that they had discussed everything important about the inheritance, so if other problems arise, let them contact him. He has important things to do. So he went. The uncle saw that the children were staring at their phones again. He started shouting how many times he told them to study if they didn't want to become like Leo Jin. The children responded that they wanted to be cool like him. The guy thought it was really a waste of time. He tried to give them a chance. In any case, this moment has come. The big event that everyone was waiting for. The Asian Toto League is finally starting. The man thanked everyone for joining them today. He asked whose peremptory victory would bring the player the grand prize of 1 billion won. Today's match has already begun. This is the first match in honor of the opening of the event. The first player, a member of a private league with impressive skills and a past record of defeating opponents in the tournament. Number 48, PC Joe. On the other side, their event newcomer, number 9, Matios. Everyone was in anticipation because they didn't know how the guy would show himself. People screamed with delight. They knew who PC Joe was, but they didn't know at all who his opponent was. Didn't they hear his Korean accent when he spoke earlier? The temporary avatar acted to hide the participant's identity. Someone said that it was impossible for him to bet on Korea. Japan would definitely not lose. He was allowed to start the battle. PC Joe told the guy that it would all be over in a jiffy. Fast movements, quick plays. After the first blow received, Matios saw that the opponent could not even react. He began to attack again and again. The man said it was incredible. Against all expectations, the fan favorite, PC Joe, was defeated. Number 9, Matios, took the win. The guy thought that this was expected. In such tournaments, you have to hide your identity, and therefore use standard patterns of attacks from fake avatars. A bunch of no-names awkwardly adapting to unfamiliar equipment is not a problem. The man said that it's okay to lose money, but don't be so sad. Now the guy better try to win the next fight. He thought that out of a total of 50 participants, 25 survived. Another 12 people dropped out, then only 7 remained. Being among 3 participants who claim prize money, he needs to win 3 more times. They announced that the next confrontation would begin soon. Seeing the next participant, the guy thought it was dead water. Just don't tell him that this guy is there too. Mate Gang couldn't believe it was him. After all, when they met, he clearly was not 2 meters tall. Compared to their last meeting in the dungeon, his height had changed by at least 20 centimeters. The battle has begun. The enemy told him to come closer. Not a single blow of his would reach the target. They began to attack each other. The guy noticed that the enemy was missing too many blows. I began to remember that he was a melee player, but chose the ranged style. He probably doesn't have enough hit points. The guy has the advantage of a large supply of life points. Not to mention that this guy's speed is much lower than the real one. How dare he pretend to be naked in front of him? He definitely asked for it himself. The enemy noticed that the guy became even faster. Everyone started asking each other, "Is this guy a professional player?" They admired his fiery fists. The fire fists were fully charged. This was the attack that the guy was really looking forward to. Now let him receive it. He didn't understand. Is dead water really that weak? Did he come there for 2 rounds? The man flew away from the blow. The one who was able to beat him in a one-on-one duel, which the guy considered impossible. Someone who was able to complete dungeon raids on their own and succeed where professional players failed. Doesn't he even lack part of the aura? Mate Gang shouted at him to reveal his face. Opening his mask, the guy saw that his opponent was not dead water. People didn't understand how this was possible. He turned out to be the ruler of Western Chu, Kos. This is a professional player who is ranked 3rd in China and 6th in Asia. He said he was tired of hiding his style. He asked, in a situation like this, it would be pointless to give up victory, right? The guy will receive a cash prize, but the bettors will cut him off. Now let the baby come to him. This time, everything will be different. After the next blow, the enemy asked, did he decide to tickle him? Didn't the man say that this time it's serious? Mate Gang realized that he was too strong. If he hits for real, then his end is too close. And besides, despite its size, it is too fast. First, he must create distance. The enemy asked, was the little Korean scared? Let him come. He doesn't bite. He will show him the strength of Great China. The guy thought that the man was making a long-range attack, but as it turned out, after another blow, he ended up behind him and swung his sword. Mate Gang managed to stop his blow. The enemy said that it looks like his life points are running out. What will the little Korean do next? Come on, let him answer. What will he do next? Unable to withstand this attack, the guy shouted stop and said that he was giving up. People were discussing the look on the guy's face when he gave up, and they were very interested in what a professional player with a 6-figure salary was doing there. The guy walked and thought that it was a waste of time. And the Lord of the West, Kos, really impressed him. Close combat using an overwhelming amount of physical attacks. And this speed, even his attempt to pretend to be dead water, only succeeded because he was confident in his fighting style, using evasion completely opposite to his own. He wondered who would win if he faced real dead water. He couldn't earn a penny this time. He was annoyed. He thinks he should take this as a learning experience. One of the players greeted the guy. He immediately wondered who it was and whether he even knew him. The player said that he was curious about something. Previously, it would have been the end for him if the guy hit him in the stomach. But why did he keep attacking him in the chin? Why did you make such a mistake at such an important time? Turning around, he said that he didn't understand what the player was talking about, and why did he even care about his fight? Then he asked permission to say one thing. In the next round of betting, let him bet all in. It's time for the next fight. Participant number 21, dead water against participant number 3, Kos. Scratching his ear, the man said that Koreans have no courage. Extending his hand towards his opponent, Kosi said that since he was so confident in himself, let him begin. The man felt the arena shake under his feet. He did not understand what was happening. I couldn't stand on my feet at all. Deadwater replied that he had begun. All his broadcasts become popular. Each of them receives more than 1 million views immediately after publication. The sponsorship and advertising revenue he receives is quite impressive. However, such income is not enough for his plans for the future. He has a long way to go. He thought there had to be a better and more profitable way than just streaming dungeon raids. Then a paper comes into his hands. Private and illegal tournament for players. Toto League. He still remembers all the players from the rankings, so he knows with almost 100% certainty who will win and who will not. In short, victory is in his pocket. He joined the league to bet on the winners and losers of each match. Seeing Mate Gang, he was surprised that the guy had registered in the illegal players league. He didn't think that this could happen. Judging by the incredible height and nationality of his opponent, this is probably the overlord of Western Chu. It is not surprising that such rumors spread, since he actually participated in an illegal league. Liu Jin said that Tucson is undoubtedly still #1 in Asia, but at this moment, the Lord was the one. He may be a fan of Tucson, but the money he bet is on the line. He shouted, "Why is that idiot coming to the defense? What's his problem? Deadwater cannot give up so quickly." The guy didn't understand why he suddenly changed the trajectory of the blow. Be that as it may, he will be able to keep his 3 million, thanks to Tusen's mistake. As a result, his next opponent will definitely create a stir. He realized that they have great attack power, but after a successful attack, the recoil causes the player to be paralyzed for 0.5 seconds. That's why he wanted to deal with powerful attacks from a distance. It turns out that the best tactic against this guy is close combat. In close combat, 0.5 seconds is an eternity. The enemy understood that the attack was long range. He needs to close the distance. Deadwater said that he was very sorry, but he would not let this happen. He won't be able to escape from it. The man realized that another earthquake was about to happen. He asked, how can Deadwater still do this? Having fallen, he felt that the earth was turning into sand. This was Anlion's special bone skill, Whirlwind. Ma Dongwan, when he was thinking about who he would become in this league, a specific person appeared in his head. In fact, he was the symbol of the macho game. Along with Ma Tae-gang, he was one of the top players in the Korean rankings. But unlike Tuxin, Ma Dongwan was unable to earn recognition. Just a year after his debut, he was quickly forgotten in the gaming industry when he was found to be involved in a match-fixing scandal. Because of him, the Pro League almost experienced a terrible crisis. A year and a half passed before he was allowed to participate again. The guy already knows what skills Ma Dongwan will use for his debut. His actions really hurt both the leagues and the fans, which is why the guy is using them now. The enemy realized that this was not just an earthquake, his body was being pulled into the center. If he screws up when attacking, the guy will not miss this chance. Grabbing him, the Deadwater repeated, he told him that he could not escape from him. The man thought it was impossible. Deadwater asked what it was. Did he say anything? Maybe it's because of his big frame, but he carries himself well. The enemy was defeated with one crushing blow. Did the presenter not understand what just happened? He didn't even think it was possible to fight like this. People repeated that this is an overwhelming force. Underdog burst into the rankings again. Ma Tae-gang said that so much time has passed. No, the more important thing is that it was just amazing. Cafe in Gangnam area. The girl wondered if she had come too early because she was so worried. This was the youngest producer of the Rags to Riches program. She was checking to see if her makeup was okay. She still found it hard to believe. She never thought he would answer her. The girl was wondering what kind of person Mr. Deadwater is. This meeting was organized not long ago, when a response came to a letter sent without much hope. He's someone she came across while searching for a guest for her show Rags to Riches. Streamer Deadwater, the person who took first place in the ratings of all broadcast platforms. His incredible control over his own skills brought him international fame. Famous brands are already trying to launch advertising on his channel. Before anyone knew it, he was already a celebrity. She wondered if a person like him would answer her letter. Trying is not torture. She just had to try. The girl was simply sure that he would ignore the proposal. It was difficult for her to believe that a star of such a level agreed to participate in a new show on a small television and radio station, especially considering that Rags to Riches does not have such high ratings. Thanks to this, for the first time in a long time, everyone was excited. She was so worried that she doesn't know if she will be able to speak at all. It's better not to shake things up too much or with strange pronunciation. Seeing him, she shouted here with a straw in her mouth. Looking at her, the guy couldn't understand why she was talking with a straw in her mouth. Approaching her, the girl said that she was glad to meet Mr. Deadwater. The guy told her that there was no need to stare like that. Having asked for forgiveness, she replied that it was unusual to see him without clothes because usually he is naked. Lee Oh-jin replied that it was in the game, but they were in reality. Suddenly he realized that she had arrived 2 hours earlier. Maybe he remembered the time incorrectly, but he came there according to the information in her email. He thought that he had not seen the girl from the poster for a long time. The guy said that he had already thought about content for broadcast, but he thinks it will be difficult to broadcast it in good quality with his current equipment. Therefore, he wants to get help from experts. This is a project that he wants to show his viewers in a good quality video. He remembered that unfortunately, after 5 years, the company will face management difficulties and will be forced to merge with Chinese investors. Only after the prince's popularity increases, without being able to capitalize on its potential, the company will disband. The girl said that their director was his big fan. She wanted to meet him so much. The guy replied that there was no need to exaggerate. If he wanted to see him, he would have come in person. She replied that it was true. When he heard about his answer, he had a heart attack and was taken to the hospital. That's why he didn't come. Don't let it screw up this time. She asked what type of content he plans to make. He replied that she was impatient and asked if they would be disappointed. The girl replied that this is what the dead water came in, it is impossible for her to be disappointed. No matter what he does, it will top the charts. He wondered if she would have said this even if he was standing there picking his nose. The guy came there, thinking about how he could convince them, but it seems that there is no need. He told the girl that he was going to go through the Tomb of the Brave. This is a tower with 108 floors and an event dungeon, a place where players compete to see who can climb higher in the least amount of time. At the moment, this is the most popular event. It features fierce competition between players from several world rankings. She said that now the first place in the ratings is occupied by a raid carried out by an alliance from France, the USA, and Korea, but they only reached the 45th floor. The record was set 6 months after the opening, but no one was able to beat it even after another 4 months. The guy realized that when it comes to playing, she becomes very talkative. The girl said that this would definitely be great content. If it is him, dead water, then he will even be able to reach the 46th floor of hell. No matter what others say, he is not the official #1 in Korea. If this broadcast is successful, the prince will have a chance to go viral. He wondered if she was too confident. Of course, he has another reason. 1 week later, the guy stood in front of the very Tomb of the Brave. He asked the girl if the broadcast was going on now. The girl replied that no, she couldn't go on air right away. After recording the video in a good format, she needs to do the timing, write subtitles, and also edit the frames. In general, a lot of work. Tomb of the Brave is an event dungeon, created in the likeness of the 108 earthly scourges. Participants need to defeat monsters that multiply on each floor. Monster ranks increase depending on floors. Even after 15 years, this place has not been completely cleared. The last thing he remembers from the future is the news that the 106th floor has been cleared. It's been 10 months since the game launched. At the moment, the record is still the same, 45th floor. Of course, it would be nice to break the record. But in reality, he is not interested in increasing the ranks. His real goal is to find a clue to obtain the last of the 3 artifacts. The guy said he hates standing still. Can they start? Let him watch and enjoy how he breaks all records. He shouted that the world record was waiting for them. Under no circumstances should he give up. If this continues, he will die. He might lose. He's been overtaken by a bunch of nerds. Leo Jin must defeat them. Hong Younghua asked what the hell was that? The guy shouted that he had won. It was the Slime Queen. The guy said he was close to giving up. The girl replied that it was just regular slime. She asked how he could spend 2 whole hours fighting the Slime Queen. What does she mean? He said that the Slime Queen is a monster with the widest range of attacks in the game. There is no strategy for evading his special attack, packing the pudding. If he were to fall into the area of her attack, he would certainly be flattened. She replied that he did a very good job. He thought that he had lost too much time on the first floor. He said that since they defeated a relatively cunning monster, it should be easier in the future and asked if they should continue in the same spirit. She replied, "Yes, please." Leo Jin climbed to the 46th floor of the Tomb of the Braves. The girl screamed that this was madness. It passed without damage. I ran from floor 2 to floor 46 without taking any damage. Kaidomaru appeared in front of him. The guy told the monster that they had not seen each other for a long time. He did not expect that this monster would appear there, an unexpected bonus for him. One of the features of Vasilix is its poison. It poisons the blood of the one you aim at. Leo Jin asked, "Is it on fire?" This is the poison of the basilisk, a monster that is 2 ranks higher than him. As he thought, his physical strength is incredible, but his attacks are too easy to predict. The outcome of this battle is determined. One of Kaidomaru's characteristics is stealth. Their habit of hanging upside down from the ceiling like bats doesn't seem like a natural feature given their size. This is why other players get too close and allow the first blow. However, they cannot hide their characteristic smell. The monster attacked again and again. With another such attack, Leo Jin dealt him a fatal blow. The guy said that his surprise attack failed before it even started. He had no chance, so let him die in the shadows. The voice said that for the first time among all the servers, the boss of the 46th floor of the Tomb of the Braves was defeated. Does he want to receive a reward? The girl began to shout that this was truly amazing. For the first time in history, the 46th floor had been passed. He even passed the previous 45th floor, which is called the floor of hell. The test that even the top players in France, the USA, and Korea could not pass was precisely him. Dead water. She couldn't believe that history was being made before her eyes. The guy replied that there were 108 floors in all. He only climbed 46. The girl said that this was a new record. An object appeared before the guy's eyes. It was Kaidamaru's essence, which has fusion power and B+ rank. Manhwa asked, "Is the material item only rank B+? Doesn't look like a good drop." The guy replied that he was not that bad. An entity item can replace any fusion material. The voice said that the merging of objects had begun. Let him not interrupt the process. The girl did not know that such a possibility existed. For the first time in her life, she saw the merging of objects. Leo Jin asked, "With this, the stream ratings will be guaranteed to be high, right?" The girl was happy. The world's first clearing of the 46th floor was also a merging of objects. The audience will give a standing ovation. The guy thought it was time for him to show up. He must get what is the key to the last of the 3 artifacts. It was worth coming this far. He climbed to the 47th floor of the Tomb of the Brave. A slutty succubus appeared in front of him. The guy was attacked. Manhwa asked where it was from. She couldn't believe that he had avoided it. Smiling, the guy thought that she had arrived. How long had he waited for this moment? A slutty succubus appeared in front of him. The girl said that the succubus is a beauty. She clearly doesn't look any weaker than the previous bosses. Leo Jin replied that he would go. She has her own peculiarity. Such monsters are divided into 2 types, those who attack with physical force and those who use magic. Once you select one, you cannot change it back. He chose a demon with a physical attack. If it were magic, then most attacks could be neutralized by Jormungandr. The guy thought it was good. She had very high speed. It was difficult for him to escape due to the shockwaves. The further I pulled it, the worse it got. He had no choice. There is one dangerous way, but it's all or nothing. Even if everything goes smoothly, he doesn't know if he can win. He uses the skin of a sandworm and the launch of Perun. The girl replied that she did not know what he did, but it seemed that the attack did not work. She is fast and also attacks physically. She was wondering how to catch her in general. Leo Jin replied that everything is fine, because physical attacks take a long time to recover. Manhwa replied that the question is, will he be able to attack her at this time? It was the fastest monster she had ever met. The girl shouted at him that she was attacking again. He thought that first. He needed to deal with her speed. It's a little early, of course, but he's using his secret weapon. It was the same slime essence. The girl began to ask what he was doing. Wants a warning from the Korean Communications Commission. How can he even do something like that? The guy asked, what does she suggest he do? Subak is too fast. The guy asked, so what? He only sees Subak standing covered in sticky substance. Doesn't that make her a pervert? She shouted that he had no shame since he was making her a pervert. Manhwa seems like her attacks have only gotten stronger. Leo Jin said that most likely this is due to one of the characteristics, increased sexual desire. The girl asked, what kind of feature is this? The guy said that if she gets into an abnormal situation, it will increase her strength. And I was also outraged by the slime. She wondered if she was just angry that some guy had spilled some damn shit on her. He thought that in any case the speed had decreased and hoped that this thing would buy him time. The voice said that the merging of objects was completed. The guy said it was just in time. These were boots made of Kaidamaru leather. The advantage of fusion items is that you can create an item at a higher level. The special feature of these boots is running on lava. Wherever you put your foot, everything will be on fire. He decided to turn everything into lava. This is the energy that will turn everything within a radius of 10 meters into lava with just one step. But he was only focused on the succubus's body. This was used during the golden years of King Maiden, with earthquakes and floods. Looking at the shoes, the guy said that they were pretty impressive. Should he adopt the style of King Maiden, he needs to be more careful. The girl began to scream that she had been caught, and the audience would also be shocked. For the first time, the 47th floor was cleared. We defeated a B+ ranked monster that we couldn't catch one-on-one, and also a ranked item. Sword, level B+. She said that if you put it up for auction, it will attract a lot of attention. He is the very first player to ascend to the 48th floor of the Tomb of the Brave. She asked how he felt. How high does he plan to go? The guy said he just walked away. As it turned out, Yu Da-hee started broadcasting her own broadcast. She walked with the audience and told them not to forget that the next broadcast will contain a fight with a rank B monster. After finishing the broadcast, she began to say that it was maddening to her. Why should she lead them? The hunt, the guild, everything was fine. Everything happened because of that idiot. Death sentence, damages, if she still had the stolen money, she wouldn't have to do these damn broadcasts. She thought, without a sponsor from the broadcast, it would be difficult to run the guild. He must die. She must find him and take revenge. Seeing that the show was starting on TV, the girl said that only he brings her joy these days. It's time to forget about responsibilities and relax. Ja Yong said that today they have an unusual guest, but dear viewers should not be too surprised. The girl replied that she would not be surprised and asked who it was. He said that this is the most popular streamer. But first, the man will ask for some comments from producer Hong Young-hwa, Lee Oh-jin. Ask a girl what's her reaction. She said that she received a warning from the organization. They say it's too much. Come to think of it, this was to be expected when she sent the protagonist Baal. She thinks they turned a blind eye to this only thanks to him. The guy thought, what was this? Does it really feel like things are getting worse? The girl added that the ratings are fantastic. Even if the broadcast was a little unusual, people still watched until the end. He added that it was very good. Hong Young-hwa added that in addition, the ending was simply shocking. The guy replied that yes, indeed. A week ago, the girl asked why. Why should they come back? They are already on the 108th floor. Anyway, she already has enough material for the first episode. When will he receive his reward? Of course, he will be a little sorry to lose this priceless material. Every time the record is updated, he simply goes and sets a new one after one. 2 floors. It's good that you can create content alone. Hong Young-hwa asked why they came to the dais room. This sword that he received after the battle is a B rank, isn't it? She immediately realized that it was a matter of strengthening. She said it was amazing. If he can strengthen it, then the price will be simply cosmic. Once again, he threw the stone into the right place. Lee Oh-jin started the strengthening process. Each time his characteristics became better and better. Looking at him, the girl didn't understand, isn't this enough? When she saw the +9 gain, many questions arose in her mind. The situation was changing so quickly that she didn't know how to react. Seeing that Mr. Deadwater took the stone in his hand again, she asked him to put it in its place. She asked me to calm down, because it was too dangerous. The guy remembered everything he experienced then. Seeing Oh-jin clutching it in his hand, she asked, has he calmed down? Is he glad that he strengthened the sword 9 times? At some point, he again threw a stone at the same place. The voice said that this was a mistake, and the enhancement was failed, and the sword was destroyed. Hong Young-hwa lost consciousness from what she saw. She said that thanks to him, there were a lot of comments, but in fact, she felt sorry, even though he was not hers. Lee Oh-jin replied that he was broken, nothing could be done. Someday it might be more interesting. Of course, he doesn't regret it, because this is an object that was destined to be destroyed. It will be clear when compared with the actual level of the sword, this weapon had weak characteristics. Beneath it lay the truth, the hidden object. The girl said that then he would help her with the next broadcast. The guy replied that as long as the payment is decent, then of course. She added that no matter how much he wants, they will give more. Suddenly, he received a letter about joining on his phone. He immediately thought, when was this? And again, the same sender. The guy couldn't believe it because it was the account of King Maiden. The man asked if he was not a professional player. They can't let someone else take him away. Let him immediately send him a letter of invitation. She replied that it was impossible to contact him. You can only leave a comment under his video. The girl asked if she should continue writing comments. He replied that he should continue in the same spirit, but not try to cheat and simply copy the text. All appeals need to be formulated differently. Only the name Ma Dongwan was in his head. This guy ticks all the boxes of a professional player. The macho and berserker styles differ in that they smash the enemy with the pressure of pure force. For someone seasoned in the Shadow League, he has crazy skill and control, not to mention his unique sense of combat. The guy behind the man asked, this Ma Dongwan is rumored to be very good? Ja Yan asked if he didn't watch the video the man sent him. Lim Joseph, rank 1 of the Seoul Pro Players team, replied that he does not watch videos from the illegal Toto League. Yes, he had heard that the guy had defeated the Lord of Western Chu, but in any case, this loser's skills had only deteriorated due to participating in illegal leagues for so long. Even a guy could win hundreds of times. Besides, will anyone who has had a taste of the prize money from the underground want to come out and play by their rules? Even the salary they offer to professional teams is just a pittance compared to what he can get by competing illegally. The man replied that all illegal leagues are now being shut down. The country is pressing on them as they talk, so all players have no choice but to say goodbye to these shady deals. This is the best time for them to get Manhwa. The guy started shouting at the director, asking why he never paid so much attention to him. The man asked what complaints he might have. He replied that he had many complaints about his salary. At that moment, a message arrived on the director's laptop. He asked, "What is this? Is it really spam again?" The guy replied that it was really time to stop. Suddenly, he saw that the director was not reacting. It seemed that he had fainted. Looking at the screen, he saw a positive response from Manhwa. After participating in the illegal league, he created a backup account under the name Manhwa to upload video materials from his computer. The guy didn't think anyone would want to hire a Toto League member. It was hard to believe that his fake avatar would receive an invitation to the national team of players before the dead water. It was the best deal of all time, although he received many such letters after the raid on the Nameless Queen. At that time, the guy turned them down because the rules were too strict and the salary was close to zero. But now was a good time to get the government to sponsor esports more actively. Making his debut as Manhwa is a turn he never expected. So how should a guy start? Seoul National Branch Training Hall. Upon entering, the director shouted for them to greet their guest. Behind him, the guy said that he was glad to see everyone. He was Manhwa. Lim Joseph replied that they are also welcome. But why is he wearing a mask? The guy replied that these were scars from burns. He asked why the hell the guy was more than 2 hours late. Wasn't the meeting at 6:30? The director got into the conversation and said that it was just because of the rain and traffic. That gentleman is not to blame. Joseph started yelling at the man. Why was he using formal language if the guy was going to be part of their team? The director replied that he still had not signed the contract. And anyway, why is he whining anyway? Looking at all this, it was nostalgic for him. He remembers that the two will bicker even in public. There is some kind of chemistry between them. It's nice to see it up close. He becomes sentimental. But now he needs to maintain his arrogant image. He doesn't want to fail. He needs to put pressure on them. Manhwa asked who told him that he was needed there. If he wanted to see him immediately, then he should come himself. Why is the guy angry if he is the idiot who decided to wait? Song Byung-gon, rank 7 in Korea, asked if he would mind if they helped him calm down a little. Young Yoon-suk, rank 9 in Korea, asked if he really thinks that the skills gained in the illegal leagues will help in the real professional leagues. The director asked what was wrong with them. He's really sorry. They're usually friendly. Maybe it's because they missed practice today. Lim Joseph asked, does he have to take the entrance test anyway? He will see for himself whether his skills are good enough to make a fuss about him. This is just a guy who broke into the illegal league with no previous records. Who knows, maybe the match was rigged in his favor. They invited someone who is at best a computer expert to join their national team. Turning to the guys, the guy asked, who wants to start? Everyone immediately began to argue, because everyone wanted to be first. He replied that no, before them, the second line should get its chance. Why not give the opportunity to a stunt double? Ma Tae-gang replied that no, he already had such an opportunity. One of the guys said it was low. Why did he back down after saying they couldn't go first? He thought he would have more courage after returning from the army. But apparently he was wrong. Lim Joseph said enough. It's fair to start with those at a lower level so the understudy can continue. Manhwa replied that it was not worth it. He doesn't have time to sweep the floor individually. It's just annoying. So I decided to end this match, all 4 against 1. Turning to Manhwa, the director said that the entrance test involves a one-on-one match. They cannot break this rule, even for the sake of it. Turning to the man, the guy said that this concerns their ratings. This time let them figure it out themselves. He then asked if they should go and see how good he was. Manhwa Department Mask. Once equipped, the power of attacks will increase in proportion to the total number of kills. Rank number 7 in Korea, Sun Byung-gun asked, fighting 4-on-1, isn't that too much? A swordsman who moves like a ghost with a long, thin rapier. His fighting style requires speed, high attack power, and stealth. Rank number 5 in Korea responded that the position of director should also be considered. His specialty is lightning magic, and he combines skills such as lightning strike, hoop strike, and chain lightning for added mobility. Rank 9 in Korea, Yoon Seok Choi. He might be a healer, but he has more than enough mobility and attack power to defend himself. In addition, he is probably armed with a powerful sword, which is currently hidden. And finally, number 1 in Korea, Lim Joseph. He can attack and defend at the same time with 2 shields. Thanks to his absurdly high hit points, poker face title, and famous bullish drive, he has earned the additional nickname of the Overlord. Maddenvin said that this lineup is definitely dazzling. What can a noob who doesn't even have a rank do against numbers 1, 5, 7, and 9 all at once? Not to mention he's alone. That's what they think about, right? Observation room. The director asked these guys how much they wanted to unite against him. Looking at Mate Gang, the man asked why he refused to fight. With his skills, he was definitely worth a try. It was a good opportunity. The guy answered because he didn't feel like it. Well, this reason is enough. Choi Yoon-seok shouted that he would go first. The status of his teammates is higher. He is the youngest, so he will take care of that. The guy told Maddenvan that he was deeply mistaken if he thought that he was an ordinary healer. He also likes to fight, but this quickly begins to irritate him. He decided to quickly end this. He began to strike when he suddenly felt an earthquake. I asked Madonwan, their creation, is this his main fighting style? This is really stupid. Anyone can dodge by simply hovering in the air. Suddenly the guy felt that someone grabbed him. With one attack, Madonvan threw him several meters to the side. The guys did not immediately understand what had happened. The voice said that the first person was added to the list of murders. Basic attack increased by 1. The guy said that they had already dropped to 3 by 1. Mate Gang saw that he had directed the power of fire into the ground right under his feet. Thus, he lifted himself into the air. They began to attack all at once. The guy thought how he could dodge all the blows. Thanks to the stealth skill, Ma Dongvan will not be able to see him. As soon as Sun Byung-gun began to attack, he felt as if he was paralyzed. That shield is at least B rank. There must be a special skill that includes paralysis as an anomalous effect. The guy used lightning strike. Lim Joseph said that the guy is good. He admits it. He also added that it's a shame to admit, but we'll have to attack him at the same time. Maddenvan replied that their healer was not there. Are they really planning to go ahead? Paralysis thanks to the shield. A combined high-class magic attack from the top 4 ranks of each class. An invisible killer at the forefront of a surprise attack. He realized he had screwed up. After hitting the ground, one of the guys asked if he was using the same trick as before. Does Ma Dongvan really think this will work a second time? If he activates the earthquake nullification skill, suddenly he felt the ground melting. The peculiarity of the skin on Kanshamaru's legs gives him the unique ability to walk on lava. Everything around began to turn into lava. His skill melts all the earth around him within a 10-meter radius. How long can the guys dance on such land? The show has begun. At that moment, the guy realized that he had not fully cast the protective spell. The attacks continued again and again. The guys realized that he easily dealt with Yun-ho. Let him hold on. The two of them are not as strong in defense as he is, so you need to double your attack. They just need to get out of there. The 50-50 skill reduces environmental damage by 50%. The guy asked, this means how they are trying to hide? Maddenvan shouted that it was not his shift. Used Anlian's special skill whirlwind. Lim Joseph told Song Byung-gun to quickly cancel the stealth mode. The guy shouted that it was too late. He asked, shouldn't it have been difficult for them? Now he feels that victory will be too easy. Just think, is this all they can do? They will die like flies. They tried to attack Ma Dongvan again. Lim Joseph deigned to display both of his shields. Number 1 in Korea is going all out against him. Incredible. He started shouting that ratings, Toto League, none of this matters, in a match where 4 go against 1 and end up on the losing side. This is a complete disaster. From now on, it is a matter of his stubbornness. The guy said that he would not fall until he defeated him. Madonvan replied that good, true determination number 1. But unfortunately, or fortunately, he is also not going to give in. The guy asked, a frontal attack using an earthquake? Does he even know that he can't break these shields? He asked who told him that he was trying to break them. With one movement of his left hand, the shield flew to the side. Maddenvan asked him, how is he? Is this a bullish rush, its special move? Having said checkmate, a strong blow to the enemy followed. He said that no matter how strong his defense was, or how much health he had, it didn't matter now. Madonvan promised the guy to grind him into powder before the earth was restored. The director and Mate Gang looked at what was happening with fear in their eyes. Top players in Korea. Dream team of 4 top players who didn't even compete in professional leagues. A team of this level was defeated by 1 person. Compared to how he was when they clashed in the illegal Toto League, he seems to have become merciless, destructive, and much more powerful than before. He plays completely differently from his older comrades, the ranked players, and the rest of the older generation. He really is that strong. The guy thought that these were probably temporary items, but their quality could be compared with the real thing. Compared to their items, it can be rated at approximately rank number 3. Now that he thinks about it, his items were a little better. But in a 4-on-1 match, that's fair. If he had only used 2 gloves and 1 boot, he would likely have had a tough time. Mate Gang stood and looked at the image of Madongwan. He wants to catch up. He wants recognition. The guy wants to stand next to him. Castle of Evil. Drake Cat said that he felt uneasy about this place. It's very cool there, even though they're in the south. Leo Jin replied that the entrance is right there, so they head there. He came to the Castle of Evil to get the last of the 3 artifacts. The guy asked Drake if he would like to join him, and he readily agreed. Leo Jin revealed that at the heart of this sound there is a secret passage that leads straight to the boss's room. Think a guy can call it a back door? But the problem was that there were too many annoying zombies along the way. As long as daylight gets there, they are weak, but it will take too long to deal with everyone. So, what it comes down to is that they will avoid them. Suddenly, the guys heard a scream. Drake said it sounded like a woman's voice. She's in danger, they have to save her. Leo Jin told him to calm down and wait a little. The guy shouted, "Let him hurry up." Drake Cat was surprised. Isn't she going to help her? Leo Jin told him that if it was a character, he could help him find it later if he wanted. And if this is a player, then it's even better that he ran into enemies instead of them. They should take advantage of this opportunity. The guy replied that it seemed true. He's sorry. They'll save her if she survives before they return. Turning to Leo Jin, the guy asked what they were looking for there. He replied that it was Gossip Girl Camilla. Drake Cat said she doesn't seem that strong. Don't monsters like zombies like this have a self-destruct function? Suddenly, after her murder, something began to appear. The question was asked, is it such a huge sin to talk about what rumors say? It was Camilla's spirit. They opened the secret quest Master of Gossip. The girl said that the priest punished her only because she gossiped. He forced her to climb onto the cathedral spire and cut the pillow there with a knife, letting the feathers fly away, and then she had to collect them. After failing the mission, she was left for dead. This was her last regret. They had to help Camilla collect all the feathers. Suddenly, the guys noticed that the entire floor was strewn with them. Drake asked how long they were there. The guy looked around and said that there are too many of them there. Do they need an item like a vacuum cleaner? Leo Jin replied that this quest should not be completed this way. He decided to use the flame step. After the kick, the floor turned into lava, and not a trace remained of the feathers. Drake Cat asked if the guy had gone too far. He replied that if the guy decided to complete it normally, this quest would be a scam, because it is impossible to collect almost 20 million feathers. The quest was completed. The girl thanked them and said that thanks to them, she was able to collect all the feathers. She's so glad the cut was on the white pillow. If it were a black pillow, it would be bad. Drake Cat asked, "What is she talking about?" When suddenly the black bag of the gossip Camilla fell to the floor. Leo Jin told the guy to take a closer look. This is the key to the boss room. Having torn it apart, black feathers rushed into the sky. It turned out to be an item that can change day to night in a certain resource. The voice said that night had fallen. The dead raised their heads. Oh, Jin shouted what he knew. The Castle of Evil must be passed at night. It is at this time that the gate should open. He said that the secret door to the boss's room only opens at night. Therefore, to activate it, he came to Camille's secret quest. The guy asked, couldn't they just come at night in the first place? Oh, Jin said that at night, the zombies they met on the way there are much more active. He just wanted to make everything as comfortable as possible. They saw a hole in the wall, and that was it. Drake said that was true since he didn't remember her being there before. Isn't it hard to notice unless you deliberately look for it? When suddenly Yu Da-hee appeared in front of them, the guy wondered what the hell she was doing there. It turns out it was her scream. The girl called him a son of a bitch and said that she was glad to meet him. Let him stand still and not move. Leo Jin asked, what is she talking about? Having jumped into that hole with the guy, he said that they better leave before they find themselves drawn into something. The girl shouted to them that she had told them to stand still and not move. She managed to shout after them before the zombies got her. Half an hour before arriving at the Castle of Evil, the girl started broadcasting. The girl asked, did the audience think that they would go to see the boss? It must be because she said last time that it would be nice for them to speed up. But let them remember that even a frightening military march begins with an ordinary step. So, she asked how they would get to the boss. As she promised on her last stream, today she will record a guide on how to survive against these B-rank monsters. She will call it Survive the Castle of Evil. She said that crowds of zombies filled the entrance. This castle is located in the south of the map, and it has been known for a very long time. But the monsters lurking at the entrance are strong. Not many were able to go far. She said that today's mission is a full review of this zombie-filled dungeon. Most of them are from C+ to B rank, so let them be careful. Otherwise, they may be mortally wounded. The girl stopped and said that screaming over and over again was really exhausting. Was it really that necessary? The general message of the survival broadcast is the rescue of a beautiful girl waving her hair. She needs money. She simply has no other choice. Having left, she decided that it was time to teach these freaks a lesson. The broadcast came back on. The girl complained that she thought she would die there. She was allegedly so scared that she didn't even realize the recording had stopped. She wasn't even sure that she would be saved. But the girl ran into the depths of the castle and stayed there. She began asking for donations to be sent to her if they wanted her to die there. Of course, she's not going to die there anytime soon. The zombies at the entrance were around C+ and B ranks, but their level drops to C rank throughout the day. Their movements are also slowed down, so she can run as she pleases. This is a secret known to few. She would get additional experience or a drop with him, so it upset her a little. Suddenly, she saw that the clouds in the sky began to thicken and heard a voice that night had fallen. The dead raised their heads. She didn't understand what was happening, because it was not yet time for night, while the dead were already looking around the surroundings. Suddenly, she heard a conversation about how the Castle of Anger must be passed at night. The girl immediately realized that this was dead water. They went downstairs. She immediately asked what kind of place this was. It seemed to her immediately that it was like a sewer, but the girl realized that she landed in blood. She began to ask Lee Oh-jin what he had done. Why did night come too quickly? He asked her to calm down first. The guy asked, she wouldn't have the nerve to be angry with him there, would she? It's not the safest place after all. She needs to take care of herself. What the hell? The guy asked. Does she want to get rid of him? She told him to shut his mouth. He should have died at the first meeting. It was his fault that she was there, saying that even her brother was not with her. Lee. Oh-jin asked, what do you mean it was his fault? If something didn't suit her, then she should have left. The girl asked how? It's night now and it's all thanks to him? Didn't she do a survival stream? Let him try to film something like an escape for the sake of views. Yoo Da-hee thought that she would kill him right now, but the situation was not the most suitable. Even if she takes care of him and goes out, the entire area outside is infested with zombies. If only dead water had been there, then everything might have turned out fine, but Drake Cat. She will have to deal with 2 players from the unofficial ratings at once. She said okay, she couldn't do much alone anyway. The girl decided to go with them. After all, they can become a team. She's a tank, so she'll be useful. Yoo Da-hee sent a request to form a team, but the guy rejected it. The girl began to ask why he didn't accept. He replied that he didn't want to. Creating teams is not his style. The girl shouted that he was a liar and asked the archer. He told her that they were not on a team but just wandering around. Drake thanked her. She said there was probably nothing wrong with being on the same team as her. He can pick up any item that falls out. He won't even have to share his experience with her. Why doesn't he create a team on paper? It will be better for the 2 of them if they join forces. All he said was her axe. If she includes it in the item, he will consider her proposal. Let him follow him if he wants. As long as she doesn't get in the way, he won't care if they don't get along. If she can keep it up. Pointing to the cracks in the wall, he told them not to go too far, otherwise the stones would collapse. They won't be able to cross in time, so they'll just have to crawl. And then arrows will fly at them, so it's better to let go of your head. And don't let them step there, otherwise they will end up in a pit 500 meters deep and infested with zombies. Let them be careful. There will be a thread that will tie their ankles, and then the guillotine blade will fall on them right from the ceiling. Let them be careful. Let them walk exactly 5 meters forward, then to the left. There is a dead end ahead. Let them watch carefully. Yoo Da-hee asked how he knows all this. Is the guy really a master? He said that he simply made inquiries in advance. If he were a master, he would be swimming in a pool of money and shares. Why would he even play then? The girl thought damn dead water. How obsessed is he with the game? Many of those traps weren't even opened. In fact, the guy never died on this map. All thanks to collective information. The locations of traps and monsters are collected data from countless players who have died over time. The fruit of this careful collection, study, and analysis was its revival. Therefore, we can say that now he is rotten water. Water that has stagnated in one place for 15 years. This is his essence. But perhaps this makes it most suitable for these sewers. Drake Cat saw the light at the end of the tunnel. The guy said, "Great." They remained intact and invisible. The mini-boss should appear right in front of them. A high-level monster. The Jack-o'-lantern Ripper is there. A signal in the corner of the prison calls for a meeting. They noticed that something was wrong. This guy asked, "Is he already awakened?" Leo Jin replied that they had not entered this area yet. Someone must have come in and awakened him before them. He didn't understand who it was. Did the player who pre-planned to attack this monster exist this early? Drake Cat said he was impressed that there was a player there who got there before them. Not to mention he's a good fighter. All he said was the word theft. The girl asked, "Is he really going to take credit for the credit of the one who defeated the monster instead of him?" The guy replied that it was especially sad to hear this from her. And yes, he believes she just misunderstood. He's not there for Jack. Drake Cat asked, "What does he mean?" "He's already gotten there. The guy needs to kill him immediately before this situation gets out of control. The most scandalous, most famous player, and notorious serial killer, Zodiac Bandyvale." He was able to remember a newspaper headline from his past life. But he doesn't even remember when it happened. The number of his victims was in the hundreds, and most of the murders occurred due to online conflicts. Not an ordinary player, but a real monster. And this same monster continues its hunt, fighting against a monster. Ripper Freckfernar, a monster with 1.5 million hit points, is standing there also in critical condition. The man said that it seems that rank A is not a joke at all. They are both exhausted. It took him longer than he expected, but he seemed almost finished. As soon as he shouted that it was the end and ran to begin the attack, he suddenly felt arrows pierce his shoulder. He asked who he had there. Was it the player who got there? Drake wondered if this was true, so the Deadwater was right. If it's PvP, Drake asked the guy if Ojin would mind if he went and tried it first. Deadwater replied that, okay, but first let him listen to some advice. He said that the man is known for being an out-of-touch pervert. Let him avoid close combat. Ordinary people often get scared when something shows them the way. Even in a game of automatic pain suppression, it is impossible to ignore the body's unconscious reflexes. But this doesn't work with the Zodiac. When the arrow is released, he looks at it, doesn't blink, and only before it hits the body does he dodge. This is a rare disease that causes the inability to feel pain. And that's why Zodiac Bandyvale doesn't know what it means to flinch. Since he has never felt pain, he uses the split second that usually takes him to blink or flinch to accurately calculate his movements. Avoid close combat. But after hearing this, the guy wanted to test himself even more. After several attacks, Zodiac Bandyvale told the guy that he was strong. It seems this is not the first time for him. Of course, most people would think Drake ended up losing, because archers are always at a disadvantage in such tight dreams. However, that scoundrel is strong even in close combat. And after watching him for a while, he realized Drake loves PvP more than anything. He may have good endurance and subjects, but his techniques lack precision, and he doesn't have much health left. The guy felt as if his leg was paralyzed. It barely held him, but the damage was crazy. Special effect of Night Vadudu Bones, dismemberment. After 4 consecutive attacks, the 5th one deals colossal additional damage. Laughing, the man told Drake that he was too slow. Of course, he had fun, but it was time for the guy to die. Lee Ojin intervened in the fight and managed to interrupt his attack. He asked if he disturbed them. Drake Cat said no. Of course he's angry, but it's better than dying. The guy asked if he really died. Zodiac Bandyvale asked who the hell they are. Where did these brats even come from? The guy wondered, is that idiot still alive? Was it because he attacked with boots instead of weapons? But, still standing after a direct hit from a rank A object. Leo Jin immediately wondered how many hit points he had, after which an attack immediately followed. Zodiac Bandyvale has dealt with many brats that have gotten in his way, but he senses some kind of intent from the two of them. Leo Jin told him not to surprise because the guy would kill him before he could do it, after which attack after attack followed again. Looking at him, the man asked, "Does he seem to be using an unusual weapon? Even his armor is funny." The guy asked if he thought they were comparable to his armor. Zodiac said that they are already starting to irritate him. Lee Ojin saw that Jack had recovered. What a pain in the ass. He has to keep his eyes open if he wants to kill him and avoid Jack. One wrong move and he will be the winner. At some point, the Zodiac saw a girl. Turning to her, he asked, "She wants to kill dead water, right?" He can see everything. Zodiac Bandyvale sent her an invitation to join the team. The girl mentally wondered, is his name Zodiac? How did he know that she was planning to kill the dead water? She was going to kill him when she got the chance, but she hasn't had the chance yet, so she's still waiting. If, of course, he has a lot of life points, he can do something. Lee Oh-jin yelled at her not to listen to him. Who knows? Maybe she can use him as cannon fodder. The guy shouted for her to listen to him. For her, the journey is over if she is with him. Now that she thought about it, the situation didn't seem so dire. He still continued to shout that she would regret this. The girl told him that he was annoying her. Let him shut up. The guy thought that he could guess what she was thinking about, but she should be about it. He simply warns her from the bottom of his heart. How many times did Yu-dahi die because of that naked pervert? And how many times has he stolen something from her? The potential damage it will cause cannot even be predicted. She doesn't think she can seriously trust the Zodiac, but if she can use it, in any case, she has something to rely on. Trying is not torture. The girl accepted his proposal. He did warn her. Drake asked Oh-jin if everything was okay. He thinks her level is quite high. It might be difficult if she goes against them. She ran towards him and shouted that if they talk about madness, then he is very mad there. The girl will take revenge on him for everything. Suddenly, she fell to the floor. Her hit points quickly began to go down. She didn't understand what was wrong with her. Zodiac Bandyvale thanked his partner. Lee Oh-jin saw a necklace on his neck, the Eye of Queen Wadudu. Distributor, a special effect that redirects some of the damage to a member on command. Therefore, if one of the team receives 100 damage, the remaining 99 each team member can receive 1 damage point. The problem is that the owner of the necklace can dictate how much damage a team member will take. Da-hee joined the team last, and Zodiac gave her 99% of his damage. The man was one step ahead. He is wearing Kaliro lizard armor. He thinks its feature is fast regeneration. And his claws, the Night Vadudu. Their special effect is dismemberment. They are all above B+ rank. He should have known it when he first saw it. These items drop only in one location. In the Vadudu hive. The guy was planning to go there. Lee Oh-jin wanted to attack the Wadudu hive after obtaining 3 artifacts, but it seems he had already obtained them. The question is exactly how much he mined. The boss of the Vadudu hive, Queen Vadudu, is an A-rank monster. He wondered if the man had finished her off. If he's not mistaken, the first person to clear the Castle of Evil was Zodiac. Oh-jin assumed that he was fast, but this was too much. If he had been a fool for another day, he probably would have taken one of the 3 artifacts. Drake Cat asked, "What now?" The guy thinks he has restored a significant portion of his hit points. The man is not an easy opponent, so they need to prepare. Lee Oh-jin replied not to worry. Yu-dahi is not a person who is easy to mock. Zodiac Bandyvale did not understand what was happening. His body began to freeze. The girl shouted to him, "You're always welcome!" Did he think that everything would be just like that? All those who cross her path will come to an end. Battle axe of a captain, disappointed in the crowd. Regimental responsibility is a special effect that increases the attack power and defense of an ally. But when the user dies, the debuff is applied to the same ally. There are many debuffs: poison, paralysis, sleep, confusion, burning, frostbite, and others. Zodiac Bandyvale got the worst of them all, sleep. Drake Cat asked if this was the reason she begged them to join her team. Lee Oh-jin replied that she planned to use the regimental responsibility on him. But having ignored his warning, she is now in a dire situation. With one blow, Zodiac Bandyvale was defeated. 2 birds with 1 stone. In one fell swoop, both the Zodiac and that annoying girl were finished. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. It reminded them that he still is. But what should they do? Attack now. Lee Oh-jin replied that he should try to shoot only 3 arrows at his head. Having done this, the monster woke up and asked what he was doing there. Who are they, anyway? Jack Lantern wanted to talk to them. The guy asked if he finally regained consciousness. Then they can talk. He remembered that he had stolen one thing and he was thrown into prison for it. There would be no mercy. Let the smaller one get ready. He said that he would now leave this place to take revenge on the bastard who imprisoned him there. Would the boys want to join him? The guys answered no. Jack said he had no choice. Then he will repay for his awakening. He asked, "Did the 2 of them come to meet the owner of the castle? The monster can open the door for them." Opening the door, he said goodbye to the guys and wished them a good journey. Inside that portal is the boss from which he will receive the last artifact. If they were in the past, Zodiac Bandyvale would have been the first player to defeat this boss. But the hidden particle with which the Zodiac Bandyvale kept people in fear will now be in his hands. Now history will change, thanks to one item. Drake Cat said that thanks to this, everything went easier. Seeing the door, they realized that it led to the boss's room, and an intermediate boss may appear now. At some point, the ground gave way under their feet. There was a monster in front of him. It was Gorgon, enhanced. Lee Oh-jin thought it was strange, if he remembered correctly. The mid-boss that protects this place should be at the level of a succubus. He wondered if the differences were because they were pioneers. Drake shouted to Oh-jin to go first. Let him leave it to him. The guy has personal scores with him. The guy asked if he would be okay. He may look weak, but there will be more problems with him than with the last Gorgon. Honestly, he regrets that he couldn't finish it off last time. He is one of those who holds on to these feelings. Drake Cat wanted to try again later, but now seems like the perfect opportunity, and he has a useful item from Jack. He would like to know how much stronger he has become. The guy realized that Oh-jin didn't even think twice about his answer. As soon as he began to run, the Gorgon turned his attention to Lee Oh-jin. At that moment, Drake shot him with a bow and said that for today, he was his opponent. Let him look the other way, and the guy will turn him into a porcupine. Lee Oh-jin ended up on the lower floor of the Castle of Evil in the King's Hall. As soon as he entered there, he immediately began to attack. The monster dodged his blows. The guy realized that he couldn't kill him with one blow. It definitely wouldn't be that easy. Before the dawn of time, during the battle between heaven and hell, there was a being who stood in the vanguard and stole many angels' hearts. He was the king of the vampires and a close servant of Lucifer, one of the 7 demons. When the number of angels he killed reached 1,000,000, each species began calling him the King of Darkness. Looking at all this, the guy thought that great. It seems that the pattern of his attacks remained the same. This was the first attack called the Bloody Whip. During the attacks of the King of Darkness, Lee Oh-jin missed several of his blows. The guy immediately drew attention to his hit points. It barely caught him, and immediately cut off half his life points. He thought if a small attack did so much damage, then how deadly would a full-scale attack be? He immediately remembered the potion that Jack had given him, saying that it would help the guy defeat the King of Darkness. He asked if he could put it in his mouth and just consume it. He found it convenient. It's even convenient for an archer whose hands are constantly busy. It was Halloween candy. It must be consumed to restore 100 life points per second. In fact, it would be a permanent item if he killed Jack. But alive, it is much more useful. The second attack of the King of Darkness began. Lee Oh-jin thought she was as dangerous as always, but he can handle this too. Normally, it would have taken him another 10 years to arrive there. For him, who was in the top 100 in Korea at that time, the battle with the King of Darkness took 24 hours, using all types of spells and potions the same way, just as the viewers of his stream suggested. But now, he has nothing. Only blood and knowledge that took root in his bones and flesh, over 15 years of playing an independent life. It was an experience. It is said that 3 artifacts can defeat even God. The heart of the basilisk, the skin of a sandworm, and the next final part. Standing opposite him, the King of Darkness holds it. In this life, all 3 artifacts must be his. He will put his 15 years of play on the line and get it no matter what. 4th attack, Dark Force. Since he dodged the first attack, the rest will be easy. Even though they are fast, they happen at regular intervals, so if he moves accordingly, it won't be that difficult. Seeing the new attack, the guy said that he didn't think he could dodge this one. He used the special effect of Sandworm Shroud, plus the special effect of Bastard's Heart. Since Lee Oh-jin has received damage that exceeds his full hit points, he can activate the Last Stand skill. That candy is quite useful. The King of Darkness kept repeating, "Why is he there? His people, what happened to his people?" He didn't understand where he was at all. The guy found it strange, but he doesn't remember any of those lines. Can only the Discoverer hear them? The evil king he had met before had never said anything like that. He lost his mind, and as if intoxicated by power, all he did was laugh. But the King of Evil standing in front of him is completely different. In contrast to his crazy behavior, he speaks clearly. And his black eyes are not full of murderous intent, but sparkle with agony. He attacked with the Blood Eater's special effect. Blood Eater sucks the blood of any animal creature within a certain radius. It drains 0.1% of the user's maximum hit points every second. This is a terrifying effect that has destroyed many raids. He is the reason why the difficulty of the King of Evil with a low hit points of 5 million is higher than that of a sandworm or basilisk. Every second, there takes damage from his maximum hit points. Since his maximum is 370, he should take 37 hundredths of damage. But due to the fact that damage below the decimal point is counted as 1, he loses 1 hit point every second. In other words, he will die in 370 seconds. But when the King of Darkness activates Blood Eater's special effect, he cannot use other attacks. And thanks to the candy, he only needs to hit him during his treatment. Due to the use of the glitch special effect, the King of Evil also receives 1/100% of his maximum hit point. Its maximum quantity is 5,450,500. In other words, the damage dealt every second is 545 units. They have the same amount of hit points, but he does 370 more damage than the guy. Now he realized that he was in a much worse position. The damage per second combined with the damage from the guy should be pretty critical. Liu-jin said that that's not all. It looks like he wants to piss you off using only physical attacks, but it's too late. The guy began to count from 5 to 1. The guy attacked him with the passive skill of Dead Water, Poison. It is 4 times stronger and longer lasting than normal poison damage. It also deals 4 times more damage when it enters the bloodstream and penetrates deeper into the body. In general, it is 16 times stronger. Liu-jin asked the King of Darkness if he was surprised. That's what basilisk venom means. The guy also deals damage equal to 1/10 of his maximum hit points. Also, it absorbed his blood. So if he adds another damage to his damage per second, amplified by 4 times, the King of Evil will lose 5/10 of his maximum hit points every second. This equals approximately 2,700 damage. So the fight will end in about 30 minutes. He began to use new attacks. The guy shouted that he hadn't seen this side of him for a long time. He should have done this from the very beginning of their fight. Liu-jin asked, Blood Eater? He's using it because the guy led the King of Darkness this far? There doesn't seem to be much that can be done with artificial intelligence. Suddenly, the guy realized that he was smiling. The King of Darkness was supposed to be in danger, no doubt, but is he hiding something else? Looking up, Oh-jin shouted that it couldn't be. Can he really use 2 special attacks at once? Liu-jin was of course sure that he couldn't do anything while using the Blood Eater. Dark Hand, the King of Evil's ultimate attack that deals 500% of his monstrous physical damage. Is it really different because this is the first battle? The guy thought about it. The Sandworm Shroud can protect him thanks to the Fortitude skill, but it is activated only with full hit points. Taking those same candies in his hands, he looked at them for a long time, but still decided to try. Having poured everything into his mouth, he shouted for Moonjack to give him strength. With both a Blood Eater and a candy effect active, it goes back and forth between full hit points and -1 damage. The guy thought, wouldn't it be wasteful to use all his candies for 1 hit point? Now it is this 1 hit point that determines whether he will live or not. Oh, Jin shouted, Sandworm Shroud and Bastard's Heart. It repels 90% of damage received from enemies below it in level, and 99% from those above it. If the King of Darkness hits him with 500% of his power, he will return 495% of the damage. So let him get it now. Maybe this is so? The King of Darkness remained sane as long as no one hunted him. But after being defeated by the players, he completely lost his mind and became a monster thirsty for blood. Maybe there was a similar hidden story there. Drake Cat asked Liu-jin to wake up. He asked the guy if he was okay. Oh-jin immediately asked a counter-question, how long had he been out? The guy replied that he had no idea. He was already knocked out when he arrived. Oh-jin immediately asked, what about the King of Darkness? Just don't tell him that he's still alive. Sitting on the ground, the King of Darkness wondered what would happen to him now. His body, his people, are in darkness. Liu-jin was happy that he finally did it. The guy noticed that the King of Darkness was also 10 years younger than him. The King of Darkness muttered words that he didn't remember until the very end. The very long-awaited 3rd artifact, the Blood Eater's Ring, appeared in front of him. He was the most dangerous and intimidating of the 3. Finally, the artifact is now in the guy's hands. By staying with full hit points at all times, thanks to the use of the Devourer's Ring, with the combination of Last Fight and Bastard, he will be able to survive even with 1 hit point and fight off damage. And then he will be able to regenerate by stealing life. Thus, naked speedrunning without damage becomes possible. The best set for dead water. Drake told the guy that he was glad he had finally achieved his goal. The voice informed him that the King of Darkness had been killed. There will be no more darkness over the eastern continent until he is resurrected. This is the world's first solo raid on the King of Darkness. As it turned out, he was rewarded. The guy asked, did he hear correctly? Didn't you already receive it? A chest appeared in front of him. Looking at the Blood Eater's ring, he thought it was a rare drop, but he was able to get it because it was guaranteed on the first clear. But he wondered what this other reward was. Opening that same chest, he saw Solomon's necklace there. King Solomon, a monarch who was smart enough to be known as the King of Wisdom. It is said that he sealed 72 earth-destroying monsters in a brass jar. And then, he used his power to change the earth forever and rule the world. The guy thought, or so it happened in history, a secret piece of the whole picture that only a few saw. The guy realized that no, King Solomon was a hidden NPC. Just think, he was the King of Darkness. The voice said that he had activated the hidden quest, the Will of King Solomon. He was known as a smart king until one day one of the 7 demons that controlled this world subjected him to endless trials. He believed in his virtues and wisdom and resisted, but now he is the one on his knees. What will happen to the people who trusted him and helped bring change to these lands? To the one who reads this message, he is probably much smarter and more virtuous, stronger and braver than him. The king asked to avenge him, the demon who did this to him, Witch Moon. Lee Oh-jin immediately pressed skip. It was his fault that he could not fit his will into 3 sentences. Everything would probably be saved in the Akashic record, so he decided to read it later. The guy said that whether it was a quest or a necklace, now was not the time to use it, so he would put it aside for now. He will definitely avenge him. In the near future, when great changes come to this world, then the time will come to use this necklace. Since he had finally collected 3 artifacts called the God Slayer set, he decided to crush those who could kill him in this world. The guy's phone rang. It was Hong Yong-hwa, a Rags to Riches program. The guy asked why she was calling him. The girl said that they are preparing new material for the show. She wonders if he wants to be their chief guest. The guy replied that he was sorry, but he was a little busy these days, so it would be difficult. But he will try to make time for this in the middle of next month. She replied that it would be wonderful. Let him find time for her too. The girl knows a cafe that serves excellent cakes. She also knows a great restaurant. By the way, she thought that she would need to create another program. He's glad he has something of a backup plan in mind. The girl asked what he was talking about. He replied that it was nothing. The guy said that, by the way, he always watches that show and asked what topic the next episode will be on. She doesn't usually say things like this, but she can say that the theme she will be using in the show is currently very popular. She heard that the person she would be covering became a professional right after debut. Lee Oh-jin asked if he will give an interview. The girl replied that no, the community refused him. Therefore, starting tomorrow, they will work undercover in front of his house. The guy asked, is this some kind of popular community? She said that of course they are in first place in the ranking for Seoul. Has he heard of it too? Oh, Jin said that for some reason it seems to him that he knows him. The girl replied that it couldn't be. She heard that he was from some mysterious underground league. The guy asked if she wanted to argue then. Does he really know the person she's talking about? The girl replied that it sounded cool. He immediately asked about the punishment. She replied that if she wins, he will come to their program 10 times. The guy asked, what if he wins? Most likely she can come to his streams 10 times. Hong Young-hwa said that she would win anyway. How will he guess the person from the hidden rating? The guy said King Mado. Hearing this, she froze. She immediately began to ask how he knew. If they talk about the hot new thing in the underground, then only King Mado comes to mind. The girl replied that he was right. Even Lim Joseph, known for his arrogance, succumbs to him. She heard that he had already become the unofficial #1 in their league. Oh Jin replied that yes, he is an incredible person. Hong Yong-hwa said that she will see each other then. If he needs a guest on stream, he can call her at any time. He couldn't believe it. In the future, it will be difficult to do this even with money. A message came to the guy's phone asking if he could come to the studio tomorrow. The man has a conversation with him, so they need to meet. The Autogi company is soon going to hold a large professional league. His debut was a foregone conclusion, so judging by the circumstances, it will take place there. Everything went according to plan. Magnificent professional debut of King Mado. Everything went exactly according to his plan. Since everyone has his back, he has a chance to have fun. Absolutely no one will stop him, even though he was naked. The fact that the guy was in the car saved him from arrest. But he had to write an explanatory note. He thinks he can say that he is lucky. Since he constantly runs around naked in the game, it was so strange for him to wear clothes. The man asked if the Demon King was listening. He replied yes. The director said that their agreement is completed, but there is something that worries him. Since he did not reveal his name and insurance number, he is the guarantor of his identity, so obviously sponsors are a little reluctant to do this. Leo Jin realized that he seemed to be trying to gain the upper hand before the salary negotiations. But the guy thought no way. Inside, he was a pretty full-fledged noob for 15 years, as well as an experienced social slob. The director said that then they should talk about his salary. Oh, Jin replied that no, they will do it after the league. He knows that after the league, his popularity will increase. Company owners will crawl on their knees before him. Thanks to him, the number of viewers is guaranteed to increase. In other words, it will wait until it costs even more. The guy said he could even get a blank check if he went to China. The director asked what he was saying. Does he think they can't offer him the same thing as China? He promised to discuss it later anyway. It's time to get to the main point, upcoming Otagi League competition. The man said that there will be 10 city leagues, including Seoul and Incheon. They will start as the league that is chosen to represent Seoul. Their elite team, National K1, is their main enemy. Also, they are their first opponents. Now the director will tell him about the elite, so let him listen. The elite, an enemy professional team created at the same time as the national team K1. They are sponsored by many large corporations, so they have a huge budget and a wide selection of players. Their leader, Hong Ji-no, was number 1 until Lim Joseph overtook him not long ago. They recently recruited 3 new players who have made their roster even more fearsome. Those 3 are a real pain. They synchronize their attacks, changing places. This is a real art. It's like fighting 3 at the same time. Joseph needs to match Hong Ji-no, so they use him as an ace in the hole. The director doesn't think anyone else can handle them, which is why she wanted them. Although the decision has not yet been made, the guy knows which moments will go against each other. Of course, he remembers that fight. This was the hottest topic 15 years ago, and the battle which was remembered as a legend for the next decades. And there was something else. 21 times the Toto League and its record betting scenes. They finally got it. 140 large and small national teams, and only 10 of them will reach the best league. And now, the confrontation that will determine the future of these players will begin there, at the esports stadium. The Otagi League begins. And the events that will fill the first page of their giant league are today's Conference League match. Players who are on the wrong side of the storm and who are not going to stop, let them greet the elite. And now those who will fight the elite. The team is led by the number 1 player in Korea, Lim Joseph. He appeared in front of him. People started asking who the hell is in the mask. The man thought, just look. They didn't take healer Choi Young-seok? And this mask, is that him? He had heard rumors. One lucky bastard from the Underground League. A street thug who suddenly becomes a star in the sports arena is a common occurrence, but they are just puppets of the event's creators. He thought that the professional ring was no place for a street dog. Instead of that extra character, they decided to target the real threat. The leader shouted for the first battle to begin. Elite versus K1. The leader of the elite, the number 2 player in Korea, the Storm Hong Ji-no against Super Newbie K1 MA Tae-gang. The guys climbed into the capsule about the league. Battle map, Jade Desert. Looking at all this, the director remembered the conversation with the guy. He said that the man knew that Choi Young-suk would not play. He advises using Egon instead. The director asked why Ma Tae-gang? Recording is his job. He asked the guy not to get too carried away with this. The guy told him that he shouldn't be like that. Promises that he will have a powerful influence. The man knows about his skills, right? The director replied that he had no experience in competitions, and there were also many older participants. Young-seok also recommended it. To be honest, the guy said that in terms of energy, Tae-gang is better than him. He thinks it's time for him to really take off. Hong Ji-no thought that none of the current players could compare to him. If I had to choose, he was a little worried about Lim Joseph and Choi Young-seok, but everything became easier because the second one was not there. Based on the research, this is his debut fight, and he has been a boxer before. These players will use weak jabs or kicks during early scrimmages. He must strengthen his defense and save as many life points as possible. The guy was surprised. He used such a strong blow from the very beginning. Infinity Gauntlet. He blocked the blow but still took damage. Does she really have a nasty ability? He realized that he had predicted his gaming strategy incorrectly. I greatly underestimated him. But he just got the payoff from using the skill a lot. The poison damage. The guy realized what happened. He will lose 0.25% of hit points every second. Now he will retreat to check his condition. He decided to wait for this moment and fall like a storm. Typically, both players will retreat to prepare for further attacks since they have just fought. Hong Ji-no did not understand why Ma Tae-gang began to approach him. The guys following the fight began to shout for him to move away, but it was too late. He had already struck. Lee Oh-jin thought that Hong Ji-no is not the main character today. It was a mistake to think that Gon was simply a checkpoint on the way to the battle with Joseph. Taegun's speed is a problem even for him who has agility items for dodging. Comparing their strength, Tae-gang is now superior to Joseph. The host began to say that he couldn't believe it. Hong Ji-no was defeated by a super newcomer. The director smiled as he marinated it on the bench. He doesn't seem to be such a qualified coach. Lee Oh-jin never thought that he would see the legendary 3 strikes again. He was wondering what to do with it since there is no way to prove the results from his past life. He thought that, thank God Choi Young-seok is not participating. 15 years ago, he was just one of 1,500 spectators. As he watched the players fly and fight, an ambitious dream grew in his heart. What if he didn't watch the fight that day? Will everything be different now? He thought, what a useless question. If it means nothing in life. Only the present has meaning. What is he like now? Stands at the top of the stage where investors and their allies are fighting. It's enough to make his heart race. But more importantly, he's bet his entire life savings. Previous number 1 Hong Ji-no and newcomer Ma Tae-gang. The betting ratio on them was 7-1, which shows everyone's faith in Hong Ji-no's victory. And the triumphant victory of newcomer Ma Tae-gang. At that moment, his money increased 7 times. But the truly incredible part has just begun. Now forecast for a battle between K1 and the Elite. Bet against the odds of 7x and then team play, allowing you to raise your bet up to 3x. Thus, this legendary match can increase his initial payment by 21 times. The host announced that in this battle, 5 players will form a team and go against the enemy team one-on-one. The player who wins will be able to fight with the next opponent. But Ma Tae-gang has few hit points. Will he be able to participate in the next battle? The guy continues without replacement. This rookie's confidence is as aggressive as his fighting style. The fight continues. Everyone became interested in who the Elite would send. It was number 11 in Korea, Lee Gun-hyun, a monk with self-healing skills, enormous defense, and hit points. Lee Gun-hyun asked the guy if they would dance. Let this freak try to attack him. He greatly overestimates himself if he thinks he can damage him. 10 minutes later, the guy couldn't understand how Ma Tae-gang predicted all his skills. He himself could not believe that this was happening to him. Ma Tae-gang was wondering how to break through his endless healing, but it turned out to be easier than he thought. Heals himself, heal does not apply to himself. Self-healing occurs due to the calculation of his position and the area of effect of healing magic. There is a short delay of 0.1 second before the spell goes off. If right before this moment you push the healer away and stand in the place where the spell is cast, who will be able to heal themselves? Madigan was able to do this thanks to his amazing dexterity and insight. Thanks to this, he regained a lot of life points. The guy realized that he would soon die, so he decided to use a replacement. This is a team match. You can swap with a team member during a one-on-one fight, and there is no limit on the number of substitutions. The girl said that instead of lowering his hit points, the guy literally healed the enemy. Here she is, Lee Dong-bi, a new recruit to the Elite. The girl scattered the seeds of confusion. Lee Oh-jin remembered that these bloodthirsty plants can devour hit points if you simply step on them, and the number of life points taken away will increase with each touch. If you lose 0.001% the first time, then the second time it's 0.002%, and so on. The loss of hit points itself is bad enough, but that's not all. She prepared everything. This was followed by a player change. Lee Yun-bi appeared. A sticky mine appeared. The entire field was covered with white juice, which slows down the speed of movement. She began to launch her attacks. Her weapon was a sword. The girl saw that he was dodging and said that the guy clearly had talent. Hong Ji-no said that even though he set fire to the plants under him, wouldn't he himself catch fire? The guy called it a real battering ram. The girl used the touch of the wand. Ma Tae-gon realized that this was bad because he had very few life points left. Besides, this girl is fast and strong. The director was already shouting for the guy to retreat. Leo Jin replied that it would be better to leave him. The man asked why. He was going to die? Nothing will kill him. If he was to die, he might die fighting, and it's better for them if he causes damage to the enemy. The presenter said that here it is, a lightning strike with a blade, Lee Gyum-bi's final move. Now Ma Tae-gon's life points will be 0. Leo Jin said great. She passed. The girl couldn't believe it. Ma Tae-gang, being on the verge, repelled her attack. Using his skills and sharp mind, he was able to defeat his final opponent. The capsule opened. People chanted his name enthusiastically. Predictions for the fight between K1 and Elite. Bets with odds of 7x, and then a team game that allows you to increase your bet up to 3x. In his past life, the Elites won. Although the match started with promising performances, K1 lost due to Joseph and weak performances. Even though they had 3 times more support, the Elite received the title of the team representing Seoul. If he bets on the Elite and loses on purpose, he will definitely raise. But since he is a member of K1, this determines the match. He decided to simply bet on his team. Although the amount will not be as high, he will still raise quite well. Thanks to Tae-gang, he has already increased his bet 7 times, which is already a lot. Players accustomed to 1v1 battles did not cope well with 3 sisters. Sun Byung-gyun's disguise did not have much effect against the polluted field. He was struck down by Yoonbi's ranged attacks and fell tragically. Lee Yeon-ho lost 1v1 against Dongbi in a magic fight and fell to his knees in front of her. Although damage to the area played a role, Yoonbi has more variations in her magic skills. Joseph was stuck in an unknown mess of poison ivy and caltrop, and then attacked by arrows and spells. Although he survived, that was all he could do. The host said that it was a triple victory for the Gyeom-yun-dong sisters. Number 1 of the K1 team could not stop them. What power! Leo Jin realized that the match had become more serious than he expected. The betting ratio of 3-1 has now turned into 1-7 in their favor. The legendary match that allowed you to multiply your initial payment by 21 times can now increase it by a whopping 49 times. Turning to Manhwa, the director said that they were in a terrible situation. He knows it's difficult, so he doesn't expect him to win, but at least a draw. The man thought it was impossible. The guy was shaking violently, although it would be strange not to shake in such a situation. The guy understood that this was an unprecedented case in the history of Toto betting. Is this how the absence of a healer in K1 affected it? Of course, no one will bet on K1 to increase the bet by 7x since they almost lost, but at least there is one in front of them, because he will win at any cost. People began to wonder who Manhwa was because this was the first time they had seen him. Are they really giving a newbie a chance because they will lose anyway? The guy thought that he missed this feeling. Blinding spotlights, fireworks, and dry ice. The smell of gunpowder, dust, sweat, glue, and Clorox. The feeling of all this filled his heart. He thought it had finally begun. The girl realized that something was pissing her off. She wondered if she had ever met him. She sprayed the seeds of confusion again. She shouted that since he was the last, she would finish him off with an explosion and used a shock blow. Looking at him, she realized that her energy was reflected. How could he do this? He should have been paralyzed by the impact, and the plants should have slowed him down. Leo Jin thought what exactly? Now he is wearing dead water gear. Manhwa's armor also has a special skill to disguise the player's equipment. Thus, he is Manhwa with dead water items. The girl shouted that he only had 1 life point left. She will kill him with 1 blow. Does he think his sparks can stop her arrows? Suddenly, she saw that he had disappeared. The girl didn't understand where he went. Raising her head, she saw that he was upstairs. She doesn't know how he got there, but now the guy has become just the perfect target for her. The girl wondered if he had really changed his trajectory in the air. It didn't look like he had any flying items. Ma Tae-gang understood. He used the heat from his boots to move in the air. Yoonbi had to retreat and change. Leo Jin said it was too late. She should have run instead of shooting her bow. The director shouted that Ma Dongwan is the best. People didn't understand how it was possible to control their shoes. For them, this fight was the best of the day. The presenter couldn't believe it. He said that the 2 central players of the Elite were defeated in an instant. With the unexpected arrival of the Dark Knight K1, it is once again impossible to determine the outcome of this match. A week before the competition, The director said that the Jum Yundong sisters, these three are the real problem. They synchronize their attacks, constantly changing. Their fighting style is a work of art. He said that Joseph will need to deal with Ji No, so they have an ace up their sleeve, but he doesn't know who to put against the sisters, and that worries him. The guy thought that he had not seen them for a long time. After retirement, they immediately took the university entrance exam right after they announced that they were returning to high school. Turning to the director, Lee Oh-jin asked if he defeated them. He wanted $10,000 for each. Will he be able to arrange this? An amount equivalent to a salary in the millions. That's about the best deal a player could get. Of course, this depends on how many games he played and how many of them he won. The man said that he said this so confidently, as if he could really do it. He asked if the guy was really a newbie. Lee Oh-jin replied that of course, who else could he be? Newbie who has only been playing for a year. This is due to the fact that he is a well-worn constellation thanks to 15 years of his past life. The director replied that okay, he'll see how he performs in the match, and then he'll inform his superiors that they agree to $10,000 for winning. It will be possible to persuade them if the results are good. The guy said he wasn't that bad for a minor leaguer. He seems so arrogant due to his damage, but he, Lee Gyun-hyun, will show him what a real wall looks like. He realized that the idiot had one life point left anyway. He can simply wait for an opportunity to finish him off while he dodges his attacks and heals himself. As soon as the man went down, he realized that everything under his feet was burning and shouted, "How could the guy turn everything into magma?" His hit points began to fall quickly. He thought that he needed to hurry up and get better. After which he was defeated. Madonvan shouted for the next one to go. Seeing the girl, he asked, "Is this finally the last of the elite siblings?" The girl thinks that everything turned out the way it turned out. She doesn't like this atmosphere either. She would defeat him with equal firepower. She immediately launched an attack. Madonvan managed to dodge. As he expected, she is very fast. The girl asked, "Did he evade?" This means a quick response. Why shouldn't he now try to avoid this too? She used a crossblade. The director shouted that let the guy dodge because with one blow he would be finished. She clearly didn't expect him to be able to get away with that either. The man asked what it was, because it seemed that his body was shaking. Was he really able to avoid this too? Lee Oh-jin has seen enough of this girl's attacks in her past life, especially her main attack, the crossblade, a skill that blows the heads of players as well as machine operators. Although it is called a crossblade, upon closer inspection it is clear that it is two swings. It is impossible for blades to cut through the air along one axis at a time. Both of her hands may appear to move together, but her right hand begins to move a little earlier. It's very easy to dodge the blow. You need to follow the rhythm and tilt your body to the left, then to the right. From her angle, it would appear that he was pierced through by this attack. The girl realized that he was dodging her attacks as if he were a jellyfish. She doesn't know how he dodges this, but if these attacks are ineffective, she thinks she'll have to use her next move. Although the girl did not want to use it due to the recoil damage, this freak dodged most of her attacks. The guy asked, "Lunge," right in front of him. An attack immediately followed, but this time he dealt with it by simply blocking it. Manhwa was waiting. Evasion, defense, completion, full counter to her crossblade. A scenario in which three sisters achieve triumph? While he is there, this is impossible. Either way, their lives only get better after retirement, right? Let him hurry up and go study for his exams. This scene is now his. He couldn't believe that there was no one else left. As soon as the capsule opened, he heard everyone screaming his name. The host said that this was the perfect battle. A similar game is a counteraction to all murders. After presenting a match worthy of his name, the stadium filled with cheering and leading crowds. The famous Ma Tae gang and Lim Joseph, who became even more focused after losing the first fight. No team in Seoul could stand against these two. K1 triumphantly declared their victory, and after receiving huge sponsors, they became the team leader of Seoul. And the guy was able to increase his initial bet 49 times, just from the first league. He couldn't bet on himself like Manhwa, so he had to bet under his real name. But since Ma Dongvan is not a real person created with a guarantee of identity, he had no problem verifying his own identity and taking the profits. And a few days after the league, he took to the streets of the city. He usually does raids, but this evening he has a different goal. He is looking for land to open a capsule hotel. It's time to make real money. Everything he did before was to save enough money for this. This will be the real beginning. Now he has sufficient startup capital to make his dreams of his business come true. Looking around, the guy said that if you think about it, today is Friday evening. He was wondering why there were so many people on the street. In fact, it wasn't to his taste at all. Is it really because he's older on the inside? He spent 20 years playing without any specific hobby or talent. Such a crowded and bright street has nothing to do with him. In fact, Leo Jin has no regrets. A great man once said that if he has something to boast about, he has nothing to envy. He clearly prefers to endlessly strive for the top. An exciting race in which you achieve success by fighting. The only moment when you feel alive. Suddenly, among the crowd of people, he saw Yu Da-hee. The guy realized that it was really a Friday evening to meet her in such a place. He wondered who she was trying to kill with such a sinister look. Suddenly, it reminded him of what the girl wrote a couple of days ago on Madonwan's account, although he didn't read the letter because he was scared. Walking down the street, she said that it was damn difficult to drink straight away. I just wanted to show how much I could drink. She was wondering why there were so many people in the bar where the girl usually went. But as it turned out, she completely forgot that today was Friday. 6 months ago, when she felt uncomfortable doing something like this in a nightclub, she realized that such things were really not for her. The girl still prefers games filled with monsters and bloody raids. She could be clearing out the dungeon right now. I thought it would be better to go to the supermarket rather than to the bar. Suddenly, she heard the sound of her phone. The girl was sure that she turned off notifications on social networks because there were too many of them, although she has enabled them for some accounts. The girl asked, "What is this?" She wondered why he only answered now. She sent him a message just in case, but the girl really did not expect that the pro player would accept an order for murder. Since this is all on the internet, they could agree on Messenger, but it would be reckless to agree on this on the internet, so it's better to meet in person. Ask where it would be more convenient for him to meet. The guy answered that on the street. She began to get angry. Does he live everywhere? Having asked the time, he replied that it was now. In any case, the guys who are good at playing games, in most cases, are not very well-mannered. Yu Da-hee asked where exactly on the street they could meet. He answered that behind. Looking at him, the girl asked, "Did he go outside like that? It seems he really wasn't going to the club. If he did, all the girls would run out in horror." Now that he thought about it, he realized that they hadn't spent time with Da-hee for a long time. In his previous life, he followed her everywhere, but they had never traveled together like this. She asked how the guy got there, by taxi or maybe you parked nearby. He replied that he does not have a car, he walks. Should he be embarrassed? The girl said no, most guys would be embarrassed if the girl had a car. Leo Jin replied that she is a client, not a girlfriend. Da-hee asked if it was okay for a professional to commit murder for hire because of her. The guy replied that this was not only because of her request. He knows him, Deadwater, who is an incredibly strong player. Leo Jin told her that he wanted to fight him even without her asking. She asked this to see who is stronger. Is it a matter of honor for the championship in the ranking? He replied that you could say so. Then it's even better. She thinks she can give them a great fight. It will be better for him, it will be a big event. He will also receive a lot of money from views and donations. He wondered if Yu Da-hee was planning to make content out of the battle between Ma Dongwan and the Deadwater. A fight to the death between two famous pros is quite exciting. She has a truly unique brain. She said that she would also set up comments from her guild to advertise and make it even more of an event. Leo Jin asked why she was doing all this. Considering the cost of killing Deadwater and hiring people to comment, donate, advertise, and the like, he will get a pretty big chunk of the profit. Does she really plan to do all this without fanfare? The girl replied that she knew what he was thinking about. It's normal to be suspicious of her, but she's serious. She wants to finish off the Deadwater at any cost. The girl can't even sleep from thinking about him. If we add to this all the money he stole and the number of times she died, the girl would probably be able to buy an entire building. She can't even go on raids with the thought that he can stand in the corner at any moment and defend himself with just a chair. She must kill him. He should be given the death penalty and banned from the game. The girl wants to play without him for at least a day. If someone heard this, they would probably think that the guy was her stalker. Although it is true that he killed Yu Da-hee many times, it was only because she stood in his way. He simply acted according to his plans. Therefore, her losses are the result of her own actions. Everything that happened in his past life was his mistake, and he did not plan to take responsibility. Da-hee wants revenge, but she's not good enough to deal with him, so there's nothing she can do. She is sure that she could defeat him in reality, but she does not know his address. All the girl can do is just leave angry comments on his streams. She apologized for continuing to show her aggressive side in their first meeting. Lee Oh-jin replied that he should just pay him well. Da-hee thought that she actually felt better thanks to him. She had not been able to vent to anyone until that moment, and thanked him for listening. Looking at him, the girl said that, by the way, since he was going to kill him anyway, maybe he would do it on behalf of her guild? He thought it was impossible that she would miss the opportunity to profit. He wondered where she got so much enthusiasm from. So that's what she was up to. If he joined her guild, they could gain immense popularity and power at the same time. Ma Dongwan is a billboard in itself, but the range of his skills would help her tremendously in a large-scale guild war. This benefit is in no way comparable to the price she would pay to join him. Oh-jin replied that he doesn't like being in a pack. Moving closer to him, the girl asked if it didn't depend on who was in the pack. She asked what he would say to this. Would you like to discuss this over ramen? The guy replied that ramen accumulates saturated fats in the blood. Also, it contains too many chemical seasonings and not enough proteins, minerals, and vitamins. It also contains a lot of phosphorus, so it depletes calcium reserves. And the amount of sodium especially is beyond her imagination. A player's diet is very important in order for him to remain in the ranks for a long time. 20-year-old Yu Da-hee. He did not feel attracted to her, who is 15 years younger. The guy said that on this note he would end their conversation, so he would go. Compared to 35-year-old Yu Da-hee, whom he was crazy about, this one is still too young and naive. Her greedy temper now resembles the behavior of her sweet little sister. The girl did not understand what he was doing. As soon as it dawned on her, she began screaming for him to leave it. She would throw it away herself. 10 years ago, he was once sitting in the passenger seat of her car. She acted like she was looking out for him, the fool, and tried to look better. One rainy night, at the end of their date, which he received for donating on her stream, the guy painstakingly removed the trash from her car. He did it because there was nothing more he could do for her. Yu Da-hee kept saying that he should do this to me, but the guy was happy even doing such things. He developed the habit of always taking the trash out of the car, to make sure he wouldn't forget to do this if he ended up in her car again. He was so used to it that he even did it in a taxi. The guy really was a fool. So that's how scary habits can be. He wondered if this should be called a slave mindset. She didn't understand what was wrong with him. Why does he clean up other people's trash? And it was so natural, as if he was practicing or something like that. He found out later, but Yu Da-hee said that she was touched for the first time. He was the first to remove her ashes, which were too dirty for her cool car. She said it was like showing off her inner self. Well, now there's no way to know if it was true. The girl didn't understand what the hell was going on with her heart, because she didn't even drink. Deadwater asked who he is. The guy replied that his name was Madonvan. And anyway, enough foreplay, he's finished. The guy asked, is he going to kill him? Madonvan replied yes. Doesn't want to listen to anything from a psychopath. Deadwater asked, why would he kill an innocent person? The guy replied that in order to find out who is really stronger. Deadwater was wondering, can a professional player kill an ordinary player? Madonvan told him that his contract did not prohibit this. The man who single-handedly defeated the elite is trying to kill him? This is of course an honor for him, but this does not mean that he will allow him to finish him off. Deadwater began to attack. The guys began to discuss the fact that Madonvan was fighting with that nudist on live television. The guy began to ask, on what map? He replied that he didn't know. He said that he didn't want to be distracted. They shouted that this was really Deadwater, a voice identical to his. This will be a legendary fight. After several continuous attacks, the broadcast was interrupted. The guys wondered if Manhwa really won. The Deadwater was simply carried away and the stream stopped. In the released video, Deadwater said that he died from some weirdo. He's sorry, but the stream ended due to a penalty for death. He will be back tomorrow at the same time. The girl was happy that the Deadwater had finally lost. Now she can sleep peacefully and not tear her hair out. But as they all know, Deadwater hates losing. He takes the rematch. The guy will behead him tomorrow at this time. Yu Da-hee started to get nervous. She didn't understand how Ma Dongwan could lose to such a pervert. He just uses it as a donation bite. She should be getting a lot of money. Just to make sure Ma Dongwan doesn't lose, she will give him better things. The brother began to say that a couple of minutes ago she had donated a lot to him. The guy said that she had already seen how the naked pervert died. It was all over. Who cares if Ma Dongwan dies or not? The girl thought that this was true, but she was haunted by feelings she did not understand. Ma Tae-gang thought Ma Dongwan and the Deadwater must be the same person. After that league, he only met him a couple of times. He wondered who Madanwan was then. 6 months ago. Leo Jin shouted to the worthless mammoths to step aside. There was still no drop from them. He has a thing for the guy behind them. A double appeared in front of him. There were 3 of them. It was said that if you see 3 at once, then he is finished. He decided to check if this was really the case and immediately began to attack. The guy asked, did the double really think that he could attack him since he copied himself 33%? It looks like he tried to think, but he clearly failed. He doesn't have such a thing as a brain, does he? Leo Jin asked if he killed them all in one go. If they really copied it, then it's really weak. The guy realized that he was approaching. He was waiting for him. Kaiser's double. The dead water has intensified as the battle will not be easy. Leo Jin said, wow, he copied it exactly. He wondered what was inside. Taking off part of his mask, the guy offered to check which of them was more beautiful. The enemy repeated the same thing. Having removed part of his mask, the Kaiser double threw it aside. This was exactly what Leo Jin came for. The double tried to attack him. The guy noticed that he was too fast. He made attacks one after another. These were the attacks. How much strength he had. Just amazing physical shape. So this is how the guy looks in the eyes of the enemy? It flashed in his thoughts that he would like to fight with himself at least once. But that's not why he's there today. He received the very thing he needed. With this item, preparation for Mandavin's debut will be perfect. He shouted to Kaiser's double to wait for him. He would definitely return. That day, the guy had 2 reasons to come to the forest of Dorian Gray. First, in order to obtain the necessary equipment for Madanvin's debut as a professional, he needs the Trickster Mask. From the moment you put on the mask, your attack power increases in direct proportion to the number of kills. With the help of an object that is made from the skin of the face of a double monarch, you can get rid of monsters using a method that even in 15 years not everyone will know about. The second reason was the creation of this monster. Detecting the doppelganger monarch as the hidden boss of the dog forest is quite difficult. If there is a suspicion that the dead water and Madanwan are the same player, killing this monster with the dead water will eliminate all suspicion. Dead water is his special style of play, and Madanwan is a global star. He would like to see them fight one way or another. It will be an interesting fight. He came up with this scenario about 6 months ago, and now the present. Leo Jin couldn't even think that he would come for him because of Yu Da-hee. I didn't expect this at all. The guy asked how the monster was doing. He only includes voice changes when playing with Ma Dongvan. The guy thought great. Now it's his turn. Turning to Madanwan, he said that he had come to kill him. He said that we met again. If you lost yesterday, does that mean you plan to win today? Deadwater said that he is very strong, so of course he is not 100% sure of winning, but he wants to try. Madanvan replied that the guy is also strong. He admits it. Since he walks around without armor, he is confident that no one can hurt him. Deadwater thanked him for appreciating it. The guy shouted that it was time to start then, because today would definitely not be easy. Madanvan replied that he had never lost, so let him attack. Ghost Ant Claw special skill, Deadwater asked. Was he serious from the very beginning? The guy noticed that Ma Dongvan seemed to have become stronger. He asked if the guy had increased his level. Deadwater asked if the claws were too heavy. Hands hurt with frequent use. He's right. When you call up a whirlwind, your hands go numb for a split second. And now he's going to hit him with his right hand. It won't work. The guy asked if he really wanted to summon the whirlwind again. This is a complex action. Looks like it's time to use the earthquake skill right now. An incredible fight. 40 minutes have already passed and they still continue. Besides, no one landed a strong blow. People noticed that the battlefield simply turned to ashes. It's not even clear what happened before the regeneration. Deadwater used the special skill of the King of Darkness, bloody predators. He asked what he felt, how he felt his blood being sucked out. Even if his blood is poisonous, he also has this skill. Seeing that Ma Dongvan was moving away, the guy asked why he was running away. He just carried out an extensive attack. He no longer has the strength to jump. It will simply fall into its own magma and melt. Finally, Ma Dongvan only had time to say that he would definitely return and take revenge, no matter what it took. Deadwater didn't understand what he was doing. What kind of remark was that? Although, can he speak? Dies so beautifully. He wondered, when he plays the character Ma Dongwan, is he as cool? In any case, you will need to go back and get rid of it again. Thus ended the broadcast. As expected, the consequences were incredible. The second battle between Deadwater and Madanvan, the former won. Seeing the end of the broadcast, the girl said that Deadwater is a pervert, garbage. She will never forgive him. How dare he even kill Madanvan? Her brother asked her to calm down. She replied that this was impossible. Today, right from this minute, her guild will become Madonvan's fan club. Yu Chang thought for a moment. Most of the guild are girls, and the guys will just listen to Yu Da-hee. There won't be any difficulties. And yet he wondered, why exactly? But he could simply be kicked out for resisting, so he had no choice but to quietly ask. I asked my sister what she plans to do next. The girl replied, isn't it obvious? She will kill the dead water and take revenge for Madonvan. Leo Jin was happy that money from sponsors was coming from both sides. In the midst of the stock's rise, a video of the raid on the King of Darkness was uploaded. Views increased at a tremendous speed, and subscriptions also grew incredibly. Will there soon be more than 1 million subscribers on the Deadwater channel? Many were impressed by Madongvan's last words, with female fans especially cheering. And many began to hate Deadwater and brand it a scoundrel. The girls already considered him a pervert, and now they disliked him even more. Although the guys sent messages of support, the phone overheated due to too many friend requests, so he turned it off. He didn't understand what was happening, what had arrived there. He tries to accept all friend requests, but soon they will exceed the limit of 5,000. Then, you will either need to accept only subscriptions or create another account. The guy saw that she had received a lot of messages from his classmates on his phone. He was an outcast. Why are they pretending to be friends now? Suddenly, on one of the messages, he read that he would at least come to a meeting of his classmates. The girl asked someone to give the printout to Leo Jin. This was an application to confirm the absence of family. Well, since the teacher said she is the head girl, this is her responsibility. She said that he stinks and doesn't want to talk to him. The girl asked, then why did she become a head girl? I just wanted to enter a vocational school with good characteristics. So what? And in general, let him decide on a place. The class teacher said that they would put the headman with someone who doesn't have a neighbor at his desk. Stretching out her hand, one of the girls said that she could give it to her. She would give it to her. All the same, you also need to sign the document, like a child from a dysfunctional family. At the same time, his application may fail. Having woken up, the guy realized that he had fallen asleep. This is what they call exhausted. A week ago, he received an invitation to the party room. This is a channel with which you can follow the battles while sitting in front of the monitor. The presenter said that in the game streaming category, he gets the new Star Award, because he was selected among 50 nominees. Previously, the guy dreamed of attention from others. But you can't run away from your past outcast. And now he cannot stand confidently while in the spotlight. Leo Jin just mumbled something, ran away from the party, and fell asleep while he was resting in the car. After that invitation to his classmates' meeting came, he began to dream about the past again. Now he understands why in comics and anime, successful heroes come to a meeting of classmates to take revenge. Outcast writers, who were constantly beaten as children, act out as adults in their texts and scripts. Mategan hunts a level 99 monster for the first time on Antilogious difficulty. The guy asked, did he just see Madonvan? He single-handedly catches a monster of difficulty level B. They didn't understand what kind of equipment he had, since he was so strong. Calling them children, one of the guys asked if they were tired of these game broadcasts yet. As soon as he joined the army, he immediately stopped playing. Since they have become adults, they need to work and save money. How long will they continue to play these games? If you get a job, then they will understand him. The hero's characteristics grow and their personal ones fall. Entering the hall, Leo Jin asked, is there a class reunion of Jongseonryang High School? Everyone froze with their mouths open. He became so popular they thought he wouldn't come. Sitting at the table, the guy did nothing but listen to how cool he was. It turns out that girls also watch his broadcasts. The guy's ended quite recently, but for him almost 20 years have passed. The girls laughed and said that he looked like a grown man. At school, he also had the aura of an adult. The guy sitting behind said that he was glad to see him. Is it clear from the guy's reaction that he lives well? Have you really joined society? In him, Leo Jin recognized a popular guy during his school years, Kwon Hyuk Woong, constantly beating him for any reason. Third year of high school, summer. He was beaten because he had not decided on a place, and old age would have to sit with him. Why should others suffer because of him? If he realizes it, then let him personally write down the name of his desk neighbor. If he has no friends, at least let him learn to behave in society. Let him play the game to the required level and check it after lessons. Looking at him, the guy called him a freak. He studies, he doesn't study, he doesn't play sports. Why even go to school? People like him just make me sick, really. The guy asked what he was doing, studying or working. Lee Oh-jin replied that he plays games, writes reviews on social networks, something like that. He replied that this is understandable. He has not changed at all during all this time. Don't you think it's time to live normally? Continuing to play games even as an adult is a problem. It would be better to get a part-time job and get paid hourly. He is not a rich man and has not yet saved up money for his old age. Of course, it's not very good to say this, but he already has $20,000 in his account. He's not bragging, of course, he's just giving an example. The guy just hasn't worked normally yet. He will feel the taste of money earned through sweat and blood, and the desire to play will disappear. Some kind of shooting games, nothing compared to the numbers on the account. A girl ran up to them and said that Oh-jin was now being shown on TV. The same award ceremony was broadcast there. The program said that the guy had about 1.5 million in his account. Looking at Haek-un, he said that his words were absolutely true. It's really nice to watch how money accumulates in your account. One of the girls began to tell him that she had opened an online store, but it was not moving very well. Could he say a few words on his stream? She will not remain in debt. The second one said that her parents retired and opened a restaurant. Can he advertise them on his channel? And how much does he charge for advertising? And if they can take a photo together, she will upload it to social networks. He thought about that at the age of 36, coming to a meeting of classmates who are barely over 20, they don't even have a common topic of conversation. The guy has completely forgotten all the trends from 15 years ago. You just have to go along with it. But what was much more significant was that he and the boys had no common memories. As soon as he told the guys that he had a lot to do and would go, she caught his eye. Lee Oh-jin shouted to the waiter that he would pay the bill. After asking for forgiveness, he ran away. Having caught up with Yoon Seol, he said that thank God they at least met. Lee Oh-jin asked if they could go somewhere to talk. The girl replied that, of course, she was a little late, but still congratulated him on his victory. The guy asked, is she also aware? She didn't expect that one of her classmates would become a star. The guy asked how Saul was doing. The girl said that she studied business at the university. Now, I took the academic one. Oh, Jin asked, second year or third year? The girl replied that no, she was supposed to graduate this year. I graduated from school as an external student and took many academic subjects. The guy said that she was great, of course. He knew that she was a good student, but he didn't think that she was that good. The guy said that this might seem strange to her, but he would like to thank the girl. She asked why. He said that before the school excursion, it was not the teacher or the head girl who handed over the documents to cover expenses, but she. Nobody wanted to approach him. This incident was imprinted in his memory. So he wants to thank her. Saul replied that it was simply inconvenient to receive gratitude for anything. He said no. Then it was very significant for him. Suddenly, the girl began to ask the guy for forgiveness. He asked why. Saul began to say that in fact she came to the meeting to see him. But when she saw him, she could not start a conversation. I suffered. And in the end, I just left. Turning to him, the girl said that of course it was simply shameless, but she had a request. In fact, her mother got sick. Due to the high costs of treatment, she moved out of the house and began renting it out. Let her not think anything bad. She is not going to ask him to lend her money. The girl was looking for a job that could be combined with caring for her mother and started streaming. So far, it brings a minimal number of views. He began to ask on what platform, what direction. Saul replied that in the field of beauty. She said that she worked in a cosmetic store, so she knows a lot, so maybe. Without finishing, she abruptly began to ask for forgiveness. Having said that, I shouldn't have started all this in the first place. Grabbing her bag, the girl stood up and apologized as she walked. They say that she wasted his time. Let him forget what she said. Grabbing her hand, Lee Oh-jin asked if she wanted to invite him as a guest. If yes, then no problem at all. We'll just thank her for her kindness. It must have been hard for her to do everything alone. If he can help, then let him do it. It is obvious. She had probably never admitted to anyone in her entire life that she was dead tired and needed help. And now the girl is forced to spit on her pride, forget about her reputation, and turn to him with a request. The next day, seeing him, the girl asked, "Has he come?" His hands were busy with something. She asked what it was. Oh, Jin replied that these were the remains of the streaming equipment. Since everything is so urgent, we need to use them. Seol began to ask, "Isn't this expensive? Is he lending it to her?" The guy replied that he does not lend, but gives. Since he decided to help, he will do everything to the highest standard. Then, when he starts earning a lot, they will somehow settle down. The girl's mother said that it was something with something. She invites friends home too. Is this her boyfriend? Lee Oh-jin greeted and replied that he was Seol's friend. The woman replied that, okay, they should have a good time. It's awkward, of course, to greet guests when things aren't tidy. The guy replied that everything was fine. Let him rest. About Jean. Ask a girl why the beauty industry? Why not something related to studies? Although for this, it was not necessary to start streaming at all. Could you, for example, take up tutoring? She's a good student. The girl replied that she did not know how to teach. Understanding yourself and clearly explaining to others are different things. And with such a job, she will not be able to devote much time to her mother. He thought that this was for sure. Even if the lecture was given by a teacher from Seoul University, he would not understand anything due to his stupidity. The guy said that everything is ready. We can already try something with this. Even one lamp can change the atmosphere of the broadcast and the appearance of the stream. He asked, so she streamed alone? She said that she simply took the tester, applied it to her hand, and talked about the properties. Oh-jin asked what the audience's reaction was. Seoul replied that what a reaction, no one even came in. Right now there are about 15 people watching. He thought there was a lot of work to be done. But still, it's so amazing that the 15 years he spent playing the game can help others. For the first time, he becomes a support for someone. At the same time, the Tower of the Brave. As Drake thought, after the 30th floor it gets more and more difficult. The guy wondered, Lee Oh-jin seemed to have reached the 47th floor? This time he will definitely set a new record. The girl said that next comes sunscreen. Oddly enough, many people do not know that sunscreen does not work for the first 30 minutes after application. Therefore, you should not go outside right away. It is necessary to avoid the skin around the eyes and carefully apply the cream to the cheekbones and protruding parts of the nose. This is not an advertisement. All products were selected by her, especially for a male audience. These are the most popular products over the past few years, and at a very reasonable price. Oh, Jin asked, isn't contouring your collarbones too much? Looks quite sensational. The girl asked him what? It's part of the stage makeup. So, first you need to use dark shadows for contouring. He thought that it would be easier to use the back of his hand, and come to think of it, this is the first time he has been so close to another woman besides Yu Da-hee. They can use this on the neck and ears. Also, don't forget that sunscreen only works for the first 2 hours, then it needs to be reapplied. Pulling down his bangs, the guy asked what she was doing. The girl replied that he looks very good with his bangs down. Adjusting it back, he said that it was terrible. Don't let your hair grow, it looks weird. Having taken off her glasses and raised her hair, the girl immediately began to say that she was shy. Today, the broadcast of humiliation also showed her real face. The guy replied that she was a liar. He didn't even suspect that she was so beautiful. Then the girl's mother suddenly looked in and asked what was going on there. She replied that it was just a little different from what she usually does. In such a warm and cozy atmosphere, the broadcast came to an end. After that, he was asked to advertise a bra. 3 days later, after just a couple of days of airing, Yoon Seol gained 150,000 subscribers. The girl did not stop thanking him for this. Oh Jin replied that it was nothing, he just helped her realize her potential. She also thanked him for lending money to her mother for treatment. As soon as he receives sponsorship money and advertising fees, he can return the entire amount to him. Her mom is much better. Thanks to him, she was able to be hospitalized on time, and the operation also went well, so now mom can move calmly. The guy realized that it was time for him to take care of his own life. Shortly after the merger, Drake received a message. It talked about the reappearance of the expert. He was gathering information to find the guys who had been killing him for the last few days. A girl came up to him and asked if he was an expert by any chance. She asked if he was unlikely to be an exhibitionist. At some point, the girl threw a set of random colored perfumes at him. The character's appearance will change for 24 hours. This cannot be neutralized. Oh, Jin wanted to catch up with her right now and kill her, but she didn't cause him any real damage, so the guy can't risk his energy. He didn't understand what it was. Everything was gone. The guy was just about to go through the Central Continental Beginner Village in the north, but now he would attract too much attention when he broke through the siege. Drake approached the guy. As it turns out, he looked exactly like Oh Jin. The guy didn't understand what the hell was going on. What kind of sneak attack was this? And who is behind this anyway? Extermination of experts. This is different from when ordinary users used sandworms as bait. Definitely murder is not his plan. Their current level can reach a maximum of 20, and the average training rating will be around C+ or B. In this situation, there will only be one way to close the gap with it. He focused on the newly created giant groups instead of the main one, so the destruction of the core would say. A sudden incident, a fairly high level, and some kind of shady group. Soon the guy managed to find a suspicious guild. Its name is Magyo. Oh, Jin did a good search on the internet and found something. Leo Jin said that he loves them and then destroys them. What a fatal contradiction. He was simply fighting with himself. Drake asked if they shouldn't worry about it. This thing only works for 24 hours anyway, so they can log off today. The guy replied that no, it's not worth it. A great idea just came to his mind. He told Drake to follow him so as not to waste time. The guy will show him something interesting. The people shouted that the expert would be struck by lightning for killing their king. They need to destroy the expert. Then his blood will wash away their resentment and pain. Their main enemy is the pink one. The wall in the north of the village is for beginners. Oh, Jin asked. So his murder is planned for today? It won't be easy for him to disguise himself with a pink bald head. He thought about transforming into Maidenvan and calmly walking through the wall, but it didn't seem to work. To get to the northern continent, you need to go through the wastewater treatment plant zone of the central continent. The Magyo Guild, whose leader is Yudahi, now controls the northern wall of the rookie village. The guy said okay, then they go according to plan. People seeing him began shouting that this couldn't be happening. The expert returned and killed 2 people at once. They asked how many of them this bastard thinks there are there. They began to attack him again and again, but unfortunately everything was unsuccessful. The guy asked how he got through the village security system. The girl said that she would not buy this potion and asked if he had thought about putting the goods up for auction. His death is only a matter of time. If they unite with the reserve, then more than 2,000 players will gather there. Suddenly the girl saw a signal for help from the southwest, and soon from all sides. They asked for help. Yudahi did not understand what was happening to the guild. The girl saw that the expert was actually a monster. Her brother told her that it seemed that sections 1 and 13 had fallen under the pressure of the expert. The enemy from the first zone is in the west and from zone 13 in the north. The reserve arrived too late and most of their men were killed. They are suffering colossal losses. What should they do? She shouted for everyone to gather. She wondered if they could have leaked somewhere else. The girl ordered the troops to be divided into 2 parts, half west, half north. She will lead the second group. Dahi realized that all this time he was moving north. The guy will continue to act like this. They saw the attack on the northern wall. She said she would never give up. Drake said that this terrible monster was there. Is he using all this to fight Madongvan? Oh, Jin answered what exactly. The guy said that thanks to this, the power of these traveling fans was halved, which is a big relief. Before facing the ambush, he went into Dorian Gray's forest and captured 12 doppelgangers. Before they even had a chance to see another person and change, Jormungandr swallowed them. One of his abilities is snacking. The monster can trap an enemy in its own stomach, preventing them from using hit points, and release him back when he needs. This is how 12 of his clones arose. There are 13 experts in total. The guy rushed to attack and eventually succeeded in escaping. Oh, Jin told the guy that Yudahi had probably already come to her senses and gave chase. They need to hurry up. While the guys were running, Drake Cat told the guy that he only asked once. He knows the guy is heading north. This is an unexplored area where no one has ever been due to the harsh climate and high-level monsters. Not that he minded. However, he doesn't want to get caught in a raid. Is he really going to get there within a month? Leo Jin replied that this is not the final goal, so one of the points to achieve it. He said that this will not end with the simple discovery of an unknown continent. This will cause many catastrophic changes. The guy is going to turn this game on its head. To create a huge patch and update, they must first target the northern continent. He thanked the guy for his unexpected answer and asked if he wouldn't block him. What is he talking about? His heart is about to burst with delight. Drake asked when 24 hours will pass. The guy replied that first they need to get away from the central continent. They can finally begin. Now it's a different race where the prize is the northern continent. They left the central continent and headed towards the harsh, snowy mountain. They entered the forest of misfortune. A snowstorm began to cover them. It takes away 1/10 of your maximum hit points per second. The monster Ent of Misfortune appeared in front of them. Lee O-jin shouted that this guy's hit points are divided into body and branches. It will be easier for them to destroy each of the parts first. Drake replied that then he would take care of these annoying branches, and O-jin said that he would deal with the left leg. The guy ordered him to smear himself with the liquid from this monster. It would protect him from pain. Drake asked if it was poisonous. O-jin said that I usually take much less hit points, and the storm takes more, which means that by choosing me, they reduce the damage by 4 times. Snow-capped mountains are a mini embodiment of the entire northern continent. A location covered with snow and ice plus a snowstorm that takes away life points. This place has long gained the reputation of being impassable due to various monsters and natural phenomena. Drake asked the guy how long will the storm last. He replied that it was random. If you're lucky, then 1 minute, and if not, then maybe several days. O-jin said that it seems that this time it will last a long time. They can't just wait for the storm to end, so he will use Ento's misfortune liquid. The guy asked why you thought it wouldn't stop right now. He replied that let him observe the change in character. He asked again, with a change? Lee O-jin replied that of course they say it is random, but the longer it continues, the easier its movement. This is necessary to save system resources. Each time snowflakes fall, you need to count how many of them fall at the same angle and at the same speed. Estimating by eye, he received about 32 pieces, which means this storm will last a long time. The guy replied that it looks like you need to look carefully to understand. They just entered, and it's already quite difficult to resist the monsters. And that tree monster they just met, although it was level B+, turned out to be unexpectedly strong. And they say that it appears in the lightest places of these mountains, which means he is the weakest. It turns out that the level there is so high. The guy replied that there are worse things, and if possible, he would certainly like to avoid meeting someone. Drake thought that this was the first time he had seen him talk like a coward. The guy asked what kind of someone made him afraid of meeting him. Suddenly a voice said, they invaded someone else's territory. The frozen boss opened his eyes and expressed his dissatisfaction. Frozen boss wants them to turn around. Seeing an incomprehensible black spot to the side, the guy asked what it was there. O-jin shouted to run before they were caught. The frozen boss Hee approached them very quickly. He began to attack. Drake began to fight back as best she could. Suddenly the monster grabbed the guy's leg and it began to freeze. His body slowly turned into ice. At some point, Lee O-jin touched the guy and he began to come to his senses. Drake immediately asked what it was. The guy replied that the cold tag is a feature of Hee called introducing. It freezes the enemy. The body can only be melted if a teammate touches the player. If there is no contact, then in the end he may die due to the damage from the snow. While O-jin was distracted by telling all this, the monster touched him too. Without thinking twice, the guy simply shot from his bow. O-jin told him it was great. Shots and magic also count as touches. And he didn't even take any damage from freezing. That's exactly why he couldn't come there alone. The guys heard the sound of that laughter again. Drake said that this monster is quite persistent. Maybe it's better for them to kill him. After all, you can defeat him even alone if you are careful enough with the feature. Lee O-jin replied that since he noticed them, he would pursue them to the end. When suddenly the guy started thinking, isn't there some way to solve everything by simply winning? The guy thought and asked, what interesting place have the guys from Mangwa reached now? Drake realized that he was up to something again. Commander Yu-da-hee was attacked by frost-covered wolves. The guy asked, this is an ordinary mob, where do they get such power? The girl replied that they really annoy her. They attack, rake, run away, and as soon as they forget about them, they attack again. A penguin approached the girl and she called him very cute. Suddenly he began to attack. It was a sharp-headed penguin, he also loves to fight. Yu-da-hee realized that he didn't look too strong, but it would be very difficult to cope with him. He has already sent 100 people to the grave for sure. Suddenly, Lee O-jin appeared from behind a snowdrift. He asked if everything was okay with the guys, if they were tired. Seeing him, the girl screamed deathwater. Having dealt with the sharp-headed penguin, she heard the guy say that it was a great blow. The girl did not understand what happened. It was a direct hit. Suddenly, the team heard strange sounds that gave them goosebumps. Hee appeared in front of them. The voice kept repeating that this ice cannot be destroyed in the usual way. The guy didn't understand what it was because he couldn't move at all. Da-hee realized that if you touch the ice, it will collapse. Let them touch each other. The girl shouted that judging by his appearance, his characteristics include darkness and ice, which means that with the onset of day, he will become 4 times weaker. If they use flame or steel, they can deal 8 times more damage. Dawn is coming. They just need to hold out until the sun rises. Looking around, she realized that the pursuit detachment of 500 people had lost 100 in just an instant. The girl shouted that she would definitely find and kill the dead water. Leo Jin said that it was so nice to put that monster on someone else's shoulders. The guy replied that this time it was possible to get rid of Hihi and Migyo at the same time. He replied that it was impossible. They could still be used. How can you break away from the guys who want to cut his throat to avenge his death? They reached the frozen village, a hidden level. Drake realized that the people there were frozen because all the players there were frozen by Hihi. I open all the shelves. The guy found a potion, 1 jar of whale oil, radishes, carrots, a medicine for frostbite. Can all this really be taken away just like that? What lies there is something like a reward for the first finder. Well, unlike the items they buy in a regular store, they cannot be restored. Drake said that at this time he felt like a marauder. They entered a frozen cave with a black floor. The guy didn't understand what it was. He asked why there is a black floor under the snow. Leo Jin replied that it was black because the floor is a deep sea with no bottom visible. So they're walking on the surface of a frozen sea? The guy told him to be careful. If the floor cracks, it will immediately be underwater. Seeing that the guy threw some kind of package, he asked if this was by any chance the blood of the wolves they had recently defeated. What is he going to do? At some point, something suddenly emerges from under the ice. It turned out to be an ice shark. They opened the hidden quest nightmare of the deep sea. They need to collect 28 ice shark teeth. Drake asked, ice shark teeth? Do they really want the guys to count this fish's teeth? Leo Jin asked. Cool, right? How can they ignore this quest? In any case, you have to fight. The guy said, just look how wound up he was. After making a couple of attacks, the guy realized that it was not for nothing that he belonged to level A. He is quite dexterous and fast. All the time they cowardly hide under the ice and suddenly attack. So it's difficult to guess the time for a critical attack. He moves in such a way that the guy's attacks have little effect. The guys realize that if this continues, the floor will gradually disappear. This is a high-level monster, so it will take too long to completely destroy it. He suggested just focusing on the quest. Although it looks complicated, it definitely has a certain type of action. Before an attack, he always goes into an already existing one, and returns after breaking through a new one. But if he cannot escape through the hole, then he will rush around the ice for about 2 seconds. The shark creates the first hole and dives under the water. Emerging, she punches a second hole. Then, when returning to depth, it dives into the first hole. Emerging, the monster creates a third hole. The guy said that simply put, this is repeated endlessly until it destroys the entire floor. In order to defeat her, you need something that could close the hole that is already flying past. Since they didn't cover their tracks too hard, it means they will soon come for them. He thought that this was their lifesaver. Having gone downstairs, the girl began to scream that dead water was a bastard. Did he think he could just run away? This time she caught him. Leo Jin asked where she came from. Did he make a mistake in his calculations? Why did they catch up so quickly? He left such faint traces. Someone else should have appeared first. Looking at the girl, he saw she had the eye of a snow goose. The guy wondered how she got this item. Now it's clear how the girl found them so quickly. The eye of a snow goose, an indispensable item on northern expeditions, helps to find the trail of someone who has run away. However, he knows how monsters move and where hidden dungeons and items are, so he considered it useless and ignored it. Who would have thought that he would be caught by Yudahi? She is either very lucky or very capable. Behind is an ice shark. Magyo is ahead. They are in a difficult situation. He needed to stall for time in any way. As soon as he turned to the girl, she replied that his tricks did not work on her. The guy said that's not the point. Doesn't she know the secret of the item she's wearing now? The girl asked, is it a secret? Is he talking about the snow goose's eye? He answered exactly what. Does the guy want to say that he has some secret? Deadwater told her to listen carefully. He said that the eye of a snow goose, even if read backwards, will be the eye of a snow goose. Everyone stood with stone faces. He didn't understand why there was such a reaction. On a variety show where he heard a similar joke, everyone laughed. The girl replied that yes, he is bio-garbage. That's why all sorts of garbage comes out of his mouth too. She began to attack. Suddenly, a shark appeared in front of her. She didn't understand where the shark came from. The girl ordered the magicians to attack. Oh, Jin thought that no, if the shark encounters too many opponents, it will simply swim deep into the sea. If you're unlucky, you may miss out completely. Having bitten his finger, the guy began to spray blood. He thought that this is how all monsters have a program for avoiding poison. He has no choice but to jump into another farther hole, and this will give the guy some time. From a strong blow, one of the shark's teeth flew off. The girl didn't understand what it was. Suddenly she heard that same sound. Is it really following them here too? The girl felt that same feeling of freezing from her very feet. She couldn't get used to it, although it wasn't the first time. It feels like she is locked in a prison and completely separated from the world. The brother shouted to the girl to come to her senses, otherwise she would not get out of the water. She asked the guy to report the situation. He said that because of this ice demon, most people froze. Of course, he touched everyone he could to unfreeze, but most logged out, leaving about 20 people. Running away, the guy shouted that this was a victory. To complete the quest, it was enough to collect the teeth that remained after the attack of Magyo and Hihi. The frost-covered teeth here will probably use their ability to escape and will try to swim further into the depths through a new hole. However, Hihi has the ability to introduce, which means that this hole will again be firmly frozen. But on the other hand, the decayed teeth are too big to simply freeze. It's not often that you see A-level monsters fight, so I wish them a pleasant viewing. The guy said that it was his first time seeing level A monsters fight. Yudahi shouted that this was not the time to stare at them. It's time to get out of here while these two fight. The girl followed his tracks. Out of a squad of 500 people, only 20 remained. Even though they had lost their majestic appearance, she would do anything to cut off his impudent head. Yu Chang asked where they were going anyway. He remembered that there was the northern edge of the world. After the snow-capped mountains, there is no land. This is the end, the last place in this world. However, there are no users yet who have seen this with their own eyes, so no one knows what the real edge looks like. Of course, he doesn't want to admit it, but now that guy can be called a pioneer. The girl shouted that this was nonsense. She doesn't recognize how such a freak can be a pioneer. She will never admit it. She shouted that she had found it in that direction. Li O-jin asked, did they get there too? Yudahi shouted that he was finished and would no longer run away from her. In ancient times, people thought that the earth was flat. They believed that if you reach the end of the world, you can see a bottomless abyss of nothingness. And the game is made like this ancient world. He said, welcome to the edge of the world. And yet there is the beginning. Romance that doesn't exist now. The world from ancient theories. This means that no one yet knows about what is hiding at the edge of the world. 15 years ago, a photograph appeared on one computer called The Edge of the World. Some adventurer, without a second thought, uploaded a photo with something vaguely visible in the corner. And this attracted everyone's huge attention. And who would have imagined that at the end of the world, where there seemed to be nothing, that in its northernmost part, something like this would be hidden? Just as the guy thought, he was there. The captain asked what brought him to her. Is he a passenger? Captain of the devil ship Chikai. Leo Jin replied that it was true and asked, he can board the ship, right? She replied that she needed to pay. Did they have money? The guy asked how much. He showed 3 fingers. Drake said 3 million gold was a bit expensive. Chikai said that the guy is wrong. Its price is 30 million. The guy began to ask why it was so expensive. Li O-jin said that nothing could be done, handing him the money. The captain asked what class of cabin he wanted. The guy replied that the first. She said that for this money, you can only buy cabins no higher than second class. To sit in first class, you need something else. The voice said that the hidden quest nightmare of the Deep Sea 2 had been discovered. Due to the long stay at sea, the pirate's teeth had deteriorated. The captain's teeth have become so bad that now it is difficult for her to bite through ropes. Can a guy bring her teeth that will work as false teeth? The guy gave him shark teeth. The hidden quest has been completed. The captain replied that great, she would give them a first-class cabin. Pointing to the side, she told them to open the door and enter. This is the first class of their ship. Drake asked, what kind of first class is this? Isn't this just the hold of a ship? If first grade looks like this, what are second and third grades like? Maybe those who chose lower classes are simply dragging themselves behind the ship on ropes. Li O-jin replied, oh well, the second class is ordinary cabins, and the third is the deck. It's spacious, and you can breathe the sea air. The guy asked, isn't that better than where they are now? Why is first class the worst? Yu Da-hee asked what, 30 million gold? The captain replied that it was true, by the way, from everyone. The girl wondered why the tickets were suddenly so expensive. Chikai replied that if they don't like it, they don't have to go. They were wondering, did those two really pay that much? The girl said that since they had already gotten there, they couldn't retreat. She opens the guild safe. The girl ordered her brother to immediately gather those who agreed. They go on exploration into unknown lands. Even a short video will be enough to cover all costs. The captain shouted that great, the devilish ship is leaving. She told the respected passengers that everyone is responsible for their own lives. They tried to open the door. She said that she doesn't give in one bit. It appears to be an invulnerable object. This seemed to be the virtue of first class. Yu Da-hee realized that without continuing the quest, she couldn't get there for money, although it doesn't matter. Since the ship has already left, they have nowhere to go now. Well, it's impossible to get in there from the outside. It's unpleasant, of course, but what can you do? The girls said that time is on their side anyway. They just surround this hold. As soon as they stick their heads out, they will immediately get what they deserve. After listening, the guy said that it seemed like they had quieted down. Apparently, they decided to stop attacking and just wait. He told Drake that it would start soon, by the way. The guy asked, what exactly? Oh, Jin replied that he was asking why this pitiful hold was considered first class. Now he'll see what happens to the second and third graders, and he'll understand. The captain began to shout that the first wave was beginning. Let them prepare for a fatal blow, if of course they can. Looking at the huge wave, the girl wondered if those bastards really knew about this, and that's why they climbed into the hold. The wave began to rise higher and higher. The girl looked at all this with horror when suddenly she saw something incomprehensible. Yu Da-hee asked, "What is this?" It was a squid with devilish tentacles. He began to attack. The girl said that of course his size is impressive, but this is only B level. If there are only a couple of them, they can easily cope with them. The girl's brother stood with his mouth open, because as it turned out, there weren't a couple of them there. Approaching the captain, Yu Da-hee asked if she had any guns. "This is a galleon." She replied that the third grade kids talk so much. The captain told them that they could get off if they didn't like it. Having dealt with the squid with one blow, the captain said what she said. Every man for himself. Yu Da-hee realized that they didn't have to be defeated. It is enough to prevent them from boarding the ship. Just let them cut off the tentacles that penetrate the deck. If you don't try to destroy them, they don't pose much of a threat. They tried to get rid of them, whatever it was. The Yu Da-hee guild, or rather the remaining members of this guild, dealt with the squids. Sitting on the deck, the girl screamed, "This is disgusting!" 2 of them died. But for each one, she had to give a huge amount of money. The girl didn't understand what kind of crap this was. Looking at her team, the girl said that they needed to decide. She feels sorry, of course, for those who died, but they don't know what else might appear there. At this moment, while Yu Da-hee was telling her thoughts, the captain shouted that the second wave was coming. The girl clearly did not expect to hear this. Donuled appeared in front of them. The girl noticed that he had steel scales. This means that he's not afraid of physical damage. She ordered the magicians to try attacking him with stun or shocking him. They took action. Yu Da-hee shouted that she would distract him, and at that time let them try to inflict maximum damage on him from afar. Just let them try to hold out until he gets exhausted and falls off the ship. The magicians began to attack again. They did it again. Barely breathing, they sat on the deck. Yu-chan told his sister that they had lost 2 more. Approaching the captain, the girl asked her where those 2 were. She asked, "Is this girl talking about the guys from first grade?" "They are sitting in the hold." Yu Da-hee asked why they weren't attacked by monsters. The captain answered because they are in first class. The girl asked what she would do if the ship fell apart at this rate. Chikai said that brave pirates are not afraid of such nonsense. She realized that she could not come to an agreement with the captain. Well, what did she hope for? For a highly moral dialogue with artificial intelligence. The captain said that, by the way, the third wave is coming. The girl asked, "Is it possible to slow down somehow?" Chikai replied that this is the last one. Let her gain strength. A level A+ deep sea demon appeared in front of Yu Da-hee. She thought that even the previous level had battered them a lot. All that the monster said was your word. The girl was surprised. Did he talk to her? He repeated again, "Give the sacrifice." The guys asked what it means to give a sacrifice. What does it mean? The monster said that every hour one of them would give his body to him to be eaten. Otherwise, he will drag this ship to the bottom. The captain said that this cannot be done. She has expensive passengers sitting in first class. The monster asked how. It seems he was impolite. He asked, well then, can those who are now on deck be dragged away? Chikai answered that she doesn't care. These are piglets from the third class. The girl asked, what the hell? The player and the monster have teamed up and don't care about them? She asked the captain how long the voyage takes. She replied that about 4 hours. She asked, does this mean this ship can be turned around? The captain replied that it would be like 2 fingers on the asphalt if she received consent from dear first-class passengers. Yu Chang said that after the monster appeared, the waves stopped, but the wind no longer blew. Complete calm. It turns out they are stuck in the middle of the sea. The girl decided to attack the monster, but saw that her weapon simply slipped. She opened the hidden quest, Deep Sea Nightmare 3. The deep sea demon has enough strength to capsize any ship. He kept repeating that they would give him a sacrifice, that he was hungry. Yudahi realized that not a single attack affected him. What should she do? Suddenly she noticed mucus on his body and realized that this was the problem. He kept repeating that it was crazy in his head. Let them give him a sacrifice. She thought it was a disaster. Almost an hour has passed, but it still cannot be stopped. One of the girls raised her hand and said that she would do it, would become his victim. She now has no items or mana. It would be better for her to die there, becoming a victim, so she can at least somehow help them. At this time, the monster did not stop repeating the word victim. The monster asked, did they choose a victim? Is she the victim? He said that he was very hungry. The girl said that they must avenge Madanvan. The captain said, well, they can continue sailing since that parasite has left for a while. The girl asked, what kind of situation is this? Now there are only 5 survivors. In a depressing atmosphere, they discussed what to do next. The girls who volunteered to become victims decided to give away the reward for the quest, income from the video, and so on. However, beyond the question of how to thank the sacrifice, there was a problem that needed to be taken care of first. They never decided anything. In the end, we returned to the same thing again. The monster again began to repeat that they would give him a victim. The guy said that this time he will go. He wants to take revenge on them for Madanvan. What he couldn't complete, his fans will bring to life and make memories. In fact, it's just time for him to go to work. And if he turns off the pain function, then it shouldn't be very scary. He hopes that something will happen to him too. And just like that, there are 4 survivors. The head of the Magyo Guild, Yu Dahi. Deputy head of the Magyo Guild, Yu Chang. The head of the Incheon Alliance, Jang Tai-ik and Hiller. She immediately said that she was against it. The girl replied that they didn't even say anything. Hiller said that everything is clear. Only she doesn't belong to the leadership there. Why is she a healer? Because she doesn't want the monster to grab her. Yu Dahi thought it was understandable. Healer, the heart of any raid. It must be protected no matter what. However, the rest of the leadership of the guild is their face. None of them can die. There was nowhere else to retreat. Turning to the captain, the girl asked her if there was a way to somehow defeat this nasty monster. She replied that she should just give up. His mucus cannot be frozen or burned. The monster repeated the same words again and again so that they would give him a sacrifice because he was hungry. The girl shouted at him to fuck off. She decided to try to hold out until they arrived. About an hour left. Either everyone will die or everyone will swim. 1 out of 2. The monster asked to quickly give him a victim. Suddenly he grabbed the healer by the leg. The girl became his victim. Suddenly he came again and began to demand a sacrifice. The girl shouted, he already caught one of them. What's the problem? If it was not a voluntary death, does it not count as a sacrifice? The captain said that now it's time for everyone to calm down. The monster kept repeating the same word, victim. With one blow, Oh Jin dealt with him. The guy asked, how did you have fun? The girl wondered why he suddenly came out. Suddenly, this monster appeared again. Oh Jin asked, did he seem angry? Why? Would you like to get it again? He began to strike again and again. The girl asked what damage he could do to him. The guy said that he was so viscous it was so fun to beat him. Yu Chang didn't expect this. He said that this could not happen. Then why did all their attacks literally fly past him? It was strange for the girl to see this. After all, just recently his mucus reduced friction to 0. Suddenly, someone from behind asked her to step away for a second. Turning around, she saw some guy. She saw something falling from the arrows. The girl asked, are you in the hall? This is a way to increase the friction force. The deep-sea demon has a friction ability that causes all physical and magical attacks to simply slide off. This means that any attack becomes useless. It's like absolute protection with a 99.99% evasion rate. However, although he avoids attacks, his defense itself is quite weak, and if the damage can reach its target, then all of the damage should work. Now there is a substance sprayed on his body that completely removes the effect of his friction ability. Ash, powder that remains after combustion. Among the items they found were the remains of dried firewood. They also discovered whale oil, which could be melted and spread over the body. And after that, burn the wood and sprinkle the fat with ashes so that everything sticks well. And of course it was necessary to cover weapons and armor with it. As a result, the friction feature is neutralized. This means that his death warrant has already been signed. Suddenly the monster simply jumped overboard. Drake asked if he ran away. The guy replied that he just went to wash himself. However, their weapons are covered in ash, so this will not be a problem. The guy said that now the real battle with the boss begins. A strong wind arose. The waves reached several meters in height. The boss appeared in front of them, who said that they didn't even give him a sacrifice, and they also dared to beat him. He will definitely eat them now. The girl asked what should they do about it now. Has he decided to end them all? Jin said that monsters are needed in order to defeat them. This is a game, isn't it? Deadwater asked them not to get in the way, so let them go into the hold and pointed his finger at the door. Drake asked the guy why he's saving them again. Jin answered because they can still be used. It looks like he eats watermelon with seeds too. He himself knows that the most vitamins are always in the bone. Damn! This was a chance to hit him from behind, and she missed it because of her fucking gamer curiosity. After all, even he cannot defeat a level A+ monster. Isn't that what she was thinking about? Or maybe it sounded in her head, what if he could? And she just found herself under the power of some kind of expectation. And how can she even think about such things? The girl began to scream for the Deadwater to die. He fluttered there a little and died. Jin asked the guy, did he figure out the plan he told him? He replied that he wasn't sure, so they'd just try it first. The guy said that he was starting again, and in the end, he will do everything perfectly. Jin shouted to the captain to choose. She replied that she knew what to do without him. If the sail was lowered now, they would be at the mercy of the whirlwind, even if he doesn't think about running away. The guy shouted to Drake if he was ready. He replied that for the audio equalizer, the setup is complete. He will not be able to evade this crazy whirlwind by simply following it with his eyes. The flow of water inside him is extremely dense and fast, but if he listens carefully, he will find a way. There will be a crazy current on the left side, and on the right it will spin until you feel sick. Let him listen carefully and rotate in the same direction as the current. No matter what happens, you can't make a mistake and butt heads with him. If this happens, he will simply be crushed. The girl didn't understand what it was. Did it move? Is it even possible? At this moment, the monster began to attack. The guy shouted that this is the second phase. Let him be careful. Drake realized that I think this was already somewhere. Looked pretty familiar. Jin replied that the second phase is already devoid of any patterns. He just stood up firing in all directions. He said that there were a lot of them and asked what I would do. The guy replied that he just had to follow the basic plan. Shooting games are all about watching and avoiding bullets. At first glance, they don't seem to stand a chance, but if you look closely at the bullets, they're actually quite slow. Moreover, monster targets, are quite small relative to the firing area. Don't worry about the number of remote controls, just avoid the ones that are flying right at you. Even if God forbid it gets hit, the damage is not that great. Watching the guy dodge the gunfire, Drake asked if it was impossible to hit him at all. He's clearly cool. Jin mentally wondered, who's cool? He has practiced this many times, and the guy copes with this madness just by hearing the instructions once. Here are the instructions. As I expected, that guy is a real monster. Now Jin understood why he was the strongest player. The attack stopped. It was clear from the monster that he was furious. Looking at everything that was happening, the guy said what a good time to call on the boss's highest ability. Drake asked, they can't avoid it, right? The guy replied no. This is a tsunami with a height of 1,500 m and a width of 445.8 kilometers. How can they avoid this? He asked. What should I do then? This ship won't be destroyed anyway, so hide in the corner. Before he could finish speaking, Jin interrupted him and said that it was useless to remain on deck. Grabbing him by the collar, he jumped overboard. The guy said that the calculation must be correct. Dahi didn't expect to see this. She asked in the sea now. Are they serious? Have you decided to escape the tsunami by jumping into the sea? The captain asked if it would all end with them being swallowed up by the waves. Funny boys, she feels sorry for them. Running out of the cabin, the girl ran towards the side of the ship. Looked down, she saw the guys. They asked if everything was okay. Drake told the guy that he roughly understood what was happening. Still, it would be nice if he at least dropped a hint before jumping. Oh Jin replied that, in any case, everything is as he thought. They don't drown in water. In the middle of the endless ocean, they are right at the surface. It was Reef. When using the boss's ultimate ability, he is always located at a certain point in the sea. This reef always exists with a 99% probability, 15M at 7 o'clock from the monster. Drake asked the guy how he determined this. He replied that everything is simple because they are on land. The territory of the sea is that territory in which the distance between the land and the surface of the water exceeds a certain measure. So, of course, everything around them is the sea. But not this reef. Because the gap between the top of the reef and the surface of the water is too small, it is recognized as terrestrial terrain according to the World Map System rules. That is, damage from tsunamis, which is caused only by the sea, does not cause any damage to the reef. After causing a tsunami, he goes into a daze for about a minute. A 60-second stun in a one-on-one fight is like death. The surgical strike inflicted before must have already accumulated. The guy shouted that it was time to end this. He began to strike again and again. Suddenly, he heard a voice saying that they had completed a hidden quest. Yu Chang looked up and said that the sea had calmed down and the fog was dissipating. A drifting iceberg matryoshka appeared in front of them. The girl asked what kind of piece of ice it was. Huge, just like a real island. She saw that the guys were already running away. Turning to the captain, the girl asked, "Can she go faster?" She replied, "Not to fuss. Her ship will not lose to that snakehead." The voice said that they had opened the hidden quest, Deep Sea Nightmare 4. The owners of the drifting ice do not like them. Let them try to survive on the damned iceberg for 12 hours. Seeing them, the girl shouted for them to stop. "Oh," Jin asked, "have they really caught up already?" Drake responded surprisingly quickly this time. Looking at the girl, he realized that her level was slightly above 20 Class B equipment. She is much stronger than the Yuda he knew 15 years ago. The girl grew quite a lot while she was tracking him. At the beginning, she was just over 20 years old and had C+ equipment. It seems he raised her to be a strong girl. Having carried out the attack, the girl's brother shouted for him to die. The guy replied that they had already got him, playing hide-and-seek with him. Turning to the guys, he asked if they would like to see his new technique. He shouted, "Coefficient of friction, activation." The girl asked, "What else is this? How was he able to repel the attack?" The guy replied that the main characteristic of the Sea Devil, did they forget about it? He got this effect by catching it. He said that was all and told them bye. The girl practically caught him. She tried to run after him but slipped and fell. Drake asked, "Oh Jin, what is this slippery substance?" The guy replied like, "This is mucus from his body." He suggested that it would be better to hurry up and widen the road. Looking around, the girl asked where these two went. Her brother asked her to calm down. Deadwater was a moron, and so we remain. The main thing for them now is to complete the quest. The guys had to survive for 12 hours. Time was almost up, but who knows what might pop out before it's all over. He asked what if something like the Sea Devil appeared again. The girl replied that she did not think that monster was alive. She has the eye of a snow goose after all. She looked at the map. There were no signs of monsters. Even if he appears, they will be able to escape from him somehow. Looking to the side, the guy asked his sister, "Doesn't she think something strange is happening?" The girl asked what exactly. He told her to look there. They are definitely in the middle of an ice island. So why are there so many dead sea creatures? The tentacles of the devil they saw. There are even people, starfish, sea urchins, and shrimp that do not go onto land. And most importantly, how did the ship get stuck in the middle of an iceberg? This is very strange. The girl wondered if he took off during a storm. No, he was probably washed up by the current. What if maybe they are missing something? She didn't understand where the dead water went. Suddenly, instead of just, they began to fail. The voice again said that the Deep Sea Nightmare 4. They don't like the drifting iceberg. Let them try to survive on a damned piece of ice for 12 hours. Only 59 seconds left. The girl understood the reason why ships and sea creatures froze outside the water. The moment the ice fell, they were forced to rise. Every time it melts and freezes again and again and again, the island turns 180 degrees upside down. Suddenly, dead water appeared. He said that they weren't expecting them, but they showed up. Now it's time to meet the owner of the island. There's a cave in the ice mountain that used to be at the bottom of the ocean. The girl ordered her brother to get up and follow her. Meanwhile, the guys were already running into the cave. The guy said that he was going to penetrate into the very heart of this icy island. Drake thought, what a fool. The girl said that if they were one more second late, they would have been swept away by the other side and would have ended up under the iceberg. Looking around, she asked where they were. They are definitely inside the ice island. Do they have no other choice? There could be a monster or a trap there. Looks like they'll have to move forward. She won't stop until she destroys that idiot. They have no other options. Dark King, choice. Allows you to choose the best path out of all possible. Drake said it was cool and asked what it was. The guy replied that this is a passive skill that he received by catching the Dark King. Now this seems like cheating. Before they start, he goes ahead with the substance. The guy asked, was he going to deceive their precious pursuers? If so, then it was necessary to throw it a little in the other direction. If you want to break away from them, you should direct them along the wrong path. He replied that he didn't even know. She's so smart and she long ago understood how he usually acts, right? Seeing the flask, the girl said that it was now clear where that bastard went. They should go there. My brother said that there were traces of poison on the left road. Can't she see? Isn't it obvious that they chose that path? The girl replied that they should carefully look at the trail. This is one continuous straight line. They didn't accidentally spill it, it was intentional. They just rolled a bottle of potion across the floor, so they went a different route. The guy asked, but why waste the potion then? The girl replied that he must have wanted to direct them along the wrong path. Why does he think traces of poison did not appear earlier? Just let them look at them. They are trying so hard to lure them into a trap. They definitely don't have a chance. The man asked now that they knew where to go. Maybe they would catch them already. A little while later, the girl asked who would have thought that this island was so huge. What kind of place is this anyway? The voice said that they had entered the right zone of the piercing wind. The name of the discoverer will be recorded in the Akashic records. The girl didn't understand why it was written there that she was a discoverer. She realized that the dead water had wrapped her around her finger again. The brother told the girl to look there first. Something seems wrong. What are these piles of bones? They looked very strange. That giant looked like a boss. She wondered what the hell happened there. She saw it in the guide. It's the Devil's Foot. The voice said that the requirements for the number of people needed to battle on the piercing windfighter field had been met. They opened the hidden quest nightmare of the Deep Sea 5. It is necessary to help the minions of the devil on the right defeat the dead on the left. She thought that at the fork they had chosen the right path. It turns out that because of this, they are now on the right side. It turns out that this is a game whose goal is to destroy the camp of the hostile army. Yudahi didn't understand what was happening at all. Giant undead this time. Suddenly in the distance, she saw it. Dead water. The guy said that now they will find out who is the best in AOS. He said that they drove. They would deal with them quickly. Lee O-jin asked, is she still alive? As expected, they arrived safely at the battle site. If they had not gone to the right, the game would not have started. Drake asked the guy, and all for this? They dragged them on their tail because of such a trifle? Then he needs to know something. This time they will spare them again and let them continue to trail behind them? The guy replied that no, now his conscience is clear. The girl shouted for him to come here. Are you planning to cross the line with the help of these skulls? Does he think it's that easy? She shouted to attack. Jang Tai-ik shouted that the blacksmith's special shield would be difficult to break through even if they were level B. He was well prepared, because he still remembers his first meeting with Dead Water. All special measures to prevent any attacks are in place. He survived all past attacks thanks to this score. He doesn't want to lose at all, so he focused on defense. The guy asked, is this a reason to brag? Drake said it was awkward. It's going to be hard to get a deal done because of this strong, idiotic shield lover. In addition, Yudahi and Yu-chan have a lot of defense and hit points, considering the two tankers over there, one support and one dealer next to it. Even if that monster is Class B, undead-type monsters are no more difficult to attack than other monsters of that level. Their attack pattern is monotonous, and their movements are slow, making them fairly easy to defeat. The only advantage is the quantity. Drake asked if they were going to be pushed back now. It seems they will hit the camp soon. The guy replied that nothing could be done. Oh, Jin said it was time to call it a day then. Looking at him, the guy said that this is his expression. It seems it's time for another one. Deadwater asked what was wrong with his face. He replied that he was the spitting image of a villain. The girl said that it seems that they are slowly gaining momentum. Finally, victory will be hers, and now it's time to capture the highest points and remove him. Going upstairs, she wondered why there was no one there. Brother said that if you look at it this way, he doesn't think there was anyone on their team who could be a nexus. Suddenly, a voice said that the camp of the left was about to fall. The fierce determination of the warriors stimulates the awakening of the ruler of the battlefield. The great dead man opened his eyes. The girl asked what kind of stone statue was it. Is this big guy still moving? Are they kidding me? Where did the overpowered character even come from? Drake said it was a super minion, just incredible. The guy replied that this is a game in which you cannot put pressure on your opponent recklessly, especially at the beginning. The ultimate goal of this battle is not to push the enemy back as far as possible, but to awaken and deal with the nexus or great dead that lies deep within the enemy camp. He thought, pushing the enemy back from the very beginning to catch the great dead man is, of course, a good idea. But this will work at least 2-3 years after the game's release, when higher-ranking users appear. The guy shouted that now, role reversal. He will rob the enemy base. The girl shouted for him to come here. The guy is still covered in sea devil mucus, which repels any attack. It's annoying as hell, but I have an idea. She needs to aim the moment he exhales. She began to attack when she suddenly realized that he had ignored her. The voice said that the camp of the right was about to fall. The fierce determination of the warriors stimulates the awakening of yet another ruler of the battlefield. The great dead man opened his eyes. Looking at everything that was happening, Drake said that who would have thought that he would ever witness a fight of such a level? A stunning fight between monsters of level A+. 2 giants fight on a battlefield strewn with countless dead. Players have no choice but to watch it from the outside. However, he was interested in something completely different. Leo Jin said that finally now he's going to catch these 2. Yudahi asked if she heard right. Is he going to catch 2 scary Class A+ monsters? The girl thought, if you look at it this way, this is her chance to stab him in the back. At least this time. The guy said to calm down. Why doesn't she stop there? This raid is not the most important thing for him. This is just a small fight, a warm-up. Last warning, she better stop now and leave. He will continue on his way and she won't even think about following on his heels. He completed a hidden quest. Deep Sea Nightmare 5. Left and right sides activated in eternal battle mode. It is necessary to help the left giant drive out the right devil. In general, he has an average level. The guys spent too much energy fighting the great dead man, and now they have almost no life points left. They will become their bait. This is not something that can be done with the snap of a finger, and he will continue on his way. She was so angry at his words, but she had no choice but to understand and store it somewhere in the corner of her subconscious. They crossed the snowy mountains, which no one had ever been able to do, discovered 2 new maps outside the world map, and now they were targeting Class A monsters that no one had dared to meet before. The voice said that he received a point for fighting the piercing wind. The world's first wind sword fight is the first point. Will he leave his name? The guy received the title Great Dead Warden, a feature of immortality. If it weren't for the conflict between them, she would understand why everyone wants to be him. The brother told the girl that it was dangerous. We need to get out of there as quickly as possible. He didn't understand what those idiots were doing. The ghost of the great dead disappears. The damned Matryoshka is collapsing. They needed to be saved. The girl said that since they got there, they need to try to escape. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. She can't leave this island so easily. Drake told the guide that the ship is on the other side. Where is it going? They must return on the Devil's ship. The guy replied that firstly, they only paid for a one-way ticket. A return ticket will cost 300 million. Oh, Jin took out the essence of the deep sea. The guy asked, isn't this the item he got after killing the sea devil? He replied that he was the same one. Reduces damage caused by water. It will save you from both temperature and pressure. Suddenly, a ship appeared in front of them. Drake asked, what is this? The Devil's ship? The guy replied that no, that's not it. It was managed by Yudahi. This is the same ship that got stuck in the middle of the mountain. It seems the island has begun to fall apart. In a past life, it was a ship that no one touched because everyone thought it was just an object. Just think, she figured out how to play this card so quickly. The guy said she was great, as expected from one of the best players. Yu Chang said that he thinks they are moving too fast. If he wants, he will take the helm. She replied that they needed to swim as quickly as possible if they did not want to die. She remembered Liu Jin's words that the girl would never be able to catch up with him. She asked, who did he surrender to? Her goal is to get rid of them, and next time she will definitely destroy them. In short, this bead is a huge sea devil slime submarine. This is the only way to get to the deep sea map. It's a bit of a pity that it's disposable, but the effect is quite strong. The guy asked, are they going to a new map of the deep sea? How long will it take? Oh Jin replied that about 3 days. Don't worry, in this case the location is saved even if he logs out of the system. This is a dam similar to an elevator, so it is recognized as terrain according to the AI settings. And now he suggested taking a break before they begin to explore the depths of the sea. He needs to do something. Therefore, we will see each other in 75 hours. Drake replied that it was good. The guy asked, there must be a lot of monsters in the deep sea, right? Oh Jin replied that of course. To such an extent that the great dead man will seem like an extra there. About 4 days later, the voice said that they had succeeded in the world's first Kraken raid. The monster was killed. Until he comes to life, there will be no tide on the northern continent. 1 week later, Seoul YouTube office. Head of game content team, Song Xiong-woo. Entering the office, the man asked the girl what the urgency was. She asked him to look at something. He asked if Deadwater uploaded a video of the level being completed. She replied yes. But suddenly 12 videos appeared there. Has she really started working that hard? Streamers with large numbers of subscribers are more careful in selecting and uploading content. To survive in this industry for a long time, you need to carefully think through the strategy. For example, even if you currently have a lot of good videos on hand, it is better to post them in portions. The man said that everything would be fine. He asked how many views he had now. The girl replied that about 50,000. He said that since 12 videos were released, that means it's around 5,000 for each, which is a lot for a video that just came out. The girl said that he probably didn't understand her. She meant 50,000 on each video. He couldn't believe his ears. An unknown continent that no player has ever set foot on. A location that no one had even thought of due to the harsh environment. Plus these strange monsters, also the most powerful boss monsters and hidden quests. Yes, any gamer will choke with saliva just hearing about something like this. The man asked if she had uploaded it anywhere other than YouTube. The girl replied that yes, she published it on many social networks. He thought that this streamer should only be posted on YouTube. Exclusive content, although no, even super exclusive content is needed. The first professional Tumbleweed League, Battle Map Voice of the Devil, first round of the Major League, Battle Royal Ground Zero. Hong Ji-no shouted that they will have a rematch there, so he is dead. Im Yosef answered the guy that he was not burning with a thirst for revenge. He betrayed his team because he wanted to get to the big leagues. The guy said that if you think about it like that, it seems like there are several people who got together to take away their team's ace. Why didn't he take it? He replied that the guy gave it up. Can't believe he's trying to make a team with unranked people. It doesn't make any sense. The guy can beat anyone one-on-one. Unless it's a team match, there's no opponent he can't beat. The guy replied that he was clearly comfortable. Hong Ji-no asked for directions at 2 o'clock. This is where they gather, isn't it? Im Yosef replied that he was lucky. But first he will say one thing. He will understand that it is better to lose to him. The man apologized for the long absence of comments. He was simply surprised by what was happening that he forgot about his responsibilities. He said that this could not happen. Let them look. These incredible events are unfolding right before their eyes. This is death itself, no less. A scene where all you can hear is the roar of a whirlwind and the sound of breaking glass. The heroes who recently took 3rd and 4th place in Korea are losing one after another. People asked, how is this possible? What are they even watching now? Did he really kill 26 of the best players himself? It's good that they came there. This battle will last forever. Major League to select the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd places in a total of 3 rounds. The Battle Royal Ground Zero, which opened the door for the best players. However, the public reaction remains rather cold. A player from his former team was transferred to play in the Major League. Even though it was an open-field battle royal, 17 players teamed up to catch one Madonvan. Some argue that this will be the worst competition ever. However, as soon as the game began, the spectators jumped out of their seats and no one sat down until the end of the battle. The player who single-handedly eliminated 26 of the 50 players in the Battle Royale. The first round of the Major League of the first professional championship is completed. Madonvan scored a comfortable win over 17 players who teamed up to catch him. All 130,000 spectators who gathered at the stadium that day became fans of Madonvan. The men asked, "Is this really real?" 17 people from the rating disappeared. They got to see this legendary match in person. The man thought that this was strange. He felt that something was wrong. Monster of the professional league, Madongvan. Green delegate dead water. Is it a coincidence that they appeared at the same time? Contacting manager Kim, the supervisor ordered her to report this to the managers and ask the director for a meeting. The girl asked what he wanted to talk to him about. Let him tell you that this is about their project. For the creation and sponsorship of the Professional Dam Club on YouTube Korea, including the question about the candidacy of the director. Looking at the missed calls on his phone, the guy thought, great, he's hooked. Let's go back a bit. Before the ceremony, YouTube. The guy got a call from the head of the game content team. He said they were having an event at the end of the year and hoped the guy could come and participate. Oh, Jin asked, after all, only popular stars and streamers gather there? He replied that the guy was an exception to the rule. They will be greatly honored by his presence. And as the man said earlier, if he signs an exclusive contract with them, he will be able to receive various services. Their team is a ticket to a stable future and a sea of opportunities for it. He thinks that then it will be possible for a guy to get a diamond button with tens of millions of subscribers. Lee Oh-jin replied that he didn't even know. He can achieve all this on his own. The man said that it means nothing can be done about it. Indeed, he does not need exclusive content. He will also be able to make huge money on other broadcast platforms. The guy thought, what an honest man. If he agrees to his terms, the man will sign an exclusive contract with him. He asked the guy seriously, what are the conditions? He'll let the team know right away, and they'll set up a meeting. Oh, Jin replied that everything is quite simple. Let him create a YouTube team called Damn and put him in charge. The man replied that he heard him. Consult with your superiors as soon as possible. He promised to make every effort to resolve this issue in his favor. The guy said that in this case, he would wait for his decision. The guy thought that everyone in the company had the same reaction. They throw around empty promises. Aren't they ashamed? He decided to show them what real success was. He thought it was no surprise that YouTube contacted him first. In truth, they are still discussing the issue of creating Dem. At this point, YouTube will soon be creating a professional league team anyway. Sooner or later, he will use them. It will be useful for him. But now is not the time to give an answer. Let Song Seung-woo try. The presenter said that welcome to the arena of the first professional tumbleweed league. Half of the 50 professional players who qualified for the league, 25 players from 5 teams. We were able to pass the first round of the Major League, the Battle of the Royal Ground Zero. And now the most intense competition will take place between the top 25 players in Korea. And now the second round of the Major League begins. This round is similar to professional wrestling or martial arts with 5-on-5 matches. All teams play once against each other, and after 10 matches, only 3 teams survive based on the number of points. K1 against the Star 5. Major League, second round, third fight. Number 1 in Korea, Im Yosef, and number 3 in the ranking, Yi Jun-ho. Like a mammoth rushing forward with its 2 tusks, one attacks the other head-on. And Jun-ho continuously hits Im Yosef's hard shield, demonstrating a double sword strike. In the end, Im Yosef, who was able to stay on his feet, wins. But unfortunately, he immediately lost the next duel due to depleted hit points, but he caught the opponent and cut the victorious player's hit points by about half, giving his allies a huge advantage. Steel Bull of Korea versus K1. Major League second round, 6th fight. From the 1st to the 5th round. All opposing teams are eliminated. Mate Gang, he rose well. K1 against the Yellow World, Major League second round, 8th fight. Agent Ryu of Cheongji Paewang had been ferociously aiming for the complete destruction of the enemy from the very beginning. To interrupt this aggressive attack, Sun Byung-gon doubled his synchronization time. I began to work alternately with Lee Yong-ho, who has a genius instinct. After more than 4 hours of the match, Agent Ryu was completely exhausted. Sun Byung-gon and Lee Young-ho also died, but since he was able to take away the opponent's trait, there is nothing for the subsequent fighters to worry about. Im Yosef and Ma Tae-gang changed to a memo, helped deal with the rest of the players. After the match, there was some feeling of dissatisfaction. That's what he thought about as he watched the endless stream of battles. Although it seems there is something else. Does everyone really like K1 that much? Indeed, Im Yosef's arrogance disappeared and he duly demonstrated his skills as a team leader. Lee Young-ho was able to briefly steal spotlight from Im Yosef, whom he adored. Now he rose closer to Madonwan. Sun Byung-gon is of course still competent. But since the other members' skills have increased significantly, they have greatly increased their practice, and are now rapidly approaching the average level. And Ma Tae-gang, whose incredible progress needs no comment. Thanks to this, the team was able to develop a bright and aggressive strategy. No one talks about it, but when Ma Dongwan comes to the training room, he always drinks his coffee in complete silence. Coach Ja-yeon was so excited when the team's morale increased. Taking full advantage of the transferred skills of the team, he was able to realize himself as a master. He kept repeating that Ma Dongwan was their treasure. Ja-yeon, who never participated in the game, told him. Everything changed after the strong character Ma Dongwan entered the room. Crushing force. They moved forward, overcoming all obstacles like buffaloes, and that was just the beginning. It's finally time for the last game. Gangwon Provincial Team against Mad Dogs. The first player is a fourth-class master, Kim Jang-un. The girl just said, "Germinate the seeds." Ma Tae-gang asked, "Is the magical characteristic of seed germination?" "That's not what it's about. He'll just burn everything down." Observing everything, the trainer said that this tactic would not work on Tae-gun. He added a high flame damage option to his limb. Suddenly, the guy saw that nothing was hurt. Kim Ja-yoon said that the stereotype that plants are vulnerable to fire should be abandoned. Does he even know how difficult it was for her to get the book The Endless Forest? Ma Tae-gang thought how annoying. If the seed germination characteristics are not sealed, he has no choice. He will have to endure the damage from them. He replied that it seemed like she did it to avoid all kill. What a shame. Mad Dogs. The team's performance in the playoffs was exactly that. The level of competition in the region is much lower than in other places. To be honest, it was lower than the level of competition in the preliminary round, which took place in one of the districts of Seoul. And if he remembers everything correctly, today K1 will be destroyed by the Reservoir Dogs team without any effort. Ma Tae-gang doesn't understand what kind of speed this is. The presenter asked what just happened. I've never seen anything like it. So we need to come up with a big name for this. Maybe mental magic meta? But Ma Tae-gun doesn't care. He aims straight at the face. As soon as the guy wanted to strike, he noticed that she had evaporated. She attacked from behind. He noticed that the girl was very close. Again, this strange trick. Kim Jang-yoon said that he is quite resistant to magic. He has pretty good staying power. She wants to remember his name. Should she tell him what his name is? Did he think that the girl didn't even know the name of the person she was fighting? Why such questions at all? As soon as he said his name, it seemed strange to him. His consciousness became clouded for a second. His body did not obey. The guy fell asleep due to unusual conditions. After telling him bye, the girl used a magic rocket. Lee Young-ho, player K1, follows Ma Tae-gang, and so, wizard versus wizard. The presenters were looking forward to an epic battle. The guy said that at the end he felt something strange and asked what it was. The trainer replied that it was a magic trick that made him fall asleep for 5 seconds. How did she catch him? The guy replied that no, he doesn't know. The host said that Lee Young-ho continues to make mistakes. The guy loses hit points due to his slowness and cannot restore them. Kim Jang-yoon's magic paralyzed him. The coach said she wasn't even ranked. There's almost no information about her in the league. However, in the previous match, she single-handedly took out 5 and got there. The guy didn't understand what it was. Why is he recovering so slowly? The attack didn't even hit him. Player Lee Young-ho left them. He couldn't stand it. The next player, Sun Byung-gon, was also unlucky. This guy is known for his highest APM, but today he is half the average. The presenter said what he thinks. Now they see hallucination and consciousness control. As it turned out, in-game mages are very different from other players. The second presenter answered that it was true. Unlike characters such as archers, bandits, and wars, wizards have a clear classification. This is because they use items, skill books, also called magic books. These items are classified according to their stat strength. This is very convenient because you can acquire several skills with just one book and use them at the same time. Of course, the amount and type of magic contained in them is random, so it is much more important to get a skilled mage. The guy said that whether it was a hallucination or mental control, he shouldn't give her a chance to use it. He was able to overcome this and will show her what it's like to be at the bottom. The girl replied that, as expected from the best player in the country, ordinary attacks are a mere trifle for him. The trainer said that this skill is mind control. And this is a common trick, a combination of other passive characteristics, which was used at the right time. This is just a little trick with which you can neutralize an enemy who is stronger than you. The girl said that the defense is so strong that she cannot break through it at all. And again I asked what his name was. The guy replied that Yosef. He won't understand how it's possible not to know the name of a player who ranks first in the entire country. The presenters noticed that the guy suddenly froze. This is similar to the situation with Mate Gang. The girl asked, "So what is he doing?" He himself said that he would not give her a chance to attack. The guy realized that his body did not obey him at all. He could not restore his life points. Now it's clear to him that's why the guys before him couldn't do it. The coach could not imagine that this could happen. He needed to check everything carefully. He mentally asked the guys for forgiveness. It was his mistake. Jin told Yosef to hold on. He is the strongest in Korea. He cannot let this liar win. She wondered how he was able to defend himself. She realized that they had simply changed. The girl said that the nickname memory would make him cry. The guy said that she can say whatever she wants. It can't be that they don't know him. Let Hyun Nim cover him from behind. The presenter said that he was finally here. First round killer, Mr. Stunning Charisma, the Eye of the Typhoon, which has not lost a single battle since the founding of the league. Van. Looking at him, the girl said that she became a fan after watching him play in the Battle Royale. His nickname is Mandongwan, right? He replied no. Kim Jang-yun, she is a cancer in the Korean gaming world. He is not Mandanvan, but Madanvan, and he will suit her. The girl said that her name is Kim Jang-un. She is 29 years old. They can ask their own questions. The reporter asked where she ranks. She said that she was not in the ranking. There are certain circumstances, but he thinks that he will be in the top 3, at least if he registers. The next question was, who does she work for? She said that she is now a professional gamer and previously worked as a programmer. It turns out that she worked at DAM. The girl answered, what exactly? Why did you quit? She said that she likes the life of a programmer more. What is her magic level? She is a 4th-class master. Thinks it's less than 1% in terms of level. Could she teach them a few skills from the grimoire? The girl said that you could just dream about something like this. Just let them know that if she makes the right decision, there will be a huge number of opponents that she can defeat one-on-one. So league members should prepare well for the royal battle. Although perhaps it will be destroyed. She will have to fight against terrifying opponents. Is she ready? Isn't Madanwana afraid? The girl replied that this was absurd. Why should she be afraid of him? It is he who should be afraid of her. Does this mean she can win a fight with him? She replied that if she plays with him one-on-one, she will never lose. Who can lose with so many aces up their sleeve? So, Kim Jong-un wants to say that he can defeat him? The girl replied that of course they would see it. She will simply destroy him. Kim Jang-yun, owner of the 5th grade magic book Painful Illusion B+, has the following abilities. Deja vu, say your name. Response, in the blink of an eye, also known as a trick. This is the name given to players who abuse instructions, hacks, and bugs. There are reasons why she, having never been a game developer and a competent master of the gaming world, was fired from the company. Automatic hunting, money theft, and nuclear weapons. She benefited from running a malware that was fatal to the game. About 10 years later, she became so notorious that she was put on the wanted list. Because of it, the exchange rate even deteriorated. The damage was very significant. In one day, he lost all his money. Her name was in almost every headline. And even if he doesn't give a damn about all of the above, he still can't forgive the person who ruined his favorite game. The girl thought that he was caught. The guy fell for it, although he saw how his comrades were destroyed in the same way. His answer will be his own end. She thought that iron-based magic, which had the highest jumping power, was an iron fist. Madanvan replied that it was a good choice. Be her opponent either a horseman or an Aquaman. Short distance, maximum attack power, and victory in her pocket. And all this would have worked if she wasn't fighting him. The girl was surprised that after the attack he was able to dodge. Something happened to her nose. One look at the shadow under your feet is enough to understand what needs to be done. Wasn't he the one who avoided the complex attacks of the jellyfish with his eyes closed? She didn't understand what was happening. How was he able to dodge? More importantly, why doesn't magic work? Kim Jang-yoon decided to use déjà vu. The guy replied that even if she looked at him like that, it wouldn't work. Mental magic has no effect on him. Characteristics from the kraken, a fossil animal, has enormous resistance to psychological magic. She decided to use the plant again. With one blow, Madonvan wanted to turn the floor into magma. The girl said it was useless. This plant doesn't burn, isn't it obvious? And now she will make his blood boil and evaporate. Madonvan replied that if the roots cannot burn, then it will be enough to pull them out. Mate Gang watched everything that was happening. He really just called them out. Seeing him approaching her, she shouted at him not to come. At some point, the girl simply disappeared. He thought it was great. And with such skills, they came to the league? Their level is too low. The presenter shouted that victory belonged to Madonvan. He cut down the magic of a girl who had no hope of even trying to attack him. Madongvan saves Team K1 from the danger of being expelled. The guy asked why he was dragging around everywhere with this coffee. To one, second-tier player Lee Pil-seung replied that it was not his. He said that a little earlier, before Madonwan came in, he asked the guy for coffee. He asked if he could bring him a new one. Madonvan replied that no, he would take it for a second. I thought that I would be back before the drink had time to cool down. The guy understood that the audience was not at all interested in stalling for time. Therefore, he told the opponents to come to him. Bang Cheol-eun, nicknamed Black Cow, the main attacking force of Mad Dogs. Characteristics, company, and buffalo race. The guy shouted that he would avenge the general. Madonvan began to attack him. He attacked him directly in the back, after which Bang Cheol-woo dropped out of the confrontation. Choi Byom-gae appeared next, an archer who uses unusual tactics. Characteristic hole digging and Class C+ item, underground mole gloves, obtained while digging tunnels. Used with arrows when shooting into the ground from an iron bow with the characteristics of through and in space. Arrows move underground, unexpectedly flying to the surface right under the enemy's feet. All he did was repeat the word kill. He said that he predicts his movements using his mustache to read vibrations. He escaped the first shot only due to his luck. Can you guess where the arrow will fly out from this time? Kicking the ground, it turned into lava, after which Choi Byom-gae dropped out of the game, and he failed to defeat Madonvan. Bang Cheol-hai, Bang Cheol-woo's younger brother. He has grown in size. His style is regeneration. The guy began to attack. Ma Dongwan wondered, so he thinks he can't lift him or hit him back? Great, please just don't run away. The guy asked what it was like, being trapped in the air. He can't stop because a blow is flying towards him, can't even get up. It's been a while since he's had a punching bag. It's a wonderful anti-stress. After such an attack, Bang Cheol-hai dropped out. The host said that the last player, Oh Seung, enters the game. This is a player they didn't expect to see, right? She is a sorceress who specializes in self-cloning. This is very dangerous if the enemy is Madonvan, because he uses powerful attacks designed to cover a large area of destruction. The presenter said that K1 has a chance to make an all-kill in this league. Mad Dogs can also be unpredictable. Looking at her, he thought it was a good choice. All the girl said was to take care of her, after which she created 10 copies of herself. Even 2. 3 copies are a difficult task. She began to attack with chain lightning, increased 10 times. In general, copies are easily suppressed with the help of wide attacks. But the battle with Oh Seung is a completely different story. In this case, attacks designed to cover a large area will not work. Madonvan said that the characteristics double. Contribution, rebellion, neutralize all damage caused by the clone. This is definitely its advantage. If he uses his attacks unwisely, he can end up in a very bad situation. The girl said that she should hurry up and use a wide attack, or we'll have to play a funeral march. He quickly found the girl among her clones. She didn't understand how this was possible. When does this happen to him? She doubled the number of clones, but everything was fair. He caught this little guy again. She asked why she can do this. Madonvan said that clones do not blink. In addition, they have a low body temperature. It's barely noticeable, but if you try, you can tell the difference. Oh Seung used lightning strike again, but the guy didn't even move. She said, okay, then so be it. The girl will show him her secret weapon. She made an increase in clones by 100. Madhunvan said that her doubles do not work. Oh-sun shouted so that he would not look down on her. Even if she dies, she must avenge Jiang Yun. Laughing, the guy asked, "Why did you decide to explode? When only doubles are created, this cannot be avoided." The presenter shouted that this was her last chance. If she creates so many clones, the field simply cannot withstand the huge surge of energy. He asked how the battle would end. Madhunvan replied that it was useless. He won't even let her try. The guy used mana, characteristics of jellyfish mana. All living creatures within the user's field of vision are turned to stone. Oh-sun didn't understand what was happening. Why isn't her body moving? Even if the user turns to stone, the effect will be very short-lived, and it will only affect a small part of the body, so it is not particularly effective, but it can stop the Oh-seung doubles for a while. The guy said he would find her and kill her. She didn't understand what to do now. He asked, "See? If you create so many clones, they will turn pale." And yet he won. The total battle time was 9 minutes and 59 seconds, not just old kill, but a whole 10-minute battle. The most brilliant achievement in the league was born right before their eyes. Having won the duel with Mad Dogs, the K1 team advanced to the final league, to the final battlefield. Now they can relax for a few days and focus on the Dead Water quest. Another hidden NPC needed to prepare for catastrophic changes, Queen Vadud. He entered Wadudu's nest. At first glance, she looks a lot like a beetle-type monster, but it is not so. In reality, this terrifying creature parasitizes insect monsters and takes over their bodies. Those who are deprived of their bodies by the water wander through the swamp in an unconscious state. Meanwhile, the captured body begins to swell and eventually grows to an incredible size. Naturally, combat power also increases. Leo Jin said that dealing with them is not so difficult if you know where to hit. He should catch all these bastards. It's time to look straight into the depths of Vadudu's nest. The voice said that he had entered the cave of the Queen of Vadudu's nest. The guy said that when the boss is not there, you can come in without any problems. Queen Vadudu, in his memory, was quite a scary monster. She led countless legions of Vadudu, and she herself is level A. She was considered one of the most difficult bosses before the catastrophic changes. So Queen Vadudu has already died at the hands of the Zodiac, and recovery takes a very long time. Baby Queen Judalope. The guy said the queen of the Wadudu tribe, although it would be more correct to say that the queen is in her infancy. The god of calamity. Zodiac seems to have settled on this card first before entering the ancient evil castle. The necklace he wore on his chest belonged to the final boss of this card, Queen Vadud. He is so terrible that he was later called the god of calamity. He caused a terrible fuss among the players every time. Was such an amazing gamer, but didn't take away the most important thing from this card. Although it is clear that the fact that he knows about it 15 years later does not guarantee that the Zodiac knew about it, the god of disasters took the pacifier. The guy said that, by the way, she only has an F level. How weak is she? Even little killer ants are at level D and here. The voice said that the spores of Queen Vadudu were penetrating the body. The queen is ready to make him a member of the family. The player is not an insect and is not infected by spores. The connection has been interrupted. The guy asked if she really just used the characteristic of choosing a spouse. Did you really want to make him one of yours? This characteristic only works on insects, and he is a human. The voice said that the queen's will is stronger than expected. The queen is trying very hard. She has a tireless character. Laughing, Oh-jin said that it was useless, searching for a connection between it and insects. One match found. The current game time has exceeded 4,000 hours. The voice said, "Congratulations, he's still a bug." The guy asked what? Had he really just been called a name? He is slightly infected with Queen Vadudu's spores. He was appointed the queen's vassal. The guy didn't understand what the hell. Not she, but he at her beck and call? The guy said that, on the other hand, the characteristic is not bad. Yes, he doesn't even know how or when it will hatch. In any case, let her become a good queen. Someday he will come to the defense of the people of Wadudu, who could not withstand the cataclysm and collapsed. He cannot say that this desire is pure and selfless. He looks forward to the moment when the world is divided in two. Perhaps this future is not as far away as he thought. The guy said that donations go to the guild's account. They can't sponsor Madhunvan, so they shower them with money. What should they do about it? The girl replied that not a single penny should be spent on some nonsense. Yu Chang replied that they needed to pay salaries and cover the costs of office equipment. She replied that these were their personal problems. Donations will be used exclusively for sponsorship purposes. He said she was risking her life being a fan. The guy wasn't like that when he was chasing idols. Recently, she was at the Yongsan Esports Stadium and lost her voice. This was the second round of the Major League. She screamed so loudly that nodules appeared on her vocal cords. The girl lay there and thought about how it seemed that Ma Dongvan had climbed up there when she couldn't reach it. He doesn't think they can meet. He's too far away. No, if you think about it like that, even when they met, she wasn't sincere. She pretended to be an unhappy girl in need of help. She thought, no. How else could she meet him in person? At some official event? What kind of event will they invite both pros and fans to? And even allow them to communicate? What? No, maybe it's some fan meeting or something like that. Jumping up, the girl shouted that yes, here it is. Fun meeting, if it's a fan meeting, then it's an official event, right? The guy asked if she was really going there. The girl answered yes. And how does she even imagine this? She replied that if he is not there, then they will arrange it themselves. The guy received a message on his phone in which he read that it was Yu Da-hee writing. She asked how his health was after the competition. She said that the last match was simply amazing. Other fans are also absolutely delighted. She said that she was organizing a meeting between fans and players where they would discuss the issue of delivering gifts and donations on behalf of the school. If he has time, then please come. The guy thought that on the one hand, he was grateful to the School of Demons for supporting him at the match, but on the other hand, these are the same people who pursued him on the northern continent. Well, since they are so interested in him, they can meet once. Hall of the Banquet Hall of the Seoul Yoksamdong Hotel. Looking around, he thought that he was there for the first time. The Demon School has a close relationship with both the Demon King and the Dead Water. It will be polite and strategic to observe them. As soon as he entered, everyone immediately began to say that the Demon King had come. He didn't understand why there were so many fans. Yu Da-hee told the girls to keep their manners. The girl asked, "Is he surprised?" "It's hard to stay calm when there's a Demon King in front of them." "Let it pass, please." The girl said that, and so their hero, the King of Demons, arrived. The fan meeting can begin. Let them fill their glasses first and then have fun with the DJ. In the end, everything will turn out to be veneers with the autograph of Mr. Demon King. This will be two things that he used, something that all fans adore. It could be a mouse, a neck pillow, a back massager, which he touched only a couple of times. Products that were sent to him by different platforms. The girl said that when they chased him across the northern continent, that was something. But they still failed. One of them asked if she had seen Hee. The girl's heart will stop. The fans shouted that the dead water infuriated them. They should kill this pervert. They are already shaking from the fact that he behaved with the Demon King as an equal. Yu Da-hee shouted that lastly, the talent show. The head of the Demon School and the #1 fan of the Demon King. The girl herself. She decided to sing in her game character. Oh, Jin heard from the side how the guys were discussing that the girl had applied to become a damn girl. She is a great player and can become a top-notch gamer. The guy thought that these conversations were not out of nowhere. But for some reason, they make me a little sad. The girl began to thank all the members of the Demon School for coming today. The reason they exist and move forward is the Demon King. They will always support him in the future. She talked about how then she was able to catch up with him thanks to the Eye of the Snow Goose. The guy said she was great. The girl replied that it was nonsense. It was all because of her vindictiveness. Yu Da-hee asked, did he know? The guy didn't understand what the girl was talking about. She said that she started the Demon School for personal reasons, but they were originally her guild. The girl replied that it was true, but now everyone is an unclean fan of the Demon King. He asked if she wasn't the same. The girl replied that no matter what her original intentions were, now she is just a fan of his. Looking at her, the guy thought there was some strange feeling. In 1 year, it became much brighter than 10 years before he went back in time. Such irony. Now that he was a little further away from her than then, she showed him her true colors for the first time. Past love and hatred are long forgotten. Now she's like an unintelligent younger sister to him. Her life began to differ from the one he remembers. Yu Da-hee shouldn't be so careless. Everything he thought about. The guys asked what he was doing. Did he really want to grab them? A person with such a high level should not do this. Looking at him, the guys realized that he was dead. Is this really a killer of other players? They were finished. A couple of hours later, a strange video appeared on the internet. The monster burst onto the battlefield, intervened in the hunt, killed all the monsters, and then attacked the players. Then the monster ran off to look for new prey in a dense forest, and this monster was wearing a cloak over his naked body. North America, somewhere on a quiet road. The man begged and said that please don't. Zodiac Killer Bandavale said that the terrifying Tokabi is actually such a weakling. The man said that he had just gotten married and his wife was pregnant. Zodiac replied that he congratulated him, but he didn't give a damn. He continued to say that in truth he had nothing to do with that project. The Zodiac replied that he had only one way to get out of there alive. Tell him everything about the game, hidden objects, Easter eggs, whatever. He replied that he didn't know very much. Since he passed the beta test, he knows a lot more. Then, he decided to change the question. What does he know? For example, where is the game master who was the first to complete the SVG? The man replied that he didn't know the details, but it seemed like one of them was a ranker from Korea. After killing the man, he picked up the phone and repeated everything. A ranker from Korea. He has too few clues, but he said that it doesn't matter. There's plenty of time. Looking at the phone, he said, "Dead water?" The Zodiac opened that same ill-fated video where a man who looks like dead water kills players. After watching the video, Zodiac said that the guy was funnier than he thought. The man thought he was strange, but he is a fucking psycho. There was another reason for him to go to Korea. Flooded area in the southwest jungle. One of the guys shouted not to step on the logs. There is a monster there. They have no other way. What should they do? He doesn't know what kind of protection they have? Otherwise, they have already spent a lot of effort. One of the guys pushed the other and said that he should go. The most noob, nothing to lose. Later, they will give him a ride on the bus. In the distance, they saw a silhouette. The guys wondered why he was filming. They had already seen him somewhere. Where was he going? Was it really to cross the swamp? One of the guys shouted to him to be careful. There was a crocodile ahead. The second one said more quietly, "If that idiot steps on the crocodile, he will go under the water, not they." As soon as he stepped on the log, a stray crocodile appeared in front of them. But before they could blink an eye, the crocodile was already cut in half. After which, he proceeded to kill the guys too. They started shouting, "What the hell is he doing?" But they were also killed. Just as he wanted to attack the remaining guy, a strong blow came towards him. Yudahi said that it was a pity. He should have torn off his disgusting hands. In front of the monster stood the army of the demon school. Looking at him, the girl said that she knew that he was not dead water. He is a vile, cowardly, cunning loser and a vile lout. But dead water is not as crazy as this monster. Madonvan said that they need to stand up for the one they are scolding. The guy thought that in any case, he saw him up close. Then he created 12 clones to break through the northern wall of the rookie village. He definitely survived then. Where was he all this time? He was busy killing weak monsters in the southern jungle. And on the way, he killed a lot of them. The guy had neglected him for too long. Deadwater versus Demon King is a strange composition. But here and now, he will catch him. DAM is a system that independently studies information and is updated through patches. And this double is no exception. The feral doppelganger, after repeated killings, evolved into an even stronger monster. He continues to kill every living thing in the open fields. This is something like a bug. Gaming communities are always complaining about him. And if you leave everything as it is, it will only get worse. We can't put it off any longer. The best option is to go to the dead water accounts and explain that he didn't do it, and then kill that rotten water. But now he is training full-time with the National K1. It will take about 30 minutes to get home to log into his account. And during this time, newcomers will continue to die. So before he does any more damage, the guy will grab him like a demon king. There is another reason. Current score in one-on-one fights between the Demon King and Deadwater. He should win another battle. Instead of explaining that this is not Deadwater, you can simply use the Demon King's account to kill the rotten water. And then log into the Deadwater account, which would not be able to appear after death due to a fine, and this will eliminate all misunderstandings. The reputation of the Demon King, who dealt with the monster that bullied the noobs, will also improve. Just as he wanted to attack the monster, the guys from the demon school said that they would fight him first. He thought that there was no reason to refuse help. There are 500 people from the demon school who were chasing Deadwater throughout the northern continent. Let him have fun tearing up this rotten water. The guys asked how he lifted the earth. Is he really that strong? Madden Van thought it was incredible power. He pumped himself up, killing left and right. The rotten water began to attack, killing everyone. Yu Da-hee managed to intercede. Just as the girl wanted to strike, she saw that this monster stopped the axe with his bare hands. She wondered how strong he was. Manhwa said victory or defeat, everything will be decided in 5 seconds. After all, his attack is different from the one he just had with an axe. With one blow, rotten water fell straight into the water. It's just that since he doesn't pop up, he's apparently up to something. It looks like he's hiding under a log and will sneak up and grab you by the leg. AI may seem complicated, but it's actually simple. Manhwa ordered everyone to move back at least 100 meters. He's going to use whirlwind. The guy used whirlwind plus earthquake. These are the features that destroy most of the area. For him, using something like this is in the order of things. He thought it was a good thing he didn't make a clone before he caught the Kraken. It is 99% similar to dead water. It turns out that he is not just a double, but a Kaiser-class double. When a player gains the serial killer trait, that stack only counts when fighting the same player. But if the main owner of this ability is a double, he can use it on all living beings. Monster, player, his power will increase no matter who he kills. But if the power contained in his body gets out of control, he will simply be torn apart. His body is constantly being destroyed and rebuilt, but it will be difficult to recover from such damage. All that remains is to trample it. Suddenly, Zodiac Bandeville appeared in front of them. He asked for forgiveness if he interfered, but he has something to do with that black boy. Yu Da-hee recognized that same idiot. The Zodiac asked, "Is this dead water?" He came there because he knows him. Looking at him, he said that, along the way, a copycat, a bore. Having said goodbye, he said that, then let them have fun. Manhwa told him to stand. He can come whenever he wants, but he cannot leave. Zodiac asked what? He's in a hurry now. He needs to meet with the Korean rankers. Manhwa asked why he was looking for them. The man asked why, to hunt them. I definitely remembered the hunt for rankers. And why didn't he think about this before? Around this time, Zodiac was circling all over Asia and killing rankers indiscriminately. He killed so many rankers that he had to postpone the league. Unbelievably, his last target was a Korean ranker. This incident was so shocking that even 15 years later it was not forgotten. Ma Dongwan replied that since his goal is to kill the Korean rankers, he cannot just let him go. Zodiac replied that he should finish it. He had been patient for so long. He doesn't have time to hang out with him. Maybe it will stop interfering. Ma Dongwan began to attack him. He said the key to winning is to start 5 seconds early. Manhwa began to attack again and again. Zodiac Bandeville asked what kind of attack. Life points fell in an instant. He doesn't remember this among the rankers. Naturally, he is not in the ratings. The guy did not register there so as not to reveal his account, but overall it turned out to be a wise decision. Because of this, the Zodiac was so careless now. He thought dead water would be the biggest obstacle when hunting Korean rankers. So where did another monster come from? Suddenly he took out the flute of the Pied Piper of Hamelin. Suddenly a flock of crocodiles appeared. The guys asked if they hunt in packs. Even the guy didn't know where this item was hidden. Since the Zodiac got it, he must be damn lucky. Is it because of the changes he caused? The guys shouted that they had numerical superiority, 2 players per monster. Yu Da-hee told the Demon King that they would take care of the crocodiles. But as it turned out, this was not the end. Killed crocodiles became zombies. Everything is not as simple as it seemed. Seeing the diary of the great King of Darkness in the hands of the Zodiac, the guy wondered if he had really changed his meta. The Zodiac he remembers is a psycho who was a fan of close combat, but now he is definitely a black magician. Looking at everything that was happening, the man said that there is a lot of talent in Korea. Looks like he needs a little more preparation. If Lee Oh-jin was in the dead water fashion, he could have killed him right away. Zodiac asked his name is the Demon King. He remembered and would repay him for today's incident. Da-hee asked where that bloke was going. Fucking mage chatterbox. The girl said that she was familiar with this, having encountered him in the past in the Castle of Evil. He was definitely a melee fighter back then. Apparently, he changed his meta to mage. The guy thought about it. If you think about it like that, it makes sense. After all, now the razor that the Zodiac got in the past is his. He cannot use the Executioner's meta, as it belongs to the owner of the razor. So instead, I got the damn Necromancer meta. Manhwa remembered the rotten water. The guy asked where he is. One of the guys shouted that he had found it and had climbed far. Oh-jin wondered what is the bloody predator feature. Did he copy this feature? The guy shouted that he needed to be grabbed. They said he fell into a waterfall. It's unlikely he's intact, since he jumped from such a height. Madonvan thought how it was an overly brazen feint. Since he decided to jump into the waterfall, it means there is a way to survive. One day he will return even stronger and can ruin everything at the decisive moment. It is better to think so and prepare for this in advance. He also remembered the Zodiac's words that he remembered and would pay him for today's incident. For a second, the guy was overwhelmed by his power. The Zodiac killer, because of which the entire Dem world was on the verge of destruction. The fact that the guy became his target is something of a fantasy. Soon, he will definitely start the hunt for Korean rankers. If his memory serves him right, a bloodbath will happen even before the closure of the Major League. If he had killed him today, he would have prevented the catastrophe. That day was like that. But in any case, the reputation of the Demon King improved, and unfair accusations were dropped from the dead water. It looks like it was pretty boring, except that the dead water account received compensation from the victims. The last match of the Major League has finally arrived. Today, the national team K1 and the Lord of Heaven and Earth met. Let's decide the winner. The guy asked, "Is everything going to be okay?" He replied that yes, don't worry. He's done this a bunch of times already. In addition, 40 unfortunate players are packing their things instead of watching the winner's match. Shitty YouTuber Kang Young Deok. The guy asked why all the exes are still in Seoul. Young Deok replied that maybe they want to show up as a girlfriend at the award ceremony. Or maybe they are too young and hot to go home after elimination and not give a shit to anyone. After all, they were all shoved into the same locker room. So he will get this great chance thanks to the stupid organizers. They say that Lee Jun-ho, a place in the national ranking, is usually a terrible guy. Besides, he and Lim Joseph hate each other. The guy even has a recording of Lee Jun-ho getting into a fight with a player from the other team in the locker room after the first round. He was almost suspended from competition. He personally saw the Demon King go there. Inside, passions are probably boiling worse than water in a saucepan. Their hatred is at its peak. And then the Demon King appears, the real face of the strongest or the legendary invincible. This will be great content. Opening the door, the guy began to say that the final match of the league would begin soon. What kind of horrors are happening in the locker room? Are there enemies gathered? But what they saw was not at all what they expected. Manhwa was signing autographs. There was even a whole line already there. He started shouting, "Why the hell is the atmosphere so warm?" After the appearance of the Demon King, there was bound to be bloodshed there. He shouted that then he would create a stir himself. But that was not the case. The guards caught them in time. The coach said that even if he had tried to ruin the reputation of the league earlier, he would not have succeeded. Entering the locker room, he told the Demon King that they needed to talk. Let it end with autographs. The guy asked the spectacle. The coach replied that yes, this is an order from above. Like organizers, advertisers, sponsors, he thinks, but many spectators come to see the spectacle. So why not make the battle more exciting? Manhwa asked if he should organize a circus with horses. The coach replied that the time they were against Mad Dog, he took down 5 rankers in a row. Looks like they're expecting something equally flashy this time. Then he pulled off a spectacular response, because he knew the mongrel. Old people are always causing problems. They look only at the result and are always dissatisfied. Due to such ignorance and persistence, many became disillusioned with the Korean League. Take the same Lee Jun-ho. When he was in his prime, Korea did not give the players the attention they deserved. He eventually left for China a few years later, to the chagrin of his Korean fans. The level of the Chinese league was higher. There was a lot to see and a lot to learn. This is because the ossified society with its rules and prohibitions is focused only on the result. It was only when talented players went abroad that the domestic market began to emerge from stagnation. Korean politicians, entrepreneurs, and educators did not know what everyone else knew. It's no surprise that things went downhill then, but the guy thinks this time everything is a little different. The Korean Pro League needs a symbol, an indestructible symbol. Manhwa replied that it was good. He would play the role of a monkey once. Ja-yeon's attempt to persuade him is understandable, because you have to worry about the sentiment of the investment. Who is the Demon King? But he'll see how much is left. Lord of Heaven and Earth, number 4 ranker in Korea, Ryu Yo-won. He asked, do they know what the manager said? They need to hold out for 10 minutes, and that's what the whole internet says. Everyone is just discussing whether they will last 10 minutes or not. Everyone acts as if the defeat of the Lord of Heaven and Earth is a foregone conclusion. A bunch of stupid people who can't even play games. Demon King. In the first round of the A-League, the Battle Royal had a feeling that they would lose to him. They had no chance against him then, but today they have new items and features on their hands. Testing on a Mad Dog gave excellent results. He crushed the opponent, with whom there was a draw in the playoffs. Manhwa said 10 minutes. Although no, he will finish even in 8. He killed all the members of the Mad Dog in 10 minutes. This time, 8 minutes is enough. He really thinks so. The guy is the first one today, so he said he would go to the capsule. People started discussing, did he really say it in 8 minutes? That's the application. It's impossible. The man said that he asked him to show the spectacle, but the Demon King, as always, was in his repertoire. The presenter shouted, "This is fighting spirit. Major League, National K1 versus Lord of Heaven and Earth. The final match, which will determine the winner, will begin right now. Map of Impenetrable Wilds." He saw this match before returning. Despite the possible butterfly effect, the basics remain the same. This map, there are a lot of huge trees everywhere. Skills like Whirlwind and Earthquake won't be very useful there. Park Boris Young asked, will he finish in 8 minutes? Having asked for forgiveness, she said that it was impossible. This alone will take about 10 minutes. He noticed a minimum life ring on the girl's hand. This is a feature of the ring pocket. With its help, the owner can become very small. The body decreases, but the attack and defense indicators do not decrease proportionally. He still decided to use a Whirlwind plus an Earthquake. Laughing, the girl said that he wouldn't catch her that way. Madonvan said that due to the high speed of evasion, she did not receive damage from the Earthquake. Looks like he's hiding somewhere and holding on to a tree root, but game over. Hot and humid air currents in these wilds swirl, which leads to high turbulence. Yes, the guy didn't use the whirlwinds to turn the earth upside down. She didn't understand what was happening. The attack was over, so why was the whirlwind only getting stronger? He stimulated the air currents with a vortex to create an even bigger vortex. Looking at how the girl was flying, he said that it took not 10 minutes, but 10 seconds for her to fly out of the atmosphere. After a few minutes, the organizers decided that Park Bo-young was unable to continue the fight. Next in line was the number 4 ranker in Korea, Oh Tae-sik. The presenters discussed that, of course, he is a good player, but compared to his teammates, he lacks adaptability. But little is known about him, so I think he has an ace up his sleeve. This ace turned out to be a book of murder in reverse. Is he really using necropolis magic? But where do the monster corpses come from? The presenter said that it looked like these were monsters that the organizers were hunting to protect the field. Due to the fact that monsters in dam are part of the natural system, they cannot be controlled. Necropolis, a feature of revival in a certain range. Oh Tae-sik said that this is not all. There is one more feature. The world of reverse speed, a feature that changes speed from fast to slow within a certain range. Due to tree roots, the damage from the whirlwind plus earthquake is halved, and due to humidity, fire damage. But the guy on the card can demonstrate his strengths. With just one blow, not a trace remained of the undead. The guy thought it was a good try, but he has a feature that is ideal against the undead. Watchman at the cemetery. From the damned iceberg Matryoshka, he received a feature for killing a bunch of skeletons and great dead. The undead trait doubles damage for undead. Even with passable terrain, there is still an awesome attack power of the glove at 3,600, after activating the undead features. This is child's play compared to the Zodiac. Because his base attack power is 7,200. The guy was done, Manhwa said next. The presenter said it was incredible. Less than 3 minutes had passed since the start of the game, and 2 players, the Lord of Heaven and Earth, were already there. So the Demon King's promise to finish in 8 minutes was real? Ranker number 30 in Korea, Choi Moo-hyung. The guy said that Ryu Yo-won won't even have to go out. He can handle it himself. The guy saw this item for the first time because few people used it because of the ambiguous options. The opponent said the word, appear. His own monster appeared in front of Leo Jin. The guy asked why he was there. He couldn't believe it. Zodiac Bandiville watched the broadcast and said that it was interesting. Appeared because of the call? It is called Wild, so it can even attack its owner. He saw that the installation was complete. Should he wait for the perfect moment to appear and let them have fun playing with dolls? Choi Moo-hyung tried to hide using his synchronization. The host said that if you think about it, they have never seen the Demon King fight monsters. Will they really see this for the first time in this match? The man thought that yes, go ahead, let him bite him to death. The guy thought, did he seriously think that he could be defeated by something like this? A whirlwind plus an earthquake would be just in time. But it will take time for them to restart. He will put on a sandworm cloak and be able to hide as much as he wants. But if you disappear from the field, the spectators will get bored. Manhwa replied that there was nothing to worry about, because time is on his side. Yes, Choi Moo-hung's timing has a fatal flaw. The man didn't understand what the hell. He must die as he said. He must do this so that he can kill others too. He can handle it himself. He needs to hold his breath to activate the skill. Having tried to do this, he realized that he was suffocating. Manhwa found himself behind him at the moment Jormungandr swallowed his opponent. Choi Moo-hung's synchronization ended, and the summoned monster attacked him, a strategy based on the weaknesses and characteristics of wild monsters. The manager of the Lord of Heaven and Earth, Kim Cheol-hyun, could not contain his emotions. Player Choi Moo-hung is eliminated. Iron Man 28 appeared in front of the guy. The creator of the golems, Cho Hyun-ah, said that she was not going to hide and waste time. Let him get ready. Manhwa shouted for Iron Man 28 to attack. He began to attack again and again. The girl said that it is made of steel so it does not burn. And thanks to the features of a war veteran, it is not so easy to break. Now he understands that it will not be easy at all. In addition, the entire body of Iron Man 28 is a weapon. He can't get closer, no matter how hard he tries. Iron Man 28 began firing his weapon. Manhwa dodged as best he could. The girl shouted that he could run as much as he wanted. The glory of the Demon King is nothing. The peculiarity of the skin from Kanshamaru's legs is a fiery step. She said that it was useless because her golem was resistant to fire. Manhwa replied that of course the golem can and is stable. But what about her? She clearly felt hot. She screamed that she was about to suffer from heat stroke. She became so hot that she could no longer sit still. Having broken the glass, the girl wanted to get out of the Iron Man, but then she was caught. The host said that in the end, the player Cho Hyun-ah quit the game. At the moment, 4 players of the Lord of Heaven and Earth have already dropped out. And only 5 minutes and 59 seconds passed, and yet the Demon King did not receive a single damage. It looks like he really can do it in 8 minutes. This is incredible. Manager Kim Cheol-hyun started shouting that the 3 were eliminated in less than 10 minutes. His reputation was sinking. They will end up in second place only due to the playing order. If everything is as the Demon King said, it will be bad. Someone asked the manager what kind of face he made. Don't worry, it's impossible to kill all the players in 8 minutes. He said that this is impossible with the new meta. 8 minutes talking? Yes, even an 8-hour battle will not be enough. The presenter said that the last member of the team is the Lord of Heaven and Earth. Ryu-Yo-1 enters the stage. Will he be able to overcome the team's current crisis? They were looking forward to the fight between the ace and Captain Ryu-Yo-1. Looking at him, Ma Dong-won asked what kind of species? Ryu-Yo-1 is ranked 4th in the Korean rankings with a record of 37 wins in 52 matches. 84% win rate, and 80% of victories are against dealers. The problem is that his opponent is a Demon King, the guy who was until now known as the Dealer Killer, and the Demon King who took his place in this competition will enter into a decisive battle. As far as he remembers, Ryu-Yo-1 was a very confident player. He was called a Dealer Killer for any counter-punch chip, but now the nickname Pig Tank would suit him better. Flip, quick reaction, run, heal, war veteran. He has a lot of armor on him. It gives life points, stamina, healing, and reflects damage. The guy thought that for real attack is 0 and defense is 100. He can block anything. Did he seriously believe this? Lee Oh-jin realized that his goal was definitely not to fail him. Defense means his goal is to stall for time to prevent the guy from finishing in 8 minutes. And if you're lucky, the guy exhausts his stamina and loses. He can kill his other teammates too. What an ambitious plan. It's sad that he's put under so much pressure during a competition. What brought him this far? Yo-1 thought that the guy was so nervous that he was dumbfounded. He asked, "Is Ma Dong-won afraid? You can't defeat him in 2 minutes, so he won't keep his promise." Laughing, the guy replied that 2 minutes was too much. It will finish in 1 minute. The presenter asked, "What is being done?" The Demon King stated that he would finish in 1 minute. Yo-1 said that if a guy thinks he will fall for a cheap provocation, he is mistaken. He doesn't fall for such tricks. Did you think he would lose the will to win after his words? But no, he will just pay more attention to defense. Ma Dong-won replied that he was so touched by his sincerity that he decided to show his own. Just let him try to endure it. Hidden feature of gloves, fist mode. This is a kind of hidden card that is activated when the strength of the vortex and earthquake reaches a certain level. Each hit doesn't have that much power, but it's useful in a series of hits, since over a certain period of time the force of the blows only increases. The guy thought that it seemed like he was about to break. Due to the effect of the blows, the vision in front of the eyes is white. He was wondering, has 1 minute passed yet? Although it reflects some of the damage, it will not last long. 6 minutes, 32 seconds have already passed. The 8th, not the 7th, minute of the Demon King's promise ends. The host asked, maybe on the contrary, Ryu-Yo-1 will win. You need to look at the reflected damage. The Demon King has lower hit points. In addition, there is a risk that the guy will counterattack, in the end, killing everyone in 7 minutes. No, even the statement that one would kill everyone was doomed to failure. Well, if you think about it, this is quite natural. Only 6 seconds left. Suddenly, Ryu-Yo-1 suddenly logged out of the system right in the middle of the battle. The presenters didn't understand what kind of situation this was. Now it is extremely important whether the cause of this was an accidental failure. After all, if you look at the number of remaining life points, the guy was in a more advantageous position. As it turned out, there were no problems with the capsules of both players. So Ryu-Yo-1 voluntarily interrupted the game. If he had accidentally logged out, he would certainly have been brought back into the match. To prevent accidental logouts, the logout order was made confusing. You need to open the menu, press a button, and so on. They wondered why he made such a choice. The manager ran towards the guy's capsule. Opening it, he asked why the guy logged out. But apparently, all was not well with him. He couldn't even say a word. And while everyone was wondering, there was one person who understood Ryu-Yo-1's feelings like no one else. The guy recognized this cry. He himself still dreams about it. The counter is like this: life points, status, all these values are nothing before emotions, fear. This is exactly what the guy felt. From the moment the player's heart rate increases, the capsule decides about the need for emergency medical care and breaks the game connection. This is similar to a forced logout when the blood alcohol concentration exceeds a certain level. White veil before the eyes, an enemy's fist flying into the face, and madness that gives you goosebumps. Due to all these factors, Ryu-Yo-1 suffered an arrhythmia and was automatically thrown out of the system. Looking at him, the guy thought he would rest for a week and get better. What doesn't kill them makes them stronger. Joseph Lim felt that he and the guy were at least somewhat similar. The award ceremony is held in the game. On the field where the major leagues were played, a solid pedestal was built on a huge stone. Spectators could watch the ceremony through monitors or gain access to the playing field and watch there. Second place is the Lord of Heaven and Earth. Third place, Mad Dogs. First place, National K1. And finally, a special award. The best player of the season, he received the highest score according to sponsors, commentators, and spectators. The hero is the Demon King. He won the first Pro League, and he left his name in the history of the Korean gaming industry. But this is far from the end. Asian Champions League and then the World Cup. They believe that the Demon King will leave his name in the global gaming industry. The guy mentally agreed because he really still had a long way to go. He stands on the threshold of great achievements. Suddenly, unexpectedly, people felt an earthquake, accompanied by an incomprehensible sound. Leo Jin realized that the sounds of a flute were mixed with the roar of the wind. Could it really be him? People wondered if the cleanup team in charge of this place didn't know about the monsters around. The guys came to watch the ceremony. What happened? Zodiac Bandyvale said hi to Korean Ranker. He knows that killing players is not very useful. He may not smile. The man asked which of them saw him. It's from closed beta testing. Does anyone know him? The guys wondered if the beta test was not open. Can an ordinary person get into a closed beta test? Although no, was there even a closed beta? Did he dare to stick his head in a place full of players? He has paper. The defense is bullshit. The guy ordered to grab him. Zodiac replied that it was great. He just likes close combat. After a few blows, some of the players were already lying on the ground. They thought he was just a magician. He asked, aren't there any closed beta users? And in general, have Korean rankers heard of him? Damn, he was getting ready. Well, okay, you can just kill everyone. The fire that Zodiac Bandyvale caused did not go out. The man said that he borrowed it from hell. It eats mana like crazy, but the effect is excellent and won't go away right away. Seeing Maddenven, the man spoke and appeared without dust, and he kept looking for him to repay the flooded zone. The guy asked him to call off the monsters. He has already killed several people. The monsters kept coming, but the exit was blocked. It was unclear what the cleanup team was doing. Maddenven said that it wouldn't end with a fine and asked how he got involved. Laughing, he said whether his reluctance to miss today's match should be called an obsession. The guy thought he was lucky. He was exactly as he remembered. Although he intervened, the Zodiac behaves the same as in his past life. Why the hell is he so obsessed? Jin said that he sees he has a plan, but it is clearly not destined to come true. He used Earthquake plus Whirlwind again. The Zodiac said that the guy wouldn't fool him a second time. If it rises into the sky, it will not receive damage. He thought things were bad. If you combine an earthquake and a whirlwind and launch everything into the atmosphere, you can even damage someone in the air. But they cannot fire at random or cover a large area, as other users will be hit. The current Demon King meta is not suitable. Zodiac Bandeville said today was interesting. It seems that in order to break the spirit of the Korean rankers, you first need to kill him. Joseph said that the Demon King is now the symbol of the Korean Pro League. They wouldn't let scum like him attack him? The guy shouted to Manhwa to rely on them. One of the guys shouted, "Look, the rankers have gone to the vanguard and are blocking the monsters. Can they stand still? Why are they worse?" "Forward, attack." Zodiac asked what they were. An idol group? Are they going to dance for him? Joseph shouted to Taegun that they need to detain those bastards. The guys attacked the monsters. Suddenly, one of them managed to sneak up on the Zodiac and tried to strike, but it was blocked. He thought, what the hell, he should have prepared another weapon. "Is it worth using disguise?" The man asked. "Are you still patient? Then it will make everything more interesting for them." The flute was used. Turning to the side, the girl asked, "How?" "He definitely died." "Is this really undead?" "It looks like dead players are becoming undead. They come to life again and again, but he just came to the award ceremony. There was simply no end to them." The guys were complaining that they were running out of hit points. The girl screamed, "Isn't this all an illusion?" They didn't understand how it was. With the support of the undead, a new wave of monsters began. Even the harpies were pushing them back. These are annoying flying monsters and are difficult to get hold of. Not a moment of peace. 4 days offline for death, too much for a fine. Zodiac asked if Korean rankers are really only capable of this. Yes, they are just noobs compared to North America. He asked, and where is their so-called Demon King symbol? Wasn't he called? Suddenly, dead water appeared from behind and hit him on the head. The guy asked unexpectedly, "Professionals must go one-on-one with the villain, otherwise there is no other way." While the guys from K1 were playing for time, he hid and changed his meta. Using the mud feature of the sandworm, he deftly crossed the battlefield, sneaked up unnoticed, and hit the Zodiac on the crown. Zodiac Bandevale asked how he ended up there. The man began to step back. Dead water stepped on his cloak, after which he fell. People looked at everything that was happening with their mouths open. They couldn't believe their eyes. Had the dead water really hit him on the back of his head? Yu-Da-hee couldn't understand how the dead water ended up there. Zodiac said that he doesn't know what kind of guy came there, but first let him try Hellfire. The guy replied that he didn't want to. He used the jellyfish's Mana Burner trait, opponent 7th grade mage. Therefore, of course, magic resistance is higher. The petrification skill will delay him for a very short time, but in the Battle of Masters, even such a delay is fatal. Konjino said that there is no end to them. Dead players come back to life no matter how much you hit them. Turning to the guy, Lee Jun-ho said that he would buy time and let him run. The guy asked what nonsense? Maybe it's better to leave them to him and log out himself? Jun-ho asked why this is happening all of a sudden. He ranks higher. The face of the league needs to be protected. They continued to argue. Suddenly, a Tokebi cleanup group appeared. They said they were starting to evacuate regular users. One of the group said that beyond Zone D, dead water is fighting the invader. He asked if he needed help. The chief replied that no, they shouldn't interfere there. Let him concentrate on clearing and evacuating. Fortunately, the Korean rankers were not seriously injured. For ordinary users, they can compensate sufficiently. But for rankers, compensation alone would not do the trick. From his point of view, 4 penalty days for death was just a slightly annoying inconvenience. But for rankers, such paralysis is fatal. Because all this time, Japanese, Chinese, and other Asian rivals will not stand still. In his past life, after this incident, things had gotten worse for the Korean rankers. While they were out of the game due to the fine, The proportion of monster bosses that foreign rankers accounted for increased greatly. This is what it means for the development of Korean esports. The guy simply has to stop the Zodiac now. I make a new attack. Deadwater saw that he began to use the Dismemberer. The Sea Devil's feature, the coefficient of friction, came to the guy's aid. After striking the blow, Zodiac was surprised. Had he really slipped? He told the guy that he wanted to finish with him quickly, otherwise he was pissing him off. Deadwater replied that it was the same. Zodiac Bandeville was surprised. The damage to me is very great. He doesn't feel anything else, but he feels disgusting. All the bones began to float in the air. The man told the guy that he should first overcome this wall to get him. After carefully examining the wall, the guy immediately saw a loophole. In a matter of seconds, he was next to the Zodiac. His body was covered in Sea Devil mucus, plus the Kraken's crevice feature. Thanks to this combination, a guy can get into even the smallest crack. Biting his finger, he sprayed blood directly into the Zodiac's face. The man began to ask what it was. What did he spray it with? The guy thought that now he receives 0.04% damage per second from poison. In addition, every second, hit points will drop by 0.01% due to the nature of the application. No matter how many points he has in life, he will still die. Zodiac thought that in order to return the situation to normal, he needs to find a priest, but there are no temples nearby. He will have to use the Scroll of Return. He asked why the scroll had to be used just because of him? It's damn expensive. Deadwater replied that he was also interested. Why does he spend so much money? As soon as Zodiac Bandeville began to unroll the scroll, Jormungandr immediately snatched it from his hands and pinned the man with his body. Zodiac asked if he happened to be in the closed beta test. The guy doesn't understand what this bullshit is. Why does he keep asking about this? The man replied that it was strange. He was really very strange. He thinks he's the one. Who the hell is he? The guy replied that no, he should ask who he is. And anyway, what is its purpose? The Zodiac replied that he wanted to destroy this world called Damn into Powder. He said that the result was something like this. As soon as he targets the dead water, the Demon King comes out. And as soon as he goes against the Demon King, the dead water gets in the way. A truly perfect couple. Are they really the true representatives of Korean rankers? The man will definitely find and kill them both. Deadwater asked so what to expect. He suggested that we now see who wins. Jellyfish's feature is a mana burner. As soon as Jormungandr let go, Zodiac Bandeville immediately fell. The guys started shouting so that they wouldn't miss him. Someone said stop talking while others are working. Deadwater shouted that it looked like professionals would deal with the current situation in the league. So he leaves. Of course I could help a little more. The guy said no, Deadwater is right. These are matters about the league and they should decide them. If the Deadwater interferes, everything will be resolved quickly, but their honor will be tarnished. Madanvan replied that yes, professionals must regain their good name. He used a wide-range attack. Everyone started shouting that this was the Demon King from the Pro League. They will fight together with the Demon King. It's time to attack. Let them keep their distance so as not to interfere with the attack of the Demon King. The terrorist attack incident during the awards ceremony became a serious issue. Pro League Raider, Medal Hunter, Ranker Killer. The mysterious terrorist was given different nicknames, but the most popular was the God of Death. The FSB ran into the very room where the capsule stood. They saw that he had run away. The man said that he could not go far. Let them search all the rooms. He asked what is the purpose of the Bandeville Zodiac. Not only did he enter Korea while he was wanted, but he also caused disturbances on the playing field from this basement. It's good that he didn't do anything in real life. People began to become interested in geniuses who were not among the Korean rankers. It turned out that the world is wide and there are countless talents in it. And the one who received the most attention was Deadwater, who suddenly appeared and defeated the villain that the pro players could not deal with en masse. However, he disabled all letters of thanks to the association. The guy asked why? Because he is not a pro player and is not registered in the ranking of rankers. He's just a gamer, which is on the same level as the guys from the amateur league, and is in no way associated with the association and has no rights to receive any awards. Isn't that right? Even the Demon King, who became the best player of the season, did not receive as much attention as the Dead Water. The eventful leagues have come to the end of the championship. Looking at everything, Ojin said it was cool. He asked that all these items give a speed buff. Drake replied that, of course. Most of the items are DC ranks, but if you dig around, you can find C+. He said that on all the maps where he was, he selected items with speed parameters. and sometimes people themselves gave it to him, thinking that he was a beggar. Oh Jin asked if he really gives them to him. The guy replied that yes. There was no one else to give it to except him. Drake said he initially followed him to repay the rescue. But after the Kraken raid on the northern continent, I realized something. He just likes to play with the guy. But he doesn't just like to party with him, he inspires him. And Drake is glad that he can give at least something in return. Lee Oh-jin thought that was true. He's also inspired by Drake. What in a past life, what now? The guy asked, Oh-jin, what they will do today? Their level is high. Now it's time for more significant raids. On a more powerful monster. On a larger scale in the dungeon. Lee Oh-jin replied that he was going to do a daily quest. Drake replied that he had never done anything like this in Dame. The guy said that he was also doing this for the first time. It's like preparing for a desired adventure. He asked, then why does he need all these items? The guy replied that it was necessary, so he'll say it, since it's him. He had a plan, and in the first part, he only accomplished a small part. Are there anyone here who knows him? It's from closed beta. Kim Jong-un asked what was going on there. Reminds me of old times. Currently, all posts related to the game are flooded with comments. The public response to the dead water was incredible. Suddenly, a person who didn't even participate in the league season and is not a pro gapper was ranked #1 in search queries. In addition, if someone in the area of the flooded forest suffered damage due to rotten water, he will compensate them for everything. Rotten water and he are completely different creatures, but he thinks he is responsible for the fact that there were people who copied his species and the meta to have fun killing indiscriminately. The image of a great man plus a bodhisattva was added to the image of a great man plus a bodhisattva, thanks to which the stock price of dead water began to grow rapidly. The name of dead water has gone beyond a simple brand and has become a meme. The man asked why the slaves sat down. Let them carry the coffee faster. They should also thank him for his work. He has a waiting list of people there. Wrigley Coffee Plantation. The largest coffee plantation in the South Central continent. Drake said that due to the strong sun, if you do not drink the potion, your hit points will quickly deplete. It looks like he will spend more on the potion than he will receive as a reward for the quest. The owner came out and started shouting, "How long will they talk there?" All day long, they do nothing but laze around. Collection of coffee beans. The coffee beans are sorted, washed with water, and dried in the sun. Their task is to transfer dried coffee beans to the kitchen, roast them over high heat, and package them in separate bags. The strong aroma of roasted coffee beans causes headaches. The owner said that if the plantation is thriving, then the workers are doing well. But naturally, if things go uphill, he will not increase his salary. Oh, Jin asked if Drake heard? If he kills a player, his karma will decrease, so it's better to finish the daily quest quickly. The guy asked, by the way, why they are doing this quest at all. After all, time is money. Oh, Jin replied that the hidden daily quest is a step of the main quest, so they have to go through it step by step. In any case, he chooses the simplest and easiest quests, so you need to try. Suddenly, Drake was stung by a bee. The guy fell to the floor. Oh, Jin said that he probably didn't hear the bee coming because he was working hard. She's tiny and slow, but her poison is great. The owner asked why the slave was lying around again? Yes, even if he gets shot, he must work. To be honest, you won't earn any experience points or improve your skills on this quest. And the Wrigley brothers wave their whips and swear all day, so there are practically no players on the quest. But there is a reason why the guy decided to complete this useless quest. Drake said that usually the daily quest takes a couple of hours, but there he had to spend all 24. It's better to fight one-on-one with the Gorgon. But apparently he will receive a good reward for this work. Oh, Jin asked. The guy doesn't know what the reward for the quest is? He replied that no, he didn't know. Didn't read the description of the quest and simply agreed. Coffee grounds. The guy asked, what is this? The owner started screaming. Why did his eyes bulge out? Doesn't he like him? Once he received it, let him leave and don't forget to say thank you. He learned everything and left. He is not a migratory bird. They really feel sorry for this garbage. People like him have no willpower at all. Young people now don't want to do anything, but at least they have the ability to work on the plantation so they can at least earn enough to eat. Approaching Oh-jin, Drake asked if he could borrow this for a second. The brothers shouted, have they left yet? Let them go quickly. Work is over for today. Come tomorrow. Drake struck the brothers. They started asking what he was doing. Is he crazy? They are the owners of the plantation. How dare some slave hit his master? Oh, Jin told him to take it easy. The trickster mask absorbs karma, so maybe it will be until he gets better. Drake shouted that they should watch carefully what was happening to their coffee plantations. Oh, Jin replied that it was a great view to drink coffee. If the landscape of a regular map is destroyed, it will automatically recover in 24 hours. And only this card will never be restored. Therefore, after this, the Wrigley brothers will go bankrupt and change their names from the Wrigley Plantation to Tandoori, which means a place where coffee beans are burned. Drake said that they didn't just waste 24 hours. He didn't earn any experience points or receive any items, and the skills he learned there are like ant poop. Oh, Jin replied that they received something. The smell of coffee. Not only the armpits, but the whole body is saturated with the smell of coffee. This is the best they could get there today. Extending his hand to Drake, the guy said that they needed to go before the smell of coffee disappeared. He asked where. Oh, Jin replied that of course he would go to the strangest and darkest dungeon, or did he not want to? Drake replied that he wanted to. This is the partner he knows. The game has finally begun. They drove to a floating island. How will chaotic users be controlled? Fines in the form of death, or will they kill you personally? In fact, it is difficult to personally control them. This is a very free game. It may sound funny, but he respects the rights of people, even if we are talking about killing other players. It would be an abuse of power for them to simply go out and kill players. However, it would be unwise to deal with such players personally. After all, this is contrary to the rules of the game, freedom in everything, for everyone. That's why he didn't do anything during the attack on the League? Don't they want to listen to her? Based on the search results, it was revealed that the Zodiac character is located in the very south of the southern continent, on the way to the Assassin Tower, and they all know very well what this means. It's time to admit that freedom is important, but control is equally important. Head of the second development group, Nam Se-na. It's too much to call it revenge, but they must punish the Zodiac. From now on, their Tokabi team will be more actively involved in the game. They entered a hidden dungeon, a rancid underground canal, a fragment of the crying Galatea. Oh, Jin said long time no see. He kept his promise. The statue said thank you. Thanks to the guy, he will be able to complete the statue of his new wife. He received Pygmalion's blessing. Within 24 hours, he will be able to use the sculptor's eyes. Deadwater said great. It took a long time, but now he got this buff. Drake said the floor felt like jelly. If I don't keep moving, I'll get stuck in this quagmire. The guy asked, "What is this hard bone?" Oh, Jin told him to be careful. This is not an island, but a floating block, assembled from all sorts of different things. The guy asked today, will they clear this place? What is the danger level? Deadwater replied that their target is the owner of the island, the great eight-legged king and rank S. The island is full of bones and flesh. The hidden dungeon can only be discovered on a stormy night in thick fog. He had already come here when he received the jellyfish's quest. Drake said that the black earth is rotten flesh, and the base of the bone. He asked, isn't this dungeon just bones and flesh? Boy, this island is made of what its owner ate, and he eats a lot. Oh, Jin said it was time to get up. How much is there? Spiders began to approach them. The guy said that there were more of them than he thought. Entering the dungeon will not be easy. Deadwater said no, it's easy. The guy said it wasn't a problem at all. Suddenly, to Drake's surprise, he began to make strange movements, after which the dead spiders began to retreat. So that's why he went to work daily on a coffee plantation. The guy replied that now is the time to break through. He realized for the first time that spiders did not like the smell of coffee. So spiders can smell? Deadwater replied that most insects cannot stand the smell of coffee, and cinnamon is also effective. The voice said that they had entered the dungeon of the Weeping Island of the Great King. Looking around, Drake said that there were corpses of monsters stuck in the wall and asked the white slime, is this a web? There are almost no coffee grounds left. They will have to be careful. As soon as he took a step, his leg began to sink. Oh, Jin grabbed him just in time. He asked, what is this, a trap? The guy replied that it was true. Let him be careful. There are traps all around. Deadwater said that the ground where the cave spider lives is dug with tunnels. If he takes the wrong step, he will fall into a bottomless pit. Drake asked, so there's no way to move on? Could they try pulling the wire through with an arrow? But this is too long, and there will be no weapons for battle. Deadwater decided to use the sculptor's eye. Thanks to the buff he received from Pygmalion, his eye can distinguish where the ground is safe and where it is not. But this is not something that can be seen at first glance. The safe zone contains information about the number of spider tunnels nearby so they can find a safe route. Drake asked if the rules were similar to the game Minesweeper. Minesweeper is a popular game that is installed on your computer by default. This content existed back in the era of primitive video games based on a game called Cube. The number on the game board indicates the number of mines in a 3x3 area centered on the square in the middle. Around the cage for up to 8 minutes, if you step on even one, the game will end. Pygmalion's buff isn't perfect. Sometimes it is not known which of the two paths the trap is placed in. The chance of surviving or dying is 50-50. The spiders continued to attack the guys. Deadwater thought that there was no problem. Activation of the Great Dark King's feature, Choice. Drake shouted at Ojin that he would use his back. The spiders even tried to attack from above. The guy dealt with them skillfully. Ojin told the guy to be careful. A web produced by spiders that looks like steel wire. Even the slightest scratch would tear his flesh and he would be trapped, even if they only grazed him. Luckily, due to the smell of coffee, they can only attack from a long distance. It's not that hard to dodge as long as you can hear their sound and see their direction. Pulling the guy towards him, Deadwater told him to stay closer, until their pores touch. He said that the effect of the sea devil mucus can spread to the subject with whom he comes into contact. It works best if they snuggle as close to each other as possible. And now they need to break through that iron spider web. You need to move in one beat. They entered the deepest point of the royal road of the floating island. Drake felt something approaching, something very big. It's dark, dangerous, and his eyes are not yet accustomed to the darkness. He also can't make a sound. Is Ojin nearby? The guy thought, what the hell? Before he realized it, since when was it so close to him, to begin with? Also, why can't he pull the trigger? It doesn't look like he's paralyzed. Drake thought she was beautiful. He couldn't move at all, but he had to pull himself together. Suddenly, I smelled it. The guy immediately came to his senses. He says, "Well, she stinks of rotten meat." Thanks to this, the guy woke up. It was the spider godmother. At that moment, Lee O-Jin appeared. He threw the rest of the coffee grounds right at her. The guy shouted that there was still mucus on Drake's body, let him hold his breath and pull himself out. He said that he found the guy thanks to his thorns. Drake replied that it seemed he had fulfilled his role as bait. The physical defense of this thing is not that high. Let him beware of her death saw. This is an ability that traps an object and deals physical damage to it at close range. Damn annoying. Drake said that in that case, that means they have to kill her in one hit. This will be problematic given how crowded it is. Ojin replied that dodging the barbed wire spider godmother's attack is easier than it seems, as long as he does everything exactly as he does. The guy said that the spider godmother's barbed wire whip attack is fast, but it follows a certain pattern. She will shoot a web at her target 3 times at half-second intervals, and repeat the attack, moving clockwise. Its range is 3 m. He will have to check the attack height immediately after firing. As soon as it makes a full rotation, then have them use an attack that affects the entire area. An area-covering attack like this is actually simpler than it seems. Let the guy stay close to him. Her attack, a net throw, comes straight at them from the front, so all they have to do to avoid it is stay close to each other, just like last time. But the only problem is that dodging all her attacks is useless if they cannot hit her effectively. Only the guy doesn't see any specific ways in which he could attack her. This will be a battle of endurance. If he damages the spider godmother in melee with the death knife, it is obvious that at that moment he will be surrounded by a huge number of killing saws. It's not enough to rely on Sea Devil Slime and Kraken Devil Slime. He also cannot hold his breath for long. Normally the guy would rush there, relying on the power of the 3 sacred treasures. But he would be buried alive if they did something like that in a narrow dungeon like this. Drake asked for a specific way to attack. He doesn't know if it will work or not, but he thinks he can use it since he brought it with him. It turned out to be bloodthirsty bees. Oh, Jin, how did they end up in his pocket? The guy said that he found a hive of bloodthirsty bees while working on a coffee farm. He thought about destroying it, but it was an accessible item, so he collected it out of habit. If they can deal damage with nearby implements, won't it affect even an A-rank monster? Apparently not. It seems that their poison does not affect high-ranking monsters. Deadwater has come up with a solution. He remembers seeing the Spider Godmother's raid manual using bloodthirsty bees before he regressed. Can't believe that picking a hive from a coffee farm led to such luck. Since the Spider Godmother is a huge glutton, She eats everything she kills. It must be something that evolved in a place like a floating island where food is scarce. Recovering hit points by eating food is a quality that all creatures have, be they players or monsters. However, unlike other species that do not feel the need to continue eating once their hit points have been restored, this beast continues to swallow food even with full hit points. And as a result, as it turned out, she faded. The guy said that it had the opposite effect. Because of him, everything became even worse. When he turned around, he didn't see Oh-jin. During the attack, the guy shouted for her to shut her damn mouth. Deadwater told Drake to attack now. He asked, "Isn't it too rude to attack while it's transforming?" The guy asked what the hell he was talking about. There couldn't be a better chance to attack while she was shedding. Typically, insects molt when their life is at stake. Their wings, armor, jaws, and claws become soft and weak for a time, even after their metamorphosis is complete. This is why there are countless cases where they are attacked by predators while molting. Oh-jin said that her annoying death saw is also inactive while she is molting. They got a great chance thanks to him feeding her a bunch of bloodthirsty bees. Shouldn't he obviously attack magical girls or mechs during their transformations or combos? He will show him what real explosive damage is. Oh-jin said that the targeted damage from the Deathblade has already begun to take effect. There's nothing better for burst damage than the Manhwa meta. The guy shouted that this was not all. The cave may collapse, but now is not the time to worry about that. He used Earthquake plus Whirlwind again. Drake replied that it was amazing and asked, "Is she dead now?" The guy said no, not yet. It was impossible for an A+ rank monster to be defeated so easily. But since she received explosive damage from both of them of the same strength as the targeted one, then she is almost a dead man. The problem is what happens after that. But still, she was able to strike. Feature of the degenerate heart, degeneration. Drake asked the guy if he was okay because he received a direct hit. Oh-jin replied that he survived thanks to his ability to be resilient. This is already starting to irritate. The guy asked, "Didn't she become bigger than she was before?" Deadwater replied that she must have activated some special mod from the attacks she received while she was transforming. Thank God her hit points were almost exhausted. He decided that then they would rely on targeted damage and tighten up the time. This cave will still collapse due to the attacks of the Madongwan regime. Running away is the best course of action. The guy shouted that he needed to run faster, but then he remembered that before that he needed to do something. He turned the floor into magma. Monsters are especially weak to fire. Her renewed, delicate flesh will burn quite wonderfully. Great. It was the end that managed to get out. Looking back, Drake asked if the guy thought the Empress was acting strange. Drake's shot, Madonvan's explosive strike, and the accelerated precision strike from the Deathblade. On top of that, the oil spewed from his rotting flesh only fans the flaming footsteps into flames. However, it seems luck is not on their side. Does the guy remember what he told him before they entered this place? About the ranks of monsters. Drake replied that if you think about it, didn't he say that he was an S-rank monster? But isn't this thing rank A+? Was he wrong? Deadwater said that an A+ rank multi-legged Empress becomes an S rank once she reaches full metamorphosis. He is, of course, not sure what the conditions should be for this, but there are times when her metamorphosis is incomplete. Although this happens very rarely. Oh-jin said that when this happens, her rank increases by 2 steps. 8-legged King Kulekium, Fallen Regime S+ rank. Drake asked, "Isn't this a complete scam?" Oh-jin replied that this is the trick of incomplete metamorphosis, but in turn, it is not complete. This condition has a time frame. God Machine is a virtual game that allows its artificial intelligence to update itself through trial and error corrections. There is a main artificial intelligence that acts as the central nervous system of the world, and 17 other subcontractors that support it to shape and maintain the world. And representing these 17 auxiliary artificial intelligences are the 17 S+ rank monsters that exist in the world. These beings are absolute and perfect. However, the 8-legged King Kulekium Fallen Regime in front of them is not one of those 17. Oh-jin said that although he gained power through incomplete metamorphosis, this power only lasts for 100 seconds, which can be regarded as berserk mode. Even if it is an S+ rank monster, they can kill it if it lasts for 100 seconds. Drake asked if they would crumble into pieces along with this island before these 100 seconds had passed. The guy replied that he should hold on. He will have to, no matter what. He thought that it couldn't be. Half of the floating spear was blown away by just one attack. If they do nothing but dodge, then, just like Drake said, the rest of the island will sink. They must stop his movement, even if only for a moment. Jin shouted, burning mana. Drake told the guy that there wasn't much left of the island. Even the boat they got there on was destroyed. What should they do now? The guy said he was going to get closer, let him cover him. Drake asked what he came up with. Jin replied that he was not sure whether it would work or not. However, even if it failed, he was obliged to hold out until the end. Drake replied that of course he would not let his sacrifice be in vain. He hasn't failed yet, has he? The guy began to approach her. Drake covered him as best he could. At some point, Jin showed her Queen Wadudu. Feature of Queen Wadudu selection, Queen Wadudu's spores spread through the body. He knew. No matter how young she is, Judalope is still the queen of Wadudu. According to the story, Wadudu and spiders have an adversarial relationship with each other, as both species strive to take the position of king of the insects. Since she is also an insect, she will not be able to tolerate this. Of course, this will be enough to stop Kulekium just for a second maximum, but this will be enough for him. He launched an attack, and finally thought it worked, only for the monster to strike back. Jin flew straight into the water. The guy heard a voice. After he has condescended to find out everything, even if it was a trifling rumor, he sees that it is nothing more than a brawl between savages. They are inferior beings. How stupid of them to act so childishly before the approaching great war. His name is Beelzebub, the name of the one who will offer him a just death and opportunity. They began to disappear, which meant that time was up. The voice said that they were the first players in the world to successfully complete the raid on the eight-legged king. Jin thought it couldn't be. After he felt relieved that he was not killed by Kulekium. The guy never even imagined that something like this could happen. Why is that bastard there? One of the 17 strongest who rule this world. Looked at him. The guy wondered why. Beelzebub replied that initially he came there to see the eight-legged king. He needed a powerful monarch ally to take their side in the coming war against the dragons. Even if they were mindless spiders, they would be a good addition to the current demon army. The guy thought, allies? How? Doesn't he mean a master-servant relationship? Even if the eight-legged king is a powerful being who commands a countless army of spiders, there is no way that this would be something significant for one of the 7 constellation demons. Who rules at the moment half of the entire world? Even his reaction at this moment was not very good. Spider monsters in this world fundamentally take a neutral position. They stay away from everyone else, be it demons or dragons, and are quite happy to just fill their bellies. However, if the eight-legged king were to join the demon army, their strength would increase several times with S-rank monsters on their side. But the main plot that he remembers did not lead to such events. Beelzebub said that because of them, unreasonable creatures, the eight-legged king disappeared. Now that the great monarchical ally is lost, all this journey has been nothing more than in vain. It's all their fault. The feeling of countless maggots eating away at your flesh. He feels like his whole body is being torn into pieces. In fact, everything is completely different. The presence of a true S+ ranker is stunning. As expected of Drake, he stood directly face to face with such a monster. The guy feels a little calmer looking at his reliable back. The monster said that it is quite sad to use your wings in vain. Normally, he would punish them as befits a constellation demon, but he decided to make an exception this time. In exchange, he must take them, irrational beings, under his rule. Let them join his army in exchange for the eight-legged king. The voice said that the main quest, prelude to the Dragon-Demon War, had been activated. One of the 7 demons of the constellations, Beelzebub, the patron saint of gluttony and destruction, personally monitors them. The guy thought that he had never heard of such a choice. Judging by his mood, he will 100% die if he clicks refuse. Even so, if he did this, his choice to remain a human in the training tower would be meaningless. The guy decided to use the Eye of Solomon. He thought he could pick the best option with it, but saw nothing. Was Solomon's eye blinded by his rage, or are both of these choices bad? The monster said that the demons of the constellation do not wait, especially such unreasonable creatures like them. The offer was refused. Well, it all came to this. Pretty early, sure, but he's one of the guys the guy would have to fight one day. Jin tried his best to calm Drake down. He said that as long as the guy followed what he said, they might win. Drake replied that it was very funny. It was the first time he had seen the guy like this. Judging by his reaction, there is no way to avoid this, right? Then, they have no choice but to figure it out on their own. Their opponent is the ruler of this world. He is the demon of the constellation, as well as the patron of all disease and destruction there. The guys are forced to fight against this mythical monster. As long as he has the 3 sacred treasures and the greatest weapon, he will not lose so easily. Although the chances are extremely small, it is an opportunity for him to face Beelzebub. Oh, Jin shouted that of course he would 100% die, but he will die after he kills him. But suddenly, a huge monster appeared in front of them. Beelzebub said that he had definitely grown up for a larva that previously only ate rat corpses. Morgmar, S+ rank. Oh, Jin said he thought they were lucky. The guys were able to defeat the 8-legged king thanks to Beelzebub. He wrote down the coordinates where the items dropped so he could just go back and find them later. Since the guy did not accept Beelzebub's offer, Morgmar will not be bothered by them. Although, don't let them think that it's all over. They better watch out. Drake said the guy sounds like a villain running away after defeat. Troll, a huge monster with green skin and sharp teeth. The specialty is the ability to regenerate, and it brings harm to people with evil mischief. Since 1980, people who harass other people have also been called trolls. People who constantly make mistakes on purpose or interfere with their allies in order to annoy them. Those who enjoy attention by doing things like this, and those who hurt other people just because they suck at acting. To classify them, those who unknowingly inconvenience others because they cannot play the game well are trolls, while those who deliberately spoil the game can be called deliberate trolls. The guy asked the coach. The man replied that yes, the presenter and coach. Director of Game Content Department Du Tahoe. He said that the program they have planned this time is the concept of experts giving solutions to beginners to help them become better at the game. He constantly watches streams of dead water, because they are very funny and helpful. But the problem is that beginners do not understand them at all. Only those who are at least at an intermediate level can truly walk through its steps and understand them. If he takes this opportunity to try to become a presenter and coach in their program, then he can bond with his aspiring audience. Moreover, he will establish his place in the gaming market. What will he say? The guy replied that it sounded good. Considering how wealthy avid gamers become after appearing on game shows and the sheer volume of these shows, he simply cannot refuse this offer. The role of the presenter in this program is his path to a promising future. This is a great opportunity to increase people's awareness about him and imprint his image in their minds. Individual coaching for players who love games so much, but are sad because of their low skill. They'll call it a dead water street gamer. The whole world came together as soon as the ad was uploaded. It got to the point that at one point the broadcast station's server crashed. As a result, the Game Information Department workers worked overtime for 3 days in a row due to the huge number of applications. In the end, they were able to select 4 players. They were chosen because they have always played in 4-player teams and will experience their growth best when they adjust their playing habits. Oh, Jin told them that today they will hunt horned lizards together. Before doing this, it is very important to find out the characteristics of the monster they want to defeat. Horned lizards have an excellent sense of smell in exchange for poor eyesight. Therefore, it will be quite enough to scatter pepper or surstrumming around to distract them. They can also change their direction, attacking them as well. They will follow them, even if the guys run away in zigzags without slowing down for a second. This is all due to the thin scales that are located on their feet. The guy suggested applying a smooth gel to certain places in advance so that they could not change their trajectory during an attack. However, they cannot apply the gel everywhere. Not only because they don't have as much gel, but also because there's a chance they'll step on it themselves. They will lure the lizard to the points where the gel is distributed when it begins to attack. It would also be a good idea to place spikes or mines in front of them to deal area damage. Woo Hyun-kyung replied that they value real fights more, and they also do not have the opportunity to prepare for all this. Deadwater said that this is a real fight. And what is this possibility? Gel and scented items are not worth 10,000 gold. Hong Jin-pyo asked how throwing all these things on the ground would help in a real fight. Hyun-kyung added that they probably won't even be able to remember all the places where they put the shelb. The girl said that she could not raid in such a stench. She did not want to hunt horned lizards. The guy thought that they were one of those cool clients that can be seen in the novel, Is Everything Really Going to Be Okay? Of course, reality trumps fantasy. There are a ton of people beyond imagination in this world. Program participant Woo Hyun Kyung talked about his team role being a thief. He has very fast hands. He can steal anything, money or items. This is not bragging, but he was really good at stealing. The second participant of the program is Oh Joo Hyun. The guy talked about how he is a defender, but also does good damage. His dream is to become a well-rounded character who can be a defender and also deal damage. The third participant in the program is Hong Jin Pyo. He said that he is a striker and likes to cause damage at the most ideal moment. They can say with confidence that he is the most important part of the team. The fourth participant in the Cha Yumi program. The girl said that she chose the role of a healer because she hated fighting. She didn't want to get involved in any fights, be it hers or others. The girl just wants others to do everything for her at the front. They were all able to stay alive only thanks to the gel and sustramming that he scattered at the beginning. The guys started asking what the hell. Nothing changed even after training. Woo Hyun Kyung said what he thought and did very well. Jin Pyo asked to support him while he recharged. Cha Yumi asked why they didn't all protect her. After all, she was almost attacked. Did they see the hit points she lost? And why do they even move like that? Because of this, it is difficult for her to heal them. Deadwater asked if he knew that the fine he receives when crew members die is more than the money he lost. He asked, "Then should I leave everything as it is?" Deadwater told him that he must learn to retreat at the right moment. Why does he keep doing damage when he's a defender? He needs to choose a role. Either he is a defender or a striker. Joo Hyun said that he would not be able to deliver the final decisive blow if he gave up items that deal damage. The importance is in the feeling. Turning to Mr. Hong Jin Pyo, Deadwater asked why his hit points are constantly depleted because he attacks on his own, and not when it's time to deliver an explosive blow? He replied that he does not attack on his own. Others do not correspond to his timing. The guy said that he thinks the girl underestimates the role of a healer. Being a healer is much more difficult. They must have enough protection so as not to die at the hands of their opponents. They cannot be taken care of during a fight. Cha Yumi said that's why she stays behind because it's scary. Deadwater replied that yes, she does that, at the same time without curing a single player. She asked if they couldn't just drink a potion to heal themselves. Observation room. Producer Hong Yan-hwa said that after they were sincere about their situation before, now that they were cast, they act completely different. Dutaho responded that even so, having people who are difficult to work with makes the series exciting and increases ratings. This is only the first episode, so it's best to resort to a buzz marketing strategy. Looking at them, he thought exactly. He asked if the producer and director were watching right. Could they play a recording of their conversation that was just recorded? Why the hell do they think he came there to listen to obvious things? He doesn't give them any good advice, mostly just tells them to study. Wouldn't it be better then to just do everything the same way they've always done it before? In the end, they decided to just ignore him and do everything as usual. Deadwater asked, are they serious now? There was no way they could go on a high-level hunt with that kind of thinking and combination. Even if they go, let them forget about the monsters, other users will simply kill them. Woo Hyun Kyung said that although they are a little slow when hunting monsters because their teamwork doesn't work out well, they are confident in their abilities. He appreciates that the Deadwater is worried about them, but they will do things their way. The producer asked why they even applied for this program. Let the director say something. He said that their behavior would have a positive effect on the rating. Deadwater asked, then what about this? If they win a 4v1 fight against him, the guy will admit that their opinion is better than his advice. And he will take full responsibility for them and make them high-level players, giving them whatever their heart desires, be it money, items, or transport. In addition, he will fight them completely unarmed, except for one wooden sword. In exchange, if he wins, they will accept any of his strategies. He has one final piece of advice he wants to give to each of them, no matter what. They decided to consult and said whatever they wanted. Deadwater is only an amateur fight, and he has never competed professionally. Only an idiot would lose against an unarmed one. It was a catch whether they won or not, but they still agreed. The director said that, as expected from Deadwater, he knows how to make the program entertaining. He was worried about what to do with them, but thank God they turned the situation around on their own. His reputation won't suffer even if he loses, because It's 4-on-1. The producer thought that it was impossible for Dead Water to lose to people like them. The problem is that there is no benefit for him there, whether he wins or not. Why would someone like him, who hates losses, think of something like this? To be honest with him, the show or anything else doesn't influence his decision at all. There is only one single reason why he suggested something like that. That's right. The reason why he proposed such a beneficial fight for them, no matter if they win or not, is to drink the crap out of them. He wants to beat everything out of them, without a trace. This is the first time that a guy wants to beat everything out of newbies so much. He was wearing beginner's clothes and holding a wooden sword. The guys said that even if he is at a high level, it's a completely different story when he doesn't have any items. This game is based on items, so there's no chance he'll beat them without them. They would have won 4-on-1 even without items, so what the hell was he thinking? Dead Water began to attack. Cha-Yumi was the first to come under attack. The guy said that's why healers should wear high defense items. The guys didn't understand why he was so fast. Looking at them, the guy thought that as expected from a thief. He is the fastest among his team members. But this is nothing more than an attack by a novice thief. His movements are too easy to read. Stun. A phenomenon that paralyzes a person if they are hit to vital organs, even if the damage is low. Second, this is the reason why it shouldn't react to every coin on Earth. Woo Hyun-kyung's armor has attack reflective ability. Deadwater said that this is why he needs to discuss damage timing with his allies. Fourth, this is the reason why he must decide on the role of attacker or defender. The power of his attacks is ridiculous. Due to the passive perks from his titles, he is significantly stronger even without any items. Not only that, since he has veteran abilities, he can easily grab Oh Joo-hyun's sword without taking any damage. Seeing them standing calmly, Deadwater asked, "Is this all because he is beating them with a wooden sword? That's why they're all fine." After which the attack followed again. The guy said although they shouldn't hit people, they should hit trolls. There is a limit to how inhumane their games can be. They all have a lot of hit points left, don't they? So isn't it time to start for real? One of the guys said that he didn't think that the Dead Water would be so strong even without objects. The girl added that she was so scared. No one had ever beaten her before, not even her father. She seems to be traumatized now. The guy asked if the guys had forgotten about the final advice that he promised to give them when they lose. The guys replied that they would stick to whatever he said from now on. His offensive power is incredible. They now want to learn advice. Deadwater shouted that they should just leave the game. This is really his final advice for all of them. For them, quitting the game would be the best solution to avoid causing harm to other players. He no longer has any desire to teach them. Do they think this opportunity comes along every day? What can he teach people who don't even want to listen to what he teaches them? They said they would follow his advice no matter what, right? The guys shouted that they would really try and please give them another chance. Deadwater shouted for these damn trolls to just come out. The producer said, "Wow, she feels so refreshed." The director asked, but what should they do with the content now? He thinks things have deviated a little from the original goal. Later, the first episode of Deadwater Street Gamer aired without a hitch. The result was incredible. Television ratings were a whopping 3.21%. As opposed to the program's original intent of having an expert provide one-on-one coaching to newbies, it appears to be becoming known as a troll buster program. The producer asked, why don't they just continue with this concept? Bring trolls and punish them. Deadwater replied that no, it's like a player who reads the comments of haters. The God Machine greeted him. A huge dungeon with a crater in the northern region, an abyss of death. Drake asked the guy what this place is. It felt like they were digging for something there. He replied that it was a mine. A mineral called Vulcanus is mined there, although its production was suspended due to production costs or something like that. The guy said that the hole was very massive. Ojin replied that the ecosystem of this funnel alone is probably enough to create a separate game. The Abyss of Death. A huge underground sinkhole 20,000 meters deep. This is a hole that has opened up in the middle of the wilderness, looking like a vertical cave or a massive crater. Since it consists of rocks and steep terrain, one wrong step and you can roll head over heels to the very bottom. A few hours later, the guy said that 3 door handles are 3 monsters that will open the door to the coming cataclysm. In other words, door handles. The Kraken lives in a deep abyss, an 8-legged king that can only be found in the center of the flying island under very specific conditions, and the last one. the last key monster that will summon the cataclysm. Drake said this is the abyss of death and there is an entrance to where they should meet him. The guy said that it was clear and asked what kind of huge bag this was. Jin replied that he could call it a necessity to conquer the abyss of death. The rocks of the business of death are uneven. Descending these almost sheer cliffs is only possible through the pink point. And the plains are infested with high-level monsters from time to time. Golden Zone Lizard Man, Moldy Canyon Sandworm. And the place they reached after half a day was a forest of trees growing horizontally thanks to their roots in the rocks. These huge trees are called horizontal trees. Jin said that this is the final checkpoint of the cliff. From there, it will be faster to jump from branch to branch. He asked the guy if Drake was good at parkour. He replied that he only tried it in cities. While descending, Jin used the eight-legged king's ability, Chain of Death. Drake said that apparently it was quite convenient. Drake shouted that he could see the end. They finally reached land, a full 20,000 meters later. What a stunning dungeon expedition. Fire Spirit 108 desecrations. He said welcome. For the first time, they entered the bottom of the deadly abyss. The guy said that this is an A+ rank monster. This must be the last monster there. It looks simple, but is in much greater depth compared to sandworms. Its combat abilities are immeasurable. They must not let their guard down. The monster asked Deadwater and Drake Cat, "What are they doing there? He constantly hears about you two, so it means they have finally reached the abyss of death." Drake asked how he knew their names. Do they know each other? He had never encountered anything like this before. Jin replied that this guy was with them all this time, in all their adventures. The Fire Spirit said that this is not surprising, because this is the first time they meet face to face like this. No matter how much Drake thinks about it, he has no idea. He can't even tell if it's a monster, a creature, or worse. The guy asked, "Was this the system alert sound now?" Jin replied that this is a spirit that monitors the Akashic records, a character who wields the power of time and space. Since their first titles are often recorded in the Akashic records, it is impossible that he does not know about them. The Akashic records contain all the records of this world. This fire spirit that is watching them is something between the monster and the player, and is completely harmless until they attack first. And he became acquainted with this fiery spirit through his countless first achievements. His closeness to him had obviously reached its maximum. The privilege that flows from this is this. The fiery spirit asked if Deadwater could help him. He said something really annoying happened. They discovered a hidden quest from a low-ranking Akashic Records custodian and a rude customer. Let him come face to face with a rude client who makes the guardian of the Akashic Records completely helpless. Drake said that he makes notification sounds and declares the task. What does he mean by rude customer? The fire spirit said that he usually patrols the entire world and restores the destroyed terrain within 24 hours. But the problem arose when he was restoring the abyss of death. He said that, for example, he would say that a bomb exploded somewhere and left a huge hole in the ground. In that case, when will this hole disappear? The guys answered that 24 hours from the moment the map changed. The fire spirit replied that it was correct. They are the ones entrusted with this mission. To restore the map, they must first deform the area and then return everything to normal. But while he was doing this, other life forms entered the area. Jin said that means if you leave them to their own devices, they might get hurt during the recovery process. He said that he was given a little power to control time and space from the one above. With this, he was supposed to restore the abyss of death, but he drove away other life forms. He had problems with one of them, as it did not budge. If the spirit of fire really put its mind to it, it could destroy every single life form inside this abyss. Although he doesn't attack first, he can be a terrifying opponent if they make him their enemy. However, there is a creature on this map that even the spirit of fire cannot drive away. He said that she was a really negative client. She doesn't wake up no matter how hard he tries to wake her up. She's just lying around. He can't restore the earth because of this child, at the lowest point of the abyss of death, in its center. A rude client lies and sleeps. A week before the Death Abyss raid, Jin met with Yoon Seol. The guy asked, she achieved success in beauty streams, and now she's also acting in commercials. Impressive. The girl said that someone from the radio station happened to be among her viewers, so she received an offer. She didn't expect them to make her dance like this. Jin said that people seemed to really like him in the comments. She asked him to forget about it. Didn't he say he had a request? The girl said that she would do whatever he asked. Oh Jin said that he doesn't even know what it will be. Yoon Seol replied that it doesn't matter. After all, she owes him a favor. Not only that, he wouldn't ask for anything that would put her in a difficult position. He told her not to even doubt it. What he wants to ask for is quite a long story. The girl replied that of course that's pretty good. It's not something she's that into, but she thinks it would be fun to be with him. Drake asked, "Will the quest be completed when they wake up this little girl and get her out of there?" Oh Jin replied yes. Race of angels. A long time ago, they were one of those who ruled the world along with giants and spirits, but they are said to have become extinct because of demons. Trying to move it from its place, Drake failed. He asked, "Is this the gravity technique that can be seen in Murim?" Deadwater said that it couldn't be that the quest from a rank A+ monster was that simple. The guy replied that he should have said this earlier. Oh Jin said that they need a proposal to move it. The fire spirit replied that it was true. They want one player's victim, a girl. And what's more, the life of a first-level beginner who has absolutely no experience in this world. Drake asked the first level, "Is it even possible?" This means that they did not even go through training. Yes, even finding someone who doesn't have an account in their days will be very difficult. Oh Jin knew this would happen, so he took someone, a being who had never played this game in their time. Moreover, this is someone he trusts. She has been there for him. The guy asked, "Really? But even if she can refuse training, how does he plan to get her there?" She will die the second she receives even one blow from any monster. They have to protect her all the way on the way there. Snowstorms and crevices, the difficult climate of the northern continent. Hadn't he told him before they left? This is a necessary item to conquer the abyss of death. A bag of a man of all professions. The guy shouted, "Admire the rare newcomer who will become their savior, first-level warrior Yoon Seol." Coming out of the bag, the girl said that this was a dive. It feels so realistic and captivating. The bag of a person of all professions can transport anything in a single copy. Although it can carry people, they do not receive any experience points or rewards as they are considered baggage. So no one would have thought of transporting players this way. At first glance, this is a useless item. However, if they look closely, this item only exists for this quest. Yoon Seol, level 1. Oh Jin said it was time to introduce them. This is Drake Cat, his partner in this raid. The girl replied that she was pleased to meet you. She was Oh Jin's friend. She is quite inexperienced in this game, but will be under their supervision. The girl said that the more she looks around, the more beautiful the view becomes. Why had she never played this game before? She is glad that she accepted his offer. Thanks to this, the girl was able to see something similar. Oh Jin said that this is a place that most rankers have never set foot in. She is, in fact, the only Tier 1 player to ever be there. Looking at the guy, she asked why he had no clothes at all. He replied that everything is simple if she looks at the female characters. She's never played a game before, so... The guy asked, had she seen the commercials for the game? They wear less and less clothing the higher their level. He has too. The girl asked, does this mean nothing can be done about it? He said that's right. He's not going to hang around like that because he's a pervert or something. Oh Jin said that now, just like he explained, let him slowly bring his hand closer. Suddenly, she began to shine. Yoon Seol felt something warm rising. The voice said that a suitable player had been found. An attempt to connect with artificial intelligence. Angel and player Yoon Seol teamed up. Nettie, who had lost her memories, opened her eyes. The girl was happy that she had become smaller. Drake said that the NPC and the player merged. The main quest is really quite specific. The hidden quest has been completed. The closeness with Akashi's caretaker grew rapidly. The fiery spirit thanked the guys. Now he can finally restore the abyss of death. Oh, Jin said what can be said, this is the beginning of the raid. From now on, Saul will be their guide. The girl said she could see the video when she closed her eyes. Is this really an angel's memory? Yoon Seol is now the incarnation of the angel Nettie. She has lost most of her memories. Fragments of these memories appear as videos from time to time. They were drawn into a hidden quest where they must help restore her memories and send her back to her home. The girl said that there is nothing special there yet. All she sees is her streaking through the skies. It looks like it is falling among the clouds and rain. She thinks this is the memory of an angel when she came to this earth. Oh Jin said that this is more than enough for now. Yoon Seol merging with the angel and explaining the content of the videos is more important at the moment than anything else. A girl appeared in front of them. She asked Deadwater. Finally met him. This is real Deadwater. She was worried that they would not be able to meet. The guy replied that he wasn't sure who she was, but they were in the middle of a raid. And this is the place now. Interrupting him, the girl said that she had no more time except today. She heard rumors that he was heading here and rushed over as fast as she could. She is so happy that she was able to meet him. The girl was worried that she would miss the opportunity to kill him. She began to attack. The girl said that he is very fast. None of her friends could escape this. However, in a speed battle, she is also not inferior. Watching what was happening, Drake wondered, oh, Jin received damage not from a monster, but from an ordinary user? This is the first time he has seen this. This girl is as strong as Ma Tae-gang, although no, even stronger than him. Was there anyone so strong among the unranked? Looking at everything, Yoon Seol asked, do things like this often happen? Drake Cat replied that he has many enemies. He was already used to the fact that the girls' players hated Deadwater, but she hated him so much that she came to fight him personally? What grudge does she hold against him? The girl screamed that people were suffering every time he played the game, so she will stop him with her own hands. Just as she was about to make the final attack, Oh Jin used the jellyfish's mana burn ability. The guy replied, just think. She even knows how to counter mana burning with reflection. It seems the girl has done her own research. He accepts her sincerity towards himself. Just for her, he would fight her using 30% of his strength. The fiery spirit addressed them and said that he would like to restore the area as soon as possible. This will kill all forms of life in the area, so this is a little unpleasant. But since they are his friends, he is sure that they will understand him. The earth began to rise up. The girl asked what the hell this dead water did this time. Suddenly, Oh Jin approached the girl from behind and pushed her down. The guy said he was sorry, but he's a little busy right now. They will meet again if their paths ever cross. Watching her fall, the guy thought. This different behavior and this face. She looks damn familiar. Or does he just think so? Drake said that the earth continues to rise. They haven't been the pits of death for a long time, so why doesn't it stop? Saul said that it would probably rise until they reach the sky. What they are standing on is not the earth, but a meteor. The guy replied that it was clear. What made a hole in the ground 20,000 meters deep was a massive meteor that fell from the sky. Nettie must have fallen there, carried by the meteor. They could no longer see the continent because of the clouds. Drake said to use the meteorite as an escalator. That scale. Saul said that she only flew on a plane on an excursion. The voice said that they had entered the flight path. Drake asked if this meant that this meteor had a definite destination. Yoon Seol shouted that she saw a floating island in the sky. He was getting further and further away. It looks like an island or a castle. It's moving too fast, so she can't be sure, but that meteor may have been part of this island. The fantasy of a mystical country hidden in the sky above the clouds, a popular cliché that has since ancient times passed into classical literature and various genres of cartoons and games, is a very common dream of an adventurer. Saul said that this meteor, in other words, Nettie descended to Earth on this piece of the island. However, this child, she thinks, has been alone for a long time. For so long, gripped by fear and fear. Just seeing this makes her feel lonely and sad. She knows it's a game, but Oh Jin said that this is the whole charm of this game, called total immersion. Heartbreaking scenario, isn't it? Since she loves this game so much from the beginning, she will be a great player. Drake said he had a feeling the guy would have a hard time in a relationship. Yu Da-hee entered the ward and asked the girl, did she sneak out of the ward to play her game again? The girl told her to just stay put because she had an exam today. Yu Se-hee replied that yesterday was her only chance. So she went to do something really quickly. Well, it was a waste of time anyway. The girl said that then she should have at least warned her in advance. She replied that the girl would never have let her if she had asked. Turning to Yu Se-hee, Da-hee asked her if she didn't tell her. This is a very important operation. She needs to have this operation so she can go to school again. She started screaming that she didn't want to. My sister said that after the last operation it wouldn't hurt, but it was very painful. And she also said that that operation was the last. Shohei said that if only she could guarantee her one wish, she would agree to the operation. The girl asked which one, if it's something brother or she can do. She said that she wanted to meet Mr. Maidenvan. She is the president of the Ma cult. She even organized fan meetings before. The girl replied that it is not as easy to do as she thinks. Mr. Maidenvan is very busy. Drake said that the Harpies just happened to set up camp in their flight path. Luck is definitely not on their side. Their stats increase dramatically when fighting on aerial maps due to their flying ability. In other words, they are much more annoying than what they have encountered before. They are in quite a predicament. Se-hee said that she was unable to attend that fan meeting due to surgery. If only she could meet Mr. Madongvan. She thinks then she would have the courage to have the operation. Sol shouted, that big green one over there. The last refuge of angels who have been weakened by demons, the realm of divine help. After finding the flying island, saving the game became available. And now you can freely enter and exit the game and set this place as a moving point. Sol said that, by the way, she has streams planned starting tomorrow. They will most likely last for several days. Oh-jin replied that he would also have something to do. Drake said not to worry about him. He still wanted to explore the island alone. The guy replied that it's good, then we'll meet later. Suddenly the phone rang. It was Yu Da-hee. The girl said that she needed to discuss something with Ma Dongwan about a fan meeting. He said it was good, but the meeting would be late. The girl agreed. Sol asked it was a girl. Are they dating? Drake asked if he's going on a date tonight. Oh, Jin replied that it was nothing like that. After greeting each other, they got into the car. Madonvan asked if she wanted to discuss something. Any problems? The girl began to hesitate. She said that in truth, she was sorry for asking for such a thing. Could he help her relative? She said that to be honest, a person close to her was very sick. He asked if she was talking about Yu Chang. Da-hee replied that no, he is the second child in the family and there is also a sister. She is the youngest. Oh, Jin heard about this for the first time. Well, he learned about the relationship between Yu Da-hee and Yu Chang only in this life. She said that she had never discussed family matters with anyone, so she was worried. He already understood this, but still knows very little about her. The guy asked, and so, what does she need from him in the end? The answer may be cold, but if he knows her well enough, she will feel more comfortable with just such an answer. Da-hee revealed that she needed major surgery. It is very important to carry it out, but since the chances of success are not too great, she is very afraid. And she needs to somehow convince her to agree. She set the condition that she would undergo the operation only if he fulfilled her greatest wish. Madonvan asked again, wish? Da-hee said that her sister wants to meet him live. She is very ashamed. She is only the president of his fan club and should be able to separate work and personal life. But she should have asked him to meet her if it wasn't too difficult, or they could just pretend this conversation never happened. He replied that it was not such a big problem. Madonvan asked if she would decide to perform the operation if she met him in person, right? If such a little thing can improve her life, then he simply cannot refuse. Let him tell you the place and time later. Yu Da-hee said thank you that he agreed to her selfish request. The girl is sure that she will be very happy. That night she thanked him nonstop. To be honest, he had to think about this decision. Maybe this time he will get to know her from all sides. And although not in a romantic way, I became a little attached to her. And after she became his fan and the president of the fan club, he really became grateful to her. But partly he will always shun her and treat her with distrust. Maybe those events no longer connect them, but they still remain moneylenders. Even now, just like him before, they torture other poor fellows. When she thinks about this, she begins to doubt the purity of her intentions. Yu Da-hee said that she would now bring her sister. She was just about to return from the procedures. But this does not come from righteousness. Rather, these are echoes of past life traumas. If he just needs to play with the child in the hospital, then this is not a problem for him. Moreover, it will not take much time. He will simply regard this as a rest before the raid on the flying island. Suddenly, the girl randomly began to fall down the steps directly onto him. During the fall, his mask flew off to the side. He began to ask if she was okay, if she was hurt anywhere. She replied that she was fine. Opening her eyes, she saw him in front of her. He wondered if he hadn't met her a couple of days ago. She started screaming that it was dead water. Did he decide to find her in real life? Oh, Jin doesn't understand what the hell this is. Where did it even come from? Suddenly, he saw that his mask was on the floor. He decided that he needed to get out of there before it was too late. Then Da-hee approached. She asked what the girl was doing there because she asked to wait for her. Se-hee asked, "Sister?" The girl said that she caused problems for the staff by disappearing like that. She can't see, she needs to be more careful and reasonable. She said that all this doesn't matter now. There is dead water there. We need to grab him. Oh, Jin said that he supposedly saw him, who caught her when she was falling. He ran as fast as he could in that direction. The girl said this voice, "Is it Manhwa?" Yu Da-hee replied that it was true. She said that he would come to her. She couldn't believe it was really him. Manhwa replied that this is not a dream, this is really him. The girl started saying that she was his biggest fan from the moment he debuted. Although she cannot see, she listened to all his matches. She said she was so surprised when he sent one of the players flying high, and then he knocked out the other one. It was so exciting. Looking at her, he thought you say he. So it was she, then she seemed familiar to him. Although he said that they would meet again if fate crossed their destinies again, he clearly did not expect it to happen so soon. Is everything really okay? The girl talked about his fight with his 3 sisters. And 26 wins in the first round of the league was amazing. She was so moved by the 7-minute shift that she began to cry. You say he muttered nonstop in an excited voice like a child. Quite a playful girl. Dahi said that she fulfilled her wish to meet Ma Dongwan. Now she will undergo surgery. The girl said that she herself said that she would agree if she brought Van to her. Suddenly the girl said that he might not be real. Then why is she talking to him like that? Dahi began to ask what is her sister talking about. She says that her sister and Ma Dongwan are lying to her? The girl replied that she did not know him, so she could easily deceive her. Oh, Jin replied that okay, then how can he prove that he is Ma Dongwan? Without being confused, she answered that it was a fight. Let him please fight her. The sister began to shout at her that it was rude of her to offer such things to a professional. He had come all this way to come to her. He thought about it. She has a low rank, but she's quite competitive. Usually the guy doesn't agree to this, but this is an exceptional situation. He said he would play with her. He will fulfill her sister's request. Now it would be fair if she complied with it. There is a good place nearby where they can play. Can she go out? They found themselves in front of the house of the K1 national team manager, Ja-yeon. Oh Jin apologized for disturbing him. He said that there was talk that this place was ideal for matches. Walking into the training room, the girl saw a capsule for professional players, and her happiness knew no bounds. She shouted that this capsule was much better than the usual one. The man asked, "Is she the younger sister of the club president?" The guy answered yes. "Is he sure that she is sick?" "She is full of energy." Oh Jin said that it was her first time seeing a professional capsule, so her behavior is quite understandable. Ja-yeon asked if he should talk to any of the reporters he knows. A professional player visiting a fan with a serious illness. Isn't this the perfect story? He thinks it would be nice if they took some photos. The guy replied that he was not doing this for PR. He said that the beginning was a little unusual, but in other words, it was a headhunt. God Machine, the most popular game at the moment, is also called Damn. This game is played in capsules as it allows you to use all 5 senses. The world's only game with augmented reality. The touch panel allows you to transmit information. Due to the heat generated when processing large amounts of information, a huge cooler using liquid nitrogen is essential for the capsule. Users receive game information directly to the brain through a connecting device. This is the perfect device for imperfect people. They can still enjoy the game without any problems. The girl admired the fact that she would play with Manhwa himself. She asked him to do it just like that, but he agreed. He asked, she was waiting for this, right? Then let him approach him and begin the attack first. Before he could finish speaking, the girl began to attack. Watching everything that was happening, the man said that she was fast. He couldn't dodge and so is now defending himself. He thought that it was difficult to avoid an attack when fighting a player with the agility skill. But still, no one can get around him. She shouted that she could increase her speed a little more. Let her get ready, she's coming. After which the attack followed again. The manager thought it was a good move to make a super fast attack before you get hit. If it's a series of punches, he can handle that speed. She said it was incredible, as expected from Manhwa. The girl asked how she could train her eyes as well. Manhwa asked, is she finished? Now it was his turn. Since it will be 2 adults, then he will be merciless. He thought that the current ratings, although no, even just ratings that are in the future. How many of them will have the same talent as this little girl? The guy is even ready to argue. Of all the potential players at the moment, she is the only one, you say he. Manhwa said it was very impressive. She fought him on equal terms. Is she really 15 years old? The girl replied that she had studied all his attack patterns, lying on a hospital bed all day long. Suddenly, her eyes grew dim. She didn't understand what happened to her eyes. Is this some kind of bug? Manhwa asked the trainer to check her condition. The man said that her breathing was unstable. Blood pressure also rises. These are very bad symptoms. They should take her to the hospital right now. The man shouted for her to come out now. If she can't do it herself, they will help. The girl replied that she did not want to. She asked if she could stay with Ma Dongwan a little longer. The guy told her that she was making things difficult. Why does the girl go this far? She replied that this might be her last time. She wants to give herself completely to him. Da-hee asked what she was talking about. She will feel better after the operation. Se-hee apologized to her sister and said that she actually knows that this operation has a very low success rate. Even if everything goes well, it is unclear whether she will be able to recover or not. She knows everything, even if her sister doesn't say anything. She knows what her brother goes through every day at work. He does things he doesn't want to do all day long, getting cursed in the face for it, just for her sake. She no longer thinks of this game as something she used to love, but now it is just a way for her to earn money. Lately, she doesn't look like she's enjoying what she's doing. It's all because of her. She wanted to give up everything now. Instead of just causing trouble for her family for a measly operation, she wants to die doing what she loves. Madanvan said that this will not happen. She won't die, he won't let her do it. The girl asked him why he would go so far for her. He answered because she should shine next to him in the prologue. As he wants, then they will continue to the end. Grabbing her, he said that she should listen to him carefully. The guy is going to create the strongest team, not just the strongest in the country, but in the whole world. And for this, he needs her. He guarantees her that she will debut as a pro and will be able to play and receive the love of millions of people. He will help this happen no matter what. All she needs is to trust him and stay healthy. Since when? The girl who gradually opened her heart to him when he kept it closed changed in 1 second. That's when she started using it. And this was around that time period. If his memory serves him right, it means that the girl was not able to overcome her illness. He can't allow this to happen. This world is no longer what it was before, and Yu Da-hee is no longer the same one he knew before. He called someone and said that there was something he needed to do urgently. And the very fact of this will help save a small child. Yu-chan ran to the hospital. Approaching Da-hee, he asked, "How is your sister?" The girl replied that everything was fine. She had recently fallen asleep. It lasted because it was late, and he asked why that man took the boss's car. She asked for forgiveness and said that she should have shaken off the money from him. The guy started shouting that to hell with him. Why would she even think about such things with a brat like him? Why would she get close to someone older than even her father? Does she think if she gets a car and a house she will make them happier? Yu Da-hee replied that she asked not to talk about her father. Yu-chan shouted that they are all the same, both this bastard and his father. She asked what? What would they do with the hospital bills if it weren't for him? Does he think it all costs a penny? The guy replied that he would take more part-time jobs and go to work more often. The girl began screaming that he would die at this rate. How many hours does he already work at this damn job? He asked if he ever asked her to work. Just let her do what she's good at. She replied that how can she continue to play and stream when she sees how he is bent over at work? Exhaling, the girl said that she should forget. Who is she anyway? What does she want to devote herself to? She remembered her sister's words. If you think about it like that, they fight over the same things all the time. No wonder Se-hee said something like that. As it turned out, she was too inattentive. Ma Dongwan approached the girl and asked if she still felt depressed. She asked what he was doing there. He apologized for yesterday. He replied that he came not only to visit Se-hee, but also to tell her something good. The guy thought she must have called around this time. Yu Da-hee asked, "Good news?" At that moment, the girl's phone rang and the chairman was displayed on the screen. Picking up the phone, she asked what happened. The girl replied that she had finally gotten through to her. She had heard about her sister. She seems to be in very bad condition. Da-hee began to apologize for not calling her. She really appreciates her concern, but clarified who told her. The director replied that it was Ma Dongvan who told her. He asked her for something, said it was urgent. She said that she is a member of the non-profit organization Asian Bone Marrow Donor Association. After what she heard from Madanvan, she began the process with participants she could trust. Yu Da-hee asked, "Have they started the process?" The director replied that this was the process of finding a bone marrow donor suitable for her younger sister. It was clear from the girl's reaction that she clearly did not expect to hear such words. People who learned about all the circumstances decided to voluntarily take tests. They all applied for donation. Given how many people have applied, she is confident they will be able to find a suitable donor soon. So let the director cheer up. She always tried so hard for the fan club. Even during events, she did not use her position as director and supported everyone from the stands like an ordinary player. She never abused her position or guild funds, always protected guild members from threats when they were in dangerous situations. So naturally, many people want to help her. She is a good and hard-working person. Yu Da-hee kept thanking the girl. She replied that it would be better to call Madanvan and thank him. Let him cheer up and gain strength so that they can support him again. The Asian Champions League is just around the corner, isn't it? Madanvan replied that only with his contribution things would not have gone so far. Her clear and passionate desire to manage contributed to all this. Also, he paid all the bills, so don't worry. She began to ask why and why does he need this. He replied that it was quite expensive. Naturally, the guy did not do this for free. This is the value of Seihi's debut contract when she recovers. The girl then asked what he told her to convince her. Madanvan asked if she thinks there is any other player in this country who can compete against him at this level. Not just anyone, but a 15-year-old child. If he were the team manager, he would not let such a promising player go. It's strange that she hasn't stood out yet. Let him tell her to recover faster and reimburse him for everything when she grows up. She will whine about the amount of practice when she debuts as a professional. She just kept thanking him. If he had never debuted as Madongvan, if he had never become a fan of his and created a fan club, if he had never been able to become the first and start everything again in Dam, if all these little things had not come together, then none of this would have happened, did not happen. Following the guy, Yu-chan ran out into the street. Madanwan told him that he didn't know who his boss was, but he should stop doing anything illegal. Bowing, the guy thanked him very much. He never thought that the day would come when he would receive gratitude from this guy. It's good that he can hide this strange mixture of emotions behind a mask. On the day she left him, to his surprise, the moment that left the biggest impression on him was her face. It's like she's about to burst into tears. And exactly the same a few minutes ago. He asked himself to forget about it, to stop thinking. Pre-recruitment will be a great boost for Madanvan's future. Now he needs to complete the raid on Sky Island before the Asian Champions League. A few days later, he received news that Seihi had been scheduled for a transplant after a suitable donor had been found. He forgot about the healthy juice he was drinking and screamed with joy. An island floating in the sky at an altitude of 20,000 meters above the earth. Heavenly Kingdom of Quo Vadis. Finally, he had waited for this moment. This is a huge dungeon that he has never played in before. This place has many traps, strong monsters, and difficult tasks. Seeing Oh-jin, Yoon Seol asked if he arrived before her. She began to say that this game was so cool. She had wanted to play it so much since the last time she entered it. The guy replied that this is only the first step towards entering this island. They must navigate this complex maze to complete the main quest within. They should break through as quickly as possible to save time. From the outside, the labyrinth looked quite wide. On the right side, there are rotting trees on the stone wall, and on the left side, looks like tiny microbes crawling on human hands. The girl replied that it was all so interesting. She liked it. The girl said that they were moving so calmly in the wrong direction, and asked if he knew where to go. The guy replied something like that. He analyzed several points based on the knowledge of the collective intelligence of deceased users. And something else from where? Pointing her finger to the side, Saul said that it seemed like there was something there. The guy asked what? Let him tell him where it is? She replied that the ivy in front of them was all dried up and dead. He said that it was, but the guy would rather die than die at this time. Suddenly a bad end, or as it is called differently, a crawling warrior, began to appear in front of them. Deadwater said that they met a not very successful character. They were unlucky. As soon as the monster began to approach them, 2 arrows pierced its head. It was Drake. The guy said that a bad ending is one that is best avoided. Nothing will be gained from killing him. They were late. He had been waiting for them for a long time. While they were climbing the wall, the monster was getting closer and closer to them. At this time, the guy took it and poured oil on him. He won't be able to climb because it will be slippery. And also, looking at the dead water, the guy said that he would fry himself. After kicking the guy, the monster began to burn. Turning to Oh-jin, she asked, Drake said about the bad ending. What is it? He began to tell that ordinary creatures living in fields and dungeons are called monsters. It's the same concept here. The creatures that live on the Sky Island are called bad ends, not monsters. Drake added that they are unnecessary creatures. It's not even worth wasting your time on them. The girl asked why. He replied that because they only gave him experience, no gold or items, so there would be nothing useful from them. And if they drop items, they are useless because there is no village nearby to sell them. There is no way to replenish consumables, so killing them is rotten. Yoon Seol saw some fruit that looked delicious and asked the guy to get it for her to try. Oh Jin thought, curiosity aside, her behavior became even more childish. Has she always been this inquisitive, or only after entering the child's body? The guy told her the main thing is to chew and not swallow the seeds. Salt asked, is it harmful to health? The guy replied that it is harmful because it is a fruit that bad ends eat. Don't worry, if you just chew it, you won't get an upset stomach. Many people just try them. Looking around, Drake asked where they should go now. He was unable to find out anything further. And anyway, how does he know where to go? Suddenly, the crawling warrior appeared behind them again. The guy said, damn, they really chased their prey to the very end. This guy looks pretty strong. Looking at the monster, Oh Jin asked his friend, doesn't he think the monster is somehow strange? Let him look at him. Doesn't he stagger too much for such a long jump? The guy thought that he had finally shown himself. He is the one who made it much more difficult to complete this raid. The strongest and worst bad ending, called the Nightmare in the Labyrinth. Drake asked Nightmare form, level A plus danger, how strong is he? The guy thought that if you look at it optimistically, his appearance means that they are on the right track. The guy didn't understand why he ignored Oh Jin if he was standing right in front of him. He realized that his blows had almost no effect on him. He's probably using some kind of characteristic. It has the ability to dodge and reduce the effectiveness of damage by half. For Madanvan, who uses elemental skills such as Whirlwind and Earthquake, this opponent passes perfectly. He is fast and strong at the same time. The guy thinks he should have expected this since he killed a crawling warrior who is famous for his strength even among other high-level ones. This creature could probably tear apart something of its rank, such as a sandworm, with its bare hands. His attack pattern is simple, but at the same time it is complex in many aspects. Oh! Jin shouted that it was time to leave there urgently. They don't have to kill him to pass. Let them both run after him. Drake wondered how the hell he knew the way through this maze. Now the guy can see the escape route from this maze as if he turned on the GPS. New generation head visor. This machine somehow, due to one bug, shows the escape route from the maze of the Sky Island. He wouldn't be him if he didn't have some trick up his sleeve. The bug was fixed later after people found out about it. But the price of the previous version has skyrocketed due to this. Sol shouted that she remembers. She saw this place in the angels' memories. There is a door that only angels can open. Drake asked if it was opening too slowly. The guy replied that people would only be able to get through in a few minutes. He suggests such problems occur when one takes information from written sources. He would never have thought of this level of detail in his life. He had never heard of such a thing, even when he was just a newbie. The monster was already next to them. Watching his attacks, Drake shouted to the guy that he was trying to attack Sol. He was trying to kill the healer at the beginning. He's targeting Angel's soul since she's a healer, so he started with her to make it harder for the others in the end. Killing the healer is the most effective option for harming the group. The guy shouted what an annoying character. He said there was nothing to be done. This monster doesn't have to be killed, but it seems like he has no other choice but to finish it off. But he just began to feel that he was running away in vain, avoiding the purge from people like this. He was at the top thanks to his tricks in catching people like him until he was killed last time. But until this time, he had avoided such situations. There is no guide on how to defeat or kill this monster. He will do just that. He thought that he was a noob. What does a new killer fighter mean approaching the monster? The guy asked. Shall we dance? Just as Oh Jin was about to launch an attack, he saw that the monster along the wall was rapidly approaching Yuseol. The guy made it on time. He stepped right on the monster's face and asked, "Are you surprised?" Oh, Jin is confident in his speed. Is this the first time I've seen someone obsessed with speed and completely naked? Seeing that the monster began to attack him, the guy asked if he had received his attention, after which he began to strike himself. Speed isn't the only problem. Oh, Jin is incredible, but Smile's attack power is unreal. There are no gaps in his defense that can be exploited. There are a lot of these gaps. The gaps that you create yourself with your unrealistic strength. The guy shouted the characteristics of the Kraken. Deadwater shouted that he didn't know what kind of monster it was, but as long as he was a Deem monster, he wouldn't be able to escape the enlargement characteristic. Having struck the guy, the monster quickly reacted and began to run. Oh, Jin asked, "Is this the characteristic of hit and run?" The guy quickly ran after him, when suddenly I saw a dead end. He didn't understand where the monster could have run away to. Coming closer and looking down, the guy saw that there was something there. Drake shouted at Oh Jin to be careful. After all, bringing your opponent to a dead end is 100% a trap. Suddenly, the ground began to collapse under his feet. The guy shouted that this was impossible. He didn't understand how a monster could be so smart. Drake and Yoon Seol watched everything that happened. She hid behind the guy. As soon as the monster began to approach them, Oh Jin managed to grab him with chains. The guy shouted that he would not die alone. They both began to fall. Below were the tentacles of Rafflesia. Her mouth will close as soon as you touch it. And when this happens, death occurs immediately due to the acidic solution. He must not touch them under any circumstances. Oh Jin tried his best to stop without touching him. He stopped. It was almost a miracle that Rafflesia didn't notice them. But it will suck if this crazy smile starts putting on a show there. He apparently doesn't really want to die. The guy shouted that no matter how strong he is, Oh Jin will be the one to win. Targeted damage gradually reduces his hit points. Time is on his side. Suddenly, the guy noticed that the monster began to climb higher. As it turned out, he grabbed a couple of fruits that Salt was eating. He greedily began to eat them. The guy realized that these were honey apples, but I didn't understand why they. Oh Jin said it couldn't be. Is this bastard's life points slowly recovering? His body is gradually regenerating. He thought, what the hell? The guy knew that they eat honey fruits, but that they restore their energy? No. This battle may drag on for a while, since he has no idea how many of these fruits are in the maze. The guy can't risk his life. He attacked again and again, using Oh Jin's tricks as well. At some point, Drake began shooting from his bow and shouted to the guy to get up quickly, because he wouldn't be able to hold him back for long. The guy managed to climb up, but the monster followed him. Oh Jin shouted to the guys to get out through the door they saw. He'll catch up when he's done with him. Or maybe he will finish, but it's too difficult, because he cannot be sure that he will be able to inflict damage on it. The guy certainly knew that it would be difficult, but not that much. If the situation worsens, he will have to use Madongwana mode to destroy all the honey fruits. Suddenly, they noticed that something strange began to happen to the monster. In the distance, they saw a man with a book in his hands. He asked if they were okay. Drake began asking the guy questions. Is this a player? Oh. Jin replied that definitely not. Judging by his wings, he is an angel. So this is a game character? The guy replied that most likely. There's no way a normal player could get there faster than them. The man asked to leave the monster for him. He told the guys to quickly find a way out of there. Let them do it faster. Even he can't fight him for that long. They ran into the very door that had previously opened very slowly. Looking around, Seol said that it seemed they were still inside. Oh Jin replied that it doesn't matter. The main thing is that they were able to escape from there. The woman looks like lost sheep. Finally, her unfortunate child returned. Drake said that this place seems like a village of angels. They will probably be very grateful that the guys brought their lost angel. Oh Jin replied that it was better than struggling with bad ends. Salt began to move towards the angel. Drake tried to stop her. She replied that everything was fine. It seemed to her that they shouldn't strain themselves because of these people. The woman began to tell the girl not to worry about anything because they would protect her. They will make sure this doesn't happen again. The girl thought it was so warm and comfortable. Or is it because she saw what was in the memory of that angel child? Drake said he doesn't know what's going on, but it seems like it's something emotional. Oh Jin thought that it was not worth following the lead of these players because that place. The guys heard the question, who are they? Ugly, there are not even wings or halos. Moreover, they came outside the labyrinth, and dirty and sinister too. One of the angels asked if they could have a different kind of bad ending. They, who came from outside, are suspicious. The woman said that they might be the bad guys who got in there by some trick, so let them be imprisoned immediately. Drake told Oh Jin that they were starting to annoy him. Should they continue to stand? The guy replied that he needed to calm down for a while because he had a plan. Sky Island Quo Vadis. This is the last base of the angels who almost died out after being defeated in the war by demons. They hide from demons, barely maintaining their existence. However, they suddenly began to appear again, bad ends. These are terrible monsters that suddenly appeared, completely destroying the ecosystem of the Sky Island. And to protect himself from bad ends, the Emperor of Angels ended up creating this huge labyrinth. Drake said it was incredible. The Emperor created a labyrinth. The angels said that he was a great ruler. He was an aristocrat who protected the last sanctuary in the demon world. The guy asked why. What's wrong with him now? What happened to him? The Emperor suddenly changed one day and became furious. He imprisoned all the newborn children in an underground prison, saying that he had found the oracle. He's gone crazy. How did such a wise and generous emperor become insane? Have you been tempted by demonic temptations? There were rumors that he boiled children to make meat out of them, or bled them in a bath and bathed in it. Terrible rumors. The guys asked, and they called this to happen. He replied that they had no choice. The emperor is too powerful. They could not win even if all the angels stood against him. The best they could do was hide from him and create a village in the labyrinth. They simply wait forever for their sons and daughters, whom he dragged away from them, to return back. The guy asked what the angel was talking about. Didn't he say they were locked? And they are in a labyrinth now. How are the children supposed to escape from there and find the village? He said that they have connections in the royal castle. This person takes the children and sends them to them as soon as possible. Nettie, whom they accompanied, was one of those rescued and sent to the village. They call them White Flames. The girl asked the White Flame? The woman replied that yes, the man who saved her. She was ambushed by bad ends while heading to the village and disappeared along the way. The woman asked if there was anything else she didn't remember. She went through a lot because of that crazy emperor. How did a child who walked through a labyrinth after escaping from a castle dungeon end up so far away? The girl replied that she didn't know. She was interested in it too. The girl thought she was sorry. In fact, she is not Nettie, but Yoon Seol. Even if she is just a player, it is very painful to deceive her. She needs to hear as many stories from her as possible. Perhaps the girl will be able to find another fragment of her memory. Elder's house. Drake said he didn't understand at all. The guy had never completed such a quest before, and this prison is so poorly made he could probably open it easily. When will they leave this place? Oh, Jin replied that we need to wait for now. Perhaps something will happen later. The woman asked if the girl remembered anything about her older sister. She thinks, as if she remembers something but the memory does not reproduce, as if buffering is happening. The girl asked the elder what her older sister was like. She replied that her older twin sister was born a few minutes earlier than her. Betty had always been her opposite. She was smart and not afraid of anything. She always commanded all the children in the area. Now, thinking about her, the woman realizes that she was probably pretending to be energetic to help her, because the girl was so quiet. She said that one day a girl hit her on the head several times because she could not forget the terrible story. Thinks she was trying to shock that bad memory away. Although the two of them were scolded, Nettie cried even more. Since she has returned to them, they can hope that the girl is also safe somewhere. Don't worry too much about it. Suddenly they heard some sounds. The man shouted that they were coming. Bad ends were coming. We need to evacuate the children right now. Let them take it. They want to eat their children. They didn't understand why there were so many of them this time. The angels shouted that they needed a little time to hide the children. Nothing stopped the monsters. They attacked more and more. The elder appeared in front of them. They shouted that they could stop them now. More and more of them were added. Suddenly a bad ending appeared before their eyes. The angels understood that they could not stop him. Last time Sir White Flame fought him, the elder shouted, "How dare he still come there? Let him clean up." But it was she, Nettie, who caught his eye. The elder said that he was much stronger than he was before. From one of his blows, the elder flew to the side. She shouted to Nettie that he had come for her. "He never leaves his prey. Let him run from there quickly." The angels came to the elder's defense so that the woman had time to hide in a safe place. She replied that it was okay. Let them hide the children first. Incomprehensible memories appeared before the girl's eyes. It was a flashback. Is that really what they call a smile? She thought it was definitely him. Is it all somehow connected? Why did Nettie fall to the ground? What drove the emperor crazy? And where did they come from? Was he the culprit of all the incidents? In the end, he finally caught up with her and reached towards her. Suddenly, Oh-jin appeared. The guy shouted that it really was a bad ending with bad hands. Should he cut off all his fingers at once? What does the girl think? Drake shouted that others are not as strong as him. They are at most level A or B. It makes no difference to him considering how they were received there. Oh-jin asked Drake if he could help the angels stop other monsters. He said okay and asked what Oh-jin would do. Why is he asking him about this? It's time for round 2 with that bastard. Madanvan began to attack him. Drake shouted that Madanvan's attacks had no effect on him. What will Oh-jin do? At this time, the guy was already inflicting a bear strike mode. The guy replied as expected from a level A+ monster. A blow like that won't cause any damage, right? Perhaps such damage would be harmless to him, but not in such a place. Madanwan asked, "Isn't it funny? Now all the guy can do is laugh. It doesn't matter how strong he is, it will be difficult to survive the damage sustained from falling several kilometers down." Watching the monster fall, the guy shouted that if he survives, Please let him make friends with other monsters on Earth. Looking at the killed monsters, Drake said that it looked pretty clean. The elder thanked them for saving their village. They managed to defeat all the monsters. It's just incredible. Thanks to them, they are their children's heroes. She said that they treated them badly, but they still protected them and the village. Their hearts are pure, like those of angels. The elder said that she wanted to accept them as full-fledged residents of their city. She said welcome to their village, although it was too late to say this. Leo Jin replied that it was not worth it. The guy thought it was great. After all, now it's time to join the main quest. Raid on the Sky Island, Day 2, Drake asked. Are you getting close? Oh, Jin replied that according to the secret information he had collected, there were many rare items hidden there. To get them, they must go around the village and get close to the villagers. Therefore, they need to do everything in their power to earn the trust of these angels. Yoon Seol asked, isn't she already an angel in appearance? Should she do this too? Oh, Jin told her that she didn't understand anything. She is naturally closer to them due to the fact that she looks like an angel. But very little time has passed since she was accepted into society there, hasn't it? She's not that close to them yet. Moreover, not all angels have accepted them yet. They have defeated the bad ends, but most angels are still wary of them. They did not see how the guys fight with their own eyes, yet they must receive the respect of each of them. Drake said that's good, but how can they do it? Oh, Jin replied that he didn't know that either. Talking and fulfilling their requests, probably. Sol said it sounded like fun, like a treasure hunt. Oh, Jin, looking at the guys, said that in this case, they need to separate and make them fall in love with themselves as much as possible. Therefore, they fled in different directions. The man shouted that it's not like building a huge wall, just let them lift a piece of wood. If they offer their labor, then let them do it correctly. Are they there to work or what? Let them think about what will happen to their house if they don't raise it in time before the bad ends come to destroy them. Why is he sawing so gently? Is the guy cutting a cucumber or what? He's responsible if those bastards invade while he's out there relaxing his buns. Oh, Jin thought it was strange because he had already seen it somewhere. Did he really go to heaven after Drake beat him? The man continued to scream as he stared. The restoration is a volunteer job, so he won't get a penny for it. At this time, Drake. The guy thanked me for the tea. The woman replied that it's okay. She saw how he fought monsters. The boy said that he did not know that there were such beautiful, he means fearless people on Earth. At this time, Yoon Seol. The girl was doing a massage. The woman said that their Nettie was so good at massage. Another said that 5 minutes had already passed. Time to change. The woman screamed for him to rub harder. Can't she see the huge piece behind her? Let him be ready to walk naked tomorrow if he doesn't finish all this by tonight. Seeing Yoon Seol, the guy noticed that she had a cute blush in the few hours he was gone. The girl said that her grandparents treated her to sweets and fruits, so only children, they immediately gain weight a couple of hours after eating. At this moment, Drake approaches the guys. He asked if they were already there. He was delayed for some reason. Oh, Jin asked what happened to his outfit. The guy replied that the angels gave it to him. Yoon Seol said that she doesn't look strange at all. It suits him very well. In this outfit, he looks like a real angel. They really seem to like him. Drake replied that everything was as Oh Jin said. He just talked to them and helped them with some things. They gave him so much, they were so kind to him. He didn't think they could be so good-natured. Did they have a good time too? The guy replied that, of course. He also talked and did the rest. It seems there are still bugs in the system since this is a new location. But that's not the point. He has good news. They gave Drake a couple of weapons, saying they were some junk that was lying around their house. He said it was a cool place. Got such cool stuff just by drinking tea with them. And he already got something else. Maybe the guy will like it. These were unlimited crazy costumes. Oh Jin thought that he might definitely need this. In general, he plans to create one more character, in addition to Dead Water and Maiden Van. So this fits quite perfectly into his plans. As long as he has this ring on, he can easily change his personality and what he wears. Thus, he can solve the problem with bugs in this system. With this, he will have the mystical character Madonvan, the pervert Deadwater, and someone else. And he will be able to completely separate all three characters. She replied that she had not received anything, but she was taught to heal the sacred barrier. The guy asked now, will she be able to work fully as a healer? She answered exactly what. Sol could learn a lot there. Can he expect her to explode in growth after completing this quest? Suddenly, they heard screams that the children had returned. Approaching the elder, the man said that this was all he could bring today. He has no excuses. The woman replied that he should not say that, please. He risks his life for the sake of his children. She can't thank him enough for everything. Looking at Oh-jin, the man asked, "Is this the one he met back then?" He's glad they were able to get there safe and sound. Bokassa the Pharisee was afraid that he would lose his way. And Nettie is fine too, he's so glad about it. And he regrets that he could not protect her and his sister to the very end. The man is happy that she was able to get there unharmed. Yoon Seol thought, "This man is the savior of children. White Flame, if he is the one who helped Nettie and Betty escape, then he may know what happened to them that day." The girl greeted everyone and said that she was a vice-class streamer, Yoon Seol. Due to some circumstances, she had to become Nettie. At the moment, she is in the system and is helping the Dead Water with this quest. This is her first game, so there are a lot of difficulties, but it's a lot of fun. This is the Village of Angels, an island in the sky. She met many players on this island, but many of them are so kind that she can't even believe that they are artificial intelligence. Not much time has passed since the girl has been playing, but it seems to her that she is already addicted. Yoon Seol saw Drake. The guy said that she was early today. This is Drake. He's on the same team with her, and he's insanely handsome. She had heard that he had been with the Dead Water team for quite a long time. It seems that he said that he had been in the army before. So Dead Water and himself quite trained, they say that the two of them killed several strong bosses. Looking at them, the girl begins to understand what the man's expression means. These are big children. It's actually fun. She even envies them a little. Looking at the guy, she asked where Oh-jin is. He replied that it was with the eldest. Apparently, some urgent issue arose. The guy said that Saul, by the way, is pretty good at English. Doesn't she already speak like a native speaker? The girl replied that she studied a lot. She once thought about studying abroad, although he still thinks about it, to be honest, and he himself is quite good at Korean. The guy replied that he began to get interested in Korea after he met Oh-jin, so he started learning Korean while he played with it. Yoon Seol said that then he needs to come to Korea. She and Oh-jin will give him a tour. She once volunteered for a tourism project, so she knows all the coolest places in Seoul. At that moment, Lee Oh-jin ran up to them. He said that they would now have an event in the conference room. This is Dead Water. He is a very famous player. It makes no sense to even introduce him. His appearance, of course, is ambiguous, but his skills outshine everything else. These are the guys she's on a team with now. She wonders what quest awaits them today. According to Dead Water, they are already approaching the end. They said that the Emperor was becoming more and more insane. He ordered that all earthly children be captured and imprisoned in an underground prison. Claims that older sons are especially dangerous. They didn't understand why, just why. Bokassa Pharisee said that this was a prediction. The Emperor said that he received it himself. This species will become extinct because of children. A 3-year-old will bring chaos to their home. As the curtain falls on the old era, the new era will begin with birth. Considering that these words belong to the Emperor, he does not think that this should be completely trusted, but the man asked how a child could destroy their country. It is clear that the Emperor is talking nonsense because he has gone crazy. The elder replied that there was no such thing, that his prophecy remained unfulfilled, because he has an oracle. The Emperor is an intelligent man, and even when compared to past emperors, he did not receive enough praise for the abundance of his predictions. He said that this is already in the past. The man has gone crazy and is no longer different from Vlad the Impaler. Right now, their children are imprisoned in a cold, cramped prison because of some crazy rumors. It is no longer possible to separate children into groups and quietly kidnap them because the Emperor has already noticed them. Now it's time to make an important decision. He said they should remove him from the throne. People supported him. It had already become clear that the Emperor fell due to the evil temptations of the devil. They will rush straight into the castle and tear it apart, launch a counterattack. Yoon Seol thought that things had become quite serious. The man who helped them get out of the labyrinth, Bokassa. He is an outstanding hero who saves children from a mad emperor. This child, Nettie, he also helped her. But for some reason, she feels that she is a little afraid of him. The man asked, "Is she afraid of him?" He's right to be afraid. He couldn't protect her and his sister after all. She can fear and hate him as much as her heart desires. She has a right to this. No, not even all children. Nettie replied that she was still a little afraid of him. But he saved the children imprisoned in that prison. She is sure that all these children saw it too. How desperately he fought against bad ends. He saved the children and returned them to their parents. She wished she could remember, but thanked him for saving her and Betty. He replied that he would like to save all the children. Turning to the guys, he said that he was asking foreigners to help with this. Oh Jin was thinking about the menu not appearing in front of him. However, this is clearly a quest. Even the main quest, which will be written into the history of this world. Which direction he takes me will definitely remain in history. The guy replied that it's good, but they won't go into battle with them, so it was decided that they would go to the castle. White Flame Bokassa, 3 foreigners, and a group of 4 men from the village. I don't know anything. She was deeply shocked by the circumstances surrounding the angel girl. She is a little scared to go into the labyrinth again, but she is confident that at the end of this adventure, there will be a way to solve all of Nettie's sorrows. Drake said they seemed pretty weak. They are neither a smile nor a crawling warrior. Oh Jin replied that this is just the beginning, so don't let your guard down. The purpose of their journey with the White Flame is to drive out the Emperor. The path in the labyrinth becomes more and more difficult, but this is no longer a problem for them. The guy asked Oh Jin if they should go there. He replied that yes, they were gradually making their way towards the castle. The same buggy helmet he uses shows how to get out of the maze. One of the guys shouted that, "Great, it's time to destroy the remaining bad ends." The other replied that, calmly, they are not there to fight them. Let him remain vigilant. The deeper they go into the maze, the more difficult it becomes. From time to time, high-level bad ends will appear out of nowhere. It's just that this place was built specifically to keep the bad ends inside and prevent demons from getting there. If they get lost and left alone, most likely the guys will not be able to find a way out of there, so let them follow him. A bad ending appeared before the guy's eyes. Drake said it was a child. He saw them when he walked through the labyrinth. It seems he hasn't noticed them yet, as he's busy eating. They can't attack him now? The man replied that he should wait. If they don't attack first, he won't touch them. This is not your average bad ending. They will just calmly pass by. Let everyone follow him. Turning to Seol, Oh Jin said that she probably shouldn't look at him when they pass by. He will hold her hand, so let her keep her eyes closed. She asked why. He replied that he would explain later, but for now, let him trust him. He said that this bad end has strong animal instincts. Since he cannot suckle from his mother, he is highly sensitive to sounds that remind him of this process. Therefore, let them be careful and not swallow their saliva. The guys said that he looked disgusting. They asked where is his end, and what does he even eat? Walking with her eyes closed, Saul thought that she smelled a familiar smell. A little sweet. She was sure that she had already smelled it somewhere. She remembered that these were honey fruits, after which she opened her eyes. Turning around, she looked the bad end straight in the eye. The girl thought it was very strange. Even though this is food for bad ends, why do they look so delicious? At that moment, she did something that should not have been done. She swallowed her saliva. The guys shouted that it looked like now they would have to kill him. He doesn't look all that strong. They suggested that we all unite and remove it together in a couple of seconds. Oh, Jin said stop. If the guys kill him, they'll only make things worse, so leave him alone. A vision appeared before Yunseol's eyes. She didn't understand why, but something seemed completely wrong as it should be. She started shouting, "That's stop, that's enough, they can't kill him." It felt like they were doing what they were supposed to do, but it was already too late. Drake asked her what happened. Is everything okay? She replied that she didn't know. She was scared and she felt guilty and she was sad. Oh Jin shouted that he said they couldn't kill him. Bokassa replied that after he showed aggression, they could not leave him. If they left him like this, he would most likely follow them to the end of the maze. The guy said that they need to find another way without killing them. He thinks it is the man who should know more about this than others. The smell of its decomposition will bring in even more others. And so it happened. The guy said that this is bad, and they are on a different level. Unlike those with whom they fought so far, each of them is at the boss level. Oh Jin said that these guys are the reason why everyone else gathers in the vicinity of the labyrinth. He doesn't know why they came so quickly to the death of the child. He realized that they were mistaken. Stronger players came, stronger than he imagined. Was he given insufficient information? The man shouted that if they move forward a little, there will be a fork in the road leading to the palace. They will separate there to get away from them. He will take on the sacred barrier, so let them cover the cold. A man will count on them. They'll start at the front, so get everyone ready. Oh, Jin shouted that it was great. It is there that they will split into 2 groups. We must move north. There is only one way to get out of the labyrinth. They meet there. The guy told Seoul that they would move faster if she held on to him. Just let him hold on very tightly. Turning to Leo Jin, the man told him to let the guy take care of this child no matter what the cost. It seems they have cleared out all the monsters that followed them. Drake replied that he hoped the others would be okay. Looking at Seoul, he saw that something was wrong with her and asked if everything was okay. Memories appeared in her head again. Having come to her senses, she said that she decided to look into Nettie's memory for a while. The girl saw her leaving the dungeon and running through the labyrinth, Bokassa helping her. The guy replied that it was good and asked if anything seemed strange to her. She said that there was someone else who was holding her hand, but it was definitely not a man she could not see. Suddenly, the baby's face appeared. Did the girl ask this because of her injury? My head hurt a little. Some people probably don't quite realize that sometimes they get headaches from playing games. When you're deeply immersed in this world, a little more is even good to feel complete immersion. Drake heard someone coming. He asked, "Is this a bad ending?" It turned out to be Bokassa. The man said that thank God they were able to get there. The guys started asking questions. Is he okay? Why is he alone? Where are the other angels? He said there was one bad ending. As a result, it was not as easy for them as for the guys, because they're not so strong. After asking for forgiveness, the man said that he thought he couldn't move anymore. Turning to Nettie, he asked not to forgive him. He wanted to see it with his own eyes, the future of their clan, happiness. Oh, Jin asked Seol what she was doing. The girl replied that she wanted to save him. She treats him. She said that she learned from the elders when she was trying to increase her popularity. He said it doesn't work. It only affects players. It is impossible to save the player character. Saul replied that even though he risked his life for the sake of the children, she was a little afraid of him, but she couldn't let him die like that. Unlike previous quests, there is no information about this one. There are so many situations that he cannot foresee. For example, the death of a system player. Salt wants to save him. Perhaps this is the vain hope of a newbie immersed in the game. But if this is possible, what if his resurrection leads to unexpected consequences? Handing the girl a scroll, he invited her to try it. This is what he got for his hard work last time. This is a resurrection spell scroll. This is the only item that can revive any player no matter who they are. This is a very expensive thing. To be honest, he didn't think she would be so into this ordeal, and will be held responsible for game actions. She is more immersed in these adventures than they are. He thought this would be the key twist in this quest. Hopefully her choice will make sense. Bokassa immediately woke up and asked what happened. Was it really she who saved him? He's alive, so we have to keep going. It was a hard fight. The man said that perhaps it would be better not to do this. Drake asked, "Is this what he wants to say after being saved?" Turning to the girl, he said, "Thank you. The second chance will not be in vain. Today he will resurrect their clan of angels." The voice said that they had entered the ceremonial hall of the Cannibal Emperor. They started the main quest, the Cannibal Emperor's feast. "Oh," Jin said something to me. No one heard the alarm? The voice said that the conditions for completing the quest are to kill the Cannibal Emperor. Whether they complete this quest or not, it will have a major impact on the world. They finally arrived at the castle. It's time to face the final boss. Oh, Jin started asking, "Is this a fucking ditch? What happened inside the castle?" The man replied that this could be the work of the Emperor. It seems the path will be difficult. There is a door on the other side of the moat, similar to the one they saw when they escaped from the maze. They need to take two routes, from the north and the south at the same time, to get to the Emperor. Bokassa said that he would go through the southern door and entrust them with the northern one. Oh, Jin replied that no, he shouldn't go alone. Suddenly, a bad ending appeared before them. Drake asked why they were in the castle. The guy thought that, of course, he would never leave the back door leading directly to the king unattended. But it's still very strange. Shouldn't they only live in the labyrinth? Drake replied that okay, just in time. It's time to try out the items he received before meeting the boss. Seeing that the monster dodged, the guy said that there was no point in running away. Shadrach's piercing arrows will always follow their target. Oh, Jin was hurt by the bad ending. Yunseol shouted that she would help him. Using the angel prayer skill, she helped him recover quickly. The guy replied that the healer was nearby, which was very convenient. Bokassa said that this was the last obstacle before meeting with the Emperor. Now that they had taken care of this, there would be no more. When suddenly he was attacked. Oh, Jin wondered. Smile? He stood firmly on his feet, which means he is still alive. The man said it seemed like he was following them. The guy began to attack him and shouted for Bokassa to go first. He would make sure that the monster could not pursue him further. Lee Oh-jin told this idiot to come to him. The guy doesn't know how he managed to survive, but he will finish him right here. Drake shouted to Saul to be careful. He disguised himself as a wall. Turning around, she saw him. Oh, Jin ordered her to run away from there, to get away from them. The guy thought about it. It was strange. Why did he attack his own instead of her? He didn't come there because he was targeting Seoul. Someone told Bokassa that they had finally gone crazy. He forbids them to raise their heads. Let them open their lousy, shameful eyes, so he could show them who they were up against. Suddenly, Nettie spoke her sister's name. The guys immediately looked at each other questioningly. The smile simply disappeared. Oh, Jin asked, where is he going? And anyway, why did Saul call him by that name? She told Betty, and this is Nettie's older sister, isn't she? The girl replied that she didn't know why she did that. But when she sees him, he reminds her of Betty. Oh, Jin shouted that he needed to hurry. Bad horses might be on Bokassa's way. They must help him. The man said that Bokassa had gone crazy, and now he feels so bad about it. He doesn't allow him to raise his head. Let him open these pitiful eyes and see who he disobeys. Is Bokassa raising his head? And in general, does he listen to him? Suddenly, Oh-jin shouted to Bokassa. The man asked why people were there. Having kicked the man, he flew to the side several meters. He shouted that Bokassa had gone too far. How much longer will it fall? It is bad to enter into an alliance with lower beings. Nicomedes said that by their nature, lower beings deserve to be taken care of, but only fools mess with Bokassa. Therefore, do not expect mercy for them. The bad ends living on the Sky Island were not strong enough. Therefore, they tried to avoid fighting with him. He has quite a powerful offensive force, and the guy doesn't have enough information about him. How can a guy openly attack him? Nicodemus is not ordinary. He is a boss monster who rules the Sky Island. He is the enemy that the guy must fight. The Emperor of Angels asked what they were doing there. This is strange. Did he really borrow the wisdom of Solomon? Solomon, this is the real name of the Dark Lord. This is the name he used until he was defeated. If you think about it that way, his attack pattern is probably a fire against those of the Dark Lord. Oh-jin asked if he knew King Solomon. Nicodemus replied that he was his old friend. He was his only human friend. He hasn't heard from him for a long time, since he's been there. But he knows about his power and heart. He will probably never stop and fight the demons. The guy shouted that his friend had been serving the devil for a long time. The man replied that his lie was as ridiculous as his level, a lower being. Seeing the guy in his hands with the bloody predator's ring and Solomon's necklace, the man asked where the guy got it all. This is his old friend's thing. Deadwater was glad that he had found his weakness. He is mentally weak. The guy began to say that his friend didn't remember anything. He forgot his name, he didn't know where he was, and he muttered strange sounds that he didn't know either. His face was pale and his eyes were wide open. In short, he looked like a zombie. Nicodemus shouted that this could not be. Oh-jin added that he was eventually swallowed up by a black hole. Drake shouted at the guy that he was going too far. Yoon-seol added that she felt sorry for the monster. The guy told them to keep quiet. The Emperor is the most perfectly balanced, strongest player. The monster on the entire Sky Island. The raid will be very difficult if they don't use any tricks to destroy his mind in any way. In general, his characteristics are significantly weakened. The guy must continue to weaken his mind. They decided to attack him right now. Looking at the Emperor, Oh-jin shouted to him to be ready. It's a pity that the man doesn't have any friends. Nicomedes replied that his friend Solomon must be alive somewhere. Oh-jin asked what was going on. Solomon was dead. He was killed. Doesn't he understand this? The Emperor shouted that this was blasphemy. The guy asked what he thought. The man is alone. He has no one, not even friends. It's an honor that they even look at him for the last time. Drake told the guy that it was over. Let him stop. He repeated that no, he couldn't believe he lost. Now the future of the angels will be dark. Saul added that this was said by the one who kidnapped and ate the children. Drake added that it was amazing that someone who thinks about the future of his family would commit such atrocities. Nicomedes asked what they were talking about, that he stole children and ate them. Yoon-seol shouted at him not to pretend. There are rumors that a man takes children from their parents, puts them in prison, and eats them one by one. The Emperor asked what kind of madness? He had never heard of such a thing. A man takes his children underground because it is the only way to protect them from the plague. Due to a terrible epidemic, He opened a dungeon to protect the children. There was only one place in the palace that could accommodate many people, and that was the dungeon. The interior of the dungeon itself is comfortable and pleasant. This is a place where children can live in peace. As they said, children are the future of the clan. He did everything he could to protect them. Protect their children from the plague spread by bad ends. The girl said what she thought. He wasn't lying. Nettie is sensitive to him. Even she cannot detect the bad energy from Nicomedes' words. Then it is safe for children to isolate them from prison. After rumors spread about the cannibal emperor Nicomedes and panicked, the one who escaped with them brought them to the labyrinth. The guy doesn't know, but only one person raises doubts in him. Jin didn't understand what was happening. Bokassa said goodbye, Emperor Nicomedes. This is the future of security clans. The man said that first of all, his thoughts, efforts, and sacrifices in the name of their people were always real. His friends are strangers, looking at the emperor, the man asked. Is he still alive? He is truly the emperor of angels. As they had already seen, their emperor was not crazy. Perhaps his mind is clearer now than ever. If it weren't for their help, he would never have been able to start this rebellion. The man is grateful to them for this. Jin asked why he did this. Bokassa said that of course he would answer their questions. The man said that angels and demons are connected. Does he know what angels are? These are creatures that completely lack a heart, like demons. What are demons then? These are creatures who completely lack a heart, like angels. Jin wondered what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The man found himself in the hands. The guy realized that somewhere he had already seen this. As soon as the guy shouted to Bokassa stop, he plunged this seed into the emperor's body, after which something began to happen. He began to say that even though angels and demons hate each other, they cannot exist separately. Angels must exist for demons to exist, and demons must exist so that angels can exist. As they all know, after losing the war against the demons, they were forced to eke out a miserable existence hiding in this sky castle. They trembled in fear, not knowing when the demons would find them and attack. But while they were building the labyrinth and the castle, the damned demons never attacked them. Why do they think? This is all because the demons were breeding them, Drake asked. Were they divorced? Bokassa continued to say that they need their existence to preserve their people. If angels become extinct, they will lose the entire essence of their existence. Therefore, they did not kill everyone then, but threw them to the outskirts of this world so that they could multiply and develop. It's like they're animals in a zoo. The angels didn't even know about it. The man headed towards that same honey fruit. He said, yes, this is it. Perhaps because the emperor's body was used as fertilizer, but the fruit is quite strong. A forbidden fruit that enhances their magical power. The fruit of knowledge. This is the only option when fighting demons. Jin wondered if he recovered so quickly. In addition, his strength has increased significantly. Bokassa continued to say that however this is true, nowhere is there such an effect as from fruits grown from the bodies of young children. Pointing his finger at the girl, he asked, Really, Nettie? Children her age are ideal for fertilizer. He had to protect her to the end. Jin thought that everything was clear. Now he understood. Nicodemus was not the cannibal emperor. He was the final boss. Bokassa said that he was sincerely grateful for all their help to his foreign friends. However, unfortunately, he will not be the one who brings them to an end. Like the others, he is quite busy, so he will be with them instead. Drake shouted that the bad end came out of Nicodemus's torso. Jin said that then, all the bad ends they fought with before. The guy looked anxiously at everything that was happening. Yoon Seol suddenly understood everything. The main reason why she felt afraid when she first saw him. Nettie understood the real essence. Despite her memory loss, she sensed who he was from their first meeting. Then, when they tried to revive him in the labyrinth, he had already died once. If only she hadn't used that scroll because she made a mistake. Putting his hand on Yoon Seol's shoulder, Jin said that everything was fine. You shouldn't blame yourself, because nothing will change from this. We must try to do everything in their power. Turning to Bokassa, the guy said that he had just one question. The man replied that apparently he should satisfy his curiosity. The guy began to say when they were separated in the labyrinth, what happened to those angels who went with them? The man replied that these were the 4 strongest in the village. They were reborn into stronger forms, and those who were the guardians of the last gate were killed by their forces. He always thought that crying or laughing at circumstances was stupid, but it was still hard to get back what was lost. He cannot believe that he was deceived by a monster. Leo Jin shouted that he would kill him. The girl's body seemed to be struck by lightning. Her body began to shake. As soon as her eyes opened, it appeared. Nettie's memories that she had lost finally came together and appeared before her. Her lost memories returned. Turning to Betty, Nettie asked if she knew about those rumors, that the Emperor might eat them. They say they specially keep them in shape so that there is more meat. Perhaps he will take a bath of their blood. This seems to be why Bokassa is so worried about them. Betty saw that Nettie seemed to be worried too. The girl told her not to worry. She has an older sister. The girls heard that the youngest was crying again. They began to calm him down. He seemed scared after hearing what they were talking about. Don't let him worry. His older sisters will protect him. One of the girls asked why everyone gathers when the younger ones cry. She replied that because they need protection and support. Then she remembered Bokasha's words that the monsters are isolated in the labyrinth, so it is quite safe. Their parents are waiting for them there. He will help them escape without the Emperor knowing anything. Betty helped Nettie hide and ordered her not to come out. She said that she was sure that one day her little sister would come and save her. She will be waiting. The guys continued to fight the monster. Jin said that he is very strong, clearly no longer an A-plus monster. The man laughed and said that they looked like clowns. Now that the Emperor has fallen, it's all over. His charges from the labyrinth must attack the village right now. He needs them alive. Now we need to make them into a forbidden fruit. They will be useful for restoring stamina and mana. Calling him a bastard, Jin began to attack. Bokassa asked if he was going to see him. It's funny. As soon as the guy began to approach, he immediately began to use the protective dome. Jin thought, what the hell, this is a level S monster. He doesn't even need close combat. The guy was clearly angry. The man said he felt it when they brought him back to life with that scroll. No matter how it happens, this is their fate. Extending his hand towards Sol, he asked, what? Come on. Does he want to hold his hand? Thank you for bringing him back to life. Now the angels can take revenge on the demons. But he didn't expect anything to see that the monster would hit him and he would fly to the side. The man ruined him like a damn bastard. He shouted that they were not yet under control, even while dying. He asked if Nicodemus, the king of cattle farmers, was going to bother him even when he was dead. He is not the one who took everything from them. Only he can take revenge. Among all the angels, he is the most powerful. Was his desire so strong that he tried to fulfill it after death? How desperate was he for his people? Bokassa said that don't worry, the angels will pay their debts. This means he will avenge the demons. First, the remaining children's hearts will be removed and eaten to strengthen this body. And then the heart of an adult angel will be turned into a forbidden fruit used as a healing item. And that's when he breaks into the demon's hideout, and he will kill all 7 demonic constellations. Jin was thinking about what should he do. The guy doesn't know how to attack him first. How can he pull it off? The man continued to say that they tried their best, hoping they can nourish this body. At that moment, Nicodemus, in the body of a monster, attacked him, biting his hand, after which a smile pierced his hand from behind. She said that the maze is very dangerous, so don't go alone. Don't worry, she will be able to see her parents and sisters very soon. They and their experiences, hopes for death. Suddenly he found her, but the smile tried to help in every possible way. The man shouted that it was impossible for a small child to escape from him. Yunseol said her sister's name. Now she understood why the smile was so focused on her. Bokassa began to shout, how dare this nonentity! How long will they continue to interfere with his work? His shockwave sent the monsters flying to the sides, after which he immediately picked the honey fruit to recover. Bokassa said it was good, he understood. Now the man has set his priorities. He admits that he looked down on them. He shouted that if he didn't get rid of them completely, they would continue to bother him. Jin wondered, what is this? They felt the ground beneath their feet shake. The man ended up with a lot of bad ends. He said that he called everyone on this island. Jin thought that there were too many of them and their level was too high. He has no choice. Even if he loses all his strength, he will have to use Madanvan to reduce their number. Suddenly the guy heard a voice. He said that if he heard him, then let him come to him. This is the last chance. What did the Emperor ask about Jin? He said now is his chance. Everything could go wrong if he realized. He doesn't have time to explain. Let him come quickly. The guy didn't understand what it was and why would he ask for it. But if you think about it, the Emperor turned into a bad end and immediately regained his sobriety. Maybe he has some kind of ace up his sleeve? He asked Drake to cover for him. The guy asked, "Does he know how they can escape from there?" Oh Jin replied that it was possible. Standing before the dark end, he said that he was here. What did the Emperor want from him? He said that he had no energy left. This was his chance. Let him kill him. The guy started asking why. The Emperor said that whoever kills him can use this. There's no more time until that bastard destroys them all. Let him kill him. Still, Ojin decided to follow the Emperor's request. He received a new item. These were the scales of the soul. The Emperor said that many years ago, Solomon gave it to him. With this, he will be able to stop him. The guy noticed that Solomon's necklace lit up. Does it seem to respond to the scales of the soul? The man asked him to destroy him and protect the future of the angels. Looking at the scales, the guy thought that such an item would not be lost as long as it was killed by other players. Nettie begged Betty to let her go. If she doesn't let go, they will attack her too. The girl realized that there were too many of them. What to do? If this continues, everyone will die. The monsters began to rapidly move towards them. But Drake arrived in time to help. The guy asked for forgiveness for being late, saying that there were too many enemies. It was a little difficult for him to reach them. Turning to the monster, he told her, "Thank you for protecting Salt." The guy told Seol that Ojin needed to ask her something. He thinks it's about a secret plan to destroy Bokassa. Each bad end has unreal attack power and deadly items. He plans to bring in the bad guys and attack the demons. Bokassa, who became stronger because he tore the hearts of all the bad ends. The source of the white flames surrounding his body, the souls of countless angels absorbed by him. Just by looking at his strength, one can understand that his plan to attack the demons is not that absurd. Oh, Jin asked how great it would be if everything turned out the way he wanted it. Is not it? Bokassa replied that he forgot about him for a second. Is the guy still alive? What did he want to say? Showing the scales of the soul, he asked the elder if he knew what it was. Oh, Jin shouted to Saul that now let him use the angel's prayer right there. She began to carry out his instructions. The voice said that the angel's breath had detected a catalyst. The conditions for using the item have been met. Soul scales activated. Bokassa began to ask what this was and what was going on. A completely naked Ojin appeared in front of him. The guy said complete removal of all equipment. He only truly becomes dead water when he is completely naked. The man asked what he was doing. Why is he so invisible? It seems that he has completely lost his mind, since he doesn't even know how to resist him. The guy replied that checking if everything is normal with his brain is a little different. But he doesn't think the man is the type to worry about others? Bokassa began to ask, what is this? He can't move, can't breathe. It was as if something had sealed it. The power and his flames, he can't use them. Oh, Jin replied that the scales of the soul, they put him on par with the enemy. Only when the plates of the scales are again completely balanced can he escape their limitations. The man started screaming, "What the hell is he doing? Let the monsters save him quickly. Why don't they listen to him?" The guy replied that he was wasting his time. He cannot ignore the power of a high-level item. It simply eats up his worthless life. All his skills are limited there. This is about the one thanks to which a man manages bad ends. The guy doesn't know where he got it. Having thrown off all the items, he began to ask how he liked this. Now they are on the same level. When the man gets rid of the effect of this magic, he will tear the guy into pieces. He felt worse. Bokassa asked what it was. Why don't the scales balance? Oh, Jin replied that obviously it looks like there are still some things left to be weighed. What equalizes the levels of both sides is called soul balance. It is used when two players are going one-on-one. It is needed to disarm opponents and level both players for a fairer fight. Oh, Jin said that they both wore what their mother gave birth to. There's a reason they didn't balance. It seems the man has taken too many innocent lives. He asked, what does the guy mean that life has some weight? What nonsense? Oh, Jin replied that whether it was nonsense or not, he was not going to convince him. After a while, the scales will do everything themselves, because they themselves produce deterrence. Drake asked what's going on. Light began to emanate from his body, so many rays. But why do they fly to bad ends? That's it. It's all about the balance of the soul. Did he spit out all those souls of the poor angel children that he had consumed earlier? The man shouted that no, they were disappearing, his strength, his hope, the old dream of the angels. The guy said that it seems his plan has now failed. Moreover, he wanted to fight demons with such strength. First, he knows about the seed of the tree of good and evil. Oh, Jin asked who gave it to him. All the bad ends kept disappearing. Suddenly Yoon Seol asked, Then Betty will disappear like them? But she didn't disappear. They realized that this was not the end. Drake realized that if he thought like that, the message about completing the quest never appeared. The man began to speak the seed, the oracle. He heard a voice when he received the oracle, because he is the only one who can save the angels. Side is always on his side when there is only one proof. Showing the seed, Bokassa said that he still had the strength to complete the mission. Oh, Jin shouted that he thought he had no more of them left. Why doesn't he just give up? The man said no, he had one more left. Drake said it looked like he was using his body. His face and one hand are still moving. He said that, as expected, God is on his side in the end. Bokassa said to watch carefully. This is the real power of angels, bestowed by God. He is the only true angel and fighter. Drake said that his energy and magic are only growing. In order for them to get there, the skies below them were destroyed. Can monsters really become even stronger now? Oh, Jin replied that who knows, and asked if he thinks it will happen. Considering that he returned to the sprout fruit stage, he tore and ate his own heart. Does he think it's possible that he still has his own strength? At some point it will grow. The man asked why it doesn't stop growing. He shouted that enough was enough. The guys immediately began to run away. Yoon Seol asked, "Is this Bokassa? Is he really going on a rampage just like that huge spider?" Oh, Jin replied that it seems so, but this is an unusual rage with limited time. He looked like an overpumped child. The guy replied that if you look at it like that, a 3-year-old boy is bringing destruction to the entire nation. It turns out that the second oracle from Nicodemus did not lie. Oh, Jin thinks that when he was a child, something happened between him and the demon that led to such great hatred. When looking at his form, it is obvious that he sent a strong kid. More importantly, they can't keep running away. It will only end when they catch him. The explosion will easily burn them and everything to the village of angels. What should he do? The guy used everything he had. If there is a backup plan, but he can't use it there. How can Oh-jin defeat such a strong monster? When suddenly a smile said that there was a way out. Let Nettie use Sacred Peace right now, with all the power she can. Drake asked if this would have any effect on the explosion. Moreover, her level of this characteristic is very low. Yoon Seol replied that no, all the bad ends will disappear after this. What if it affects her too? She replied that everything was fine. Let him believe her. Betty began to remember what happened in the past. Bokassa asked how far she was going to run. Will he really jump with his beloved little sister? How touching. Is she so dear to her that she was able to escape his manipulation? In the name of God, he should get rid of a spoiled product like her. Did she really realize that there was nowhere to run and decided to give up? Laying her sister on the floor, she made a piece of earth break off and begin to fall to the ground. Bokassa shouted that she was a traitor. It's a valuable resource that would become a fruit. How stupid. Does she think her sister will be able to survive and return to Earth? He shouted that he would tear her apart. I remembered what happened after that. While I was the bad end without a brain, I just wandered aimlessly through the labyrinth until I met Nettie again. At the beginning, she extended her hand without realizing the reason. But every time I met her, her memories gradually returned, and the capabilities of her brain began to recover. She couldn't show herself to her in the guise of a bad end. I decided to follow them without stopping, because I had to protect my sister. Betty can finally see her sister's face. Let her not worry anymore. Her sister will help her. The angels in the village saw the explosion heading towards the sky. They began to ask what was happening. Was it really the end of the world? One of the angels asked the elder, "What is this? Will something really happen to them?" All she could say was to ask King Nicodemus, "Is this really true?" The elder shouted to everyone's attention, "Let them leave the Sky Island immediately. They need to activate the ship faster. She hopes that Nettie and the strangers will be safe." The voice said that the association with the player was suspended. Yoon Seol returned back to her body. The restriction on gaining experience has been removed. The voice kept repeating that she had increased the level. The girl didn't understand what it was. Did she really rise that much in one go? Yoon Seol asked, "Can Betty be with her sister Nettie now?" The angel asked. She told her that she would help. The angel shouted that they would gather the remaining power and give it to her. This will be a gift from all souls. The voice said the little angel's coding. Archangel Yoon Seol. The girl's level became S. Betty told her thank you because thanks to the girl she was able to see her sister again. Drake said it was incredible. How could a player get this? Is it real? Oh-jin said that the likelihood of receiving angelic blessings is very small. To do this, you need to have an impossibly high potential. Now Sol has a power similar to that of the main 17 streamers. She used Sacred Peace. Still, they managed to complete the main quest feast of the Cannibal Emperor. The voice said that rewards would be given out. After the blow, Yoon Seol returned to her form. Oh-jin told the girl that they won. They finished the battle. It's all thanks to her. The girl burst into tears. Even though she returned to her body, she was carried because the girl was too slow. Sol asked, "The quest was over, but why did the earthquake continue?" The guy replied that the island was falling. He swam using the magical power of Nicodemus. Since he died, the island can no longer float. Drake asked how they could escape from there. The guy said that there was a ship on which the clan of angels arrived there. They need to return to the village. Airship Yggdrasil. One of the angels shouted that there are strangers over there, so they're fine. The chain broke. The angels shouted to them to wait there. The guys will now fly for them. Oh-jin shouted at them not to do this. With such an impulse, the guys would also hit him. Drake said it was bad. The guy asked if they would really die like this. He doesn't think their bodies will stay there that easily. They will receive the worst possible death penalty. Oh-jin replied that this was the problem. When a meteorite fell on a small part of the labyrinth, a huge hole of 20,000 meters was formed. Therefore, this heavenly island will fall, and what will happen to the Earth? The guy said it couldn't be. Leo Jin said that the meteorite destroyed all the dinosaurs and changed the owners of the Earth. A big earthquake, a big fire, and a big opportunity. There will be a great cataclysm, Drake asked. So this isn't just some kind of expansion, namely the beginning of the cataclysm? What have they done? Oh-jin asked what it was. This was not the first time he talked about a cataclysm. The guy didn't know it would happen so quickly. Oh-jin thought this was quite unexpected. This was originally a big event that didn't happen until 5 years after the game's release. But still, it happened 3 years ago. He said, okay, it's better to think about how they will survive this cataclysm. Drake asked how, couldn't they just fly away? The guy thought what exactly? He is the one who planned the solution to this problem, imagining it hundreds, tens, thousands of times. Before the cataclysm, there were several options, but they are not suitable. All thanks to his calculations. Coagulation of 8-legged queen mucus. The guy asked, is it a ball of mucus? What will he do with it? Oh-jin replied that they should just watch. The elder could not believe that they could not help the rescuers of the angelic race. She asked Emperor Nicodemus to look after them. Suddenly, the woman saw something approaching. The guy asked if they were okay. They thought it would be difficult for them to wait, so they came to them themselves. Seeing them, she said it was good that they were intact. Oh-jin replied that they were not going to die. It seems his arms are too tired, so it would be nice if they were given a lift. Suddenly, the guy heard a strange voice that he had already heard somewhere before. Oh-jin wondered who it was. Judalop appeared in front of him. He said it couldn't be. Could it really hatch? Yoon Seol asked who this little girl is. She is so cute. The guy said that there will be a birth that will open a new era when the old order ends. The third oracle was right. Welcome to the world, Judalop. The guys fought monsters. One of them shouted that his hit points were gradually decreasing. If they hold out a little longer, they will receive the rewards of this long raid. It's time to strike, so let them get ready to cover. Let the tanker move forward. But the guy stood still and looked at the sky. The voice said that the main system had detected a large-scale energy explosion. They will have to log out to save their account. The reporters did not let up. It's already been 20 hours. When will the server be fixed? What other cataclysmic change is this? Why does it take so long to complete? What will they do? The man asked officials and journalists to calm down a little. He knows that he is the main executor in this position, but unfortunately his authority is limited to the Korean branch, mainly in marketing planning. He doesn't know much about the technical side, but he can say one thing for sure. This cataclysm was unexpected even for them. All they can say is that it was the players' doing. They don't know his face and name, so they couldn't stop it. God Machine is a game with the maximum level of freedom. Therefore, it is technically impossible to track or eavesdrop on any players. Even if the head office traces the player, his name will not be revealed. And all this on the orders of Mr. William Wilson, who makes the final decisions. Journalists asked, isn't he the main director of the dam? He replied that these were instructions from headquarters. She is currently solving technical problems related to connecting to the server. And he promises that soon everything will return to normal. They will return everything to normal within 72 hours. Here is the guide to the cataclysm, and it will be announced by their GM. One of the reporters asked if it could be someone from the kill team. A girl approached the microphone, introduced herself. She said that her name was Namsena, and now they would begin a briefing about the cataclysm. Questions immediately started pouring in from reporters. Can she say what her position is in the company? And how can they be confident in her competence? Does she feel personally responsible for everything that happens? She said that was good, and then asked everyone to look at the map presented on the screen. A huge cruciform supercontinent. This is a simple topographical map divided into an eastern desert zone, a western jungle zone, a southern tropical zone, and a northern polar zone. The next thing is the current state of the continent. She said that inside the God Machine there is a huge floating island, the Sky Island. However, an unknown player joined the main thread quest. He completed all the tasks on the island and made the island fall to the ground. Due to the impact from 20,000 meters, a huge hole was formed in the center of the continent. Obviously, this affected the movement of the Earth's crust. To save hundreds of players from death, the main artificial intelligence enforced a 100-hour limit before logging into an account. Journalists immediately began asking questions. Who is this crazy man? Who was it? Is he one of the high-level ones? She replied that if he was able to create a cataclysm, then he did not act alone. Most likely, there were several of them, at least one more important player. But they would talk about it if this happened. Unfortunately, they didn't hear anything like that. Someone asked, have they assembled a strategic force? Sina told us that the topography had been changed, and due to the strong shock, the whole world had turned upside down. Obviously, the climate has also undergone changes. Some places have turned into a fiery hell due to sudden volcanic activity. They don't know whether new ore or those underground will reveal themselves. This could be a good turn of events for most players. Other parts will be exposed to the sun and become completely isolated and frozen. They all understand that it will be impossible to live in such conditions, especially for the monsters living in these territories. As the topography and climate have changed, the monsters will also change. Weak monsters will be destroyed because they will not be able to survive the cataclysm. The surviving monsters will adapt to the hellish conditions and become stronger, forcibly evolving, and to such an extent that they can withstand invincible monsters. A new, ferocious type of monster will begin to form. The level of monsters will also increase. The ratio of ancient monsters and divine monsters will be equal. She thinks players will be interested in seeing which monsters survive and which ones disappear. The tasks that were created before will be changed and supplemented. Suddenly, someone raised their hand and said that she had a question. The girl said that she was producer Hong Young-hwa from the game broadcasting department. She asked what their nicknames were. Nick, this is a special advantage that a player can get. The title system is created by defeating a high-rank monster, and the player accepts them through passive efforts. Suddenly, one of the reporters said that it was true that if all the monsters began to improve, then basically only A-level monsters would remain. Will there be any balance if the possibilities become less? The girl replied that they should not worry about it. Now they can only gain an advantage by defeating a level A monster or higher. Additionally, any benefits gained from hunting Tier A monsters before the changes went live will disappear. Competition between players will level out over time. Hong Young-hwa asked if this would widen the gap between professionals and beginners. Namsena replied that this issue did not concern her competence, so she could not tell them. Moreover, there are still many important things that need to be told to her. Since it is difficult for her to give them a detailed answer due to limited time, she asks for understanding. At this point, reporters were starting to get the message. The standard attitude towards the press conference returned after their attempts to take control of the interview. And this woman took care of reporters like flies in the summer, for the reason that she is one of the main ones in this company, and this conference is needed only to provide information, but not to explain. Introducing a completely new system is one of the most outstanding things that will impact the game of users. The new kind. Madanvan said that he was going to create a team. The director was surprised. The guy replied that he had already found a good sponsor. This was his first time. The man replied that he had never thought about it. But since the guy decided to do it, it means he can do anything. He will definitely be fine. But this upsets him a little. If the guy was thinking about this, why didn't he tell him about it earlier? Madanvan replied that it may seem that he wants to take K1 from the director, but he never thought so. The man asked how he was going to recruit players. The guy said that first he would recruit acquaintances and not rated ones. He also has friends abroad. He replied that okay, he should think about it carefully because he is the smartest. This means that the next time they meet, they will be enemies. The guy replied that no, they wouldn't. He can be a leader, a player, and a coach. But he cannot be a director. Therefore, Madonvan would like a man to become the director of his team. Jayon asked, is the guy even sane? Why should he join his team? He is the director of the national team. Although he likes him and they are close, the man can still distinguish between work and personal. Madonvan asked, but what if K1 is no longer there? The man replied, why would a wonderful team disappear? The guy said that she would disappear. Not only this, but all teams are facing changes. At least half of them will disappear. The director said that everything he said earlier turned out to be true, but it was hard for him to believe the guy this time. Why would a professional team suddenly disappear? Looking to the side, the man asked why Madonwan closed the door. Turning to him, the guy took off his mask and said that this was just the beginning. To go through these changes, he will need his support. He offered to go through everything together. The man said he didn't think he could see him again. Let him hurry up and leave, or he will become even more attached to him. A few days later, the director shouted thank you to Oh-jin. If he had been even a little late, something bad might have happened. The guy saved him. It's all thanks to him. Although the game has been around for over 5 years, rumors surrounding Jayon, the famous commander of Team K1, shocked the public after his announcement of retirement. It's about the wife. She left that world after a battle with cancer. Over the course of 5 years, the cancer cells slowly spread throughout her body, and by the time she found out, it was too late. Jayon, who lost his wife, was consumed by depression for the following years. Sky Island before the raid. The guy handed the coach a record for a medical examination. The man asked, what is this? He replied that it was a gift from members of the fan community. Let him go through it with his wife. Jayon told the guy that he had already passed it with the company. Oh-jin replied that this is completely different. They check everything from head to toe, all internal organs, even their pores. They scan everything. This is a special recording for couples, so let him take his wife and check it out together. After this, they discovered that cancer cells had begun to spread in her body. But it was a relief to know that they had found them early, so there was a chance of a successful operation. Of course, he could not fully immerse himself in that problem, since the guy was not a close person to them, so he treated it like roulette. But fortunately, he was able to change the future. Approaching the guy, the man told him thank you. It was all thanks to him. He replied that no, he just thought that she didn't look good, and that there was something wrong with her body. Jayon said that the guy saved his wife and he is grateful to him even more than when the guy saved him. Oh, Jin asked, hands down then? The man replied that it was good. The man said that in the end everything is as he said. The game is still the same. The system turned into a piece of garbage due to the cataclysm. New species, orcs and nagas, snake people. The players who participated in each company after the cataclysm were exposed to draconic and demonic forces that completely changed their form. At the moment, there is no way to change anything. After clearing the training tower, players who accepted the offer from the Dragon Camp could receive additional stat boosts, experience points, and rewards for hunting monsters in the demon camps. The same benefits were given to players who accepted the offer from the Demon Camp. If they refuse the offer on both sides, they cannot gain experience points. Kind of like these guys. The woman said that until today, everyone received benefits from Dragon and Demon Monarchs. They are considered by players to fulfill their duties after receiving power from them. Reporters asked responsibilities. What does she mean by this? She said that the two ruling forces, dragons and demons, have always been at enmity. The fall of the Sky Island was the signal for the start of war. Both sides considered this a sign to start attacking each other. The 7 demon monarchs and the 7 demon progenitors would start a war in their respective zones. Everyone will be recognized as soldiers, assigned to the appropriate camps, and will fight for their kings. One of the reporters asked what would happen if someone refused to participate. She replied that this would be considered a statement. But to be honest, this is a hidden task that has many other daily quests. Nobody will force anyone, so they don't have to do anything. However, you will have to lose the growth of your achievements. The girl raised her hand again and asked, but if they eliminate opponents from the opposite camp, don't their karma points accumulate? It just doesn't make any sense then. The woman replied that it was a good point. Each species has its own language. The automatic translation service has been disabled. Communication between other species is no longer possible. This is the most important part of the cataclysm. Humans, Nagas, and orcs will all be classified as monsters. Reporters asked what about the tournament? If players from each group represent different species and become enemies, is that a good thing? She replied that she knew that many teams were actively recruiting players. The sponsors who form the teams, based on their rating, will have to select their future players with more specific criteria. The man said that not only in the game, the cataclysm also happens in real life. Of course, now the teams will be in disarray. Due to the difference in species, their team will have to split up. What the hell can I do about it? Oh, Jin asked, why don't he just move to his team? The payment is twice as much as the previous one. The man asked what his team's mission was. The guy replied that they were pretty well-worn noobs. He said that everyone would be divided into other teams, and the contracts would become empty pieces of paper. He also heard that some sponsors had left. There are other businesses that have left this industry because international companies have taken over their space. The man asked, then what about the team management fees? The guy replied that he had received some investments. Ja Yan asked if he would spend a little more than he receives in the beginning. If it's hard for him, you don't need to pay him the first time. Oh, Jin replied that everything is fine. Please accept them as soon as he receives them. To be honest, he will still have money left over after using the funds he earned from running the team, but he expects that in the near future. If he wants his team to have sponsors, he must prove the team's reliability. To do this, it would be a good idea to receive money directly from this industry. The director asked how he could deceive him all this time. The guy replied that he had his own reasons for this. The man said that he and his character, what kind of fight between Deadwater and Madonwan then? The guy asked me to forget about it. We better have a team meeting soon. The Asian League is about to start. The man said that because of this race between races, all teams will be on edge. Since all professional teams will be completely disbanded, team trials for Korean representatives will be held again. The guy replied that in the end, we will return to where we started. The man replied that yes, most likely. The main problem is the players. Not counting him, they need at least 4 more people. Oh, Jin asked him not to worry about it. He had already found 4. Jaeyeon began to ask, is it true? Has he really found it yet? The guy answered yes. A few days later, the director has his business skills at a new level. How could he find 4 more people? The guy replied that connections and luck, they're all over there. The man's face clearly changed when he saw them. The man asked the guy who are all these people? He replied that these were players. Their players. Jaeyoung asked if they were successful as professionals. Madanwan replied no. Taking him aside, the director said that apart from Taegang, the rest are not even pros. He was going to drag amateurs to the competition? He has taken on too much. On what basis does the guy do this? Oh, Jin replied that this is the only friend of his who agreed to work for free. The man asked what about investments? He can pay them with that money. The guy replied that no. He used them on him. The man knew that the guy had given him too much. Oh, Jin told him not to worry. Once they start earning money, he will pay them. Jaeyoung replied that this is not a problem. But how can he be confident in amateurs? He said that if a man really can't trust them, then why doesn't he talk to them first? Temporary office of the noob team, Jaeyeon's house. The first thing Yunsol told about herself was, the girl said that this was her first game. The man thought for a moment. Did he ask the wrong question? He said no. Asked how long has she been playing God Machine. The girl again replied that this was her first game with Oh-jin. So, about a week. The director tried to calm himself down. There must be something in her that made him decide to take her. He asked again if she had played any other games before. If yes, what experience does she have? The girl replied that she did not have one. This means she has no experience. She started playing a little less than a week ago, and in all respects, she looks like a professional player. Jaeyeon asked what her level is. He thought that she was probably 15, or at most reached 20. If she is a genius, then she is 25. After thinking, the girl answered that she is 60. His surprise knew no bounds. The director replied that he understood she was young, but there was no need to joke with adults like that. #1 player among Koreans in 50th place, so. The girl showed him her account. He wondered, level 60? Is there anyone at level 60 in Korea? No, there are no such people even abroad. Does such a level even exist? In the last battle on the Sky Island, when Salt was freed from Nettie, its level skyrocketed. The man asked he came from America. Can I clarify his name? The guy replied that his name is Drake and he is at level 62. He thought about that same Drake, a famous name among the ratings. He disappeared from the rankings and no one was talking about him, so the man thought he was a fast-burning star who got attention and disappeared from the rankings. But it turns out who knew that he was so active and achieved all this in the shadows? The man wondered how Manhwa got this guy. A few days earlier, Los Angeles, USA. He told the guy, I'm sorry, but it would be difficult for him to fulfill his request. It is difficult for him to move. He will only be a burden. He planned to quit playing after this raid anyway. He started playing games only on the advice of his psychologist. They met, and the guy was able to immerse himself in the world of games. Although this was not his intention, since he was able to save some money, he could begin his rehabilitation. He's very sorry, even though they came all this way. Yoon Seol replied that no, everything is fine. Even though it was short-lived, she had a lot of fun with him. Even the fact that they were able to meet face-to-face like this. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, Oh Jin said that he had become his comrade. He will provide him with the best rehabilitation and accommodation. He will become a Korean pro gamer. He will be able to become popular. Dae is a born explorer. Oh Jin knows this. They spent so much time together in the game. Isn't he, being the one who set the cataclysm in motion, interested in seeing the world change? There are still so many bosses ahead that they need to overcome. Come on, they need to do this together. The guy replied that as expected, Oh Jin knows him too well. Ja-yeon thought that a young girl with a week's experience and a foreigner in a stroller, these two, who seem like only a heavy burden, turn out to have such strength. He could never imagine such a situation. Next was Yoo Se-hee. Upon entering, the girl said hello. The director told her that they had not seen each other for a long time. He asked how she was feeling. The girl replied that thank you to him, everything is fine. Ma Dongvan thought that she was a real genius. And she's still young. Her potential is limitless. She is the coach's favorite. The guy asked the director not to tell the girl that he was dead water. If her sister finds out, it will be noisy. And the last one is Ma Tae-gang. Looking at the guy, the coach said it's good that he returned there. This may sound strange, but hopefully he knows that they have a limited budget, so payment may be a problem for a while. Tae-gang replied that he knows. The guy didn't come there for money. Looking at him, Leo Jin thought, God of battles, Tae-gang, a genius found by the trainer himself. If he had not followed the guy, he would definitely have joined the coach. The director did not stop saying that he said he chose these people because he thought there was no chance, but they exceeded his expectations. Well, level 60 and Drake, a former rating. God of Battles Ma Tae-gang, whom everyone already knows. Got everyone's attention in the battle with Madonvan. And Madonvan himself in the end. The man really thinks they can do this. They may even become the main opponent in this competition. Ja-yeon asked what he will do with the payment. He needs money to pay them and also to recruit new players. Maybe he should try looking for sponsors. There are several companies with which he has good relationships. The guy replied that no, it's not worth it. He'll sort it out himself. The man asked how. He replied that with the help of ratings. Ja-yeon asked if he could earn enough for the team. This is a heavy burden for one person, and he doesn't think it will be enough to fund everyone. The guy replied that if they are talking about raids in the past, then yes. Raids after the cataclysm are now on a different level. If you find a good raid, you can make incredible money, and you won't even envy people who win the lottery. And he is ready to show them what a real jackpot is. Abyss Terminal. After users collected resources at the beginning of the game, abandoned mines in several places were in ruins, but a cataclysm. After such a huge shock, many underground resources came to the surface. That's why this place became a gold mine. Afterlife Mine, Level A. Prisoner of the Afterlife. The corrupt spirit of Gordix. Drake asked, is this a spirit and not an evil one? Oh Jin shouted that it was difficult to critically hit him because the damage area was too small. The guy suggested focusing on his lower torso instead of his golden body. Something began to happen to the monster, after which a voice said that the golden particles were dissipating. Yoon Seol shouted to the guys to stand behind her. She used Sacred Peace, thereby creating a small dome. The first status was Maximum Paralysis, the second Maximum Fear, the third status Maximum Hallucinations, and the fourth status Maximum Blindness. Oh Jin said great. He received only 4 out of 6 anomalous statuses. The guy asked the girl if her angel blessing still works. Yoon Seol, who was able to increase her level unrealistically thanks to an angel's blessing, Drake, and the dead water. Since they were the only three in the entire world with a level above 60, A+ level monsters were not a difficult challenge for them. The voice said that they were the first in the world to complete a successful raid. The prisoner of the afterlife has died. Demon Camp, the devilish energy has been reduced. While the monster is resurrected, the amount of gold produced in mines in conflict zones will be reduced by 50%. Oh, Jin thought it was great. The guy said that this is the true advantage of this dungeon. Was it worth ignoring all the money that was thrown at them along the way? Let them select everything. They will forever pay the team with this. Yoon Seol shouted to the guy that she couldn't do it anymore. She didn't have room. Drake said he did too, which is incredible. Oh, Jin replied that since the dungeon will remain like this for a while, they can go to the village and back several times. They can fill a pantry from top to bottom. True, exchanging all this game money will be a difficult task. He thought that, to be honest, there were two reasons why they went on this raid. Firstly, to get money to manage the team. Thanks to the collected gold, they will not need to worry about payment for some time. Secondly, to obtain an item used to defeat S+ level monsters. In battles with monsters of this level, this help is necessary. After the cataclysm, one of the few prosperous cities, Utilus. Nursery on the outskirts of the city, Angel in You. The woman screamed why everyone but her couldn't die. What a stupid world. Mother Terrera, mistress and nanny of the Angel in You. Drake asked her what happened to the creature. She said that a few days ago a demon-like monster came and left his pet, but he went crazy. So their building turned into this. What a bastard. She's sure he's a demon. The woman asked how he could leave it to her. She shouldn't have agreed. Drake said a place to leave your pet is very important. What devil did this? Saul added that this villain must be punished. Seeing Oh Jin, she started shouting that it was him. The demon who left that monstrous monster there. The guys looked at him questioningly. The woman complained that every time she cried, all the other pets went crazy from stress and neurosis. But since he arrived, she has been crying non-stop. Please let this stop. 32 workers have already lost their hearing. They have tried everything, but nothing works. The guy replied that he left it there as a test, since hotels for animals were created after the cataclysm. But as he thought, it was too much. Oh, Jin shouted that now he is back, Judalop. He thought that of course she would cry. When she woke up, everyone of her race had disappeared, and since she was a queen, it was natural that she would become depressed. Plus, she didn't see him. Her favorite vassal, of course, she was confused. The guy said that they would do everything. Here is the payment for its maintenance. He added little considering how much they had suffered. As they were leaving, they heard from the woman that they should come again. The guy said that nothing changes a person with anger management problems into a person dealing with anger like money. People are quite an interesting species. Judylope was supposed to disappear from this world due to a cataclysm, but because of him the future has changed. The queen remained alive, which means the species of Vadudu will continue to exist. The guy said that he was about to start bleeding. Stop beating him. He decided to take responsibility and help. This baby is a new large-scale update. In other words, she will be the key to the second cataclysm. Looking at Judalop, Yoon Seol asked the guy if she is his pet. He replied that no, he was her pet. It was clear from the girl's face that she didn't really understand what was happening. The guy asked, "Didn't he tell her about this?" Uncharted territory. The 7th conflict zone on the northeastern outskirts. The Oz Death Dragon, an S+ rank monster, inhabits this zone. And under him, there are 2 more monsters. The Lychee King, reigning on the left side of the frozen destruction. The Death Knight reigns on the right side and controls the Tower of Swords. They must defeat these 2 monsters in order to attack the Death Dragon of Oz. And in the end, having defeated him, they will be able to immediately catch Mamun, the demon of greed. Seeing the guys, the man asked why they were holding a meeting there. After greeting him, they replied because it was a great place to plan a raid. All in all, Oh Jin, Drake, and Seol are heading into uncharted territory. The voice said that he could not enter this area. It does not meet the entry requirements for this zone. Drake became indignant. Oh Jin replied that to enter this field, you must at least meet one of 2 requirements. The guy asked which one? Oh Jin replied that she would be the first to enter during the event. But this was only possible when the Death Dragon Oz finished preparing for war. Drake asked, "What's the second one?" The guy replied that it was the easiest. You just need to die." It was clear from the guy's face that he was not very happy with this. The Death Dragon Oz is suspicious and never allows any living ones to enter his territory. The only thing he believes in is the dead. They can only enter the dungeon after death like a corpse in a coffin. The rest doesn't matter. The main thing is to die. So he decided to use a small bug, a bug that only he knows about. Activation of the Kraken characteristic rift. With the help of small holes, he can penetrate anywhere. This bug will be fixed soon, but the developers have not found it yet. The boundaries where the darkness in the holes meets the light are right there. After passing through space, you need to count to 10 and then jump. Perfect timing is the only way to survive. The guy realized that there were no problems with the bug. Those two have already arrived, so it's time to use the elixir of premature burial. Yunseol began to be indignant. She asked him to kill her for 3, and Drake pierced her for 2. After asking for forgiveness, the guy replied that she was so scared, he thought it would be better to do it faster. Oh, Jin said, "Okay, what's wrong with killing each other? There is no death penalty, so don't worry." Looking at the monster, Drake asked, "So this is Gansho Maru?" "Oh," Jin replied, "yes." Yunseol added that she looked terrible. She wondered how this monster became like this. Drake also didn't understand why there was a dead monster of rank A+. Oh, Jin said that it seems they have guests. Drake replied that someone started raiding the dungeon before them. Maybe a faction? The guy said no, he doesn't think so. It was probably because of the hidden card he used. Come to think of it, he didn't see anything like this when he got there. The guy said that it was not over yet, but the enemy arrived in time. These were blue wolves. Oh, Jin said that these guys are really annoying because they strike and run until their prey begins to weaken. There are too many of them, it's just a headache, Drake asked. Is this hunting wild animals? It's been a long time since he did this. The guy asked why they don't attack and run away. What's going on? It seems that someone is following them. Heron Maru appeared in front of the guys. Drake asked, has an S-tier monster become a world boss? Oh, Jin thinks they should go through it too? The guy replied that with the exception of his muscles, his level and characteristics are lower than those of other S-level monsters. Before they had time to understand anything, the monster immediately attacked Oh Jin. Without thinking twice, the guy began to attack back. He asked how he could do this. It seems he got what he wanted done to him. The guy saw his ability as a bloody predator. Their hit point level will go up as much as possible if they steal 0.01% of their hit points. Oh Jin asked if his hit points were going up that much. The monster kicked the ground, after which Yunseol began to fall quickly. The guy jumped to her aid. Oh, Jin asked the girl if she was okay. Saul replied that it was normal. He asked her to hurry up and heal him. His hit points had dropped significantly. The guy remembered that Drake was left there alone. He can't fight alone. Let it hold on a little longer. Turning around, the guy saw him. The girl asked what it was. Did he know who it was? Oh, Jin replied that this was exactly the one he was looking for. It's good that they fell there. Now we need to wake up this guy. Oh, Gene asked Drake if he can hear him. The guy started asking if everything was okay. Salt with it? He replied that yes, they are alive. After asking for forgiveness, the guy said that he needed his help. Let him push down. Drake asked the guy, are you sure? Can he do it himself? He replied that only if you push it. He might be able to do it, but it would be too difficult. Oh, Jin lit the fuse in the guy's mouth. He said that now he can use his brains. Still, you need to fill your head with a stuffed animal. In the past, he met Jack at the place where he captured the great King of Darkness. He is a doll who lost his mind, killed the monster in his place. Opened the back door for them to find the King of Darkness. Then he left, saying that he needed to meet someone. That's why he ended up there in this place. Seeing that Drake fell down with the monster, Oh Jin said that it was just in time. The guy replied that I brought him there as he asked, but what next? This place is too narrow for him. If he uses Earthquake, they will have nowhere to run. Drake shouted, what the hell, just like he said. The monster is going to do this, and where can I run from the waves of the earthquake? Seeing Jack, the guy asked what he was doing there. The monster asked, where is he? He doesn't know what he did. After greeting him, Oh Jin told him that he was frozen in this place. Jack replied that he remembered they met with him at Solomon's castle. He came there to take revenge, but why are they there? Drake asked if the guy really wanted the monster to come there and fight Jack, but the guy doesn't think he can help them with anything. Perhaps Jack was having bad thoughts. Before facing the Death Dragon Oz, he may have defeated one of his powerful allies. But he is level A, which means the player or monster itself must be level A+. It was impossible for Heron Maru, the new middle boss, to follow Gansho Maru. Jack asked if he had lost. It can't be. How is this possible? Looking at his braid, he said that if only it were in order. Throwing the item at him, Jin asked, "What about this? This item is a reward for killing Gordix. It will help you defeat the S+ level monster." Jack asked where the guy got such a precious thing. Ancient spirits, he had several mineral spirits. Thanking the guy, he said that he would use it wisely. Looking at his new weapon, Jack said that now that he has such a treasure in his hands, the time has come for revenge. It's quite strange that a dungeon like this only has C+ monsters. But these guys play an important role in increasing the difficulty of the boss to extreme. And this role is just a bonus to weaken the players. Ultimately, these monsters are just prey for the Harenmaru. Drake said, "What the hell?" He asked why these wolves didn't run away from there. Now they lay there like sacks. Jin replied that if they were running away, then there was no point in stopping there. Apart from the monster's unique characteristics and skills, even the environment it lives in also becomes its powerful weapon. Jack said it was a rematch. This time the monster won't stand a chance. Now that he has a new scythe, he will die. Let him get ready. "Oh!" Jin shouted to hold on. "If you hit him at the same time, the damage can be increased by half." Drake replied that they would be finished if he used another earthquake in such a narrow place. Characteristics of Halloween. Jack's body is made of witch's straw and is so light that it can float in the air. Earthquake damage must be reduced. Looking at the fight between the monsters, the guy said that the best among the A+ against Harenmaru, the weakest among the S level. He thought that it was worth giving him a chance. The gap between their levels was impressive. If only the guys could do something about his earthquake. Jack asked, did he step on him again? The monster promised him to cut off all his remaining legs. Jin realized that he had taken out his scythe. The power of his attack is equivalent to level S. Drake shouted that he was going to use the characteristics of a bloody predator again. They must stop him. Suddenly, the guys saw that blue wolves were attacking the monster. Jack thinks they also want revenge on him. Jin thought, great. This is a chance. Turning to Sol, she replied that she would cure him immediately. The guy replied that no, let them take advantage of the holy immunity. They need to end this anyway. He thought that Madonvin's equipment would double the damage. The guy began to attack him again and again, when suddenly, not having time to dodge, the monster dealt him a strong blow. The guys froze in anticipation. Drake said that the guy used one of his strongest attacks, and now his hit points were reduced to 1. If he misses even one hit, he's done. Although the guy caused him severe damage, he still had strength. Jin replied that yes, this is not enough. However, this is enough for him to end his life. Jack shouted, let him die. Let him go to hell and tell his friend that he will soon come for him. The voice said that they had successfully completed the world's first raid on the monster of frozen destruction, Harenmaru. The environment of frozen destruction changes greatly. Jack said thank you to the guys. Thanks to them, he was able to take revenge, although he has not yet had time to get even with the true enemy. Pointing his hand back, he said that it seemed that not only he, but also those guys wanted to thank them. They saw a large number of blue wolves in front of them. The voice said that the Blue Wolf clan expresses gratitude to the helpers. As it turned out, the monster had been exploiting blue wolves for a long time. Therefore, for them, they are saviors who killed their tormentor. It was unintentional, but harmony in the Blue Wolf world must have been restored thanks to them. Blue wolves will actively develop after destroying the boss monster. Yes, this monster is lucky if the number of his enemies increases. In the future, when he is resurrected, he will have to confront a colossal number of wolves. No matter how many S+ level monsters are there, it is difficult to predict who will be able to win. Moreover, wolves have the veteran characteristic, which means that the more they participate in battles, the higher their likelihood of becoming high-level monsters over time. This doesn't happen often, but it is very possible that Harenmaru will not be able to become the main boss of this dungeon after being resurrected. Jack said they had a long journey ahead of them. He must kill not only the Lich King, but also the Death Dragon Oz. Suddenly, Yunseol asked why Mr. Pumpkin wants to kill the Lich King. Jin shouted that. Not if she asks him about it. Jack replied that it was quite a long story and asked if she wanted to hear it. The girl replied that yes, she wants to. Jin said that they have too little time. Why should they listen to this? The monster began to tell that a scarecrow was born a long time ago. I immediately wondered why it was there. He grabbed the pickaxe and began to look around. He saw straw dolls around him. Other stuffed animals extracted metal and rocks without hesitation and carried them into the furnace. Tired of hard work, The useless stuffed animals stood in a row and threw themselves into the oven to become firewood. He didn't know how to explain it correctly, but he wanted to be like them. But suddenly it dawned on him, why should he work like them? Everyone else is working and he should do it too? Since then, these thoughts have not left him. Many questions were spinning in my head. Who is he really? What was he born for? Should he live like everyone else? Over time, he realized that this began to frighten him. What does he want to do? What can he do? Maybe he's just imitating someone's life without much meaning? Suddenly, someone asked why that guy looks so stupid. His body seems to be fine, but he is working without significant results. Oz won't like this. Turning to him, she said, "Why don't he become good fuel and jump over there?" As soon as he received the order, some irresistible force forced him to walk. He was a weak, insignificant body full of straw, moved towards the fire burning before his eyes. Now it will become firewood and increase the fire. And many scarecrows behind him will also go through this. She asked what he was doing. Just let him jump. It will be quick. He won't feel anything. A miracle happened. The girl said that it wasn't epic, but at least she slammed that witch. After greeting him, she called him Skinny and asked what his name was. Her name was Dorothy. The girl said it was done. He had a piece of volcanic rock stuck in his head, which was probably why he looked dumb. She made a wick to slightly raise this burning part. His head will work a little better if it doesn't go out. She clearly has golden hands, and lastly, he needs something to protect those flames. She made it from a thing she bought at the market. Dorothy asked how was he. From then on, he became Jack. Dorothy was strong and brave. He was so proud of her. It was a great honor and happiness to fight together side by side. She always laughed with delight when she called him by name in her sweet voice. Even when she laughed, he could hear the wind blowing, like dry straw swaying. He grew up in a small mountain village. One day Oz said he wanted to build a mine, so he destroyed his village. Jack was the only one who survived, and now he must take revenge on him for this. Oz is strong. In addition, he has many powerful minions. Therefore, if they attack him directly, they will have no chance of winning. At the beginning, they went to the affiliated factions of Oz. It was a forest of dense trees. All human settlements were destroyed. There were only giants and demons left there, who became the servants of Oz. They began to cut down all the trees and send them to the oven. This was necessary in order to constantly heat the boiler room. They met a woodcutter there. He was alone in the forest, fighting with the servants of Oz. Them for their help. They destroyed all the monsters in the town. They were so strong. The guy said he lost everything because of Oz. Forest, town, and loved one. He wanted revenge. For this, he mechanized his body, but in the end, he lost. Now, he has nothing. Dorothy told him that was not the case. Extending her hand to the guys, the girl said that his revenge was not over yet. A guy approached them and said that he was Richard, the son of Henry the Lionheart. The boy asked if he could go with them. A scarecrow with a scythe, a woodcutter in knight's armor, a young, cowardly lion, and this completes Dorothy's expedition. They were looking for the death dragon Oz, who forced them to come to the other end of the cliff. The end of their journey was already approaching, meeting face to face with the enemy rather than attacking him, without thinking through your actions. And in the end, they lost. When he regained consciousness, everything around him was empty. The flame, Oz and his friends are all gone. Jack didn't know how long he had been wandering in the middle of the desert. Looking back, he saw only footprints in the sand. Perhaps the guy had been wandering alone for too long. The last thing he remembers as they fought Oz was Dorothy screaming. She asked him to put out the fire. Perhaps the girl didn't want him to see her die. Jack shouldn't have listened to her. Yoon Seol asked how he ended up there. He replied that his memory was erased. Since then, he began to wander in search of his comrades. From the moment his fire was extinguished, the guy doesn't even know how much time has passed. He remembers how King Solomon sealed him away when he arrived at the ancient evil castle. He probably smelled like a dragon. When Solomon regained consciousness, he was already consumed by evil. The guys were before his eyes. Drake said that after that they went to the Dark Lord, and he went straight to Oz. In the end, he was frozen there because Haran Maru defeated him. Jack replied that he was now back on the path together that he had left long ago. Just like Dorothy taught him back then. They came to the edge of frozen destruction. Frozen vampires appeared in front of them. Jack dealt with them quickly. Oh-Jin thought that, as expected from him, these monsters are weak. Maybe their boss isn't that strong after all. Jack said that Oz had recruited many talented monsters for the war against demons. The Lich King controls the left side of the Frozen Destruction. The Death Knight controls the right side of the Tower of Swords. They need to get rid of these two first. The other day, the tyrant dragon Morgmar and the demon king Beelzebub tried to recruit the eight-legged queen Siletium. When he thinks about how the greedy constellation tried to recruit the ancient spirit Gordix and brought him to their side, he feels that other S+ tier monsters will join their forces. The Lich and Death Knight are monsters recruited after the Cataclysm. Now they will understand why Haran Maru was an average boss among the bosses of this dungeon. One could only guess how strong they were. The Lich King, one of Oz's strongest subordinates. He is a super elite monster that controls the left side of the territory. Jack, ask the guy if he knows anything about him. Oh, Jin answered no, but what about him? Jack said that he also had no information. That's why I decided to ask. The voice said that the unmelted ice was breaking. The king of the throne has awakened. The king of frozen destruction rises. Jack said that this cannot be. He could not believe his eyes, because in front of him was a woodcutter. Oh, Jin shouted that he was careful. His attacks will cause both physical and magical damage. Even if they dodge them, they will still take magic damage. And now, the raid on the Lich King has officially begun. During the attacks, Jack shouted for the woodcutter to come to his senses. Having tried to strike, Jin realized that his armor was too strong. Even if you scratch it, it will still suffer damage from frostbite. He looked like both a knight and a magician. The guy thought that no, now is not the time to think. Should I escape from there, or is it too late? They tried to inflict at least some damage on him, but it was all in vain. Drake fired from a crossbow in order to somehow get closer to his friend. Running up to the guy, Drake asked how he was. The guy replied that it was amazing. Thank you for asking. Seeing the 100 King Lychee attempting to attack, Yunseol decided to use her sacred immunity. She said that it seems that only the first non-standard condition affects him. How unlucky she was. Jin replied that this is not so. It's just that the idiot's magical defenses are too strong. Drake asked if her attack worked on him. The guy replied no, it only confused him for a second. The frost on his armor is imbued with magical power, so getting close to him will not only cause frostbite damage, but will also increase his magical defense. His armor is simply flawless. Compared to him, the rest of the S-tier monsters are like ordinary players. But monsters exist to be defeated, which means they must have weaknesses. Jack asked him if he doesn't remember how they fought side by side before. Beneath that thin metal armor was a heart that yearned for its bride. He asked him to try to remember his comrades, his lost friends. Dear Richard, if he forgot him, maybe his braid will remind him of him. Jin told him that's great. Let him continue in the same spirit. The guy said that they should all attack him using all their strength. Drake told Jin that the raid had been going on for too long. Is he sure they will be okay? He replied that the guy should not worry. Once the first phase is over, he will need to take a break to recover. Once they see these changes, this will be their chance. Suddenly, the guy heard a voice. He doesn't think anything was mentioned in the interviews with the ratings who were there first. Is he the only one who hears the voice? The guy remembered all the interviews with the ratings who went through this raid, and he doesn't remember them saying anything about this. Of course, people can forget about such details. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter whether he hears someone or not. The main thing is that he knows how to defeat him. Drake yelled at the guy to look at him. Something was wrong. Although the Lich's armor has high defense values, he is weak to any debuffs. The ice on his armor melts and freezes repeatedly. The atmosphere is humid, and the constantly changing pressure causes the armor to oxidize. Metal, constantly undergoing heating and cooling, gradually wears out. This must be a character customization that comes from the Lich King, who was previously a tin man whose rust constantly needed to be oiled. Suddenly, other monsters began to appear. Jack said that he seemed to still remember them, but why is he pointing his axe at him? Drake said the guy was right. The other monsters came immediately, just as he said. So the second phase begins? The guy wondered why everything was not happening as he expected. The summoning should only happen when the Lich King was weakened due to a debuff. There should have been some Tier A monsters, such as frozen vampires, and then the battle before the last phase would have been easy. Well then, why were 3 Tier A+ monsters suddenly summoned? The Lich King's rust began to fade. As it turned out, he regained his hit points. The guy didn't understand what was happening. He knew that his information could not be 100% reliable. Everything was completely different. Is it really that they are the only ones who have reached this phase? Or has something changed because Jack is helping them? Yunseol tried to protect everyone with her sacred protection. Jack, how dare they point their weapons at his allies? The guy thought it was too hard. He heals A+ level monsters, but there is also something wrong with Oh-Jin's plan. He had never seen him so confused. Oh-Jin thought that there was no point without at least some understanding of what the Lich was capable of. There was no chance that they would defeat him. He has 3 sacred treasures. There must be a way. With his death and Salt's resurrection skills, along with potions and resilience, they can. The guy again heard a voice about what was below. He didn't understand what kind of voice this was, and what was it trying to tell him? What the hell is down there? Can he trust him? Approaching the guy asked them to hold out for 5 minutes, although there wasn't at least 3 minutes. If he hears a voice, then it must be a hidden quest. Whether it's hope or a trap, he must make sure. The guy shouted, "Look out, he's coming!" The voice said that he had entered the location of the end of frozen destruction. Below him, the guy saw a red lake. He shouted so that they don't say that this is the same bloody lake of Phoenix. The guy knew it. That's why he recovered so quickly. Phoenix's blood, a liquid with the density of molten ruby. It acts as an elixir for monsters. If they were able to collect so much Phoenix blood thanks to the fast regeneration characteristic, then something was clearly wrong there. He had to go in and check what was going on at all costs, so the guy decided to call Jormungandr. If he hits this lake at high speed, he will suffer enormous damage. Moreover, the guy is sure that it is not poisoned. He told Jormungandr that he needed his help. It seems that the pressure inside it is strong due to its density. If he's not mistaken, the heart must be somewhere in the middle of the lake. He ordered him not to stop, so that means how it looks from the inside is cool. Oh, Jin knew it. He caught him. The guy was not at all surprised that he hid his heart there. If he left his heart in a place where it can be supported by the elixir at any moment, then there is no point in inflicting physical damage on him, because his health is practically inexhaustible. Extra heart, amazing feature. If he is not mistaken, he did not get this characteristic right away. But if someone was able to figure out how to destroy it, did that user hear the voice? He saw a human silhouette. The guy thought, it turns out, not only those above the ground. He was surprised that she could move so fast in such a consistency. This is unrealistic. He tried to get closer again and again, but the monster did not let him do it. She repelled all possible attacks. The guy thought, damn it, Phoenix's blood is hot and heavy like red-hot metal. The pressure squeezed his entire body. He was so close. Oh-Jin reached level 75. Title Sunken Sea Devil. The guy didn't expect this. Of course, he knew that such things would not hurt in his inventory. The same characteristic that he received after the battle with the Sea Devil. The pressure was intense, and the vortex made him 3 times stronger, allowing his trump card to activate. He no longer feels any pressure. Plus, another miracle just happened. Jormungandr's veteran characteristic has been activated. The experience, the number of monsters he defeated, and the contributions he made to the dungeon allowed him to evolve at this point. Twin-horned darkness. The guy knew that the time had already come, but did not think that it would happen right now. It seems luck is on his side. He shouted that great, now it's time to go back. His friends are waiting for him. The guy extended the left and right hands of the king of evil spirits to Sol. He said he thought she should take advantage of it. All of these items dropped when they defeated Haran Mara. He used them while playing as Madon Van, and in the Dead Water account, he cannot use items that do not have the natural disaster characteristic. The girl asked, does he think they will suit her? He replied that he should try it. Sol said that they were quite heavy, scared. She did not understand what was happening. It turns out that they took the shape of her hands. He shouted and ran away so that she could use them as a means of self-defense. The girl asked how she should use them. Smiling, he answered the girl that they could be a real surprise for her enemies. His words turned out to be true. Drake asked what just happened. While he was dealing with one of the summoned monsters, he ran towards Sol, and she tried to recover him from behind. The girl was able to defeat the monster with one blow. One-handed weapons of level A+, especially armlets if their attack is above 3,000, are considered unrealistically powerful. The Crab King's glove, which he used while playing Madon Van, has an attack of over 3,600. Due to the jagged brass knuckles, the physical attack reached 3,000 damage, plus 200 water damage. He is sure that everyone knows how powerful this weapon is, but in the end, the full attack is 13.332. In terms of pure attack statistics compared to other top attacks, they are unmatched. Who would have thought that a healer would have such power? Drake realized that the guy gave them to Sol. This is a really great thing for self-defense. If anyone decides to attack her, they will fall in one hit. The guy shouted that he needed to hold out a little longer. He is confident that Oh-jin will soon reach the Lich King's weakest point. Oh-jin asked, "Does she think she can defeat him? He's at his limit. The guy is not inferior to anyone in dexterity." The guys noticed that all the summoned monsters were disappearing. It seems Oh-jin did it. The hole where the heart should have been, the lake is drained. Drake noticed that this was an unusual attack. Everything began to get out of control. The monster is trying to survive in any way. Jack said that his old friend had come to an end. The monster replied that he has no heart, he does not feel pain. Let him end this now. They were the first in the world to successfully complete the Lich King's raid. The commander of the left squads is dead. He will not be resurrected. The strength of the dragon faction has been reduced. Drake said it was incredible. This is the reward for defeating the Lich King. He rose from level 65 to 69. The guy felt much lighter. This is most likely due to increased dexterity. He felt as if he weighed 3 kilograms. The salt rose from 63 to 65. Oh-jin replied that perhaps some people raised it because they helped a little. But this is a little disappointing, considering the contribution of Harenmaru. Oh-jin went from level 75 to level 77. The girl was happy that she finally got what she wanted, the rarest thing in the world. Yoon Seol asked, "What is this? A model of a heart?" He replied that it was his heart. Drake asked, "Where would the guy use it?" Oh-jin replied that it can be used in any way. The idea is that he can use the same stats as the Lich King. So that's why it's called a spare heart. This is a very rare item. But this spare heart really comes in handy when you have a certain rank. Suddenly, the lighting changed. The girl shouted at him to look up. The voice said that he is the one standing in front of him. Killed the Lich King? He said that a great war would soon begin. Then he will need different talents. If the guy is under his command and takes the place of the Lich King, he will give him the authority of the commander of the left squads of frozen destruction. No one will be angry because one ant died from the paws of another ant who had been watching him for a long time. On the contrary, if you interest these ants, you will not be tormented by the desire to avenge the dead ant. The voice said that he had discovered a hidden task, commander of the left squad of frozen destruction. If he doesn't accept the king's offer, he will be very angry. Drake didn't understand why this task was given only to Oh-jin. Drake told the guy that something was clearly wrong there. But Oh-jin still decided to accept the task. Oz said, "Welcome, new commander of the left troops. Thanks to his choice, he will soon receive victory and recognition." The guy replied that he loved honors and asked what about his death. Drake immediately began asking questions. Why did he agree to this? There's clearly something wrong there. Besides, isn't it worth remembering to be neutral in a mission like this? The guy replied that he had no other choice. Oz wouldn't let a refusal get away with it. If he had rejected the offer, he would have finished them all off instantly. Oz does not take living creatures into his team, so he will definitely kill him in the near future, but not now. Moreover, he needed this title. The guy wondered if Jack would mind. He doesn't say anything. Oh-jin shouted that in general, their next target is the Death Knight. It's time to go, they won't waste a minute. As soon as the girl left, she was immediately asked the question, where was she? He had been waiting for her for so long. Is she the closed beta test planner, damn Kim Jo-yoon? Looking at him, she replied that she saw what he did at the award ceremony. The battle scene was quite exciting. Is the back of his head okay after this? He replied that he did not like to be provoked. The man wants to learn a lot from her. For this, he had to go through many difficulties. Therefore, he wants her to be extremely serious, without any jokes. Depending on her answer, he will decide whether she should continue to live. The girl replied that it was funny. After all, she herself wanted to meet him. Looking at him, she asked if he wanted to work with her. After changing clothes, the girl shouted to the guys to look. She said that the elder of the angel tribe gave it to her as a gift. Drake said she looked good. Village of Angels. Everyone was so happy to see her. Although she was no longer Nettie, they loved her like their own daughter. Love sold to the angels unconditionally. The 7th conflict zone is the Tower of Swords. There is an invulnerable knight hiding there. That's where the guys are heading. Drake said that the Lich King was the woodcutter Nicholas. They should find out who the Death Knight is. Jack replied that yes, perhaps it was Richard the Lionheart. Richard is the son of Henry the Lionheart, who once ruled the kingdom of animals. Richard, of course, had a strong body and a noble mind, like his father, Henry. He was supposed to become a general. The stronger and more noble the general, the more invulnerable the Death Knight becomes. He clearly must be of a high level. Jack said that he had made up his mind. Now he will do to him the same thing that he did to the woodcutter. Oh, Jin shouted that it was great. The Death Knight is different from the Lich King. It doesn't have a clear attack pattern, so they should be prepared to die and try to complete this raid. In short, this means that they need to go all the way. As they climb to the top of the tower, monsters will attack them. Let him not think about retreat. They must fight a boss. There will be a lot of hidden objects, so let them look around. Monsters will attack from the very first floor. Therefore, the guy has already created a strategy in his head. Of course, many variables do not correspond to his knowledge from the past, and many happened unexpectedly. They may have experienced the butterfly effect due to their regression. But a Death Knight is different from a Lich King. Since there is only one strategy, there will be no variables. Oh, Jin shouted at Saul to use her sacred shield right now. Drake was asked to cover on the left. Jack told him to focus on horizontal attacks at medium and long range. And Maddenvan will take care of the right side. Having run into the tower, the guys could not understand what was happening. Why are all the monsters already dead? Saul asked. Maybe someone had already hunted them? Drake replied that it didn't look like a hunt. It was like there was a war there. Moreover, strange types of monsters are collected there. The guy asked the views. Drake said that although ogres and goblins are dark monsters, they are wild species that inhabit the fields. They don't usually live in such narrow dungeons. Strange, even sea monsters that live in the water for some reason lay dead in such a place. Jin laughed nervously and said that he was ruining his plan from the very beginning. It seems that this friend is quite strong. He will give him a lot of compliments when he sees him. He'll rip his head off. Suddenly, the guy heard the same sound of a flute. He thought he got there before everyone else. Did someone destroy the boss? He should have been more careful. I went up the floors and he saw that it was the same everywhere. The middle boss was frozen in front of him. The guy thought it was a nightmare. Was he really late? I skipped the middle boss and went straight to defeating the Death Knight. How did he know that he didn't have to go through the middle boss? Is this really a coincidence? His plan turned into something he didn't expect at all. They need to get out of there urgently. The Zodiac saw the silhouette and said, "Why is he standing there? Let him run. Hurry up if he doesn't want to die." Jin asked, "So he ruined his plan?" "It doesn't matter how much he's in a hurry. Is he going to blow them up too? What happens if something goes wrong and the boss wakes up?" A former member of Mad Dogs appeared in front of the guy. Seeing the dead water, she asked what he was doing there. The guy replied that he wanted to ask her this. Why is she here? And why are they two together anyway? The girl asked what? Why did he suddenly start talking to her like that? Does he know her? Jin realized that this was his first meeting with her in the form of dead water. At that moment, everyone else ran up. Drake began to ask the guy what happened. Why did he run like that? Yoon Seol said that she saw this woman somewhere. She was in the professional Korean league. And this idiot is the Zodiac. Drake asked why they are together, and why is the Zodiac kneeling? Kim Jo-yoon said that in general, let them leave and not interfere with them if they don't want to die. The guy asked, why would they do this? Looks like they failed this raid and are now trying to escape. What a relief. But he has a question. They're together, sure, but it's not enough to defeat the Death Knight. If they had prepared fully, there would be no variables. Even the Zodiac, who the whole world knows. What the hell happened to him? Suddenly, the same Death Knight appeared in front of them. The guys didn't even move. All the guy could say was his look. Jin asked, is the water rotten? This is a monster bug, a doppelganger created based on the player's data. He is subject to a standard mutation, which has brought him to the maximum level of a serial killer. A standard monster that made him realize that even artificial intelligence can go crazy. The guy couldn't kill him, and that pissed him off. So why is this crazy doppelganger here? Opening his eyes, the Zodiac began to ask what happened. Seeing the dead water, he asked if he was already there. The guy thought, what does it mean already? Jin thought, what is this? Are orcs really working with humans now? The guy asked if this was Bang Seol-woo from Mad Dogs. And why are they guys with the Zodiac? The girl started screaming, which was pissing everyone off. Why does he ask so many questions? Let him not interfere and get out of the way. She ordered them to go ahead and take out this idiot. They began to attack the guy. Jin asked if he was going to use his body to hit him. Even after he became an orc, nothing changed. Yoon Seol asked, aren't these professional players? They are still weaker. Jin is equipped with various characteristics and has a high level. He is also great in combat. The guy said he wasn't sure, but would it really be difficult for Korean professional players to beat him? Oh, Jin asked if they brought all these monsters? Just like at the awards ceremony. The Death Knight is there. No, it's a parasite inside the Death Knight. The guy asked if they brought the Death Knight there too. Zodiac said he didn't have time to explain. He won't touch him today either, so he can do what he wants. The man asked, "What is this?" He said, "Stop wasting their time and let him get out of the way." Oh, Jin saw that if he decided to come like this, the Death Knight would tear him apart. Moreover, the guy already knows how to defeat such a monster. On the other hand, they guys are so tired of trying to get out of there. So the guy decided to kill everyone. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Zodiac for summer so that he leaves. If they continue to stand like this, he will unfreeze. The guy thought that he seemed to be lying because he was in too much of a hurry. But what's really going on? Suddenly, Oh-jin remembered the very monster he met frozen on the road. He had practically forgotten that it was there too, a vampire worm. The guy asked why they didn't defeat the middle boss and let him pass. The Zodiac replied that how could he know that this would happen? He planned time to freeze that guy and leave after killing the final boss. They are wasting their time, and now they are all in danger. After the monster, the dungeon turned into a pile of ruins. The man replied that that was why he did not want to confront him. Drake noticed that in the end they split into a couple. It was the worst combination. The vampire worm was targeting them. Yoon-seol noticed that they were trapped. Jack replied that he was used to this, and so was his body and soul. She said that it seemed that the first, second, third, and fourth floors of the tower had completely collapsed and destroyed the entire building. Kim Jo-yoon asked them why they got up. He is coming back. Drake asked, is he heading there? The guy noticed that something was wrong. It is similar to a sandworm, but it does not dig the ground but flies through the air. But something about his movement seems familiar. Yoon-seol replied that he breaks through walls. Breakthrough, this is the second technique when this worm hits something. It bounces in a trajectory similar to a ball, breaking walls. She heard this from Oh-jin before joining the game. The guy said that he would not fight such a boss monster. But if he really destroys the walls, and they leave him like this, then the destruction will accelerate, and it will no longer be possible to avoid it. The difference is that the vampire worm targets players on the ground. What if Oh-jin runs into him? What will he do? Turning to Drake, she asked for a second if they could do as she said. The guy replied that of course. But the girl clarified that she hadn't even said anything yet. He replied that he knew that she was wise. So it's time to do it. The girl said that it seems there is a way out. What about them? Don't they want to cooperate? They have physical strength there. Won't it help them? Drake replied, no way. Weren't they going to kill them? Sol said it was great. Turning to her, the guy said that they were Oh-jin's opponents. She replied that everyone goes through regrets at such moments. But now they need to unite to get through this. They will use this wall fragment as a shield to dodge the worm vampire. Now let them listen to her carefully because timing is very important. She has already made small counts, given the angle of attack, so she just needs to find the right moment. If the time and angle are not comparable, then they will be destroyed, like those walls. The girl asked how she calculated everything in such a short time. This is incredible. Sol told her that she was a little interested in mathematics. She said that when she was younger, she made a lot of charts. But too much time has passed since then. Yoon-seol asked her what she was doing. The girl replied that they would call it game management. She is now unemployed. Sol shouted that they needed to direct it between the pointed and blunt bricks along the right wall of the tower. Just let them tilt this piece of wall about 45 degrees horizontally. The faster he hits, the faster he will rebound. They have little chance. The girl noticed that it wasn't working out a little. She said it again. This time they will tilt it 5 degrees more. Drake needs to loosen his hands a little. The guy asked, did they succeed? She answered yes. He went through that narrow gap leading up. This means that he will not be able to go back down because all the walls on the upper floors are destroyed. Kim Jo-yoon said it was great. Now she can take a breath. Suddenly, Drake was attacked. The guy said that as soon as it gets better, they show their real appearance. The girl asked, does he use a bow well? Their ratings are indeed completely different. Bang Chul-woo is known as the Black Bull, no matter what it looks like. He was once a master who is ranked 10th among Korean users. Drake is pollution magic. Let Sol stay away from her. The girl asked if everything would really happen like that. She helped them deal with the vampire worm. They should be grateful to her. Laughing, she replied that she had never seen such a naive girl. They just decided to stick to their old agreements, let him not think anything bad. Suddenly, a vampire worm attacked the black bull from above. Jo-eun began to ask why the worm came back so quickly. The girl replied that, as she said, she had calculated everything. She knows everything that was above and what was destroyed. What structure was there? What shape were the walls? Where was everything located? Salt can predict the trajectory of the vampire worm, so it understands where, when, and where it will appear. It will be difficult to escape from him now because he has reached maximum speed. The girl asked if she was really going to use this against them from the very beginning. Did she really think that Sol would lend her a helping hand? The Zodiac realized that the Death Knight was inadequate. He cannot believe that he was left alone in a critical situation. The man realized that he couldn't. He needed to somehow redirect his attention to the dead water and try to kill them both. Turning to the dead water, he asked, in such a dangerous situation, shouldn't they unite? Suddenly, he noticed that the guy was no longer there. The Zodiac didn't understand where he went. Wasn't the watch he was wearing made from sandworm skin? He uses his characteristic of playing with the ground to disappear. The man shouted that he was real trash. The Death Knight began to approach him. The Zodiac tried to stop him with the help of monsters, but everything was useless. Oh, Jin said, what a naive guy. Did he really think that dead water would work on him? It's good that he had a chance to hide. The only advantage of the Zodiac is the black magician who commands the indestructible. It must be so hard to deal with an unkillable Death Knight and small monsters. The guy decided to see how tired he was and then kill the Death Knight. Raid on a vampire worm? The game of a risky shooter is more reminiscent of a rare form of suicide. If the player continues to be in a state of failure, the difficulty of the game eventually increases to the point where human reflexes cannot handle the load. This is why the vampire's speed increases with each blow. To lower the difficulty level, you have to kill yourself. It's a pretty inconsistent system. Sol said that they couldn't afford to die, could they? So the girl decided to use them. At first, there was no need to fight. No one had to die. But in the end, it all came to this. Drake asked, and did she think this all through in advance? The girl replied no. She just made a rough calculation based on the vampire worm's movement. The guy thought she would be angry if he said that she was a smart girl. I break through walls, hit 448 times in one circle, and the difficulty increases with speed after 2 circles, resulting in 896 defeats. The girl said that the method of resetting the vampire worm seems to be a way to escape from the tower. Drake asked why Oh-jin didn't want to go through all this. One of the ogres said that he was not dead yet. Looking at the girl, he thought that he would first take care of the healer since she was the weakest. Drake realized that she would not be able to dodge due to her agility. The guy shouted at her to duck down, but the girl could not be stopped. He completely forgot that Sol has a Harin Maru item of the level of an S-class monster, which is in no way inferior to muscle strength. He was mistaken when he decided that the healer was the weak link, destructive power that will knock out even a strong-rated one with one blow. Having come to her senses, the girl asked where he was. She was so scared that she intuitively extended her fist. Where did it go? The guy replied that he exploded and simply evaporated. As soon as he touched her fist, it turned into minced meat and burst like a balloon. The girl screamed that she didn't want to blow him up like that. Wasn't that terrible of her? Drake asked her to calm down. This happens when hit points are too low. Of course, they don't usually explode like that. She has a good feel for the game and attacks well, even in close combat. Drake and Sol both shouted that they were there to help. Is he okay? But before their eyes, there was not the best picture. The guy asked what the hell is going on. The Zodiac tried to kill the Death Knight. He thought that a wall of flesh and bones from dead monsters would buy them some time to escape. But it turned out that everything was pointless. He said that apparently it was too difficult to catch a Death Knight using necromancy. At least there was dead water there. The Zodiac's life points quickly ran out. After all, fighting a Death Knight alone is suicide. He said that if you think about it, maybe he has a teleport scroll lost somewhere. He needs to look. An obvious defeat. Zodiac swore at the guy and lowered his head. At this moment, the Death Knight looked at the Zodiac's corpse. Oh, Jin shouted, "Hello, long time no see, evil spirit." The guy asked, did his body become stronger? Have you signed up for the gym? This time he will take responsibility and end it. If the guy can find his weak spot and hit him with a dagger, then all he has to do is use the Blood Predator stat to win. That's what he was thinking. But this was his mistake, and all because his opponent was an evil spirit plus a Death Knight. The guy shouted that how he hated the attack, because of which nothing could be seen. Unfortunately, he cannot use the bloody predator yet. Oh, Jin noticed that the monster's movements were becoming faster and faster. Did he really predict the guy's escape trajectory in advance? He fought him twice when he was his double, so it wouldn't be surprising if he actually calculated his movement from the data. The more you fight the same enemy, the stronger you become. It seems. However, a breakthrough is always possible. Oh, Jin asked how he felt about this, after which the guy used the bloody predator. How is the monster feeling? Feeling like you're bleeding? The guy shouted that he would return him to the state to which he was accustomed. But suddenly, something went wrong. Was this really a trick? Oh, Jin thought it was impossible. How did he know what the guy was going to do in this situation? He was confused. Now the monster is at the level where his skills are like those of a Death Knight, and his mind is like a double. With all the information about the Death Knight, he had underestimated him too much. In the end, his body was pierced by the Death Knight's claw, an attack that cannot be dodged, death. As his hit points dropped to 0, a dark red aura wrapped around his body and caught fire. The guy shouted that he would tear his head into pieces. Berserker mode. This continuous falling down mode is also called Berserk mode. He rose from the dead thanks to this characteristic, gained after defeating the Queen of the Floating Island. Moreover, these are significant statistical changes. Just like the Queen, his stats were enhanced and his combat power increased by more than 10 times. But at least the feature name sounds cool. Now he wants to show it to Saul and Drake. Of course, there is no way to make this enormous power limitless. Unfortunately, its limit is 100 seconds. Trying to defeat his opponent, he would have died if he had not figured out how to bring himself back to life. Now his hit points decrease by 1% every second. In other words, he is given a limited life that lasts less than 2 minutes. After asking for forgiveness, the guy said that he didn't have much time, so he needed to end this as quickly as possible. Oh, Jin fought with him for a long time. The guy asked where he was looking. It's his shadow, you fool. After which he began to attack again. Of course, the average Death Knight's stats are much higher than his, because he is an elite monster with the highest stats among all S-tier monsters. But the most important factor in this battle is agility. There is a huge difference in their agility in his current state. The guy used Whirlwind plus Earthquake again, a weapon capable of destroying a huge area. It becomes a one-on-one technique and permeates the Death Knight's body. It's so light that he barely feels his own weight when he moves. The heavy feeling when attacking is about the same as before, although no, it is much heavier. The guy realized that more than 40 seconds had passed since he entered Berserk mode. His hit points continued to decline. He needed a little more. The strength of his glove was fading. The guy shouted for the Death Knight to die already. Suddenly he said that how similar they are. Isn't he from this world? He's a monster too, isn't he? Oh, Jin asked what he was carrying. He complimented him like an artificial intelligence. How did he get this far? But this is already his threshold. Suddenly someone said, "Rat, great job, that's how it should be." Turning around, the guy couldn't believe his eyes. Damn psycho, how is he still alive? Zodiac said that now he understands why the guy hits others in the back of the head. Great taste. When he attacked him, the guy thought it would be nice to develop his survival skills, but didn't know that he would have to use them so soon. Oh, Jin thought what a fool he was. How could he forget about this? The guy should have prepared in advance. The third characteristic recorded in the Book of the Dark King is masochism. Black magicians and a few other special people can receive this feature. We need to turn a corpse into an indestructible one and breathe new life into it. Of course, the punishment would result in a reduction of 2 ranks, as if he were creating an unkillable monster. A very useful skill for survival, and it gives them an extra life. For reference, to restore statistics, there is no other way than to go to some secret place and receive the blessing of the Black Priest. He could have noticed if he had even looked at him for a second. There are times when he can also be careless. In the end, the answer was up in the air. He just lay there and got the free benefits from it. Oh, Jin thought that now we need to end this. The Zodiac asked, was it him? He started the cataclysm? The man found out about this when he followed in his footsteps. The guy is truly incredible. He never expected that everything would end in a cataclysm. Oh, Jin wondered, cataclysm? Did he know about the cataclysm? Damn, really, the guy should know how the Zodiac knew about this. He said that the guy had previously heard about the closed beta terminal but did not react at all. I really couldn't make a mistake. Who the hell is he? Oh, Jin realized that he couldn't even move. The guy was running out. Is he going to die at the hands of the Zodiac and not the Death Knight? The man said that it seems that it is not very convenient to talk now. He will visit him soon and listen to his story. We'll be looking forward to this moment. Suddenly, Jack appeared and helped the guy. Zodiac clearly didn't expect to see him there. The man asked how he was able to escape from there. Yoon Seol immediately healed the guy. Oh, Jin said everything was red. He couldn't figure out if it was Jack. Drake replied yes, and asked how this could happen. Zodiac shouted, "What are Mad Dogs doing? Why is Jack suddenly attacking him? According to the rules, you cannot interfere in player fights." He said that it was good, since that was the case now. The man decided to leave after finishing off the Death Knight. Oh, Jin shouted to the Zodiac that the Death Knight was his. After all, he is already broken. He just needs to hit him well. The Zodiac was killed again. Yoon Seol asked if the Death Knight really tore off his own head. Drake replied that the Death Knight's body is dying, so he is going to leave it. Oh, Jin shouted to the guys not to let him run away. Let them stop him. After numerous attempts to stop him, he finally ran away. Sol asked the guy if something was wrong. He thought it was great, and he ran away from them in that state. How persistent is rotten water? The guy asked Drake to shoot a couple of arrows into the Zodiac's body, otherwise he will rise again. He replied that it was good. Well then, they'll call it a day. If he doesn't do this, he might die soon. Turning to Jack, the guy asked why he got involved in their fight with the Zodiac. He has no reason to interfere if there is a fight between real players. Jack replied that he heard a voice. A familiar voice called him and asked him to help him. The guy thought to the voice. Could it be the same voice? He didn't expect this himself. Jack repeated that he was not a coward. He was braver than any other person. Until the end. The voice said that they had completed the world's first Death Knight raid. The ruler of the Tower of Swords is dead. He can no longer be resurrected. Looking up, Drake addressed Ojin. The guy answered what exactly, and this time he showed up. Oz said that he is the candidate of his left front. His strength was extremely weakened. Why did he do this? The guy must take responsibility if he cannot convince him that he is right. Let him come to where he is. Ojin said that there is no turning back now. Well, this is what he expected from the very beginning. If this happens, he will have no choice but to fight him. Oh, Jin asked, does he look great enough now? A new title has been added, Commander of the Right Units of the Tower of Swords. A new feature has been added, a choice with the same characteristics and effectiveness as before, but their effect will be increased. Yoon Seol asked if she could take it. The guy gave Sol his cloak, which he had worn before. The girl asked, wouldn't it be better to give it to Drake? The guy asked what she was talking about. This is a vital item. After all, the healer is often attacked. Drake and Sol also stood up. Now they are at levels 71 and 68. This is slightly higher than those who are currently in the current top of the world rankings. Looking at Sol, the guy said that the color didn't match very well, even if only for a couple of seconds. Maybe he should use a potion to dye fabrics. After pouring some of the potion onto the fabric, it began to change color. Ojin said, and now the main reward of this raid is immortality. The girl asked what it was for. That's not enough for a boss reward, is it? Ojin replied that this is what will help them catch the Lich, a very important thing. Drake said he had a question. How did the Zodiac get there? Weren't they the only ones who knew about all the S+ tier bosses? The guy replied that no, they really were the only ones. How did he know about the dungeon? Jin replied that it's easy, whatever one may say, he is also a pioneer. Gold mine in Gordix. Before the Cataclysm, this was the source of military funding for the Zodiac. So of course, the first user to catch Gordix is Zodiac. The guy thinks he was going to catch the Pride like before. After all this, he noticed that someone began to read his thoughts, so he followed these tracks, which is why he immediately headed to another dungeon. And there he encountered him. Given what he told him, it appears that the Zodiac has been tracking Ojin from the very beginning. The guy thought, isn't it dangerous? A serial killer was stalking him. What the hell is he? What is this closed beta? Isn't he just a regular serial killer? Jin said that luckily he won't have access to the account for the next 3 days. But there is a possibility that he will be able to hack records with access during this period, so they will not let their guard down. They need to speed up before that idiot gets in their way again. Drake thought, to be honest. It's not like he's much different from him. But for him, this does not matter. The most important thing for a guy is to have fun playing with Ojin. If his journey ends, then he will ask him his question. The abyss of the path of death. Ojin said that they finally got there. This is the infamous abyss of the death path, famous for its impressive depth. It is located just outside the Abyss Terminal. It may seem small, but the environment inside it is bloody merciless. Turning to the guy, Drake asked if Oz really lived there. He replied that yes, that's why they came there. He didn't understand how an S+ level monster could live in such a place. Isn't this dungeon already known as a hunting ground filled with lizard players? It is not so dangerous if he knows how to behave on such a surface, although it sometimes explodes. Isn't this where users around level 20 do corporate and various daily quests? Saul said that it remains a mystery to her that there is a monster of the highest level hiding somewhere out there. Jack said this place smells like him. He can smell him. The girl said, let them look at it. They are so grueling in their daily tasks. They must be low-level players. They even have beginner vibes. So cute. Drake said that aside from Soul's level, she has a lot in common with them. Currently, a hunting ground has been created for every race in the world. Among them, the Death Path Abyss is a favorite place for low and mid-level lizard players. Those who have perfectly adapted to the ecosystem of the central continent come to this dungeon on the northeastern outskirts to complete the famous daily tasks of volcano mining. The meaning of the task is simple. You need to use the pickaxe received from the player to dig for volcanic ore, which is deposited around the entire perimeter. Then you need to throw it into the huge furnace in the center of the map. They are rewarded with a generous daily salary and a daily bonus. Therefore, even if you participate once every 2 days, efficiency still increases. But everyone knows that this dungeon is not originally a space for low-level players. The low-level lizards that gather there are specially summoned by Oz. Now let them see. This place is sloppily organized. Oh, Jin said that there was a deeper and harsher space, not comparable to what they had seen before, continuing endlessly down the first floor. It is deeper than the Abyss Terminal and the Abyss Pole. They will soon find out why Oz filled his nest with low-level lizards. The guy asked, well, is it time to start? The guys shouted that they were vile lizards. They also came for their daily task. Why don't they put down their tools and get out of there? The lizard said that this air raid had begun. Again, these orcs came there, after which a fight began. The daily tasks that orcs perform are to interfere with the tasks of lizard players. The daily task of the orcs is to interfere with the work of the lizards. As soon as they occupy lizard jobs, their experience points increase, and if any of them return from the battlefield alive, they will be given a reward. The quest can be completed by interrupting work, but the reward will be huge if they kill the lizard who has not yet completed the daily task. Of course, the situation is no different on the lizard side, so if one of them kills an orc, he will gain more experience than when hunting a monster. The number of killed players, additional rewards, and bonuses from the Death Dragon are counted. In other words, it is an event in which both have no choice but to actively participate. Looking at this, Drake said, "What a mess." Oh, Jin replied that he chose the right time because the whole mess should start right now. This ring was obtained after a mission on the Sky Island. With the ability of 1,000 faces, they can change their appearance. The guys completely attracted their attention. Then they used gold mine fever. Their bodies began to solidify and turn into gold. This was a new type of mana burn obtained after defeating Gordix. It is several times stronger than a jellyfish. Everyone started running away, shouting that this crazy guy had blown up the stove. Smiling, Ojin said that the operation was successful. He said, open the passage to the next floor, earn attack power, and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. There was a rogue's mask on his face. The voice said that Oz's 3rd furnace was destroyed. The secret passage between the abyss of the path of death and the path between life and death has been revealed. Saul asked, so the secret passage really existed? The guy replied that this is the path along which liquid volcanoes flow. Everything must be melted there. The guy said it looked like Oz's wrath would fall on them. Jack said the long-awaited independence, he will return it to him in full. Oh, Jin shouted that great. He suggested cutting his throat before he did it first. The first floor is enough for low-level players to get in and out easily. All they have to do is follow Oz's instructions. On the 2nd floor, the difficulty level changes. A 2nd dragon furnace appeared in front of them. The guys asked, what is this, a scarecrow? Jack replied that yes, they look like him. These are scarecrows, working like machines, without emotions or thoughts. There he met Dorothy for the first time, and there he worked like them. Someone kept telling these useless creatures to work harder, let them not think about anything, work harder. She kept repeating that she hated him and did not accept him. They are all trash because of them, how can she? Oh, Jin said that the Tower Queen is a creepy S-level monster. How does he know about her? Jack asked how he could forget her wonderful face. This is his mother. She said he returned. He, a piece of garbage, left them. She kept repeating the word trash. She said that she was reworked, restored, and abandoned because of him. He, a petty thief, stole part of the volcano and ran away. One day a storm broke out in the sky, and a woman named Dorothy fell from the sky. The queen of the tower fainted as Dorothy fell on top of her. When I woke up, the oven was destroyed. In addition, because of this woman, one defect in the stuffed animals disappeared. A thief who ran away with a precious piece of volcano in his head. She said that even now, when she thinks about that time, it makes her very angry. Finally, she will take revenge on him, the traitor. Great. The part of the volcano he stole is still with him. Oh, Jin said how annoying she is. What is she even talking about? The guy told Jack something important. Parents should just be parents, don't you think? He replied that it was true, he was right. The queen of the tower began to shout that he was pointing the scythe at his mother. He became such a useless child. Jack asked, did she hear his friend? Parents who throw their children into ovens cannot be called parents. Drake asked the guy if the story about his parents is based on his personal experience. Oh, Jin replied, no comment. Oz trusted the Tower Queen because of her ability to turn dead soldiers into unkillable ones. Additionally, her value and stats are quite low for an S-tier monster. The Volcano Scythe is strong enough to cut through dragon scales because it deals a lot of melee damage. She screamed that it wouldn't work, having fun with his son for the first time, and he is so energetic that he has lost control. Oh, Jin shouted that she did it. The Banshee made the call. Because of this characteristic, she is considered a level S monster. The guy said that they continue to act according to the plan. Looking at how they were trying to deal with the others, the queen said that this would not help them. Their source of energy is a volcano, created by the great Oz himself. As long as this boiling volcano exists, her children will be reborn again and again. Oh, Jin replied that he knows. Their healer will take care of her boiling cauldron. Their healer with an attack power of 13.332. She'll blow her oven to hell. Saul asked how she could talk about people as if their lives were worth nothing. The queen replied that this was nonsense. Where did the healer get such power? The queen of the tower shouted that it was impossible. Did she destroy everything in one movement? Where did she even come from? The second oven was destroyed. She cannot give in to such dangerous brats and let them fall into Oz's peace. Oh, Jin shouted, where is she going? He thought it was impossible because she is just a neck. She can easily maneuver quickly. She managed to dodge. If she escaped, they would lose their reward. She shouted that she would not let them get to Oz. She doesn't want to, but it seems she has no choice. She must wake him up. The guys asked what it was. Did she kill herself? Oh, Jin said no. She jumped into the secret passage at the bottom of the oven. There is the same structure as on different floors. In the end, he was unable to follow through and kill her. The guy was too careless. Considering all her characteristics, he thinks she could become the second Zodiac. But do such monsters always escape using their characteristics? Something is clearly wrong with these low creatures. She said how annoying it was. I couldn't destroy them with my own hands, that's why they went so far. If this continues, she won't be able to meet Oz. Therefore, she will leave it to him, the war to the lizard. Looking up, the guys asked, is the atmosphere here slightly different from what it was upstairs? It looks like a dungeon for prisoners. The lizard warrior appeared in front of them. Saul said that compared to other bosses, he doesn't look that strong. Drake added that he even seems small. The queen shouted that they, petty thieves, did not even deserve to be at the feet of Oz. The dragon warrior and tower queen will turn them into kindling for the furnace. The guy was sure that the lizard warrior was the last boss on the way to Oz, but something was wrong, as if everything was different in his memories. His ferocity was notorious. He was harder to fight than any other boss. The moment he entered the battlefield, he could immediately break through the tank line of the orc army and attack further. A legendary boss that even the combined attack of hundreds of rated orcs could not defeat. For some time after his release, even before the appearance of his main torture technique master, he was the one who was the hardest to get along with out of the entire dragon faction. But has his body always been this small? It's as if some details are missing. The guy noticed that he attacks the players first. Is his attack power the same as before? He thought it couldn't be. As soon as they defeat him, they will reach Oz and that same raid will begin. As the guy didn't think, it's not easy. Drake told the guy that it was obsidian armor. His entire body is made of volcanic ash. If you hit him with standard attacks, it won't cause him any harm. Suddenly, the monster began to attack. At this time, Saul managed to protect the children with the breath of an angel. Drake said he thought he was able to dodge. Is this a piercing attribute? Oh, Jin shouted to the girl that she was a great help. These flames are poisonous, so you can take damage even if you dodge them. The girl said yes, but can she hold out? Drake said that he has been shooting arrows for quite some time, but there is no damage due to the armor. If this continues, it will be difficult to destroy him. Looking at the spit, the guy thought that if it was from the same volcano, then perhaps it could help a little. But still, there must be at least some way to defeat him. It can't be that bad. Drake asked immortality? Isn't that what he got for defeating the Death Knight? How will the guy use it? Jin revealed that he uses this to neutralize his volcanic armor, but it will be hard to use just this. They need a supporting item to use them together. The guy got the opposite essence. He received this item from the Gordic Abyss. It may seem like a random item, but in fact it can change the properties of any other item. Turning to Drake, the guy asked, "What is the opposite of immortality?" He asked again, "The opposite?" Then it dawned on him, "This is mortality." Jin said this is it. "Let him hold on for 1 minute," he really asks. Drake replied that it was good, and asked Saul to protect him. The guy saw Jack and said, "What a good time, let him hold this guy for a while." He asked, "Is she Dorothy?" What did Banshee do to Dorothy? Did he just now understand? She refuses, clearly smarter than her friends. No, he is an ugly boy. There is no forgiveness for him. He hurt her pride. She said that unlike that pathetic dragon who was weak as a chicken, that girl was full of surprises. The voice said that the combination of objects was completed. Jin said that it doesn't matter how honest his words are. They will know when they destroy it. This item is called immortality. It combined with the reverse essence item and changed the effect of the first item by making him mortal. The immortal volcanic armor of the lizard warrior fell away. The Tower Queen screamed, "What have they done?" The armor is volcanic armor donated by Oz. It falls off. This is her, his good old friend, an improved version in the form of a lizard warrior. She replied that she had completely forgotten about his existence. Oz and the Banshee Queen adored this toy back in the day. He broke the royal armor that the Lord Oz himself forged. Let him kill them to save the furnace. Jin shouted that great. It's time to move on to the final stage. They need to go forward. Oz will be right behind them. He said that the armor was probably heavy. Has she suddenly become so light? It's funny, but he won't lose to anyone in agility. It's not that he doesn't like her now, but originally the player's state was simply programmed into the settings, and he is a real player. Deadwater. His head is filled with how to quickly catch Oz. Jack asked if Dorothy didn't recognize him. He's a scarecrow that she set on fire. What she's turned into, he can't hit her with that scythe. It was the voice that the guy heard earlier. He said that at this rate, it would be difficult for them to get rid of the lizard warrior. Jin asked, "Does the voice seem clearer this time?" The voice said that they need to break the device on his chest. Jin asked, "Is this a control device?" It dawned on the guy that it was on the chest of the Banshee Queen. He thought that even though the volcanic armor had fallen, her skills had not disappeared. The Banshee Queen would probably dodge and run away whether he attacked her or not. She seems to be aiming at something. Laughing, she asked why he was avoiding her. The guy has made a huge mistake if he thinks that a lizard warrior can't do anything without armor. She said it was strange how there could be so much damage with such regeneration. Jack jumped after her. He grabbed her by the control device on her chest. Jin shouted that great, now they can end this. Suddenly a voice said that he did not need to do this. They didn't understand why everything around them suddenly stopped. What's happening? He had never encountered anything like this even in his previous life. This is some kind of insertion, and why is he the only one who sees it? She told Jack everything was fine. She will find him like a summer night shower. The guy thought that, yes, it looks like an insert, so there must be a skip button somewhere. Pretend that you listened carefully. Suddenly, she said hello to Jack's new friend, Pumpkinhead. She said she knew him. The friend who said everything in reverse. Is that him? Thank you for listening to her carefully. Let him take care of Jack. And let him say hello to his white friend. Jin asked what she just said about regression. Why are these words spoken by the player, and what other white friend? Smiling, she disappeared.